Hello guys, if you enjoy, then like this video, for more interesting parts. Chapter 1. Aoyama City. Sunny number 1 Middle School, in the classroom of Class 8 of Senior 3. Yen stared blankly at the podium. After a few minutes, one thing was finally confirmed. He crossed. Not only traveled to high school, but also ran to a parallel world. As for the evidence, it is also obvious. That is, although the teachers and classmates are the same group of people. But the worldview has completely changed. This planet is no longer called Blue Star, but Zuxing. Because human beings now have a total of 99 planets for survival and reproduction. As the birthplace of human civilization, Blue Star was also renamed Zuxing. As for the classroom, teachers and students are no longer discussing learning issues. It is the choice of symbionts and the precautions after fusion of symbionts. Includes some basics on how to make symbionts evolve. In addition, what other experiences, institutions of higher learning, etc. Just when Yen listened to all kinds of information that others seemed to take for granted, he was stunned. A memory flashed in an instant. Feeling this memory, Yen immediately understood. This is a parallel world, the memory of my life. Suddenly, Yen also completely understood all this. This is a world where spiritual energy is revived and all races are at war. Humans have been fighting in the endless battlefield for more than 10,000 years. After going through all kinds of hardships, he finally gained a firm foothold in the strife of all ethnic groups. And from the two-legged sheep recognized by all ethnic groups at first, it has become a powerful race ranked in the top 10. And the reason why human beings can achieve such achievements among the thousands of races where gods and demons are everywhere. It relies on the innate ability awakened after the aura is revived, origin symbiosis. Human race in this world, as long as the age is close to 18 years old. You can go to the source space and choose the source of life to fuse with your own soul for symbiosis. After symbiosis, humans can acquire the abilities and characteristics of the symbiont object. At the same time, it will also be able to absorb spiritual power and cultivate to become a powerful superhuman. While the origin of symbiosis can be selected. But to merge with your own soul still depends on the fit. Some people who are chosen by heaven can fuse with the origin of the dragon to coexist with it effortlessly. After that, it soared straight into the sky. Some people are unwilling to only fit in with wild dogs, and forcefully choose more powerful creatures. However, he was attacked by the symbiotic object, and he fell into a demon. There are also people who contract pheasants, but they are unwilling to fall, and they work hard to become stronger. In the end, it continued to evolve, and it was reborn from the ashes to become the divine phoenix. Therefore, the symbiotic object is not the stronger the better, but the more fit the better. As long as you practice hard and look for opportunities for evolution, you can also become stronger. It is not a legend that a turtle turns into a basalt, and a carp turns into a golden dragon. There are countless examples in the history of the human race for thousands of years. So as long as you work hard, anything is possible. After figuring it all out, Yen also started to look forward to it. Because today is the day when he enters the origin space and chooses the origin of all living beings to coexist with it. I don't know what kind of life contract I can coexist with at that time. I'm finally entering the source space, I'm looking forward to it. Haha, I'll make a contract with the origin of a giant dragon later, and it will soar into the sky. Have ambition, when the time comes, you will be beaten to death by a demon, I will help you burn some paper money. Haha, just kidding, it would be nice if I could make a contract. No matter how hard I practice in the future, it will be better than being an ordinary person. After lunch, all the senior high school students came to the school playground with excited expressions on their faces. After a simple several lecture from the school leaders, the third-year high school students who stood there for 2 hours finally let their consciousness enter the source space under the light of the awakening crystal. This is an indescribable world. Everything seems to be there, there seems to be nothing. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the origin of all creatures in the world appeared in front of Yen. Yen was dazzled by the countless imprints of origin. Yen concentrated, his mind moved slightly, and the mark of a giant dragon with wings appeared in front of him. Next moment, a sense of resistance emerged. In fact, it also contains a strong sense of contempt. Yen immediately understood that this giant dragon could not be his symbiotic object. Forcibly accepting it as one's own will only cause one's own mental breakdown, which is what people call degenerate. Of course, with the powerful personality of the dragon, you will most likely die on the spot. You don't even have the qualifications to become a demon. Since the dragons of the West can't. Then the screen turned, and an eastern blue dragon appeared. Or resistance and contempt. Next, Yen tried many powerful species. Angels, demons, elves, all kinds of mythical beasts, even some monsters and monsters. But all failed without exception. Sure enough, my destiny is not that hard, so I'd better choose an ordinary one. Yen sighed and lowered his request. Start choosing among ordinary beasts. However, resist. Resist. Or resist. The stay in the awakening space is only 3 hours. It's been more than an hour now, and it's all resistance, and I haven't even met a symbiotic object of affinity. Yen gradually frowned. In this situation, even if the symbiotic object he chose was an ordinary sparrow, it is impossible to succeed at all. And if 3 hours pass and no choice can be made, then he can only be an ordinary person in this life. Just when Yen was worried, a mysterious mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The God-level deduction system is loaded. It is detected that the host is looking for a symbiotic object, whether to deduce the compatibility of the symbiosis between the organism and the host. After hearing the sound, Yen breathed a sigh of relief, and the originally depressed expression completely dissipated. It was replaced by a look of joy. He, who is familiar with novels, naturally knows how powerful the system is. Myself as a traveler. Sure enough, there is a system. And the ability of this system can just solve its current problems. Start the game. Yen was happy and gave an order. Ding! The host's previous choice has been ruled out, and the deduction has officially begun. Start to deduce mythical creatures. The deduction is over, there is no suitable symbiotic object. Start the deduction of natural disaster level creatures. The deduction is over, there is no suitable symbiotic object. Begin to deduce the monster level. Start the deduction of natural elements. The deduction is over, there is no suitable symbiotic object. Start the deduction of ordinary creatures. The deduction is over, and 2 symbiotic objects with a fit of 30% and 50% are found. Start the deduction of plants. The deduction is over, and a symbiotic object with a fit of 60% is found. Start to deduce fungal spores, etc. Start the game. The deduction is over, this deduction is about 520 million times. A total of 15 symbiotic objects are available for the host to choose from. About 10 minutes later, the system beep finally ended. An illusory panel was displayed in front of Yen. Play 520 million times. There are only 15 kinds in total. See this result. Yen was dumbfounded. If there is no systematic deduction, just this result. Even let him stay in the awakening space for 100 years. It is estimated that it is also difficult to find a suitable symbiotic object. Let's see first, what are there? Yen looked at the optional list. Then he frowned again. Fitness 10%, 13%, 12%. As far as these fits, if I choose symbiosis, I'm afraid it's not a pill on the spot. Could it be that I'm destined to be just an ordinary person? Just when Yen was almost disheartened, Suddenly I saw a very dreamy number at the bottom of the list. Fitness, 99.9%. Compatible symbiont object, primitive spore. Asterisk. Chapter 2. See this result. Yen was so excited that he didn't know what to say. As far as this fit is concerned, this primitive spore is definitely the most suitable symbiotic object for him. None of them. I just don't know what kind of creature this primitive spore is. So Yen started to check the information of the original spore out of curiosity. Pristine spores, primitive and ordinary spores can quickly grow into delicious mushrooms in a suitable environment. That's it. Seeing the introduction, Yen was dumbfounded. This primitive spore is no different from the weeds on the roadside. No, there is still a difference. At least the weeds on the roadside can't be eaten casually. But this primordial spore grows very delicious. After a while of sadness and helplessness, Yen still used the original spore as a symbiotic object. The reason is simple. He has no choice. And now this protospore looks weak. But no one can say what will happen in the future. Ding, please don't worry, host. After the deduction of this system, the original spore has a huge evolutionary potential. At this moment, the system suddenly reminded. Hear what the system says. Yen's originally depressed mood instantly vanished. Since the system says the potential is huge, then this primitive spore definitely has a bright future. I just don't know how far it will grow in the future. Shouldn't be too bad. Congratulations, you have successfully coexisted with the origin of life. This is a bottle of source stabilization potion, and a bottle of ability awakening potion. After selecting the symbiotic object, Yen's consciousness suddenly changed. Finally, a strange-looking scarecrow appeared in front of him. At the same time, each hand holds a bottle of medicine. Can you replace the source stabilization potion with the ability awakening potion? Yen asked while looking at the scarecrow. He remembered that the teacher said that the benefits of these two bottles of different medicines can be exchanged for each other. But after integrating the origin of symbiosis, no one dares to say that their symbiotic origin must be stable. Therefore, a bottle of source stabilization potion will be selected. This strengthens the stability of the symbiotic origin. Can. The scarecrow's eyes flashed a ray of light. The stabilization potion in the left hand was instantly switched to the same ability awakening potion as the right hand. Friendly reminder, before you take the potion, you can replace it. Once the medicine is taken, it will not be replaced. Then the scarecrow's voice sounded again. Unnecessary. Yen shook his head and took away 2 bottles of potions. Close to 100% fit, if you want to stabilize the potion. Then you don't have to dream of an extraordinary person. Then may your evolutionary path never end. Finally, the scarecrow gave Yen a deep look. After saying a word of blessing, he disappeared. Consciousness spins again. Opening his eyes, Yen found that he had returned to the school playground smoothly. At the same time, all the senior high school students also opened their eyes one after another. Think about it carefully, this ability is really powerful. Look at the other students who slowly opened their eyes. Yen couldn't help sighing. In the awakening space, and in the space where you talk to the scarecrow, no matter how long it has been, eventually everyone will wake up at one point in time. The law of time. No, it should belong to the interference of consciousness, so that everyone's consciousness wakes up at the same time. Yen muttered to himself. If it is really the law of time, it is not worth using them for the newly awakened newcomers. Ah! Help me! Just when Yen was cranky, a piercing voice sounded not far away. Yen turned to look. Found a student, rolling on the ground in pain. The body began to tear layer by layer, and a huge original imprint was looming. The original creatures of the devil. Look at this situation, it is backlash. Yen was surprised. It was the first time he had seen the backlash with his own eyes. To be honest, this scene is really shocking. But he can only blame that person for being too greedy. It is absolutely unwilling to have an ordinary symbiotic origin, and then forcibly choose a more powerful origin. In the end, the soul cannot bear and leads to tragedy. The whole person is wriggling and twisting, which is even scarier than the devil. Fortunately, I will not have this situation, Yen said with a sigh. This scene is really intriguing. Many students didn't even dare to watch it. Seeing this, the school's teacher hurriedly used special means to suppress the backlash of this classmate. Immediately sent to the hospital. With any luck, this student will strip away the origin of symbiosis and become an ordinary person. Bad luck, or give up treatment. Or it can temporarily suppress the symbiotic origin. But from now on, not only will he not be able to cultivate, but he will even face the pain of backlash at any time. Every year there are people who believe that their destiny is extraordinary, but unfortunately the reality is so cruel. At this moment, a familiar voice sighed. Yen turned his head and saw a beautiful figure standing beside him. So why did you choose 2 bottles of awakening potion? Lu Ruhua pointed at Yen's hands and said angrily. As a teacher, she made 3 orders and 5 applications, and she must not be greedy. It is even necessary to exchange 2 bottles of stabilizing potion with the scarecrow. It's a big deal to wake up later. The stability of the source is the top priority. But Yen's behavior didn't seem to take her words into consideration. Don't worry, teacher, I have confidence. Yen knew that the other party was worried about him. So he explained with a serious face. You. Forget it, just make up your mind. If you regret it, you can contact me. I have a bottle of stabilizing potion here. Lu Ruhua hesitated before speaking, and finally said with a sigh. Yen was also slightly moved after hearing this. A bottle of stabilizer on the market is not cheap. At least hundreds of thousands of federal coins. And Lu Ruhua meant to give it to him for free. I didn't expect to be reborn into a parallel world. My own beautiful teacher. Be so good to yourself. Looking at the back of Lu Ruhua leaving, Yen couldn't help but think of some things from his previous life. Next. Symbiote Origin integrates successful students, after simple registration. They all left school and went home. As for most of the students who didn't wake up, it is to stay and continue to study in order to be admitted to a good literary school in the future. This cultivation method is really ordinary. Back home, Yen sat on the bed, looked at a piece of paper in his hand and muttered. There is almost no cultivation method in this world. Because each person's symbiosis is different, the process of cultivating is also different. Therefore, the training methods given are the simplest way to breathe out spiritual power. I want to find a training method that works for me. Only rely on yourself to adjust the way of cultivation little by little. Can the system deduce this? If possible, deduce it into the most suitable method for my cultivation. Yen suddenly thought of the system. Begin to communicate and ask. Ding, the training method deduction begins. According to the host's physical condition and the origin of symbiosis, it is being adjusted. Ding, the deduction is over. A total of 52 million deductions this time. Successfully deduced the best cultivation method for the current host. The system prompts a series of prompts. From start to finish. It took less than 10 minutes in total. Then a brand new training material appeared in Yen's mind. Yen also immediately tried to practice according to the content of the document. In just 1 minute, the spiritual power in the air was successfully drawn into the body. In 10 minutes, enough spiritual power was refined, and the cultivation base successfully reached the first level black iron. From an ordinary person, he jumped to the bottom of the extraordinary. This cultivation method is amazing. It takes an average of 1 to 3 days for ordinary people, and it takes 1 hour for the top genius of all mankind in 100 years. And it only took me 10 minutes to successfully acquire a cultivation base and become an extraordinary person admired by ordinary people. This speed will directly smash the genius of all mankind. Feel the power of your own cultivation. Yen said excitedly. Have to say. It feels really cool to hang up. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Although he has become a coveted superhuman. But the black iron level is also the weakest group, basically not much different from ordinary people. So Yen exclaimed. It is also time to start practicing. The night passed. Yen slowly opened his eyes. Feel your own cultivation. He immediately began to frown. After one night, it's only the middle stage of black iron. The black iron level is the level that requires the least spiritual power. According to my cultivation speed, I should have entered the bronze level. Yen looked puzzled. If he was groping by himself, he would be very happy to have the cultivation of the first level black iron in the past night. But he practiced according to the best practice method given by the system. I didn't expect the efficiency to be so bad. System, what's going on? Yen asked in his mind. Ding, the spiritual power of heaven and earth is thin here. It can only be used for normal cultivation to the first level of black iron. If you want to continue to improve, you can only spend more time. This time, the system didn't even have the process of speculating. The answer is given directly. The spiritual power is thin. Correct. Where ordinary people live, the concentration of spiritual power is not allowed to be too high. So the Academy of the Superhuman is either built in the heaven and blessed land, or it is independent on a planet. Yen suddenly remembered something. That is to say, I want to practice normally in the future. You must leave the area where ordinary people live. But at this time, Xiaoxing, apart from the academy, has no place for cultivation at all. He also has no money to send to other planets suitable for cultivation. And want to go to college. You must also participate in the newcomer experience of the extraordinary. The place of experience is also suitable for practice. But that would have to be 2 days later. Forget it, let's make do with these 2 days. When you get to the place where you can practice for the exam, you will be able to practice normally. Now, it's time to consider the awakening ability. Yen murmured. But what worries him is such a weak symbiotic object. What abilities can be awakened? System, help me deduce it. These 2 bottles of medicine can make me awaken what abilities? Yen started to communicate the system. Awakening ability is not a random awakening after drinking a potion, but after getting familiar with their symbiotic objects. To awaken a certain ability or characteristic of the other party. This process relies on perseverance. For example, the symbiotic object is a wolf. Then you have to keep thinking about getting the nimble speed of the wolf. Or the bite ability of a wolf. Only then will the corresponding abilities be awakened smoothly. And the original spore itself. Yen's impression of it is that it is delicious. Other than that, I can't really think of any other abilities. So if you don't let the system deduce it. After drinking the ability awakening potion by yourself, there is a high probability that a more delicious taste will evolve. Ding, the analysis has been completed for you. The current awakening direction of the host's symbiotic origin is divided into 6 sequences. Please choose your own choice to unlock the 2 sequences of awakening. Said the system. An evolution list is also presented in Yen's mind. Growth perception toxin parasite drain evolution. Growth accelerates the growth and reproduction of spores. Perception, gain a certain perception ability. Toxin, gain a certain amount of toxicity. Parasitic evolution, speed up the evolution of symbiotic origin while strengthening other abilities. Look at this one explanation. Yen suddenly fell into silence. Looking at all kinds of things, but the overall feeling is very weak. The only thing you can see at the moment is toxins. But what if it's poisonous? Throwing mushrooms in your face? Moreover, the toxicity of just awakening is not necessarily so powerful. System, according to the current situation, recommend me a choice. Finally, Yan said with a sigh. He really didn't know how to choose. It's better to let the system do the work and choose the two most suitable options. Ding, the deduction is over. Under the current circumstances, the host is suitable to choose growth perception. The host has to go through newcomer training next. The ability to awaken with 2 bottles of medicine is limited, and it mainly depends on his own hard power. Growth plus perception allows the host's ability to quickly form an intelligence network. The current situation of the host requires sufficient development time. At present, it only needs to pass through the previous experience stably. System suggested. Then do as you say. Yan nodded. Indeed, his own symbiote is very weak now. But with so many awakening options, they will develop slowly in the future, and they will definitely not be weak. So all you need is development time. Thinking of this, Yan picked up 2 bottles of awakening potions and drank them. In an instant, a scorching heat spread throughout his body. But it didn't take long for the heat to disappear. In its place is a feeling of coolness. Very comfortable. A high degree of fit is good. I don't even need to actively transform this power, and the symbiote will automatically start to awaken its ability. Yan couldn't help sighing. Ding, congratulations to the successful awakening of the host growth sequence. You have acquired the characteristics of 2 symbiotic origins of rapid growth and rapid reproduction. Ding, congratulations on the successful awakening of the host perception sequence. You have acquired the characteristics of 2 symbiotic origins of fuzzy perception and intelligence sharing. Ding, you have additionally awakened the talent skill spore formation. It's amazing, 2 bottles of potions have awakened a total of 4 characteristics, and additionally awakened innate skills. Is it easier to awaken because it's too weak? Or is it because of the primordial spores characteristics that I can get 2 characteristics in one awakening? Yan thought about it and felt that it was the latter. Of course it could also be a fit issue. It is indeed easier to awaken the ability when the fit is high. I just don't know what the effect is and how fast it grows. Yan murmured. He stretched out his right hand and activated the skill, spore formation. A handful of spores immediately emerged. Each spore is almost invisible to the naked eye. For a full hand, the amount must be calculated in units of billions. But consider the survival rate. These numbers are normal. Next, Yan came to the balcony and shoveled out the worthless little cactus in the flower pot. After watering the soil, Yan sprinkled it on the flower pot casually. These spores immediately began to take root and germinate. Within a minute, white hyphae appeared in front of us. But these hyphae do not seem to satisfy the soil of the pot. Start to grow rapidly outwards. 5 minutes later, the small half of the balcony was covered with cobweb-like mycelium. It appears that the soil does not have enough nutrients for the mycelia to continue to grow. So the hyphae finally stopped expanding outward. Rather, it slowly converges. Eventually it all shrinks into the pot. Then one by one mushrooms grew rapidly and appeared. It tastes a bit like a banana. But it tastes really good, better than the strawberries I've eaten once. Yan picked a mushroom and tasted it. Simultaneously activate abilities, fuzzy perception, intelligence sharing. So another vision appeared in Yan's mind, and a huge mosaic picture emerged. In this mosaic picture that even my mother can't see the level. Yan saw a huge and vague figure, bent down, and picked a mushroom. When the mushrooms were picked, this field of vision disappeared in an instant. It looks like you can only get vision by touching the mushroom or this mycelium. The specific situation is okay, at least you can distinguish whether it is a human or a monster. Yan complained. Consider that mushrooms do not have eyes. It is not bad to have this mosaic picture quality. Asterisk. Chapter 4. After breakfast. Yan continued to go back to the bed to meditate and practice. There is nothing to do at home these 2 days. Although the efficiency of cultivation is very poor, it is better than doing nothing at all. Near noon, Yan's cell phone rang suddenly. Looking at the caller information, Yan found out that it was his beautiful teacher. "Hello, teacher. Do you have anything to do with me?" Yan answered the phone and asked suspiciously. "Is your symbiotic origin okay?" Lu Ruhua came up and asked directly. "Don't worry, teacher, it's fine. And I have also successfully cultivated and officially entered the ranks of the extraordinary." Yan replied with a smile. He also immediately understood why the other party contacted him. "Your cultivation speed is not bad. However, don't be careless about the origin of symbiosis. As soon as you think there is a problem, contact me immediately." In this way, Lu Ruhua told her repeatedly. This hung up the phone. "Is the speed good? It is estimated that teacher Lu thinks that I have just stepped into the ranks of the extraordinary. I don't know if I will scare her if I tell the truth." Yan thought about it, and finally decided that it would be better not to say it. The 1-hour cultivation success was praised as a rare cultivation genius in 100 years. Seems like infinite scenery. But after the news spread, it was attacked 3 times by Wanzhou within a month. The reason is simple. The human race is already strong enough. No other race wants to see another super-powerful human race. Moreover, the symbiosis of the origin of the human race has given human beings the ability of all races. No one knows this genius that is rare to see in 1,000 years. What kind of special ability does he possess, and to what extent will he grow? So it is better to kill it in advance. But the strong man of the human race is not a decoration. How can it be possible to sit back and watch the genius of the native race be killed by the foreign race? Therefore, Wanzhou's conspiracy failed in the end. But even so, Yan didn't dare to expose his situation casually. If you succeed in 1 hour of cultivation, you have to suffer this kind of treatment. 10 minutes of their own things exposed. On average, it is very rare to be attacked once a day. I was afraid that the god-level powerhouse of his 10,000 clans would also pull down his face and kill him. Anyway, it's the same as the truth that money is not revealed. Don't show too much talent yourself. Although the strong human race will definitely not sit idly by then. He can also enjoy higher resource treatment. But, there is only one small life after all. It is better not to gamble as much as possible. The day passed quickly. That night, Yan's cultivation was still in the middle stage of black iron. But he felt like he was about to break through. So after dinner, Yan practiced all night again. Early the next morning, Yan opened his eyes with joy. Through his unremitting efforts, the cultivation base finally broke through the later stage. In addition to being happy, Yan decided to keep practicing. There's nothing else to do anyway. It was like this until the morning of the examination. Yan's cultivation finally broke through again and reached the peak of black iron. This is me. After training, Yan came to the mirror. Looking at the unshaven beard, he said in surprise to a pair of dark circles. Although he has become a superhuman, but the level is still too low. During these 3 days, apart from eating, it is cultivation. Haven't been able to sleep. Therefore, the mental state is not very good. The training test is about to begin, and it's too late to sleep now. Yan shaved off his beard, washed his face and went straight to school. To the school playground. Yan found that many people had already come early. Most of the people got together according to their respective classes and discussed their cultivation experience. Yan has no friendship with anyone in the class. Not too lazy to gather around to join in the fun. So simply sit down and rest in the corner of the playground. Before the assessment begins, prepare to practice for a while. Our high school class 3 and 8 did not gather here. Just then, a familiar voice sounded. Yen turned his head and saw something flying towards him. After subconsciously caught. Only then did Yen realize that it was a bag of xiaolong bao. After breakfast, take the time to close your eyes and rest for a while. There is no point in continuing to practice now. Lu Ruhua stared at Yan's dark circles and said. By the way, he handed me a glass of soy milk. Good teacher. Yan took the soy milk and nodded inwardly. Whether in the past or now. My condition can only be described in one word. That is, poor. And not only poor. I have no relatives or friends. Lu Ruhua knew this. So often bring him breakfast. In his previous life, he had no money to go to college, and Lu Ruhua also helped out with the money. It can be said that in Yan's mind, it is not an exaggeration to say that Lu Ruhua is his only relative. You work hard enough. Just perform well in the next training, but don't work too hard. It's not worth it in case of an accident. With your talent, you should be able to go to a good school, and you won't have to be so poor in the future. Lu Ruhua looked at Yan, and said after being silent for a while. I will work hard. Yan nodded earnestly. He glanced at Lu Ruhua suspiciously. Because he always felt that Lu Ruhua looked at him strangely. As if expecting something. Could it be that he is too handsome? Ahem, this is my beloved teacher. Anyway, you should be thinking more. So Yan stopped thinking about it and continued to work hard. Lu Ruhua, who was on the side, glanced at Yan again. Also choose to turn around and leave. After all, besides Yan, she has a group of students to manage. Yan's relationship with the classmates has not progressed throughout the semester. Now she won't force Yan to blend into the class atmosphere. After eating the breakfast brought by Lu Ruhua, Yan closed his eyes and rested for a while. Just when he almost fell asleep, the school broadcast sounded suddenly. Students, please pay attention. 10 minutes to start the newcomer experience. Over the years, the mortality rate of newcomers has been as high as 10%. The serious injury rate is also 30%. If anyone wants to quit, please leave the playground within 10 minutes. The experience will start in 10 minutes. Students, please pay attention. Rookie experience. The school radio reminded 3 times. After the reminder is over, the students all over the playground were talking again. But Yan didn't see anyone choosing to leave. The data on injury rate and death rate have always been made public. If someone gave up the experience, they would not come to school today. That's it. 10 minutes later, all teachers exit the playground. A huge bronze door slowly emerged in the sky. When the bronze door was opened, countless streamers fell, connecting to every student on the playground. The final light flickered. Everyone was teleported away by the bronze door. Immediately after, the bronze door slowly closed, disappeared above the cloud sky. The newcomer experience is officially open. Asterisk. Chapter 5. Ding, student number 10,086, welcome to the training ground No 9527. You now have up to half an hour to prepare. The protective cover will automatically close after half an hour. Of course you can also choose to leave in advance. But before that, please choose your initial weapon. A place of practice. A light blue shield 5 meters in diameter enveloped Yan. Above the shield, a light curtain appeared in front of him. If it's a weapon, choose this dagger, it's easy to bring it with you. Yan stretched out his hand towards the phantom of the dagger. The next moment, the protective cover immediately began to fade. All the energy began to pool, and eventually turned into a dagger. Rookie student number 10,086, do you agree with others to watch your training? At this time, the dagger pops up a projection screen. No. Yan didn't like it, and his behavior was broadcast live. Even in the admissions of institutions of higher learning, a large part of the evaluation comes from the content of the student's experience. To refuse to watch is to refuse a huge bonus option. Basically, in the future, he will no longer be associated with higher education institutions. But Yen didn't care about that. Because in addition to academy, he has a choice. That is to go to the endless battlefield. Anyway, with the system in hand, a lonely person can live no worse than an academy. You have denied others viewing. The live room is completely disconnected. I wish you all the best in the future. The screen projected by the dagger flickered a few times and then went out completely. There was no more movement. Sporulation. The training is now officially on. Yen did not act rashly, but chose to start spilling spores on the ground. Less than a minute. These spores took root, and the white mycelium began to spread under Yen's feet. Some spores blown away by the wind. It also grows mycelium rapidly. The hyphae in the last two places are connected to each other and continue to spread to other places. At the same time, these mycelium also grow some mushrooms in a cool place. These mushrooms also ripen quickly and then burst open. A breeze blows. Countless spores flew away from the bursting mushrooms. The speed of reproduction is really fast. But if the wind stops, the speed of this spread will be a bit slower than that of the place of experience. And there are certain requirements for soil. Yen observed. In some places that are too dry, their own spores will not take root and sprout at all. However, the mycelium can be directly spread over it. Because the nutrition of mycelium comes from other places. Then let me take the initiative to spread it. Yen looked around, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Not long after, on a nearby tree, the mother bird, who had just fed her child, flew into the distance with spores invisible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Yen smiled. Then sit cross-legged on the floor. While cultivating, wait for the spread of your own spore creatures. Mr. Liu, Yen, student number 10,086, is your student. Inside the school's office, the school leaders and teachers sat at a huge long table, each staring at a screen and watching the live broadcast of the students. At this time, it has been 5 days since the start of the experience. In 5 days, the situation of the students will probably be known. Those outstanding students have left their names on the top of the standings. The headmaster, who had nothing to do, glanced at the points rankings of the whole federation, and then looked at the points rankings of his own school. Start looking down again. Finally, he found that there was a student. Points turned out to be 0. At first, he thought that this student died unexpectedly when the experience started. However, it was found that the student named Yen showed that he was in the process of training. That is, this Yen. 5 days to no avail. Even if you walk a distance of 1 kilometer, you can get a point. 0 points means 5 days, and he didn't even walk the distance of 1 kilometer from the initial point. It's my student. Lu Ruhua replied. Feeling the headmaster's angry tone, she also started searching for Yen's situation. 0 points, the first to last, even if it is the second to last, there are at least dozens of points. See this. Lu Ruhua was also puzzled. It can be said that in this world, no one knows this student better than her. Usual school martial arts training. Yen also performed well and was definitely ranked in the top 3 in the class. He just doesn't like to be in the limelight, so he deliberately keeps his strength. As for being afraid to move, that's even more impossible. Although Yen is cautious, he is by no means timid. Hehe, 0 points. I'm here to see what you, a student, want to do. Don't be so scared that you don't dare to practice and explore. Seeing Lu Ruhua admit it, the principal laughed angrily. The idea of the extraordinary is to fight against the sky and the earth. After countless trials, achievements surpass the will and strength of mortals. Those who are submissive and withdrawn are not destined to achieve much. If you are really afraid of the experience, you can quit directly. Instead of staying put and doing nothing. This is the biggest failure. If it spreads out, there is a student in my school who has a 0 score for 5 days. His face, the principal, had to be swollen. No, it may have already spread. This half-month experience is not only qualified for school leaders and teachers to view, but everyone can watch it. Although the number of new people awakened every year is huge, there are hundreds of millions of people on average. No one should notice the existence of this bottom. After all, most people's eyes are either on the beautiful female students, or on the top students in the standings. A yen with a 0 score almost nobody cares about. But nothing is absolute. Don't watch, he closed the live broadcast room from the beginning. At this time, Lu Ruhua sighed and said. After learning of Ye'an's strangeness, she immediately checked. It turned out that Ye'an did not live broadcast at all. It suits his cautious character. But it also made it impossible for others to understand Ye'an's current situation. Okay, very good. 5 days with 0 points, don't dare to start a live broadcast. How did you teach this teacher? This month? No, next semester's excellent teacher evaluation will not have your share. The principal said angrily. Lu Ruhua's expression did not change. She doesn't lack the extra bonus of being a good teacher. As for this reputation, she doesn't care. She is just curious now, what exactly is Ye'an going to do? After all, after integrating the origin of symbiosis, he dared to choose 2 bottles of awakening potion. Absolutely confident in yourself. Therefore, it is impossible to not guess at the slightest movement. Asterisk. Chapter 6. In 5 days, the entire map was finally covered. Number 9527 Experience Place. Ye'an slowly opened his eyes. Through the 2 capabilities of fuzzy perception and intelligence sharing, he can be sure. His own spores completely occupy the entire map. Further out, it is the boundary of the field constructed by a huge enchantment. The most powerful monster seems to be the Dark Moon Wildkin at the peak of bronze. There are also many other bronze-level monsters. Although my cultivation base has successfully broken through bronze in these 5 days. But the symbiote has almost no combat power. Now I can't beat the monsters that are also bronze. But I, who have opened the full picture vision, only need to avoid monster groups and powerful individuals. You can find those weak monsters and start. Ye'an analyzed. Fuzzy perception is more than just providing a mosaic-like field of view. There is also a vague concept of the power of the monster's breath. In addition, Ye'an compared the knowledge of the monster illustration book that he had memorized. You can tell what type and level of monster this is. As for the students, there seem to be 91 other people besides me. In other words, in 5 days, 8 people fell or quit. Sure enough, it's right to be cautious. No matter how brave you are, it's useless if you are just a reckless man. Ye'an exclaimed. Fortunately, the source of his symbiosis was spores, and he waited patiently for 5 days for the spores to spread to the entire training area. Otherwise run around. Maybe these 8 people become 9 people. The next step is to act. If you want to grow and progress, the necessary battles are inevitable. Ye'an got up and left in the direction of vision from the mycelium. After an hour, Ye'an flicked the blood from the dagger. Beside him, a bronze-level demon wolf that had been seriously injured was completely dead. It didn't want to understand until it died, how this human appeared behind it. Ye'an, on the other hand, was tearing apart the mycelium wrapped around himself to cover up his figure and odor. Start to use a dagger to open the head of the demon wolf. Good luck, there is a bronze-level crystal nucleus. Ye'an looked at the crystal nucleus the size of a fingernail with a satisfied expression. It is then swallowed directly into the abdomen. Ding! A spiritual shock was detected. It is recommended that the host use it to awaken new abilities. Ding! Please choose the direction of awakening. At this time, the system suddenly appeared and prompted. System, I continue to awaken the sequence before, what abilities can I get? Or, what sequence do you think is better for me to awaken? A bronze-level crystal nucleus can awaken his symbiotic origin again, which is expected. Most newcomers will almost awaken their new abilities when they swallow a bronze-level crystal core for the first time. Unless the source of symbiosis is too powerful, one crystal nucleus will not be enough. Of course, not everyone chooses the new ability. Some people will also use it to improve their own cultivation, or to strengthen the ability of the first awakening. Ding! In the current state, it is recommended that the host strengthen the ability to absorb. The system doesn't even have a deduction process this time. The answer is given directly. Drain ability. Then awaken a new sequence. Yen nodded. The power of the crystal nucleus was guided and absorbed by him. To his will. His symbiotic origin also began to awaken new abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host, awakening the drain sequence ability. You have acquired the ability of enhanced absorption and energy storage. Soon, the system gave a prompt. This ability is amazing. Feel your newly awakened ability. Yen suddenly widened his eyes. Strengthened absorption allows his mycelial roots to absorb flesh and blood essence and spiritual power. As for energy storage, a new mushroom can be born to store the absorbed energy, equivalent to an alternative crystal nucleus. And whether it is the blood essence of Warcraft, or the spiritual power absorbed from the soil and air, all can be stored. In the end, if you don't do anything yourself, you can get a lot of spiritual power. Anyway, let's test it first. Yen's thoughts moved slightly. A trail of white mycelium began to cling to the wolf demon's body. It didn't take long for the wolf demon's body to be completely occupied by white mycelium. The moment these hyphae were contaminated with the wolf demon corpse, it began to frantically absorb the essence of flesh and blood. In less than 5 minutes, the fresh corpse was completely reduced to a mummified corpse. Even Yen could feel a single thought. These white hyphae even want to drain the marrow of the wolf demon. But the bones are too hard. Although it can be absorbed, the efficiency will have to be delayed until next year. Although the essence of the bones is a lot, it doesn't matter. I just don't know how much spiritual power a demon wolf's corpse can provide. Yen crouched down. Picked a fruit like a wild strawberry that grew at his feet. Put it in your mouth and give it a light bite. A sweet taste emerges. The huge aura also entered the abdomen and was absorbed by Yen. About 1/10 of the crystal core of the demon wolf. It's not much, but it's not too little. At least it is comparable to a black iron level crystal nucleus. And it's just one. And my spore hyphae are all over the area. In 5 days, other players killed a lot of monsters. And there are many people who died in the infighting among the beasts. Even if it's rotten, my mycelium can still absorb it. Yen said happily. But soon after, the expression on his face gradually began to dissipate. His plan was right. But there was still an accident. Those essential spiritual powers cannot be transported to him. It's not that it can't be transported at all, it's just that the efficiency is too slow. And there are losses. The distance of 100 meters can be said to be the limit. Any more, and the energy lost is too great. And the efficiency will be completely slowed down. 100 meters is fine. At least it can keep me out of danger and hide the fruit. I just have to run. Yen sighed. Originally, I thought that I would wait for the fruits of victory without moving. It seems that this idea has to wait for later. The other side. Inside the school. Lu Ruhua, who had been watching the live broadcast and staring at the students' points, suddenly moved her eyes. The student with a 0 score had a score of 100 or so. Suddenly there are more than 100, which means that he killed a bronze elementary monster. Those points should be brought by the move. After 5 days of silence, we finally started to act. But why are you acting now? Lu Ruhua stared at Yan's ranking information and fell into contemplation. Oh? This student has more than 100 points. It doesn't look like a complete waste. But as timid as a mouse, it is destined to not go too far. At this time, the principal also noticed the change in Yan's points. He snorted involuntarily. The 7th. This fruit contains a lot of energy. Unfortunately, it's still a long way from my level promotion. Yan pushed aside a mushroom, picked a hidden red fruit and put it in his mouth. To the bronze level. Want to upgrade? The spiritual power spent must be more than 10 times that of the entire black iron level. Even in the place of experience, he has to rely on the words of cultivation. To level up, it will take at least 10 days and a half. So if you really want to become stronger quickly, you must rely on hunting monsters to obtain crystal cores. Asterisk. Chapter 7. Ding, you devoured enough spiritual power this time to awaken new abilities. As many spiritual fruits were eaten, the system prompt also sounded. Yan also fell into contemplation at the same time. He doesn't need to fight at all to become stronger now. There is no need to use this opportunity to awaken the 2 sequences of poison and parasitism. It seems that there is no need to add new abilities to those who have already awakened. Then awaken the evolution sequence. Yan decided. Then close your eyes and start waking up. Ding, the awakening evolution sequence is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ability enhancement and probabilistic evolution. All the current capabilities of the host have been strengthened, and the potential of the host's symbiont has increased. Now the host's symbionts have a very low probability to evolve new abilities on their own. A series of system prompts sounded. Yan suddenly widened his eyes. He chose to awaken the evolution sequence, but he had no choice. But I didn't expect that this sequence ability would bring me such a big improvement. The original fuzzy perception has become perception. The picture also changed from a mosaic to a black and white ink painting. Although he still couldn't see the faces around him, he could see the specific outlines clearly. The name intelligence sharing has not changed. But it allowed Yan to perceive things in other areas more quickly. In the past, although it can be perceived, there will always be a delay if the distance is too far. Latency is now reduced and the range that can be quickly perceived has increased a lot. Other skills have also been enhanced. Moreover, his own primitive spores also have the ability to awaken spontaneously. While this probability is low, there is always a chance. In the future, I will improve the ability of the evolution sequence. This probability will definitely increase gradually. Now I finally understand how powerful this primitive spore is. Although it was weak at the beginning, the potential is really huge. If this continues to grow, one day in the future, will I be able to easily harvest a planetary world by myself? Yan not only began to fantasize that his own spores would spread to the planets of the endless world in the future. At that time, these spores multiply rapidly, and then spread toxins and so on to kill all life on the planet. Then draw the essence of their flesh. In the end, it will be turned into a spiritual fruit and provided to yourself. Of course it's just a thought. In the current situation, there is still a long way to go. Therefore, it is imperative to get through the early stage first. Although now he is very powerful, but not suitable for combat. Thought here. Yan was lost in thought again. It's actually quite simple to get through the early days. That's a waste of resources. But he, no matter his past or present life, is so innocent that he has no relatives alive. If you want resources, you have to get it yourself. For Yan himself, the best resource that can be obtained at present is. Yan looked at his feet. This newcomer training area is the biggest resource for me. So before the half-month deadline, I have to plunder as much as possible. Otherwise, whether I enter the academy or the endless world in the future, my ability is simply not enough to see. We must seize every opportunity to grow. After moving for so long, why haven't the points increased? Inside the office, Lu Ruhua looked at Yan's points data with some doubts. At this time, Yan's points were more than 130. But these points are increasing one by one. In other words, it's all about the points that come with moving. And after moving such a long distance, he didn't encounter a single monster. This is very abnormal. When encountering powerful monsters, it is normal to be unable to fight and escape. But it didn't move for so long, and all the monsters encountered were unbeatable. After all, before Yan, he killed a monster in the early bronze stage and got 100 points. So what's up with him? Is it possible to avoid all the monsters? He might have really awakened the exploratory type. But for what purpose? It's a pity I don't know the origin of his symbiosis, otherwise it's easy to speculate. Lu Ruhua sighed. At the same time, he looked at a table in front of him. This is a letter of recommendation for students from various universities. She originally wanted to write Yan's name to give Yan a chance to enter a higher education institution. But Yan's performance made her really dare not write. Because the choice of the school is only once. If you can't get into an institution of higher learning, then you can't get into an ordinary institution. So writing it now will only hurt Yan. But it's still too early to finish the training. Not in a hurry either. Finally collected a circle. So many fruits, I don't know how many times my symbiotic origin can be awakened. In the place of practice, Yan found a secluded place to sit down. The surrounding mycelium began to cling, eventually forming a room to wrap Yan. System, can you deduce the situation? Yan asked. Ding, the deduction begins. The host's current spiritual power is enough to awaken 3 times. Or let the host's cultivation level enter the middle stage of bronze. The system replied. Is this still a choice? For me, cultivation is meaningless. The strength of the symbiote is everything. As long as my spores are strong enough, it's just a blink of an eye to improve my cultivation. The source of symbiosis wants to awaken new abilities or strengthen existing abilities. All need to absorb a large amount of spiritual power in a short period of time. On the contrary, if the absorbed spiritual power is not enough, it can only be used to improve cultivation. But for Yan, there is nothing to improve now. When the source of symbiosis becomes stronger, it only makes sense for one's own cultivation to go up. At the same time, the cultivation base is improved too fast, and it is easy to cause the foundation to be unstable. And for this experience, the bronze level is enough. No need to keep improving. Toxin parasite wake up these 2 sequences. Last chance, to improve the evolution sequence. Let's wait and see what abilities these 2 sequences can awaken. Thought here. Yan picked up a fruit and ate it. Feel what's going on in your body. The second fruit, the third fruit. Wait until you can wake up. Yan just stopped. Awaken the toxin sequence. Yan murmured. It was a hint to himself. The awakening then proceeded smoothly. Not long after, the system prompt sounded, ding, congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the toxin sequence. Your symbiotic origin has gained 2 abilities, paralyzing and blinding. The specific effect will be determined according to the opponent's toxin intake and physical strength resistance. See the system prompt. A smile appeared at the corner of Yan's mouth. Paralysis goes hand in hand with blindness. Invincible sneak attack. And now the entire map is covered with its own spore mycelium. As long as he wanted to, all the spore hyphae in the entire map could emit toxins together. As for the price of using such a large power, he does not need to pay at all. Because of spreading these toxins, no spiritual power is used at all, it is the biological power of spore crops. It's like a plant that normally blooms and bears fruit. All you need is enough nutrition. And this. The mycelium mushrooms after the growth of these spores, etc., can be directly drawn from the soil. Unless Yan directly produces toxins, this will consume part of the aura. Of course, the power will also increase. Direct toxins are generated on the entire map, and other students will suffer as well. Although my toxin is not fatal, I will be fine when it is checked. But my abilities will inevitably be exposed at that time. And other players can't act, they will definitely hate me at that time. So, as a cautious man, he didn't want to make enemies. I don't even like to expose my abilities. Yan rubbed his chin and slowly thought of a better idea. Since it is not good to hit the whole map, then change it to area strike. Pick an uninhabited area and slowly release the toxin. Then slowly expand. At that time, when other people notice the difference, they will definitely not enter the toxin range. And you can get through it yourself. It is even possible to change regions. For example, after manually cleaning up this piece of monsters, just stop releasing the poison, and then put the poison on the next target area. After the next area is cleared, you can move on to a new area. System, what about my plan? Yan suddenly thought of the system. Since it is a deduction system, in addition to deducing the evolution direction of its own symbiotic origin and so on, it should be possible to deduce these things. Feasible. The system gave the answer immediately. This kind of plan does not even need to be deduced. In theory, there is no problem at all, but in practice, several friendly troops may be accidentally injured. But totally fine. As long as it doesn't happen to most people. The above is too lazy to check the situation, so it will not reveal anything. It happens that there is no one in my area, so let's grasp this area first. The specific range, let's slowly spread to 1/5 of the entire map. Yan gave orders to his spore crop. After the spore crop receives the command signal, through the intelligence sharing of the mycelium network, the order was quickly disseminated. A network of giant spore hyphae quickly divided 1/5 of the area centered on Yan. Then one by one mushrooms burst suddenly. After these mushrooms burst, more mushrooms quickly grew on the nearby mycelium. In less than a minute, a green toxin with 2 effects of paralysis and blindness quickly enveloped most of the area. Finally, a green poisonous mist is formed. Immediately afterwards, the poisonous mist quickly expanded outwards. When other students saw the strange situation, they also stayed away from the poisonous mist. Yan also left the white mycelium hut, looked at the lush green scenery outside, and nodded with satisfaction. For others, it's a toxic circle. But for me, it's like going home. Then it's time to unlock the parasitic sequence. Yan sat down cross-legged again. Start eating the fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the parasite sequence. Your symbiotic origin spore has acquired 2 characteristics of latent and basic parasitism. Your symbiotic origin spores are enhanced with vitality due to the latent feature, and can be exposed for a long time, so they can spread farther. Your spores can parasitize the bodies of common organisms, or weaker organisms. Asterisk. Chapter 8. Parasitic. The ability of the sequence is similar to what Yan imagined. The name is so obvious after all. Surprisingly, the vitality of the spores has been strengthened. Parasitic plus drain. The spores I parasitized into the enemy's body will directly drain the enemy from the inside. And the parasitic conditions are weak, or weak enemies. Then in a paralyzed state, it should be considered weak. That is to say, I can try to parasitize all creatures within the range of the poisonous mist. Once the parasitism is successful, I can directly absorb the blood essence and torture the monster to death. Thought here. Yan's eyes flickered. Now, his spores are truly lethal. Although not high. But the damage range is huge. Once it starts to work, your own income will be filled directly. Just don't know how long to wait. Thinking of this, Yan began to communicate the system and began to deduce. Ding! Black iron monster, it is expected to take 30 minutes to be completely paralyzed. Silver level monsters are expected to take 2 hours to be completely paralyzed. After paralysis, dark iron creatures have a 0.1% chance of parasitism. After the parasitism, it will take about a day to kill the parasitic target. The system responded quickly. 0.1% parasitic chance. Looking at the system's answer, Yen subconsciously frowned. This probability is not too low, it can only be said that it is too rubbish. But then Yen realized that he was wrong. The parasitic probability should be the parasitic probability of each spore. And with every breath, thousands of spores will enter the monster's body. The odds of one spore are low, but with thousands of spores, there will always be 1 or 2 parasites that succeed. Once a parasitism succeeds, the spore will quickly take root and germinate to absorb blood essence and multiply quickly. A little more than a day, it's not too slow compared to such a large range. But before that, continue to improve yourself. Yen touched his chin and said. He has found it now. The 6 sequences of its own original spores, and their abilities complement each other. Taking it out alone may not be strong. But together, it is enough to describe it as against the sky. Therefore, the next awakening opportunity must be carefully considered. The remaining awakening opportunity, just use it to improve the ability enhancement of the evolution sequence. There is no need to awaken new abilities now. On the contrary, it is a good choice to strengthen the existing abilities as a whole. Yen thought about it and finally made a choice. He already knew the characteristics of his own primitive spores. In this newcomer training area, his existing abilities and characteristics are completely sufficient. Instead of rushing to awaken new abilities, it is better to strengthen existing abilities. And he has enough ability to awaken in a short period of time. It's also time to take a break and carefully polish the existing abilities. Under normal circumstances, there is no one like him, and the bronze level has awakened so many abilities. Being able to awaken 3 is considered high in the eyes of others. Even many people will not awaken the second ability before the silver level. Instead, it has been strengthening and polishing the first ability. Because in the early stage, the ability is not the more the better, but the more powerful and exquisite, the more familiar you are, the better. Too many words, it is easy to be mixed and not refined. And it is easy to lead to the instability of the symbiotic origin. Although he didn't have any troubles in this regard. Ding! Your ability enhancement has evolved into ability sublimation. All your basic abilities have been greatly improved. Your skill ability sublimation has reached its limit. If you continue to improve in the current state, there is a 70% chance of failure. Soon, the system prompt sounded. Sure enough, there is a limit to the improvement of ability now. That's why the teacher said that before the gold level, the main thing is to polish the proficiency of the ability, and focus on improving the cultivation base. Yen said with a slight sigh. If there is no such limit, he will not have to awaken any new abilities. Just keep strengthening the ability of the evolution sequence. After all, the ability of this sequence is the most cost-effective. A few hours later, Yen stepped out of the range of the poisonous fog. Behind him, 2 women followed closely. Okay, there's no poisonous smog ahead. The toxins of these poisonous mists are not too powerful. Next, you can find a safe place to rest for half a day, and the impact will almost be eliminated. Yen said kindly to the 3 students. Thank you, classmate, or I'll be completely unconscious in it. I don't know what your name is, classmate, that planet, your specific address, cough, in short, I have written down this favor, and I will definitely repay it in the future. A girl asked Yen's face blankly. Until another girl secretly kicked her. She realized that she had asked too much. No, you have to be humble. This classmate, do you want to form a team with us next? What I have awakened is the healing ability. She is an attacking skill. If you follow us, how about half the profit? At this time, another girl asked with a shy expression on her face. You're welcome, just call me Yanzu. As for forming a team, I have to go in and save people. With such a wide range of poisonous fog, I don't know how many people are trapped in it. I have to try my best to save a few more people. Yan said righteously. In a few words, in the eyes of the two women, Yan is already a tall and majestic image. Why don't we go with you? I don't know if this poisonous fog will have any effect on Warcraft. If you encounter Warcraft alone. A girl said. His eyes were full of worry and admiration. Yes, yes. Our fighting power is not weak, if it weren't for this poisonous fog too strange. Another girl followed suit. But Yan refused. No, the ability to dispel the poisonous mist consumes too much spiritual power in my body. If I am alone, the consumption is not high. Take your words again. Anyway, I can do it alone. You can rest here well, there is no need to worry about me. Yan waved his hand, with a generous look on his face, turned around and stepped into the poisonous mist. The two women looked reluctant. But there is no way. Oh, it's a pity, I finally met such a handsome and kind-hearted guy. As a result, no contact information was available. A girl sighed as she watched Yan's disappearing back. Don't worry, we already know his name. When the experience is over, I'll ask someone to check it out, and I should be able to find it. Another girl said confidently. She can let her best friend practice with her. It is absolutely simple to inquire about the contact information of Yanzu. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Finally send the person away, and then you can rest assured to implement the plan. These two women, they have nothing to do with the poisonous fog. Inside the poisonous mist. Yan said with a sigh of relief. The two women who suddenly broke in for the brain show. Yan originally didn't want to pay attention. But considering that they have no grievances or enmity with them, nor do they have too many conflicts of interest. In case something goes wrong. He was a little troubled inside. It happened that he was also nearby at the time, not too far away from the poisonous fog. Yan kindly woke them up and sent them out. Yes, just pure kindness. It has nothing to do with them being beautiful and having a big white rabbit or something. Absolutely nothing. It feels connected. A lot of flesh and blood essence. And it's gradually increasing. Looks like it's harvest time. The day passed quickly. Yan, who was lying on the soft mycelium bed, suddenly opened his eyes with excitement. Immediately, he began to sense the perspective of the spore mushroom. Seeing one monster after another, completely fell to the ground. Countless white hyphae spread out from the inside of the body. These hyphae are connected to the white hyphae blankets on the ground. And the mycelium on the ground quickly wrapped the monster corpse. This wave of harvest is against the sky. The only downside is that the transmission distance has been increased to 10,000 meters. But these flesh and blood essences, I have to pick them myself. Even so, Yan's expression was still happy. After all, picking the fruits formed by these flesh and blood essences is picking money for Yan. Serious people who dislike the trouble of picking up money? Leave the crystal nucleus for the time being, and absorb the fruit of the flesh and blood essence first. No, it should be gathered and absorbed again. Yan said with a happy expression. Bronze level monster crystal cores start at 100,000. Even if it is a black iron level, the minimum must be broken. This is for Yan, whose monthly living expenses are only 300 or 500. This is undoubtedly a huge harvest. 5 hours later. Yan's expression became solemn. He noticed that something seemed wrong. Run for 5 hours picking resources. As a result, only 1/10 of the range of the poisonous fog was covered. I forgot about this one. Even if it is a training map of 100 people, the area is still too large to die. My spores can be completely disseminated in 5 days, mainly because of the help of birds and beasts. But if I am moving at full speed, half a month is simply not enough time to walk the entire map. Not to mention that half of the training time has passed now. Yan suddenly didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Although the harvest is rich, there are more resources at your fingertips, and you can only watch and can't collect it. No, what's in the bowl is mine, and what's in the pot must also be mine. Since the problem is that I can't collect so many fruits. Then solve this problem first. Yan said unwillingly. It's like a room full of gold coins, but you can only take one pocket with you. Although it is also a huge sum of money, it is compared with the wealth in the house. A pocket of gold coins is not fragrant at all. Let's deduce the system. I need to awaken the ability of that sequence to solve the current problem. Yan's communication system asked. In case of trouble, find the system. With such a gold finger there, he didn't need to infer it at all. Ding, it is expected to awaken 2 more growth sequences. And 1 perception sequence. The spiritual power units currently stored by the host are just ready to be activated. The system quickly gave an answer. Twice to grow, 1 to perceive. Yan didn't understand, but still believed in the system. After all, the answer was deduced by the system. It's more reliable than fooling around. And I've been picking for so long, and I can only wake up 3 times. It seems that the more the ability is awakened, the more spiritual power is required. Yan sighed with emotion. Then, unceremoniously, the picked fruits were quickly swallowed into the belly one by one. The spiritual power that is more than his own body's spiritual power burst out. But it hasn't waited for this spiritual power to wreak havoc. It was actively pulled over by a unique spore imprint. It disappears completely soon. Ding! Congratulations to the host's successful awakening growth sequence ability. Acquired 2 characteristics of mycelium enhancement and energy conduit. After your spores grow, the vitality of the mycelium is greatly enhanced, and the nutrient transport pipeline has evolved into an energy transport pipeline, which can transport nutrients quickly and without consumption. Ding! Congratulations to the host's successful awakening perception sequence ability. Acquired basic neuron properties. Now you can give more precise orders through the mycelium network. When operating remotely, you can view the situation faster and more clearly, while reducing the consumption of mental power. A series of system prompts sounded. The smile on Yan's mouth also appeared again. Then the mind moved slightly. An order was quickly issued through the neuron. In less than a minute, a dark red fruit appeared beside Yan. Then his eyes swept around. One fruit after another quickly grew out. Look at the fruits of different sizes. Yan gave an order again. Immediately afterwards, most of the skinny fruits dissipated completely. The other part of the fruit is more plump. It's much more pleasing to the eye, and it's also easier to pick. Look at the fruits the size of ping-pong balls. Yan showed a satisfied expression. It's just too many. After picking for a while, Yan encountered the trouble of happiness. Too many things to put down. Then it's all used to awaken the ability. Only 1/5 of the map has now been cleared, so there are so many resources. Even if you use the storage space, you can't put it down at all. And the price is terribly expensive. Yan glanced at the dagger on his waist and said. The weapon formed by this initial shield. It works a lot. Not only can live broadcast, but also record the number and level of monsters killed by players. You can also teleport away from the training ground. In addition, there is a very useful function. That's storage space. It's just that the previous abilities are free, but if you want to use the storage space, you have to spend money. But speaking of ability, Yan also found out. You can only awaken 2 abilities when you activate a certain sequence for the first time. If you continue to awaken new abilities, you can only increase them one by one. Yan speculated that it was probably when a certain sequence ability was awakened for the first time. Will automatically wake up an additional time. It is a hidden feature of its own symbiotic object. Then Yen asked the system. Found to be so. Primordial spores are weak, but in terms of evolution and awakening ability. But it is unmatched by any other creature. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Ding, congratulations to the host on the success of strengthening the growth sequence. Your ability Rapid Growth has evolved into Rapid Growth. Your ability Rapid Reproduction has evolved into Rapid Reproduction. Your ability Mycelium Enhancement has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains the same. Your ability Energy Pipe has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains the same. Ding, congratulations to the host's success in strengthening the perception sequence. Your abilities Perception and Intelligence Sharing have been successfully strengthened, and the name remains the same. Your ability Basic Neurons evolved into Lower Neurons. The system suggests. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the perception sequence. Your abilities Perception, Intelligence Sharing and low-level neurons merge and evolve into basic neural networks. After the merger and evolution, the original ability remains unchanged and strengthened, and new characteristics are extended at the same time. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening the toxin sequence. Your ability Paralysis evolved into Strong Paralysis. Your ability Blind has evolved into Powerful Blind. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Probability Evolution is activated. You have awakened the new ability Sleeping of the Toxin sequence. Ding, congratulations to the host on the success of strengthening the parasitic sequence. Your ability Lurking has evolved into Dormant. Your ability Basic Parasitism has evolved into Powerful Parasitism. Ding, the storage of spiritual power is insufficient, it is recommended that the host suspend strengthening. With such a crazy strengthening ability, in the low realm, I am afraid that only I can do this. Listen to the system prompts. Feel the change in your abilities. Yen not only sighed. Absorbed the huge energy accumulated by so much flesh and blood essence. All fed to the symbiont. Such a huge amount of energy, in other people's words. It has long been because the source of symbiosis absorbed too much energy and could not keep up with itself, resulting in the instability of the source. It can even be said that their symbiotic origin may not be able to absorb so much energy. And yet Yen's ability of symbiotic origin has not even been completely strengthened. Therefore, there is still a lot of room for further strengthening. It's time to continue to expand the scope of the poisonous mist. Yen closed his eyes again. Start planning the scope of the poisonous fog expansion. Dozens of people get together. What is this for? At this time, feel the information coming from the neural network. Yen showed a puzzled expression. At the same time, he found that there seemed to be people around him moving towards the crowd. What happened? Forget it, it has nothing to do with me anyway. And I can also monitor their movements at any time. Curious for a moment, Yen ignored it. Instead, it continued to release poisonous mist. Moreover, the gathering of this group of people also gave him a huge convenience. That is, people are not scattered. Most places are without students, and his poisonous mist can be released arbitrarily. And the toxin has not only been improved, but also the effect of drowsiness. This time the efficiency has been improved even more. Qingran, why are there so many people here? I don't know, maybe there is something wrong, let's go and ask. In the forest, two female figures slowly walked out. With curious expressions, they looked at the crowd gathered in a clearing outside. Are you two new here? At this moment, a male student wearing classical clothes came over and said. What's the situation here? A girl nodded and asked. That's it, there is a dark moon wildkin with a bronze peak in the nearby hill. And it will soon be advanced to the silver level. My idea is, when it is promoted successfully, when it is weakest, kill it and take out the crystal core. And these people are all I invited to help me. As long as you do it, no matter what the result is, everyone will have 50,000 yuan in hard work. If successful, each person will add an additional 100,000 yuan for hard work. By the way, under Zhenhuai, I don't know if you two are willing to help me. A man wearing a classic white robe reported his name and invited him. It looks interesting, let's help you. A girl said. Thank you both. Now I need to continue to gather people, so I won't bother you much. Zhenhuai arched his hands and said. Then turned to leave. The person is average, and he has no literary literacy, and he deliberately speaks in a sloppy manner. It always feels good to pretend. It's not like that Yanzu at all, so handsome and so low-key and kind and natural. Also, what did we promise him to do? It's just a mere 100,000 pocket money. At this moment, another girl spoke up. Didn't I say, it's fun? And if you think about it, the dark moon owl beasts at the peak of bronze are far more powerful than other monsters in the silver rank. Wait for it to advance to silver, how powerful do you think it is? Don't say that there are so many people now, even if there are twice as many, it is estimated that they are not the opponents of the dark moon owl. If he dares to do this, he must have some confidence, but he doesn't know if the car will overturn. It's boring for us to wander around anyway, why don't we find an excuse to watch a play here? The girl called Qin Gran said with a light smile. 2. The other girl nodded. They have long been recommended to various universities. They don't even care about the rewards on the standings. So to participate in the newcomer experience, that is, come and play. That's why he died before entering the poisonous fog range. The other side. When Zhenhuai left, he went to a relatively secluded place by himself. Not long after, 3 more people came over. How's it going? Zhenhuai asked. The Dark Moon Wildkin is in good condition and should be able to be promoted smoothly. We have also arranged the post measures. Another man spoke up. Very good, I also have a lot of people here. However, the number of people is still a little worse. If you want to meet the requirements, you need at least 80 people. Next, I will continue to recruit people everywhere. You can just pretend to be ordinary students and stay among them. Zhenhuai said. As soon as possible, the Dark Moon Owl is also about to be promoted. We must gather enough people before it gets promoted. Another person reminded. I know, and you can rest assured. I don't know what's going on in this training area, and poisonous fog has risen in many places. The places where the rest of the players are active has been greatly reduced, and it is easy to find. Zhenhuai said. This poisonous fog won't affect our plans, will it? At this time, someone was worried. No, I have tested the poison of the poisonous mist. It's mildly paralyzing and blinding. Along with it, people and monsters will be completely paralyzed. But for the Dark Moon Wildkin, this slight toxin has no effect at all, and it will be fine to stay in it for a long time. Even if there is a problem with the plan, someone is inside the runway's poisonous fog. Then the end can only be because of paralysis and unable to move, and was easily killed by the Dark Moon Wildkin. Zhenhuai's face was full of confidence. Asterisk. Chapter 11. Is this year's newcomer so fierce? I haven't watched it for a while. Zhao Long, who is number 1 in the standings, has more than 5,000 points. Which session of my year, the highest was only in the early 3000s. The outside world's webcast talks inside. Someone expressed emotion. Hehe, you missed the good show upstairs, hurry up and watch the recording. I watched Zhao Long's live broadcast yesterday, and he rushed into the herd alone, chasing 3 or 4 bronze-level monster hammers. And the ability of his symbiote, if I read it correctly, should be a kind of mythical dragon. In the future, there will be another king in my Daxia Federation. Someone replied excitedly. Hey, it's not that easy. Humans haven't had a new king for 100 years. And I think the third-placed goddess Wei Na is even more powerful. The ability of her awakening is only an auxiliary type, and even so, she can get more than 4,000 points. She is not without the energy to fight the monster group alone. At this time, a different opinion was raised. Warcraft? Upstairs is from the Western Federation. That Wei Na is indeed beautiful, but to be powerful, it has to be our Zhaolong. Although she is an auxiliary ability, she is just right for group fights. Our Daxia Zhaolong is a fierce man who tears monsters with his hands. On the internet, people enthusiastically discuss the famous front row players. Lu Ruhua picked up a cup of coffee and brought it to her mouth. His eyes were always on the second place in the leaderboard. Drip drip. At this time, a dialogue window popped up on the screen in front of her. Lu Ruhua put down the coffee and clicked to agree. Little painting, do you see the second place in the standings? That's the student I taught, how is it, isn't it amazing? At the other end of the window, a beautiful face appeared. She looked at Lu Ruhua and started showing off as soon as she came up. That student of yours didn't start the live broadcast, and I don't know the specifics. But looking at the points, is it not as good as that Zhao Hu? Lu Ruhua pouted and said. Hey, that Zhao Hu is nothing more than good luck, and there are many monsters in the training area. Looking at his fighting style, he's not as good as my student at all. Especially, my student's symbiote is no weaker than Zhao Hu. Besides, that Zhao Hu is not your student. You talk about him. The other party retorted disdainfully. By the way, what about your students? Let's not talk about the top 100 in the standings, how many are there in the 1000? The other party continued to ask. Bad luck, no. Lu Ruhua answered very succinctly. Haha, I knew it. When the experience is over, I will recommend my student. With her excellence, there is absolutely no problem. When the time comes, I can go back, reconnect to the Heavenly Dao network, and go to fight with the 10,000 races. As for you, just keep waiting, ha ha ha. The other party laughed. It had been so many years, she could be considered to have won Lu Ruhua once. Boring. I don't even think about it. I was punished because of whom? Lu Ruhua snorted coldly with an unhappy expression. Then immediately hung up the communication. At the same time, his eyes were once again placed on the second place in the standings. Then she seemed to think of something and started to check Ye-An's points. Only in the early 300. The live broadcast is also not turned on, why is the gap so big? Lu Ruhua couldn't help but sighed. The reality told her that this student of hers should be an ordinary student who usually works very hard. But her intuition made her feel that her student was definitely not ordinary. But so far it hasn't been great. A bit confusing. Ah! Who is thinking of me? In the mushroom house. Ye-An rubbed his nose. Considering that I have few friends and no relatives. Ye-An thinks it should be the two little beauties he met 2 days ago. Forget it, don't think about it. Women are floating clouds. Upgrading and becoming stronger is the kingly way. Look at the delicious fruits around. Ye-An picked them up happily and swallowed them one by one. Ding! Congratulations to the host drain sequence enhancement failed. Ding! Congratulations to the host drain sequence enhancement failed. Ding! Congratulations to the host drain sequence strengthening successfully. Your ability Enhanced Absorption has been upgraded to Violent Absorption. Your ability Energy Storage has been upgraded to Compression Storage. Watch your abilities strengthen and succeed. Ye-An's face was not as happy as before. Failed twice in a row. It looks like the ability enhancement is coming to an end. The next step is to raise your level. But if the level is raised too fast, it is easy to cause the foundation to be unstable. It's just awakening new abilities. For me, I don't have to worry at all. Ye-An sighed. The upgrade is too fast and the foundation is unstable. If you don't upgrade, if you want to strengthen your ability, the chance of failure will only increase. As for the newly awakened ability, most of them are very weak. Sure enough, it is basically impossible to eat fat in one go. Forget it, it's better to be content with being a human being. My harvest, compared to others, can be said to be heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Yan adjusted his mentality. Then start the communication system to deduce the current situation. Ding, the deduction begins. At present, the host can raise the cultivation base to the late bronze stage. At the same time, rather than strengthening existing abilities, the host can try to awaken new abilities. In addition, continuing to strengthen the growth sequence will allow the host to have a certain frontal combat capability. The system gives suggestions. Yan pondered for a while. Finally made a choice. Raise your cultivation first, then strengthen the growth sequence to see. It's really not good, and then awaken new abilities. For Yan, frontal combat capability is not required though. But consider later. It is also a good choice to have combat capabilities in advance. After leaving this training area, he doesn't know where he will go next time. It may not be suitable for the reproduction and growth of spores. At that time, it still had to rely on frontal combat ability. Eat the fruit. Yan began to meditate and practice. Use your body to absorb this spiritual power. Immediately after the second fruit, the third. Yan's breath kept rising. It didn't take long for the cultivation base to reach the late bronze stage. If you continue, breaking through the silver level is a trivial matter. Yan said intentionally. The feeling of leveling up is very comfortable. But he also sensed the vanity of his own power. But the current situation is just right, and a little vain feeling won't really affect him. This vain feeling will disappear automatically in a few days. It's time to continue strengthening. Fortunately, I still think about whether I will become the protagonist of a hot-blooded novel after crossing. I spend the whole day in the slaughter of monsters, and I always think about going against the sky. I didn't expect the reality to be an enhanced skill tree. Yan smiled lightly, showing a comfortable expression. I am afraid that no one can cultivate more easily than him. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Ding, congratulations to the host on the success of strengthening the growth sequence. Your ability Rapid Growth has evolved into Savage Growth. Your ability Rapid Reproduction has evolved into Cellular Reproduction. Your ability Mycelium Enhancement is advancing. Your ability Probability Evolution is activated. Your ability Savage Growth and Cell Reproduction merged to evolve into Cell Repair. Your ability Mycelium Enhancement Energy Conduit Basic Neural Network extends a new ability Basic Neural Tentacles. Note, the extension ability is not merged and evolved. The original ability will not disappear, but a new ability will be added. What's going on? Probability evolution is so powerful. Look at the system prompt. Feel the change in yourself. Yan's expression can be said to be as surprised as she is. Doesn't it mean that the probability of probabilistic evolution is very low? Why did it start again? How lucky are you? Ding, when the host's ability is enough to merge and evolve, the probability of probabilistic evolution will be greatly increased. In other words, this is the fusion of its own abilities. Even if there is no probability of evolution, the host's ability may change autonomously. Then the system came out to explain. I see. Yan showed an expression of sudden realization. He has never had access to this knowledge. What I learned before awakening, in addition to the connection of basic martial arts. It is how to meditate and practice after awakening, including some methods of cultivating the origin of symbiosis. However, in terms of specific ability training, in fact, no detailed knowledge has been learned. After all, it is useless to learn this knowledge in advance. It is better to wait until after awakening to study. For example, Yan encountered this kind of problem shortly after awakening. There are not many cases in the entire human history. So no one will care about this and teach this knowledge in advance. This cell repair seems to be able to repair my own body. Feel the newly acquired abilities. Yen hesitated, took out the dagger, and lightly cut a wound on the back of his hand. With his current level of cultivation, even if this wound is not treated, it will basically recover without a scar by tomorrow. So even if cell repair really doesn't work for him, Yen won't really get hurt. Cell repair. Yen murmured softly at the corner of his mouth. This is a psychological cue to yourself. In this way, the ability to activate will be faster and more stable. Just the next moment he activated his ability. The wound on the back of the hand began to close quickly. It's like an open zipper being closed. The wound on the back of the hand quickly disappeared. Not even a trace of injury. Incredible. This repair speed, as long as I can breathe a sigh of relief, I can basically save myself. Of course, the premise is to have enough spiritual power. This is not a problem at all, as long as I am near the spore crops, my spiritual power will not be completely exhausted. Thinking of this, Yen showed an ecstatic expression. The healing effect of this ability is truly heaven-defying. Even a rare healing-type symbiotic object, the awakened ability is estimated to be less powerful than himself in the early stage. The only difference is that this ability can only heal himself. But for Yen, he is alone, why should he treat others? Satisfying yourself is enough. As for another extended ability, Yen spread his palms. A tiny white mycelium grows. And with Yen's thoughts, it automatically twists into various shapes. There is a tactile sensation, it feels like your own hand. In addition, it has the ability to perceive vision, although it can only see black and white and blurred outlines. At the same time, thanks to this skill, I can control all kinds of crops after the spores grow more handy. That's right. Yen suddenly thought of an important thing. He manipulated this white mycelium to grow rapidly and then entangle each other. The last tube in the form of mycelium was successfully formed. I solved the trouble of blood essence energy transportation before, and I can sit back and enjoy it. But some monsters have crystal cores. And the crystal nucleus is very special, it can easily be absorbed by the human body, and then dissipate directly. But my spore plants can't directly absorb the crystal nucleus. It is now completely possible to transport through these freely controllable mycelia. There's no need for me to pick them up one by one. Yen was overjoyed. The original idea was to finish cutting the leeks of the monsters here. Then pick up the nucleus. But now it looks like that last bit of trouble has been saved. But there is one thing, this wave of strengthening, although the harvest is rich. But the consumption of spiritual power is also huge. If you compare it with your own reserves. Even if he sucked him dry 10 times, he couldn't complete the strengthening of the growth sequence at all. At this time, through the mycelium network, he can also perceive it. Only a small part of the monsters on the entire map are left. It is estimated that the remaining monster blood essence is only enough for him to strengthen another sequence. As for the growth sequence, if you want to continue strengthening, it is estimated that you have to add those crystal nuclei that have not yet been collected. Besides, the odds of failure are far greater than the odds of success. Continuing to strengthen it is basically a waste of spiritual power. Now transport the crystal core first, and at the same time spread the poisonous mist to hunt down the last batch of monsters. That group is slowly gathering and getting bigger. Looking at their target, it seems to be a nearby dark moon wildkin sleeping underground. Dark moon owl beasts at the peak of bronze are not worth gathering so many people. I always feel that something is wrong. Forget it, let's see if they haven't done anything for a short time. Wait until I finish the harvest, if they haven't finished, they can just join in the fun. Yen planned. After giving instructions to the mycelium network to transport crystal nuclei and release poison circles, Yen also ignored other things. Instead, he lay comfortably on the mycelium bed and began to sleep. At the same time, followed by Yan's instructions. On the corpses of the monsters that were sucked dry one after another, many strange white hyphae grew. These hyphae are like tentacles, rummaging inside the body of the monster. After getting the nucleus, countless mycelial tentacles grew out, and then began to roll over each other to become a nuclei transport channel. These pipes are uneven. At low places, numerous mycelial tentacles will grow inside the pipes, transporting the nuclei to high places. When the nucleus reaches a height, it will free fall and slide down a long distance. In this way, numerous crystal nuclei were quickly transported towards Yan's direction. When Yan woke up and opened his eyes again, in his mushroom hut, a small pile of crystal cores have been accumulated. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Qingran, you didn't find it. There are so many kinds of mushrooms, almost everywhere. A girl spoke up. Yang Meng, you just found out, this mushroom has been around for a long time. But when we first came, it didn't seem to be there yet. Zhao Qingran said. When you said that, I remembered that I didn't see these mushrooms at first. But then it seemed that we could meet wherever we went. Yang dreamed and said. It's normal. Mushrooms spread and grow very fast. Zhao Qingran said. In fact, it's not just the two of them. Others also noticed the mushrooms everywhere. But most people don't care. After all, the training area is not the ancestral star, but the ecological environment of other planets. It is normal to have more mushrooms. And some people have tested it, and it is not poisonous at all. Even the taste is good. Therefore, there are still people who pick mushrooms to eat these days. Yan had already discovered this kind of behavior. The mushrooms outside the range of the poisonous mist are also deliberately kept free of toxins. Avoid alerting people. Anyway, when he needs it, these mushrooms will turn into poisonous mushrooms in a short time. Hey! I've been here for a few days, although there are more and more people. But there's been no movement so boring. And that Yanzu doesn't know where he's going, and when I ask someone, they say I haven't seen him. Yang Meng suddenly sighed. Pick a mushroom at random, and then slowly tear off the mushroom's umbrella leaf. A strong sense of boredom emanated. I can't eat well, sleep well, and have no games to play here. She couldn't take it anymore. I knew it would not come. If you quit early, you will easily be laughed at by adults and other friends. Okay, don't be boring. Looks like it's about to start. At this time, Zhao Qingran looked not far away. That Zhen Huai, who was wearing a classical robe, found a high place. Start gathering the crowd and get ready to do it. Everyone, I think you already understand the specific situation. But now I have to continue. After this is done, each of you will have 20W of hard work. The extra 50,000 is the compensation for waiting here for a few days. Next, the Dark Moon Wildkin will be promoted soon. And I have a one-time formation here that can combine your strengths. We have prepared everything in advance, and when the Dark Moon Wildkin is successfully promoted, we can kill it instantly. Zhen Huai said loudly. It is good. The people below heard it and shouted. Most of them were born ordinary people with little savings at home. Hearing that he could make an extra 50,000 yuan, he was naturally excited. But not everyone is so happy. I want to ask, the price of a silver-level Dark Moon Wildkin is less than 300,000 yuan at the highest. The fee for our more than 80 people is more than 16 million. No matter how you look at it, the value is not equal. At this time, someone stood up and questioned. To spend 16 million for something worth 200,000. No matter how you look at it, there is a problem. I know you're worried if I'm a liar. Let's put it this way, I want the crystal core of the Dark Moon Owl, not for training. It's a gamble with people. Winning is the most important thing for me. As for this amount of money, I really don't care. It's just pocket money for 2 months. Zhen Huai said richly. Seeing his disdain for money, everyone quickly dispelled their suspicions. Hey, it's the same as the truth. The style of clothes you wear should never exceed 1,000 yuan. At this level of consumption, I don't believe it if I don't think it's worth more than 10 million. At this time, the girl next to Zhao Qingran snorted coldly. At the same time, she felt that this Zhenhui was deceiving people to work for him. But she didn't mean to dismantle it. It's none of her business anyway, and she didn't plan to help. She stayed here just to watch the show and have fun. At that time, when someone else helped him solve the Dark Moon Wildkin, and then found that Zhenhui had no money at all. That's called a good show. That's it. After Zhenhui completely persuaded everyone. It didn't take long for everyone to form a special pattern according to Zhenhui's instructions. The two daughters, Zhao Qingran, found an opportunity to leave in advance, and finally observed the situation in the dark. They are not short of money, and they are here to have fun. It is impossible for them to contribute. It seems that there are a few people. But fortunately, the number is still more than 80 now. These numbers are enough to sacrifice. Zhenhui looked at the number of people and muttered. As for those who are missing, he doesn't care anymore. Because he knew that not all students were from ordinary backgrounds. The children of some big families really despised his 200,000. And it's hard to find it now. Everyone, please keep your position, and I'll go and see the situation of the Dark Moon Wildkin. There may be a battle at any time in the future, please be careful. Zhenhui said to the crowd. Then turned around and left, heading to the Dark Moon Wildkin's lair. How is the situation here? I'm ready outside. Inside the lair, Zhenhui looked at the other three and asked. Dark Moon Wildkin can be promoted at any time. Planning can begin now. Said another. Okay, let's start implementing the plan. Everything is for the Great Spirit Lord. For the Great Spirit Master. The four said with fanatical admiration. Everyone, the Dark Moon Owl has begun to advance. The process won't be too fast. So now I'm going to start the formation and borrow your power. After a while, Zhenhui, who left the lair and returned to the ground, said eagerly. Just by looking at his expression, everyone felt that the Dark Moon Owl was really about to be promoted. As everyone knows, during the time that Zhenhui was in the lair, the Dark Moon Wildkin has been promoted. Everyone, help me. Zhenhui activated the formation. Start to draw strength from other people. Others felt the spiritual power being drawn from their bodies. They subconsciously resisted. Seeing this, Zhenhui also reminded loudly. Others are no longer resisting, and concentrate on providing strength. However, when the huge spiritual power gathers, it didn't turn into a powerful attack. Instead, it exploded directly. Countless spiritual powers disappeared. What's going on? How did the spiritual power spread? This formation doesn't seem to be an attack formation, it's just a transformed spirit gathering formation. So we were deceived. I've been waiting here for a few days, and now my spiritual power is still drained. Jane, what do you mean, dare to lie to so many of us? Someone shouted at Zhenhui. How about lying to you? And it's all because of you being too greedy. I really think it's your turn to have a pie in the sky. You are nothing more than a sacrifice I gave to the Great Spirit Master. Don't resist, just wait until you die. Zhenhui laughed. Hear the word Spirit Lord. The pupils of the two women hiding in the dark instantly shrank. The expression on his face watching the play also froze for a moment. Asterisk. Chapter 14. Spirit Lord. Damn it, everyone killed him, this is a believer of the Spirit Lord cult. No wonder he dared to lie to so many of us, it turned out to be a lunatic from the Spirit Lord cult. Humph, a lunatic is a lunatic. Although we have no spiritual power, the superhuman under the gold, the fighting ability of the body is everything. Let's go together, even if he has spiritual power, one person can slap him to death. Everyone heard the word Spirit Lord. They were also stunned. But soon, anger flooded my heart. The so-called spiritual bishop is a sect created by the God-level strong spiritual master of the endless world. The purpose of its existence is to cause chaos and destruction within the human race. At its worst, there was even a massacre of the city. Therefore, the bishop is absolutely shouted and beaten by everyone in the human race. And after defeating the necromancer, the reward is also very generous. So after everyone learned the identity of Zhen Huai, the first reaction was to kill him. The mere sacrifice also wants to kill me. Although I'm not your opponent. But have you forgotten, why did I call you here? Zhen Huai said with a disdainful look on his face. Next moment, a soaring roar sounded. A creature more than 4 meters high rushed out, looking at everyone with a tyrannical breath. Dark Moon Owl Beast. It's a silver-level Dark Moon Owl Beast. Everyone, run, this Dark Moon Owl Beast is controlled by the spiritual bishop. There is no spiritual power now, we are not opponents at all. Someone started to exclaim. The idea of the transcendent. Although it is true that it is a struggle with heaven and earth. But you also have to look at reality. Silver-level Dark Moon Wildkins are really not something they can deal with. Most of them hover around the Dark Iron level. There are really not many people at the Bronze level. Now the spiritual power has also been consumed. What did they use to fight the Dark Moon Wildkin? If there is spiritual power, rely on their own abilities. With so many people working together, it might be possible to get around. But now, there is really no way. If you don't run, you will die. Qing Ran, do we want to follow? Even if the two of us have spiritual power, we are definitely not the opponents of the Dark Moon Wildkin. So, Yang Meng, who was hiding in the dark, asked. But turned around and found it. Zhao Qingran had already run away. Ah! Qing Ran, don't tell me if you want to run. Yang Meng said angrily. Then quickly chased after him. What should I do? Do you want to notify the monitor? Because Zhao Qingran deliberately slowed down. So soon Yang Meng caught up with her. You think too much. If the spiritual bishop dares to do this, he must have done it in advance. Zhao Qingran took out the long sword and pressed it on the hilt. A virtual window pops up. And the content in the middle of this window is that there is no signal. In other words, neither live broadcast nor contacting off-site personnel will work. Then what to do? That Dark Moon Owl Beast is very powerful. If there is no signal, we can't quit early. There are still a few days until the end of the experience. In case the Dark Moon Owl Beast catches up. Yang Meng couldn't even imagine what happened next. Go to the poisonous fog. The vision is hazy in the poisonous fog, and it can also cover up our smell. Just find a hiding place before the body is completely paralyzed. Should help us get through this. Zhao Qingran analyzed it immediately. In fact, it is also a way for them to escape with the Dark Moon Wildkin outside the poisonous fog. But it wasn't just the Dark Moon Wildkin that they had to face. And spiritualists. She doesn't think that the spiritualist is alone. She can use her family power to allow herself to practice with her friends. Then spiritualists naturally have other ways to gather together. There is only so much outside the poisonous fog, and if the spiritual bishops search carefully, they will always be found. Therefore, she felt that entering the poisonous mist was the best choice. Because this poison is definitely not the work of the spiritualists. Otherwise, the spiritualist would not need the Dark Moon Wildkin. Just use the poisonous mist to paralyze and kill everyone. And one more thing. Although she thought it was impossible. But in the poisonous fog, if you can meet that Yanzu, their safety is completely guaranteed. Hee, run. My favorite entertainment is the pursuit game. Zhen Huai said with a smile when she saw the crowd of people running away. He wasn't at all worried about how long the group could run, because he has been observing the movement of the poisonous fog. Safe areas are running out. These people have nowhere to go. Even if the group of people who entered the poisonous fog did not run far at night, with the strength of the Dark Moon Wildkin, they would not be affected by the poisonous fog at all. When the time comes to hunt down, it will be easier. Speaking of which, he really had to thank this poisonous fog. Originally, I had to consider that this group of people would completely lose their ability to escape. No need at all now. So let him save some goodies. All of this must be the plan of the Great Spirit Master. Zhen Huai laughed loudly. The frenzy on his face made his expression a little distorted. It was at this time. The Dark Moon Owl, not far away, caught up with the first person. The student desperately wanted to resist. However, he was slapped to death by the Dark Moon Owl beast. No resistance. When others saw this scene, the expressions on their faces were even more frightened. Fortunately they run fast. Otherwise, it will be them who will become mashed meat. At the same time, they also understood one thing. Even with spiritual power, it is impossible for them to beat this Dark Moon Wildkin. Level, size, strength. The absolute gap is here. For the newly awakened them, there is no way to fight against the Dark Moon Wildkin. Don't look, the Dark Moon Owl is chasing in our direction. At this time, someone pulled his companion and said in a panic. The people nearby continued to run away without looking back. But it didn't take long. They found out in despair. The front is full of poisonous fog. Damn, this poison gas must be the work of the spiritualists. Now we have nowhere to run, we can only fight. Otherwise, it will be finished sooner or later. Someone said with a livid face. Just when he thought everyone thought the same as him. But found that most of the people nearby disappeared? What about people? Just when he was suspicious. Suddenly, not far away, a group of people gathered towards one place. What are you still doing? Hurry up and head here. Although the reason is unknown, there is no toxin inside this mushroom channel. If you don't want to leave, stay and face this monster yourself. Someone hurriedly reminded. Hey! Wait, I'll go right now. He hurried over. The original consciousness of fighting to the death disappeared in an instant. After all, if you can escape, who is willing to face the Dark Moon Wildkin that is at the silver level and is still in a runaway state? Asterisk. Chapter 15. What happened? It turned out, they all ran away. The first second was still immersed in the joy of chasing and killing. Next second. Look at the mushroom passage that suddenly appears. Zhen Huai was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why do these mushroom passages appear? This obviously shouldn't be a skill that a newly awakened superhuman can use. Could it be that the manager of this area has appeared? But that's not right. If the manager appeared, this Dark Moon Owl would definitely be slapped to death immediately. Then he and the other 3 companions will definitely be taken away for interrogation. What's more, he blocked the signal, the manager should not know what happened here. I just wanted to come over to join in the fun, but I saw everyone running away. I'm still wondering what's going on. It turned out to be the bishop of the bishop. Just when Zhen Huai was in doubt, Yan walked out of the poisonous fog slowly. However, his face was covered with white mycelium. Zhen Huai couldn't see Yan's real face at all. You saved them. Zhen Huai looked at Yan with an ugly expression. Then his eyes locked on the dagger on Yan's waist. It turns out that you are also a student of this period. I thought it was the manager who was dispatched. Come out as if you are fine, this poisonous mist is also your ability. And those mushroom passages. Awakening is only a few short days, but it is possible to have this ability. You are definitely a precious genius. Zhen Huai looked at Yan, and her expression gradually became excited again. If I can sacrifice you here. The Great Spirit Master will definitely give the highest level of reward. Zhen Huai said with great anticipation. Killing and offering sacrifices, except for the number. Nature has quality. The more genius he is, the higher the reward he will get after killing the sacrifice. Kill me? You can try it. Yan sneered disdainfully. Waved. Beside Zhen Huai, countless white mycelia grow and dance wildly. Zhen Huai still hasn't reacted. The whole person was completely tied up. Stop struggling, although it's mycelium, but it's as strong as a rope. Just your mere bronze, don't even try to break free. Yan said lightly. At the same time, he glanced vaguely around. That Dark Moon Wildkin really didn't go after other people. Instead, he ran towards himself. Yan waved his hand again, trying to trap the Dark Moon Wildkin. But it turns out that it doesn't work at all. His mycelium, even in the face of ordinary silver-level extraordinary people, can be trapped. But in the face of the Dark Moon Owl Beast, which is 4 meters in size, it was directly torn off. Ha ha ha, how can you trap me? This Dark Moon Wild Beast is not something you can deal with. Your poisonous fog won't work for it at all. These white silk threads can only trap me. See this scene. Zhen Huai laughed again. It is said that spiritualists are lunatics. Now Yan believed it. I like to yell when I have nothing to do, and 80% of the time there is something wrong with my brain. As for this Dark Moon Owl Beast, Yan was not too distressed. Can't beat it frontally. Then grind slowly. Moreover, his poison was strengthened again not long ago. Also awakened new toxins. Just used to deal with this Dark Moon Owl Beast. Silver-level Dark Moon Wild Wings definitely have crystal nuclei. And I haven't tasted the blood of a silver-level monster. Yan said expectantly. Then he waved his hand. Countless mushrooms and mycelium rose into the sky. Experience this growth rate up close. Zhen Huai was also shocked. After a few seconds, the Dark Moon Wildkin rushed over directly. These mushrooms and mycelium can't trap it. However, after it came over, he found that there was no trace of Yan at all. He just walked over there. Hurry up and catch up. Zhen Huai said loudly to the Dark Moon Wildkin. To others, this Dark Moon Wildkin obeys his commands. And only Zhen Huai knew why the Dark Moon Wildkin obeyed the command. That's because his 3 companions are hiding in the Dark Moon Owl Beast's lair, using special props to jointly control the Dark Moon Owl Beast's behavior. Hear what Zhen Huai said. The Dark Moon Wildkin paused for a moment, then chased in the direction that Zhen Huai's eyes indicated. It turns out that someone is manipulating this Dark Moon Owl Beast from behind. Are those 3 people hiding in the lair? Just when the Dark Moon Wildkin left, Yan's voice appeared behind Zhen Huai. You. Zhen Huai's pupils instantly dilated. He never thought that Yan would hide beside him. It's just that the vision and perception are blocked by countless mycelium and mushrooms. He doesn't even know. Don't be surprised, after all, because of the ability characteristics. The way I behave is basically to stay behind the scenes and play tricks. This is a bit similar to the Spirit Master of your family. Speaking of the Spirit Master, you should have something good from the Spirit Master. How about sharing? Yan said with a smile. A gift from a god-level powerhouse. Even if it's trash, it's definitely a good baby for him. At that time, even if he can't use it, he can sell it. One more thing I have to say. The feeling of the yin behind this kind of person is really cool. Impossible, the things bestowed by the Great Spirit Master cannot be meddled by lowly humans. Zhen Huai roared loudly and refused. In his words, he didn't even think of himself as a human being. Yan sighed slightly at this. He knew that this man was completely helpless. Then he took a few steps back, and many hyphae covered him. Next moment, the figure of the Dark Moon Owl rushed over. Running straight in the other direction. Since you don't want to hand it over, then I'll take it myself. Yan's figure appeared again, randomly hooked up. The mycelium on Zhen Huai's body began to wriggle rapidly. Soon many mycelium bundled 3 items and handed them to Yan. It all looks good. Yan looked at it and put it away rudely. Also, I was thinking of giving you a treat. But your attitude just now made me understand that you are really hopeless. So I'll give you a present next time. Yan snapped his fingers. Numerous tiny hyphae cling to Zhen Huai's ears. Feel the strangeness coming from your ears. Zhen Huai immediately understood what she was facing. Feel the pain in my head. He instinctively wanted to scream. However, he found that his mouth had been covered by countless mycelium. Enjoy it. Done. Yan looked in a certain direction, where the Dark Moon Wildkin is rampaging around looking for his trail. I didn't even think of saving my teammates first. Then it's time to deal with this Dark Moon Wildkin. It's just 2 days before the end of the experience. Yan's thoughts moved slightly. Countless mushrooms grow rapidly throughout the area. In a matter of seconds, these mushrooms are fully ripe. Then or gushing. Or explode. At the same time, the poisonous mist began to slowly emerge. Only this time the poisonous fog is no longer green, but dreamy purple. Asterisk. Chapter 16. The last chance to strengthen before. Yan chose to strengthen the toxin. After the strengthening, it was found that there were still some spiritual fruits left. So try to awaken new toxins. It was finally successful. Let Yan get the poison ability of corruption. Yan tried the strength of this toxin. With all his strength, he can quickly corrode the bones of the monster. Although under the effect of poisonous mist, the corrosion ability will be reduced a lot. But it can still play a role in the Dark Moon Wildkin. It just takes a long wait to get the full effect. But Yan was not in a hurry. He had time anyway. And other toxins have been strengthened, and they can also affect the Dark Moon Wildkin. Therefore Yan estimates, even without the ability to corrode, the own paralyzing toxin can also fully exert its effect within 3 days. I can get rid of the Dark Moon Wildwing before the end of the experience. So under the combination of multiple toxins, it shouldn't take too long to get rid of the Dark Moon Wildkin. The truth is just as Yan guessed. A few hours later, the state of the Dark Moon Wildkin obviously began to decline. The mycelium, which was unable to affect it at all, can now delay its pace. Moreover, the fur of the Dark Moon Wildkin was completely festering. The tough skin also began to be slowly corroded. Pain from the surface of the body due to corrosion make the Dark Moon Wildkin even more violent. The other 3 spiritual bishops, trying to control the Dark Moon Wildkin, also became more laborious. So that most of the current Dark Moon Wildkins are in a state of autonomous fury, scurrying everywhere. The 3 spiritual bishops can only occasionally influence the Dark Moon Wildkin to change the direction of travel. But that doesn't make any sense at all. No one could be found, and he was still trapped in the poisonous fog. It was only a matter of time before their plan failed. How to do? If this continues, our sacrificial plan will fail completely. That student is too strong, and it's so weird. We can't do anything at all. The 3 people hiding in the lair communicated. This is definitely the new top talent from the human race. But if he can sacrifice his soul and body to the Great Spirit Lord, presumably my Lord will be full of joy. Since we have no choice, let the Great Spirit Master turn his attention here. A genius of this level, I believe, is also worthy of the gaze of a Great Spirit Master. Another person spoke up. I agree, communicate the Great Spirit Master. In this way, we can also make a certain contribution. Instead of the waste that has not completed even the most basic sacrifice plan. The third man spoke up. The spiritual bishop who was the first to speak also nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then respectfully invite the Great Spirit Master. The three immediately gave up control of the Dark Moon Wildkin. They all stood up and prepared to communicate with the Spirit Master. But right now, a trail of white mycelium bound them tightly. We were found. The expressions of the three people changed drastically. They are all too familiar with this white mycelium. But it makes them suspicious. These white hyphae just trap them and force them to sit down. Continue to manipulate the Dark Moon Wildkin. There was no movement. I don't even know what the plan is. Hehe, the game is not over, how can the player walk away? The other side. Above a mushroom that is dozens of meters high. Yen said with a smile. The reason why he didn't act on these three spiritualists immediately. Just for fun. They don't run around anyway. It's better to get rid of the Dark Moon Owl first. Then fix them. So that they can experience what it means to despair. But now the game is not over, people are going away. Yen naturally does not allow it. There should be some good things on those three spiritual bishops. But don't worry. It will probably take close to a day to solve the Dark Moon Wildkin. Take advantage of this time to study these three things in your hands. The research is over, then search for the three of them. Yen took out the items looted from Zhen Huai. They are a crystal, a special fragment, and a small cloth bag the size of a palm. Although this crystal is my first contact, according to the knowledge in my mind, it should be a crystal formation. Yen murmured while looking at the complicated patterns inside the crystal. Crystals have many functions, storing spiritual power and storing some special skills. There is also the engraving of the magic array. The method of use is also very simple, a little bit of spiritual power can activate this crystal. I just don't know what the formation is. After the experience, I can find someone to identify it. By the way, in the system, can you deduce the formation ability of this crystal? Yen's communication system asked. Ding, according to the pattern of the formation observed by the host, it can be inferred that this is a confinement type formation. This formation can trap hundreds of people, and silver level warriors can't escape temporarily. The system answered. So smart. Yen couldn't help sighing. Also a little scared. If the spiritual bishop sees him and uses this crystal formation directly. No, the ability of this formation should be used to tie up those students who escaped. This will make it convenient for the Dark Moon Owl beast to kill those people. But why wasn't it used? Yen thought for a while. Immediately thought of something, he couldn't help laughing. I'm afraid it's because of my own poisonous fog. Let the spiritualist think that the other students can't get far. There is no need to use this array crystal. And this kind of group control formation, the other party naturally does not want to use it directly on himself. Of course this is the case now. If the other party can use it, it will definitely be used immediately. But unfortunately, as soon as he made his move, the spiritualist became incapacitated. It's all a coincidence. But this also reminds me, don't take the initiative to show up and pretend to be 13 if it's okay. It's still safe to hide behind the scenes. Otherwise, in an accident, I may be gone. Yen exclaimed. The vigilance in the heart is also greatly increased. He decided to live on his own in the future, and he would not come out after being killed. Thought here. Yen's thoughts moved slightly. An order was given out. The three spiritual bishops who had just been bound began to be scoured by the white mycelium. There are only fragments. Feel what you find. Yen was a little disappointed. He also thought that he could find out the crystal formation. So poor, there is no need to live. And to be on the safe side, it's best to kill first. There's no need to play any more games. Yen murmured. The other side. The white hyphae began to cling to the three people's ents. No more torture this time. Instead, let the white mycelium inject toxins that destroy the inside of their bodies. In less than a few minutes, The corrosive toxin completely killed the three. As for the Zhenhui on the other side, died half an hour ago. Asterisk. Chapter 17. The bags are filled with crystal nuclei, not of much value. Yan opened the bag first and looked at it and said, "Crystal nucleus. He's outnumbered. So that there is no way to take it away, but the storage space for the dagger is rented. Although he has no money, all he stores are crystal nuclei. Guaranteed with 2 bronze-grade nuclei." He just opened the storage space. After throwing the small cloth bag into the storage space, Yan set his sights on the last item. These are like symbols and like words. It looks pretty ordinary. But each of these 4 spiritualists has such a fragment. That means that this thing is definitely related to the spiritual bishop. Is it their badge of identity? But it shouldn't be mediocre. Yan took a closer look. Didn't see a reason. Then I thought about it and tried to inject spiritual power. Effective. Look at the fragments that emit a faint light. Yan finally smiled. Then continue to inject spiritual power. The light is getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, the other 3 fragments also shone slightly. It was as if the shard in his hand was calling the other 3. Could it be that achievement is a communication thing? Yan couldn't help but wonder. But is it necessary to make things so weird for communication? No need. So Yan felt something else was strange. But just based on him, it is really impossible to figure out the function of this fragment. Just when Yan was about to give up, the mushrooms under my feet suddenly started shaking. At first, Yan thought it was the dark moon wildkin that destroyed the bottom of the mushroom. But after sensing it, I found that the dark moon wildkin was not nearby. It's my symbiotic origin. Feel it again. Yan found his symbiotic primordial spore a little violent. His first reaction was that his origin was unstable. But then dropped the idea. One's own symbiotic origin cannot be unstable. But impatient, urgent. Feel the emotion. Yan was also instantly infected by it. Look at the pieces in your hand. He suddenly wanted to swallow it impatiently. No, I can't swallow it. Yan saw the pieces that had been sent to his mouth. Immediately suppressed the inner desire. Although I don't know why. Since his own symbiotic origin wants to eat this fragment. Just let it eat by yourself. But you can't eat it with your own body. Thought here. Yan's thoughts moved slightly. Countless white hyphae instantly extended over. Wrap the shard tightly. The hyphae began to protrude venom frantically, corroding the shell of the shards. And greedily absorbed the energy emitted by the fragments. Just 4 hours later, the debris completely disappeared. Instead, a special fruit was presented to Yan. Or rather, mushrooms that store fragmented energy. It seems to be fine. Yan hesitated. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took off this illusory fruit. Then swallow it in the stomach. This power, so powerful. The moment you bite the fruit, Yan felt an incomparably powerful force. The amount of this power is not much. But the rank is definitely high. Compare your spiritual power. One is like a god, the other is like a normal person. Therefore, although this power is not much, even only a slight trace. But it wasn't something Yan could contend against and absorb. And at first, there was no movement, and suddenly riots began. Just when Yan's body couldn't bear the force. The imprint of his symbiotic origin suddenly appeared. Guide this power and absorb it. That is at this moment. An even more painful feeling emerged from his consciousness. If the body couldn't bear it, it would be like an explosion. That feeling right now is the feeling of being smashed to pieces and ravaged all over. Is it a feeling from my symbiotic object? I thought I could absorb it, but I didn't expect something to happen. Yan said with an embarrassed expression. This painful feeling is looming. Suddenly real, suddenly like an illusion. This was more unbearable for him than the intense pain. System, deduce my current situation. Yen said almost through gritted teeth. Ding, the system is starting to deduce. Judging from the encounter with the host's symbiotic origin, the energy absorbed by the host is very likely to be a godhead fragment. The game continues. Ding, the deduction is over. It has been confirmed that this energy belongs to the god-level powerhouse, the godhead fragment of the spirit master. Your symbiotic object, the primordial spore, is now in the process of devouring the evolution of godhead fragments. The current evolution success rate is 1 in a billion. The system replied. The godhead fragment of the spirit master. 1 in a billion success rate. Yen heard the news. It's utterly desperate. This also swallows a fart, just GG, forget it. Just when Yen thought so, the sound of the system sounded again. Ding, as long as there is enough spiritual power, the symbiotic primitive spores of the host can continue to replicate themselves. Theoretically, with enough spiritual power, even with a 1 in a billion probability, it will succeed. Now inform the host about the evolution. Evolution failed, evolution failed, evolution failed, evolution failed. Evolution failed, evolution failed, evolution failed. Fail, fail, fail. Fail, 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 fail. At the beginning, the sound played quickly. But then the sound was only a single one failure. In Yen's mind, a picture appeared. In this picture, countless words of failure are written. System, I suspect that you are an undercover agent sent by the enemy. Yen gritted his teeth in pain and said. The pain from primordial spores is already a lot. The system also needs to engage in sounds and pictures to consume its own spirit. He can feel it now. You can faint at any time. But he didn't dare to close his eyes like that. After this period of time, he could feel the decrease in the spiritual power in his body. Its own spores, though not as powerful. Each self-replication consumes only a very small amount of spiritual power. But after more times, the consumption of spiritual power accumulated, but also more and more. Although the speed is not fast, but after a long time, I still can't stand it. So he needs to replenish spiritual power. And the means of replenishing spiritual power is naturally relying on the spore crops all over the map. Although there is no flesh and blood essence absorbed. But these spore crops can also absorb spiritual power from the soil and the air. Although the efficiency is not high, it can definitely maintain consumption. It just needs him to pick the fruit and eat it. If fainted, then there is really no way to replenish spiritual power. But sometimes, it's not just patience that will get you through it. The pain kept accumulating, and it hit Yen's spirit countless times. Finally, Yen still couldn't hold back and fell into a coma. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Evolution failed, evolution failed, evolution failed. Fail, fail, fail. Fail. Ding, the ability probability evolution is triggered. Your symbiotic object primordial spore evolved into life spore. You got the rebirth trait. Evolution failed, evolution failed, evolution failed. Evolution failed. Ding, your ability probability evolution is triggered. Your symbiotic object life spore has evolved into indestructible spore. Evolution failed. Evolution failed. Fail. Evolution failed, evolution failed, evolution, success. Your indestructible spore devoured and merged with the godhead successfully and evolved into a special life form phantom spore. Evolution is over, this evolution is about 4.6 billion times. Ding, you have obtained the sequence of God. The current awakening level of this sequence, 1/100, 00, 100,000. Note, this sequence can only devour the awakening of divine power. Devouring divinity will greatly increase the level of awakening. If the host grows to a god level, this sequence will automatically awaken. The pain from the symbiotic subject vanished. But Yen didn't wake up immediately. Instead, continue to sleep. A few hours later, Yen then slowly opened his eyes. I feel like I've been attacked by the evil god. Yen rubbed his eyes. Said confusedly. He remembered having a dream. The content of the dream has been forgotten. But there was one thing that impressed him. That is, in the depths of my mind, there is a voice that keeps repeating. He whispered in his ear like an evil god. What was I doing before? Consciousness gradually wakes up. Yen looked around blankly. A memory also gradually emerged. By the way, my spores are going to devour the evolution of Godhead. At the time, I couldn't hold back and fell into a coma. Now there is no pain when I wake up. I am successful. Yen suddenly remembered everything. He started the communication system. The system also informed Yen of the situation. It really worked. And the ability of probabilistic evolution actually allowed my symbiotic origin to evolve twice. This is too incredible. Yen said in disbelief. Ding, at that time the host's symbiotic origin was constantly replicating rebirth and death, and in order to be able to devour Godhead fragments, it constantly changed its own adaptability. So it is possible to evolve through probabilistic evolution. And 4.6 billion times of adjustment and adaptation, probabilistic evolution has only been launched twice. So under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible for the host's symbiotic origin to evolve as a result. Unless the host devours a higher level Godhead and re-experiences the previous situation, it is possible to continue to evolve through this ability. At this time, the system replied. Go through it again. Yen shook his head subconsciously. He didn't want to experience it again. But, if he really had the chance, he still gritted his teeth and tried. Although painful. But the benefits to yourself are real. Want to be stronger without going through some pain? How is that possible? Hey, why is it itchy? Yen subconsciously rubbed the corner of his mouth. It turned out that a white mycelium was attached to the corner of his mouth. Induced this mycelium. Yen also immediately understood why he was still alive. When he was in a coma, this mycelium clings to the corners of its own mouth and injects the spiritual power absorbed by other spore crops directly into its own mouth. I forgot this method. Fortunately, this thing instinctively sends spiritual power to me. Yen couldn't help sighing. Then I want to stand up and move my body. Then he saw the other 3 Godhead fragments beside him. Fight. If you can absorb the first one, then the rest will naturally not be a problem. Even thinking of the pain from before, Yen only flinched. Grit your teeth and let the mycelium extract its power. Then combine the fruits and eat them. Hey? I don't feel it. The imagined pain did not appear. Instead, it was a sense of relief. After a little induction, Yen found out. The power of this Godhead was directly absorbed. After thinking about it for a while, Yen suddenly understood. The source of his own symbiosis has devoured the divinity of the fragments of the Godhead and completed the evolution. Now fully accustomed to divinity. Of course, it is mainly the divinity of the Spirit Lord. As for other divinities, Yen estimated that he would absorb them, and he might even suffer. But the divinity of the Spirit Lord is absolutely no problem. Ding, your symbiotic object, the phantom spores, successfully absorbed the spirituality of the Spirit Master. Current God Sequence Awakening, 100/100, 00, million. At this time, the system prompt also sounded. A shard increases by 100. The total awakening degree is 1 million, that is to say, I need to swallow 10,000 copies. Yen suddenly frowned. Although the spiritual bishops are rampant, there are also a lot of them. But it doesn't usually appear. The traces that have appeared in recent decades are only a few hundred people. It seems impossible in a short time. Or, if I can find the Spirit Master and give him to It is estimated that he swallowed me. If you don't become a god, you can't fight a god-level existence at all. If I become a god myself, there is no need to devour the spiritual master's divine awakening. Yen shook his head slightly, no longer thinking about it. Then absorbed the energy of the other two fragments. Then picked up the dagger and glanced at the time information. It's the 15th day. In other words, the training will be over soon. Exactly, I have harvested what I should have harvested. Yen stretched his muscles and bones. Then I remembered one more thing. That dark moon wild beast should be dead. Yen not only muttered. Then check some information. Found dead indeed. The essence of flesh and blood, and even the bones, were completely absorbed this time. And the crystal nucleus is actually already in his pocket. But he didn't know it before. It was absorbed so cleanly. Is it a new ability that has awakened again? System, help me make a table, like a game attribute. Yen thought for a while and said. It is more troublesome to carefully sense your own abilities. Let the system help. In addition to the deduction capabilities, this system still has some other basic capabilities. The host information column has been created, and the host can view its detailed information at any time in the future. The system also responded immediately. Yen nodded and started to check his own information. Name, Yen, male. Age, 18. Level, silver, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, grandmaster, king, emperor, demigod, god. Symbiote, phantom spores. Original attribute, indestructible, spirit, illusory. Ability sequence, god, growth, perception, poison, parasitism, absorb, evolution. God, 300/100, 00, million. Growth, cell repair, spiritual repair, mycelium strengthening, energy pipeline, low-level neural tentacles. Perception, low-level neural networks, neural units, mental communication. Toxin, powerful paralysis, powerful blinding, powerful sleep, powerful corrosion, psychotoxin. Parasitism, dormancy, dormant parasitism, spiritual parasitism. Drain, corrosion absorption, compression storage, spiritual absorption. Evolution, ability promotion, probability evolution, spiritual strengthening. Asterisk. Chapter 19. This change is bigger than I thought. I won't talk about the changes in skills. My symbiote characteristics, there are actually 3. And these 3 can also cross fields and directly make my spore crops change the form of their own existence. Look at your own attribute skills. Yen dared to sense the specific ability. Involuntarily exclaimed. The 3 characteristics of its own symbiont correspond to the 3 states of existence of spore crops. Immortality represents life, which is the normal body. The word spirit, as its name suggests, is the spirit body. Unreal is a special state between the 2, and it can even be said that this state is more powerful in a sense. At the same time, the abilities of these 3 states are related to each other. Complement each other and make yourself stronger. It can be said. Now the value of his symbiote is no weaker than that of angels, dragons, and other mythical creatures. In terms of combat power, it may not be enough. But in terms of potential, it is definitely more powerful. And these abilities of his are mainly obtained by devouring the godhead of the Spirit Master. It can be seen how powerful and outrageous a god-level powerhouse is. At the same time, Yen also understood why there were so many human race god-level powerhouses. A mere spiritual master has been able to make trouble in the human race for so many years. Because the Spirit Master is a phantom creature in a spiritual life body. He can hide in the void and hide in the spiritual world of other beings. Or the mysterious phantom world. You can also divide your godhead into countless pieces. In other words, it is similar to its own spore characteristics. so it should be possible to respawn with these fragments. In this case, even catching the spirit master is useless. He can be reborn at any time. In that case, does my growth path coincide with the spirit master? If I become a god in the future, can I refer to the spirit master? No, I can even swallow the spirit master's godhead. In this way, I don't have to work hard to gather the godhead. Yen is not only fantasizing about it. But that's just fantasy. Again. If you don't become a god, you still want to swallow a god? How is this possible? And his own rank is only silver. There is a long way to practice. My own symbiote, I can't say how many times it will evolve. In the end, he may have become unsuitable for the Spirit Lord's Godhead line. Hey? Silver. Yen blinked suddenly. Looking at the data, I found that it is really the silver level. Unexpectedly, I slept for a while, and it turned out to be silver. And what surprised him the most? His cultivation has improved so fast, and he doesn't even feel the slightest vain feeling. It's a solid silver level. Ding! When the host symbiote evolves, the body is also washed with spiritual power. This process is beneficial. The host's body has grown enough to carry silver-level spiritual power. The system reminded. After systematic explanation, Yen also understood. Unexpectedly, the evolution of this symbiote has such unexpected benefits. Now that everything is clear, the next step is to prepare for departure. Yen looked around. Feel it again. I found that the group of people I rescued were all safely staying in the huge mushroom house in the poisonous mist. After confirmation, he waved. The huge mushrooms on the soles of the feet began to shrink back into the cage rapidly. The mushrooms of the entire map began to quickly swallow the poisonous mist back. Then all the mycelium mushrooms, after swallowing the poisonous mist, began to rapidly die and rot. After decay, energy and nutrients are quickly absorbed by other hyphae. In the end, less than 10 minutes. The poisonous fog of the entire map disappeared. All mushrooms rot and die. All that was left was a group of mushrooms with delicious fruits in front of Yen. These spiritual power fruits are produced after the death of his mushroom mycelium. Yen had enough to hook his fingers. Countless mycelia protruded from the underside of these fruits, picking these spiritual power fruits and sending them to Yen. Yen stored all these spiritual power fruits in the storage space. Then the mind moved slightly. The last strand of mycelium is also completely dead. This way there is no evidence. Even if something is really found, it's a big deal to reveal the identity. And I also killed the spiritual bishop. The people above must think that I am a low-key genius. Not some accomplice of the spiritualist. Yen clapped his hands and showed a light-hearted smile. This experience. The harvest is really plentiful. It's a pity that there is no signal now, so I can't view the standings. I don't know who will be the first, and how does it compare to myself. Actually, the reward of the points list is quite fragrant, and it is at the forefront of the points list. With attention, it is easier to be recruited by higher education institutions, and there are more resources to enjoy. Yen muttered. Because his method of killing those monsters is remote parasitism and poisoning. So this dagger on the waist cannot be detected. There were only a few monsters he killed manually. Therefore, the points are definitely not high, or even ridiculously low. If he exposes his deeds, the people above know what he does and his talents. Certainly willing to pay a high price to train him. But after all, he devoured the Spirit Master's Godhead, and became involved with the Spirit Master. In the eyes of outsiders, this is not a good thing. Before figuring out the situation, or finding a reliable backer, go is the king. So think about this kind of thing. Finish the last thing. Yen began to pretend to be suspicious and wary. Wander around. Yanzu, here. Walked around for over 2 hours. Yen heard a familiar voice. Hello, I didn't expect us to meet again. Yan turned around and saw the pair of good girlfriends with the big white rabbit. So he showed a smile and greeted cordially. I didn't expect to meet you here. Yanzu, are you all right? Zhao Qingran asked with a slight smile. It's all right, the spiritual force couldn't support it in the poisonous fog before and passed out. When I woke up, I found myself lying inside the mushroom. Then it didn't take long for the mushrooms and poisonous mist to disappear quickly. To be honest, I'm still very confused now, what the hell happened here? Yan said with a dazed look. We don't know, but relatively speaking, you are really lucky. You don't know, outside the poisonous fog, there are spiritual bishops. At this time, Yang Meng said. Tell them what they have experienced. There are spiritual bishops. Then who saved us? If it is the manager, those spiritual bishops will definitely be slapped to death. Yan also pretended to be surprised. Then another rational analysis. We don't know either. Forget it, Yanzu. Since the incident has happened and passed, and we are all fine, let's not talk about this. I forgot to ask you for your contact information last time, but this time I have to. Yang Meng hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound in the sky. Even the ground began to tremble violently. No wonder the place of experience has not moved. Damn Spirit Master, how dare you make trouble? Death to me! On the sky. An angry voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual power of heaven and earth gathered in a riot. The managers here seem to know what's going on here. And traced the trace of the Spirit Master, and launched an attack from the air. The mere king, dare to shoot at me. God, can't be humiliated. At this moment, a hazy and illusory voice sounded. No need to guess, this must be the voice of the Spirit Lord. Even Yan's psychology raised a special sense of familiarity. No, let's go. Suddenly, Yan thought of something, and hurriedly turned around to remind the two women beside him. He also activated teleportation immediately and chose to leave. Asterisk. Chapter 20. Wait, Yanzu. Yang Meng just wanted to stop Yan and ask for contact information. But Yan had already left. It was at this time. There is an unparalleled sense of oppression in the sky. The bodies of the two women were shaken, and they almost fell to the ground. Go quickly. At this time, Zhao Qingran also said eagerly. This is a battle between a god-level existence and a king-level powerhouse. The aftermath alone was enough to make them die on the spot. Now the shield of the field disappears. Naturally, you have to send it away quickly. Just after the two girls left, a larger force appeared in the sky again. This force directly blocked the coercion and aftermath of the battle. Spirit Lord, it looks like I didn't beat you up enough last time. I met you today, I'll see if you can still run away. Another voice sounded. This is the god-level powerhouse of the human race coming to reinforce. The Spirit Lord is in chaos in the human kingdom. The human race will naturally have strong people staring at him. As long as the trace is found, the Spirit Master will definitely appear at the first time to hunt down. Hehe, 10 more, you and I can run as well. Even if you kill me now, it's useless. The Spirit Master sneered. Then in the sky, a more powerful turmoil broke out again. What are you looking at? The experience is over, hurry up and get out. At this time, the powerful king of the famous clan found that there were still so many newcomers standing in the same place. Involuntarily he snorted. Suddenly, everyone teleported away. When everyone leaves in the sky, the battle outside the universe has completely let go. The whole planet started to turmoil as a result. The famous clan king looked at the planet he managed with some distress. If it is not the magic circle is strong enough. Now the planet is estimated to have exploded. Hey, fortunately, I slipped fast, and there was no problem with the transmission. Just the aftermath of the battle between the king and the strong can easily kill me. It is even said that one party is a god-level existence. Teleport back to the playground. Yen was completely relieved. What's the matter, you came out so late? And you're still scared? At this time, Lu Ruhua came to him. Only then did Yen realize that there were not many people on the playground. Some of the remaining ones also began to leave one after another. It looked like Lu Ruhua was waiting for him here. It's about the Spirit Master. The place where I went to experience this time. Yen briefly explained the situation. Damn Spirit Master! After Lu Ruhua heard this, her eyes couldn't help showing a hint of anger. Anyway, you'll be fine. The powerhouse of the human race will sooner or later pull out the Spirit Master and let him fall completely. Lu Ruhua then restrained her emotions, looked at Yen and comforted. I do hope that he will fall later, and then I will be able to drink soup when I grow up. Yen muttered inwardly. On the surface, however, it was silent. Okay, let's not talk about these things. Spiritual bishop will naturally be dealt with. Talk about you first. Lu Ruhua suddenly said with a serious face. At this moment, Yen thought he had exposed something. I've been keeping an eye on your score. Overall, not optimistic. I don't know what your plans are in the future. Lu Ruhua asked. What she said was actually euphemistic enough. Yen's results are not optimistic. It can only be said that it is very bad. She has taught for many years, and she has never met a student with grades like Yen. Join the Free Army and go to the endless battlefield to fight. Yen thought for a while and replied. In his situation, it is impossible for ordinary colleges to accept him. He couldn't even go to the rubbish academy. Therefore, it is better to go to the endless battlefield to fight. With his ability characteristics, the endless battlefield is the most suitable place. There is a big problem with going to endless battlefield. The death rate is too high. Regardless of the cultivation base, it may fall at any time in the endless battlefield. But that's how the world is. Some civilizations may perish at any time. Not to mention personally. You just woke up, and going directly to the endless battlefield is to die in vain. Why don't I recommend a college to you? Lu Ruhua looked at Yen and asked. Yen nodded, if it's your teacher's recommendation, I'm willing to go. Okay, then go home and wait for my news. By the way, now you have also awakened successfully, and you can apply for the living allowance of the extraordinary. Lu Ruhua looked at Yen's thin body and reminded. Okay teacher, I got it. Yen nodded. Then he waved goodbye to Lu Ruhua. It actually reached the silver level, and the breath is so strong. I didn't expect that the poor students I usually take care of would turn into geniuses that are rare in thousands of years. Sure enough, life is full of surprises. Watching Yen leave, Lu Ruhua murmured in shock. Although Yen hides well enough, he has never let his cultivation base waver. But just under her deliberate perception, she still instantly saw through Yen's cultivation realm. After all, her level is much higher than Yen. Yen's little trick, unless she ignores it, she won't be able to hide it from her. It was also because he saw through Yen's cultivation. She would only think about recommending an academy to Yen. A special academy that is unknown to the world, but surpasses all schools. And this kid is really calm. Even if the points are bleak, but with this cultivation base, the universities are definitely rushing to get it. But he would rather join the Free Army and go to the endless battlefield than expose his cultivation base casually. This clumsy nature is more cautious than I imagined. Lu Ruhua couldn't help but recall Yen's usual performance. Subconsciously exclaimed. The usual Yen, in order not to attract attention. In the literature test, some questions are deliberately wrong. During basic martial arts training, his strength could easily enter the top 3 in the class. But he deliberately made his ranking lower in the class. I never thought about the most important thing in my life right now. He still does. The points are deliberately made so bleak, and the cultivation base is hidden. Lu Ruhua didn't even understand. What the hell is Yan afraid of? He was so cautious that he gave up the opportunity to enter an institution of higher learning. However, to Yan, when he was in school, he deliberately suppressed his grades, and really didn't want to attract attention. But newcomers experience points and other issues. That is all aspects of consideration. Of course, the main reason is that he is a transmigrator. Before crossing, he read a lot of novels. There are all kinds of heaven's favored people being targeted in various ways. Therefore, Yan has a certain mentality of hiding clumsiness. In addition to this world, there are 10,000 races who want to kill the genius of human beings. And countless cases of geniuses being killed. Yan is even more afraid to reveal his talent. Asterisk. Chapter 21. The first place Zhao Long, the symbiote should be a dragon type, and his points exceeded 10,000, reaching a high score of 15,000. This achievement has broken the record for 300 years. The second Avril, like me, didn't start the live broadcast, but the points were second only to the first, with more than 14,000 points. The third Vina, the symbiote is unknown, the ability to awaken is not a combat system, but the points can still break through 10,000, and he is also a powerful person. Fourth place. Yan, who returned home, was lying on the bed, checking the information on the standings. His smart dagger turned into a bracelet and was worn on Yan's wrist. This thing was supposed to be recycled directly and automatically. But Yan rented it, so it still belongs to Yan now. It's just that if you leave the training ground and rent it, there will be no weapon form. This year, there are so many geniuses. Until the 30th place, the points will be compared to the first place in previous years. There are already several of the mythical level symbiotes that exploded at this time. And the top 100 is almost the same as last year's top 10. Yan exclaimed. He also watched a lot of live broadcasts of the players on the standings. It has to be said that it is purely a comparison of combat power. He is completely inferior to these people. Of course, this refers to head-on combat. If the site is forest, grass, and wide enough. With these people going together, Yan has the confidence to slowly grind them to death. Diddy, you have received a new message. At this moment, the smart bracelet reminded. Yan also clicked on the message to start viewing. Hello student 9527. Your tutor Lu Ruhua has recommended that you take the examination of Tiangong Academy and passed. Please go to Tiangong Academy on time to take the assessment in 3 days. Overtime will be regarded as automatic abandonment. The following is the basic information of Tiangong College. Tiangong Academy is located in the Tiangong Galaxy in the M78 Nebula of the Third Universe. It has been more than 5,000 years since its establishment, and the first dean is. Nowadays, if you want to enter Tiangong Academy, you need to pass the assessment from Tiangong Academy. The average death rate in the assessment has been as high as 50% in the past 100 years. Look at the information about Tiangong Academy. Yan called out to the good guy in his heart. Let's not complain about the M78 Nebula first. Just this assessment of the mortality rate is a bit outrageous. The average is close to half, which is no worse than joining the Free Army to fight on the endless battlefield. Just then, Yan's cell phone rang. Yan looked at the caller information. Sure enough, Lu Ruhua. After all, except for her, almost no one called him. Have you received the assessment invitation from Tiangong Academy? After connecting the phone, Lu Ruhua asked directly. I received it. I also read the basic information. Mr. Lu, honestly speaking, isn't this death rate a bit outrageous? Yan complained. The death rate is indeed high, but the death rate of the Free Army is no lower than this. And the Free Army is facing death at any moment. But in Tiangong Academy, after you pass the assessment, you can enjoy a very rich resource treatment. With these rich resources, even if you are an ordinary person, you can turn you into a genius in the eyes of outsiders. This is something you can't have when you join the Free Army. Lu Ruhua explained. As soon as he heard that the resources were abundant, Yan was instantly refreshed. What he lacks most now is cultivation resources. To be honest, he had no idea how many resources he could plunder when he joined the Free Army. After all, the army is fighting, and many times he cannot afford to spend time spreading his spores. Of course, letting you join the academy is more out of my personal selfishness. For some reason, I came to Zuxing to be a teacher. The purpose is to select a student to participate in the assessment of Tiangong Academy. So as long as you can pass the assessment, my mission can be considered completed, and you don't need to stay in Zuxing anymore. Lu Ruhua said truthfully. I see. Teacher, don't worry, I will participate in this assessment. As soon as I heard about Lu Ruhua, Yan agreed without thinking. Lu Ruhua takes care of herself. He was also worried that he didn't know how to repay. This academy is rich in resources, and if you can join, you can repay your teacher. Why not do it? Hear Yan's answer. Lu Ruhua on the other end of the phone also showed a relieved look. She could hear that the reason why Yan agreed so simply was mainly to repay her care. You don't have to think about my problem. After all, the casualty rate in this assessment is too high. Lu Ruhua reminded. Don't worry, teacher, I have no choice if I plan to join the Free Army. If I can get into a good university, I naturally prefer the university. Yan replied immediately. Well, that's how things are settled. I will contact you again before the assessment. The teacher won't bother you now. Lu Ruhua was slightly moved. Yan nodded. Then the two sides hung up the phone. The assessment will start 3 days later. Now that I return to the living planet, I can't spread spores to absorb spiritual power. Although a lot of crystal nuclei have been accumulated, there are still some spiritual fruits. But it doesn't give me any improvement. It's better to wait until the assessment starts, and then spread the spores to increase the power. Yan muttered. Then, through the bracelet, the exclusive trading market for the extraordinary was opened. Then a part of the crystal nucleus and the spiritual fruit are hung on the market to be packaged and traded together. Since you are not ready to increase your strength, then it's no use keeping so many things. It just so happened that he was very poor, so he might as well sell some to replenish his bank card. Diddy, you have a new message. It didn't take long for things to be hung in the store. A customer buyer sent a message. Hello, I am interested in your spiritual fruit. But for this kind of fruit, the mall has no transaction records and no information records. I'm not sure the effect is as delicious as you say. Asked a buyer named Ms. Yu. Good to eat. Yan was stunned. Shouldn't the point be how much spiritual power it contains? If you don't believe it, we can trade a low-level black iron core-level spiritual fruit first. The price is based on the low-level crystal core price of black iron, which is 1,000 federal coins. If you are satisfied, we will continue the transaction. If you are dissatisfied, and you won't lose much, you can report me. Yan thought for a while and replied. No matter what her focus is, she can sell it to Yan. And speaking of deliciousness, his spiritual fruit tastes really top-notch. I believe the other party will be satisfied. It is good. The other party also responded immediately. But Yan rummaged through the storage space and found that there was no black iron level spiritual fruit. The spiritual power fruits he picked and stored at that time belonged to the middle level bronze. However, there is no corresponding spiritual fruit, which is not difficult for Yan. Because the formation of spiritual power fruit is very simple, it is born by swallowing spiritual power. So Yan spawned a white mycelium directly on his palm. Infuse the mycelium with spiritual power, and after the spiritual power is absorbed by the mycelium, a black iron-grade spiritual power fruit quickly grows. The process before and after is only 10 seconds. If Yen is willing, this speed can be accelerated a lot. Diddy, the item has been confirmed, do you want to start trading? The smart bracelet scanned Yen's spiritual fruit and reminded. Start trading. Yen replied. In the next second, the smart bracelet radiated light again, quickly dissolving the fruit of spiritual power. Diddy, the upload to Zhoutianxingdu online mall was successful, waiting for the buyer to pay. Diddy, the buyer's payment is successful, after deducting 5% of the handling fee, you get 950 federal coins. The smart bracelet reminded. Yen though knows to cover all survival stars. The man-made network named Zhoutianxingdu is powerful. But seeing it with my own eyes is the first time. There is no need to send express delivery for buying and selling items, just send it directly. This is much better than the internet in the previous life. Yen sighed, and then Ms. Yu, the buyer, sent a new message. Good, very good. This taste is simply invincible. And the spiritual power content is sufficient. How many fruits do you have? I want them all. Price is not a problem, as long as it's not too outrageous. Although I can't see each other's expressions. But Yen can imagine how happy Ms. Yu looked when she sent the message. It's just that the other party took the initiative to raise the price to buy it. I'm afraid this person has a problem with his brain. Yen smiled slightly at this, and replied unhurriedly. I don't have much of this spiritual fruit in my hands. And I'm packaged for sale. If you want, just buy the goods I'm hanging directly. You have also seen the price, absolutely innocent. After Yen sent the message, Ms. Yu on the opposite side of the network was silent for a while and said. Well, your price is really okay. Although I can't use those crystal cores, if you buy them together, you won't lose anything. Ms. Yu just finished speaking. Yen received the information about her purchase. After deducting the handling fee, Yen directly received 950,000 federal coins this time. Look at the money in your card. Yen pondered for a while, and directly put all his remaining spiritual power fruits on the mall. But the price is 50% more expensive than before. Ms. Yu, what do you mean? Item just launched. Ms. Yu couldn't help but send a message. Just ask if you want it. Yen was too lazy to explain and replied directly. Want. Ms. Moon replied. At the same time, place an order and buy all the spiritual fruits. Yen made more than 900,000 again. At the same price, I bought the same amount of spiritual fruit, but I lost a bunch of crystal cores. You are a profiteer. Then Ms. Yu accused angrily. Oh, will you buy it next time? Purchase. Asterisk. Chapter 22. The transaction is complete. Yen looked at the balance of the card and was not only a little sighed. It was the first time in my life that I had so much money. And it was the first time I felt that making money was so easy. Running out of money. It is enough to produce some spiritual fruit for sale. Of course, all this presupposes. It is based on one's own ability. Just at the silver level, I can live much more comfortably than ordinary people. If it's gold, platinum, or even God realm. What kind of scenery can I experience and what kind of life can I live? Yen not only showed a look of anticipation. He believed that one day he would reach that point sooner or later. Not just because of powerful symbiotes and systems. It's because he believes he can do it. With this mentality, Yen quickly fell asleep in a daze. Go back half a month to the present. Don't go through too much. Although in the place of experience, he was arguably the safest one. But if he really wants to sleep, he is also subconsciously vigilant. Otherwise, a negligence accident will take his own life into it. This is also a newcomer's experience, and it can obviously be teleported away at any time. But there are still 10% of the people who died in the place of experience. Most of the time, it's not trying to be brave and refusing to leave. But there is no chance to leave immediately. So now back home, Yan's spirit is completely relaxed. Drip. Drip drip. However, the good dream has not yet begun. Yan was woken up by the sound of the smart bracelet. He frowned and glanced at it, and found that the previous customer Ms. Yu had been sending messages. Are you there? Don't be silent. I have something for you. How about we talk about a business? Hey, what about people? There is a lot of news like this. Yan was completely speechless. But considering this is a big client, still patiently replied, Sleep, what's the matter? You can answer. I came to you to discuss a business. Have your spiritual fruit been cultivated on a large scale? I can buy it at the price we traded before. I'll buy as many as I have. Ms. Moon replied. I haven't cultivated, but cooperation can be considered. I will produce the seeds, and you will cultivate and sell them by yourself. I want half of the profit sharing. Yan thought for a while and replied. I thought that the other party would reply to my message immediately. But I didn't expect that this month. The lady was silent for a while before speaking. 50% is too much, at most 30%. I can have a relationship with the Tianxing group in this business. I can imagine how much the benefits will be at that time. 30% is not too small. After all, if they cooperate with Tianxing group, they have to pay a lot of money. Can you get in touch with the Tianxing group? Look at Ms. Yu's reply. Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Tianxing group is one of Zuxing's largest groups. If you can get a relationship, don't say 3%. Even if it is 10% of the profit, no. Even if it is 1%, he will not object. After all, the business of Tianxing group covers the entire Zuxing, and it also involves dozens of other cultivation stars. Under this body mass, you can eat soup and become fat. Of course, if you don't believe us, we can sign the contract first, and then you give me the seeds. Ms. Yu said confidently. Also. However, 30% is acceptable to me, but I have an additional request. I need something divine. You have to help me get it. Since you can have a relationship with the Tianxing group, this is not a problem, right? Yan made his own request. What are you thinking? To cooperate with the Tianxing group, it is very good that you can account for 3 achievements. Of course it's not impossible to ask for extras, but your divine item is a bit too much. Ms. Yu couldn't help but accuse. It's not too much, because what I'm selling you is the spiritual fruit seeds of the middle stage of bronze. But as long as you meet my requirements, I will provide you with silver level spiritual fruit seeds. And the gene of this seed is also locked by me, only I can continue to develop it. Not long after, I can get the gold level seeds too. The same platinum, diamond, and even the seeds of the king level spiritual fruit, as long as you give me time, I can do it. And the point is that every time the level is improved, the taste will also improve. You can think about how delicious the king level spiritual fruit is. Yan said confidently. I don't believe it, unless you give me the silver level spiritual power fruit. Ms. Yu continued to be silent for a while before replying. Can. Yan replied immediately. Then he extracted his own spiritual power and gave birth to a silver level spiritual fruit. Feeling that there is less than 10% of the spiritual power left in the body, Yan quickly swallowed a few crystal cores to restore his spiritual power. Finally, the silver level spiritual power fruit was uploaded to the commodity bar. It takes money, will you do business? And one sells for 200,000. The other side. Look at the product information that Yan sent in the past. Ms. Yu began to complain. She wasn't short of money, it was Yan's behavior that made her a little unhappy. And I think 200,000 is a bit expensive. She has money, but that doesn't mean she wants to be taken advantage of. However, for the business, I honestly paid 200,000 federal dollars. On Yan's side, complaining about Ms. Yu. Also don't care. Instead, wait quietly. He has enough confidence in his spiritual fruit. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Ms. Yu to start the news bombing again. Hey, are you still there? You lost 200,000 yuan for this fruit of spiritual power. If you want me to say at least 500,000. Really delicious. It's the first time I've eaten something so wonderful. Ms. Yu said excitedly. In her eyes, the spiritual power content doesn't matter at all. Just the taste completely conquered her. And the silver level spiritual fruit is so wonderful. King level. I'm afraid that after eating it myself, the taste can directly soar. Since you said it's worth 500,000, then please supply me with the remaining 300,000. Yan replied subconsciously. Ms. Yu was speechless for a while. Now she really wants to follow the internet and slap Yan in the face. For the first time, she felt that people could see money so clearly, and it was well founded. Anyway, you proved that you didn't lie. I agree to your request. Next, I will provide you with divine items, and you must send me the seeds as soon as you get a breakthrough in your research. Ms. Yu changed the subject and said seriously. Okay, you can make a contract and clearly write down the needs of both of us. Yan replied. It's simple, this is my contract based on federal standard contract law. You see if there is no problem and sign it. Ms. Yu immediately came up with a contract and sent it to Yan. It looks like it's ready. Yan glanced at the contract and directly asked the system to speculate whether there was a problem. Like text traps or something. After the identification was no problem, he signed the contract with his own online name, Yanzu. Because of Zhushengzingdu network, everyone can only have one account. Therefore, using an online account to sign a contract, the federal government recognizes its legal benefits. And doing so would conceal his true identity. Unless there is a big problem with the cooperation, the other party will report him. And the Federation will reveal Yan's identity to the other party only after the Federation has confirmed that there is indeed a problem. After signing the contract, Yan sent the contract to the other party along with the spores that set the growth target. After doing all this, Yan didn't care about Ms. Yu's reply. Instead, he yawned, turned on the Do Not Disturb mode of the smart bracelet, and went to sleep with his eyes closed. Asterisk. Chapter 23. Noon the next day. Yan woke up slowly. This time he slept refreshed and very comfortable. After a brief wash, Yan turned on the smart bracelet to check the news. After signing the contract yesterday. That month, the lady symbolically replied a few messages and never spoke again. I guess he knew he was sleeping. But this morning, Ms. Yu sent Yan another message. At the same time, there is a signed paper contract and a high-level VIP card of Tianxing Group to be received. And a special black stone. After Yan received something. Put away the contract and VIP card, then picked up the stone and looked at it. Yan evil, gloomy. If I hadn't adapted to the special nature of divinity. I'm afraid that now I have begun to be polluted by this special divinity. Yan muttered. Feel the slow absorption speed of your own symbiote. Yan chose to go back to the bed, sat down with a posture of cultivation, and began to speed up the absorption of divinity. 2 days later. Yan opened his eyes again and moved his silent body. And the stone he has been holding in his hand has lost its divinity at this moment. There seems to be no other features other than rigidity. After all, it is an item that carries divinity, so keep it for now. Yan looked at the stone, and then threw it into the storage space. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the new divinity. The current God sequence awakening degree, 5300/100, 00, million. Ding, because the host has absorbed the new divinity, the symbiote has grown to a certain extent, so it has awakened a new ability, terrifying toxin. Terrorist toxin, a special toxin is produced. After ingesting it, you can't help but think of the most terrifying things in your heart, and even fall into fear and can't extricate yourself, and you will die mentally. The new ability of the toxin sequence looks good. And because of the spiritual properties of spores, the upper limit of this ability's attack on the spirit is also very high. It can even be mentally dead. Yen commented with satisfaction. As for the ability to awaken new abilities, it was completely within his expectations. After all, this is the new divinity. Your own symbiote absorbs a certain level of spiritual power to awaken the ability. Not to mention this thing. 3 days have passed, and I don't know if there is any news from Ms. Yu. Yen turned on the smart bracelet and started checking messages. In the past 3 days, Ms. Yu did send him a few messages. And they are all lamenting the power of the fruit of spiritual power. I thought it would take several days to cultivate and plant, but I didn't expect to fill up the plantation in minutes. I thought it would take a long time to bear fruit, but with sufficient spiritual energy, a new fruit can ripen in a few seconds. With this growth rate and output, Ms. Yu started trying to sell goods to make money the next day. It was full of orders that night. So much so that the plantation had to be expanded. So Ms. Yu was cruel and directly rented a small spiritual energy planet to plant. As a result, on the 3rd day, the rhizomes of the spiritual fruit filled the entire planet, and the output was horrendous. So much so that the spiritual power of the entire planet began to shrink rapidly. Therefore, she had to eradicate part of it, and at the same time get a void spiritual vein to maintain the balance of the planet's spiritual energy. All in all, Yan's spiritual fruit is very profitable. Special money making. But Yan saw another point. That is the business of spiritual power fruit, although it is said that there is also a cooperation with Tianxin Group. But the specific matters are resolved by the lady this month. That is to say, this month, the lady can not only cooperate with Tianxin Group, dominate even when collaborating. Therefore, it can be seen that this month's lady is a more powerful character than he imagined. Soon. After reading Ms. Yu's message, Yen was too lazy to reply. Anyway, after the contract is signed, he can just wait to collect the money. And I didn't eat for 3 days. He was also starving. It just so happens that I have money in my hand, so it's business to eat a good meal quickly. Boom bang bang. Just when Yen was thinking about something good to eat, there was a knock on the door. Who? Yen opened the door with doubts. 2 strangers were found standing at the door. Student Yen, we are here for an interview. Because the place of experience where you are, was attacked by the spiritual bishops, so we want to ask you about the situation. 2 strangers indicated their intentions. At the same time, there was an accident with their own documents, proving that they were federal investigators. Oh, I see. At that time Yen made up a bunch of things. Said his identity as one of the more than 80 people. Anyway, there are so many chaotic people, no one can remember who, so don't worry about revealing anything. The final result must be lucky to hide in the mushroom tunnel to escape. During the whole process, his face was not blushing or his heart was beating, only hatred for the spiritualists. Seeing Yan's performance, the 2 investigators looked at each other and gave up continuing the investigation. It seemed that Yan was just one of the victims. What he said was basically the same as the others. So there is nothing to investigate. We understand the general situation. Regarding this incident, we hope that you will try your best not to spread nonsense everywhere, so as not to cause unnecessary panic. Of course you were attacked by the spiritualists. It was the Federation's fault. So I hope you can be satisfied with this compensation. One of them took out a small square box from the storage space and handed it to Yen. Don't worry, I will never talk nonsense. Yen took the box, opened it and glanced at it, and immediately assured it in a serious manner. The two looked at each other, nodded and chose to leave. After the two left, Yen showed a look of disgust. 10,000 federal coins, a high-grade black iron core, and a bottle of evolution potion that is visible to the naked eye and full of impurities. Before that, he might be happy for a while. Now, that's it. You can't even pick it up when you throw it on the ground. Of course, now that he has it in his hands, he naturally won't throw it away. Diddy, your rental time still has 24 hours to expire. Just when Yen put things into the storage space of the smart bracelet, the smart bracelet suddenly pops up a prompt. This thing is very useful, just buy it. After Yen put the things in, he thought about it and said. But the price of 500,000 is quite painful to think about. But considering that he already has a big business, he will not be short of money in the future. Yen still chose to buy it. Diddy, you have obtained all the permissions of this smart bracelet. The weapon system is reliberated, the storage space is completely liberated, and the current capacity is 20 m3. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Golem. The matter is settled. Yen's stomach also made a sound of resistance. Touching his hungry stomach, Yen also chose to go out to eat right away. As a result, as soon as he came to the street, he met an acquaintance. Mr. Liu, what a coincidence! Yen greeted warmly. What a coincidence, I came here specifically to find you. After all, there will be an assessment tomorrow, and I have to tell you something in advance. Also, this is your assessment ID card, don't lose it. Lu Ruhua handed Yen a card with complex lines and said. Okay. Yen took the card and put it directly into the storage space of the smart bracelet. Lu Ruhua also glanced at Yen unexpectedly. She couldn't be more clear about Yen's family background. Now you have purchased a smart bracelet for newcomers to experience. It seems that as a student, he has a lot of income when he is a newcomer. In the future, I finally don't have to worry about whether he has eaten breakfast or not. By the way, teacher, I'm just about to eat, do you want to join us? Yen then invited. He also wanted to invite this teacher to dinner for a long time. This time is just an opportunity. Okay. Lu Ruhua smiled and agreed. She knew about Yen's situation, and she would never have agreed before. Or promised to pay for it yourself. But now, you don't have to think so much. Can spend 500,000 to buy a bracelet, definitely not bad for food. In this way, the two teachers and students came to a big hotel talking and laughing all the way. Yen also deliberately chose the most luxurious one nearby. And chose a deluxe room. It is hard to be rich and naturally lavish. The number of places for this assessment has also been completely determined. 325 people in total. The top 10 of the newcomer experience points list are all in, and most of the top 100 also chose to be assessed. The rest of the people are either chosen by the academy themselves, or are recommended to participate like you. This is the information of other students, I have collected as much as possible. Because the content of the assessment is different every year, sometimes it is cooperation, and sometimes it is competition with each other. So this information may be of some help to you. As soon as he sat down, Lu Ruhua explained the situation directly. At the same time, a virtual window was activated, and with a swipe of the finger, the window came to Yen. I probably understand. But what's the situation with this second place, teacher, do you know so much? After Yen watched it for a few minutes, he chose to close the page. At the same time, he asked curiously. Because the second place did not have a live broadcast, and it was still a single action. The information about her on the internet is particularly scattered, and even the symbiote and ability are not clear. But this information of my teacher. Not only did the symbiote and ability investigate clearly. Even personality hobbies, height and weight measurements, are written very carefully. It was almost enough to write out the detailed information of the 18th generation of the ancestors. So Yen felt a little surprised. A student of an acquaintance, although she is the second, but she is recommended to enter, just like you. Lu Ruhua smiled and said. Not much explanation. Acquaintance. Yen was a little puzzled. No matter how familiar the relationship is, it shouldn't be written in such detail. Basically, the ability to function, the symbiote type is almost enough. So detailed, I'm afraid there is no hatred. Think back to the photos recorded in the document just now. Yen secretly remembered. This little beauty from the Western Federation, her recommender has a grudge against her teacher. So meet in the future. Just take good care of it. I'll pass the information to you, you can take a look at it when you go back. But remember, come to the school gate tomorrow at noon, and I will take you to the assessment. Lu Ruhua opened the data window again. But Yen shook his head slightly and refused. There's no need for the teacher, the top 10. Or, I just look at the top 5 and that's enough. Yen said confidently. Not to mention the symbiotic gap. Just the level, he is enough to crush most people. Even in order to make the other party feel that they are not inflated. He also deliberately referred to the top 3 as the top 5. This, you just know what you have in mind. Lu Ruhua looked at Yen, but in the end she didn't force anything. She felt that it was Yen's low-key style. Shouldn't be talking big. Hope not. By the way, teacher, do you have any martial arts that are suitable for my level? My awakened ability is not suitable for frontal combat. I plan to practice martial arts to make up for my shortcomings. Yen asked. Martial skills? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You will have to embark on the assessment process tomorrow. It's too late to practice now. Lu Ruhua gave Yen a reproachful look and said. Hey, teacher, don't worry, it's definitely too late. Yen said with a smile. In fact, he doesn't really need martial arts. It's just that he needs to find a way to cover up the ability of his symbiote. This assessment will be watched by many people throughout. Therefore, I want to get enough benefits without exposing my true situation. All he could think of was martial arts. And there is a deduction system. He wants to practice martial arts, it's not too simple. When other people cultivate and explore slowly, they only need to use the system to deduce it once. You can directly master the know-how of martial arts. Okay, then what kind of martial skill do you need? What weapon are you going to use? Lu Ruhua finally chose to compromise. After all, she also knew that Yen participated in this assessment for her. This small requirement is naturally fulfilled. It's fine, I don't choose. You can use it. Yen said very casually. You. Forget it, choose for yourself. A total of 36 martial arts, which will always allow you to use the diamond level. Lu Ruhua almost didn't know what to say. I always felt that Yen was too confident. Still, she opened a window, in the form of a free transaction. All 36 martial arts were traded to Yen. Thank you, teacher. I saw so many martial arts. Yen thanked him happily. There's no need to thank me, it's just useless martial arts. But there is one thing I have to remind you. Although the martial arts are powerful, they are limited to the early stage, and that's all. As an extraordinary person, you should still focus on the symbiote and study and cultivate the ability of the symbiote more. As for the exercises, after you learn them, you can temporarily make up for the shortcomings. If you really want to completely solve the shortcomings of the symbiote and ability, you have to work hard on the symbiote. Lu Ruhua reminded with a serious face. At this moment, the temperament of being a teacher is also revealed. Don't worry, teacher, I mainly deal with this assessment. Yen explained with a smile. You're like this, I don't even know whether to praise you for being sensible or say you're arrogant. From now on, you will only be able to practice in one day. I really don't know where your self-confidence comes from. Forget it, maybe I'm too narrow-minded. Lu Ruhua said helplessly. Yan just smiled and said nothing. After all, he successfully cultivated in one day. Without a system, he really couldn't do it himself. So there is no need to argue with the rationale. Next, there is a time when this beautiful teacher is shocked. Asterisk. Chapter 25. After eating and saying goodbye to Lu Ruhua, Yan didn't choose to go home. Instead, he came to a martial arts gym nearby. After all, you have to practice martial arts. The small place in his house is naturally not suitable. And there are no dummies for testing. Hey? Yan, you are here too. Just entered the gate of the martial arts hall. One person came forward to say hello. Yan blinked and thought for a while before realizing that it was his classmate. Because he doesn't usually get along with his classmates. And just after crossing over, he didn't focus on these classmates. As a result, I didn't even remember who it was for the first time. Well, I'm here to practice martial arts. Yan nodded and replied. Then he looked at the front desk on the side and said, open a venue and bring 3 high-level dummies by the way. Okay, sir, wait a minute. The waiter at the front desk nodded and started to operate. You didn't come to the party. The classmate saw Yan's behavior. Suddenly surprised. What party? Yan asked suspiciously. Class party. This time, more than 1/3 of our class has become extraordinary. In addition to the end of high school, everyone will have to go their separate ways. So naturally we have to get together. Is it possible that no one informed you? The student said in surprise. Although Yan is a little transparent in the class, no one usually communicates with him. But he didn't expect that no one would notify Yan of such an important gathering. No one. Yan shook his head and said. Sir, this is your zone card. You have 3 hours of use, and the training dummy will be sent to you later. Then the receptionist at the front desk said. Yan nodded and paid. Take the card and get ready to leave. Wait, classmate Yan, aren't you going to the party together? The other party looked at Yan and spoke again. No, not interested. Yan shook his head and turned to leave. He hadn't been notified of the class meeting, how could he still choose to attend? And the location chosen for the class meeting is in the martial arts hall? This is obviously just someone who wants to show off in the martial arts hall. Even if he was invited, he wouldn't bother to attend such a low-level party. Watching Yan leave, the male classmate felt a little regretful, and then suddenly realized something. Where did Yan get the money to rent the venue for the martial arts gym, and also ordered 3 high-end training dummies? This cost at least hundreds of thousands. Although Yan usually doesn't communicate with the people in the class. But everyone knows that Yan is notoriously poor. It's probably when the newcomers were practicing, they were lucky and made a small fortune. I am also an extraordinary person. I work hard to kill 2 monsters, and I can sell a lot of money for the crystal core. If you encounter Linko Lingzi, it will cost tens of millions. The other party murmured. After that, I didn't think about it anymore, but concentrated on waiting for the arrival of other students. After all, it doesn't matter what Yan gives him. It's useless to think too much. Hello sir, this is your training ground. The 3 advanced training dummies you want will be delivered right away. Our training dummy has the special ability to eliminate inertia, so it can stop instantly. So you can train with confidence, and you won't be accidentally injured by the dummy. A waiter led Yan to an area. Yan looked around, and immediately called out to the good guy in his heart. Just met a classmate. Next to the training ground, the whole class is basically there. What a coincidence. But Yan didn't bother to greet them either. Instead, go straight to the field. Taking advantage of the time before the training dummy was delivered, he began to practice martial arts. Ding! The host's arm should be raised another centimeter. Ding! The burst of spiritual power at this time can be appropriately weakened by 10%. Ding! Under the guidance and training of the system, Yen practiced martial arts in the most perfect way. The martial art he chose to practice was called Bajiquan. It is a simple and crude martial art. A total of 8 punches can be thrown, and the power of each punch is much higher than the last time. After 8 times of stacking, ordinary silver level extraordinary people can only punch one more time. Because of the superimposed power at this time, the load on the body is particularly serious. Continuing to punch forcibly will only cause serious damage to the musculoskeletal body. Of course Yen didn't have this concern. His symbiotic ability can quickly repair muscle damage. As long as he has enough spiritual power, he only needs to rest for a while before he can continue to use Bajiquan. Hoo, bang! 1 punch. 2 punches. Every swipe is accompanied by bursts of breaking wind. Until the last punch is thrown. A sound like an explosion erupted directly. In an instant, the training staff in the surrounding fields all looked at Yen subconsciously. Yen's classmates naturally discovered him. What a loud explosion, that person is amazing. Looks familiar. Hey, isn't that Yen from our class? Is he Yen? I'm going, really? I haven't seen you for more than half a month, and my temperament has changed so much. I thought he was so handsome before, but now I find his temperament is even more charming. Speaking of which, why did he run to open a new venue next door? Yen's classmates started talking. Especially some female classmates, looking at Yen's eyes will eat people. Handsome and extraordinary. Although Yen had a bad family before. But it's different now. Hey, it's not because someone is too arrogant and unwilling to communicate with others that he didn't invite him. As a result, I ran to the side to open a venue. Just say it if you want to attend a class party, you have to pretend to be arrogant. At this time, celebrities sneered. No wonder Yen went back to the next door, so you didn't invite others on purpose. Everyone is a classmate, isn't it disgusting for you to do this? I think someone is sour. I can't see others being more handsome than me, and I can't see others being better than me. A group of female students began to criticize. Yen is handsome and has a future. This is the golden turtle son-in-law. How could they naturally maintain Yen to increase their goodwill? The other boys also nodded. Although they are a bit sour Yen's looks and the strength he is showing now. But that person's actions also made them feel uncomfortable. We are all classmates, just say it directly if you don't like it. It's even playful. Am I jealous of him? How is that possible, and I'm much better than him? You must know that my symbiote is a demon bear. The boy snorted coldly. He was very good looking, but he was looked down upon by a group of girls. Especially compared to the poorest Yen in the class. He can't bear this. The more he thought about it, the more angry he came to Yen. Yen, how about we have a heads-up match? Whether you win or lose, I'll give you 50,000. How about it? The boy said proudly. He knew that Yen had no money. Saying this on purpose to get Yen to agree. As long as Yen agrees, he can take action against Yen and restore his reputation. The original plan was right. But... okay. I saw Yen nodded. The next second, a punch. The opponent didn't react yet, and was directly punched and flew out. Finally, he fell heavily in front of a group of classmates. When that one wakes up, tell him that $50,000 don't need to be given to me, and let him take out the money to invite his classmates to dinner. And I didn't bother to say it originally. Since he has to disgust me, I won't hide it. He picked up a girl's NK at the time. Sneak peek. After being bumped into by me, he threatened me not to speak out. I agreed, but he still troubled me. This is unbearable. Yan said to the classmates in the class. Of course, what happened after that was made up by him. He also had a little impression of this guy, he was just a little guy who looked down on others. Because my family is poor, I always look down on myself. I didn't expect to deliberately disgust myself today. Yan thought about it for a while, but it wasn't enough relief to be knocked out. Might as well add some seasoning. After all, when he speaks at this time, most people believe him. I don't know if the other party will faint again in anger when he wakes up and finds that his reputation has been killed. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Lu Hong is a bronze-level superhuman, but he was knocked out by a punch. Is this the point? I didn't expect Lu Hong to be a pervert. Although his cultivation base is also high, this kind of pervert should still have less contact. Yes, no matter how high a person's cultivation base is, it is useless if his character is not good. If this kind of person is placed on the endless battlefield, I'm afraid he will not become a traitor. A group of classmates expressed their contempt for Lu Hong. Hearing his classmates' words, Yan remembered that this person's name was Lu Hung Glei. By the way, Yan doesn't know what your symbiote is. You are so powerful, the symbiote must not be weak. Also, which school are you planning to go to? At this time, a group of female students gathered around and asked. See these ordinary-looking students? Yan just wanted to find an excuse to refuse. Just then, a voice sounded. Sorry, I'm late. You are so lively, what happened? Just when Yan and these female classmates were about to move. Not far away, a man walked slowly over. Beside him, two people followed. One of Yan's acquaintances was the classmate who had said 2 words to him at the door. Squad leader, you can count, it's like this. Someone immediately greeted them with a smile and explained the general process of the matter. I see. The monitor nodded after listening to the matter. Looking at Lu Hong, who was still in a coma, his eyes couldn't help but sink a bit. Then came to Yan again. Student Yan, you are going too far. Although Lu Hong took the initiative to challenge you, it's not appropriate for you to knock your classmates unconscious. Everyone is a classmate, it's really not right to compete with such a heavy hand. The squad leader looked at Yan and accused. He felt that no one was accusing Yan, they must be afraid of Yan's power. But he is not afraid. He is the only person in the school who has been admitted to 4 top schools. Need to be afraid of Yan? The extraordinary is to fight against the sky and the earth. I just knocked him out, and didn't do any actual damage. You have to come and accuse me of this matter. Are you looking down on Lu He's ambition? As an extraordinary person, do you think he will blame me for this setback? No, I think he has to thank me because I just knocked him out. Let him understand his own shortcomings. If it were an enemy, he would have lost his life. Yan sneered. Looking at the squad leader in front of him, he said. For this squad leader, he was absolutely impressed. Because I usually have nothing to do, I like to be ferocious in the class. If you don't know, you think it's an official. The result is just a class leader. Being questioned by Yan like this, the squad leader's face suddenly turned ugly. Unexpectedly, Yan dared to question and refute him like this. I know Lu Hong will definitely not blame you. But everyone is a classmate, so there is no need to make such a heavy hand. As the squad leader, However, before he could finish speaking, Yan interrupted impatiently. Since Lu Hong won't blame me, then what's your business? And here is the private venue I rented, you hurry up and get out of here. Forcing lie again, I have the right to expel you by force. Yan said unceremoniously. There was a murderous intent in his eyes. Although he did not deliberately hone any killing intent. But he did kill people too. Recalling the feeling of killing, take another look. A faint killing intent emerged. As a newly awakened newcomer, there is no squad leader who has really fought with others. Immediately, Yan's eyes frightened and his legs softened. You wait. As the squad leader, he turned his head and left. Some are too embarrassing. Wanting to save face, he thought about his current strength is not enough. Yan can knock out Lu Hong with one punch, but basically he can't take two punches. Use identity pressure? But he is not really a student of a prestigious school. Just received the admission notice. And Yan doesn't necessarily eat this set. If he really angered him, he would lose face if he was knocked out by a punch. Moreover, Yan also warned him that the next time he does something, he will not violate the federal law. So in the end, I can only say one harsh word. With a wave of fear, he turned and left. Yan snorted coldly and turned on the protective shield directly. Isolate everyone. In fact, he has nothing to do with the people in the class. Largely because there are too many such idiots, he is out of tune. In the end, no one was too lazy to deal with it. Forget it, there's no need to get angry with the idiot and continue to practice. There was no systematic guidance last time, and the completion rate of Bajiquan reached 85%. Although this level is learned, it is not perfect. Thinking of this, Yan slowly punched again. He was going to finish practicing Bajiquan to 95% completion. As for the remaining 5%, that's a question of proficiency. It's hard to get too much improvement in a short period of time. And the completion degree of 95 is enough. In this way, every time Yan played a set of Bajiquan, he let the system point out the deficiencies. Back and forth a few times. Yan's completion rate reached 90%. On the 10th time, I finally reached the completion degree of 95. If there is no system, Yan at this time may feel that he can't improve at all. Although the system also pointed out deficiencies. However, he still couldn't master the use of some strength and subtle movement skills. Only by continuing to hone and make the body thoroughly familiar with the skills, can it be refined again. Now you can try the specific power. The dummies for training have been sent here. Take a minute break. Yan turned to look at the 3 dummies. After connecting the dummy with the smart bracelet, Yan directly turned on the highest level of training mode. In this mode, the dummy's combat power is comparable to that of a high-rank bronze superhuman. In terms of defense, because the surface of the body is made of steel, it is even more powerful than ordinary silver superhumans. Therefore, for Yan, it can be used to test his own strength. Diddy, training begins. Accompanied by the sound of the smart bracelet. The 3 training dummies immediately raised their heads and stared at Yan as if they had woken up. Immediately afterward, they attacked Yan in turn. Good come. Yan greeted him without fear. It collided with the first dummy that rushed up with a fist. Next moment, Yan and the dummy both took 2 steps back. At this time, the second dummy also rushed up. Yan did not catch his breath at all, and went up to meet him again. It was the same situation again, except that the second punch dummy took a few steps back. The third one next. Yan turned his head and looked at the third dummy who was sneaking around. Rush up again. The third punch, the fourth punch. In the fifth punch, a dummy was directly knocked to the ground. On the sixth punch, a dummy flew out. Seventh punch. A dummy's arm was removed directly. With the eighth punch, Yan hit the dummy's chest, and the fist penetrated directly. This dummy is scrapped without any suspense. There are 2 left. Yan took a deep breath and punched again. Although this is the 9th punch, the technique has reached its limit. Yan's power was no different from the 8th punch. That's it. After scrapping the second dummy, there was a burst of tearing pain from Yan's right hand. Enduring the pain, Yan threw the last punch. The third dummy, scrapped. Yan at this time also grinned in pain. He felt that the unicorn arm that he had finally exercised would be completely scrapped. But fortunately, it's just a bit of pain, and it's okay to endure it. After all, compared to when it devoured divinity, this was all pediatric. For him, even if his arm is gone, he can still be reborn. It just consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Asterisk. Chapter 27. All, scrapped. Look at Ye'an's training results. The students in the class opened their eyes in surprise. This is a training dummy with a defensive power comparable to that of silver. In the end, let Ye'an's 3 punches directly kill him. It's been less than 20 days since we woke up, not a year. Classmate Ye'an, how can he be so powerful? Someone said in shock. Most of them are still running in the origin of symbiosis to avoid instability of the symbiosis. Ye'an was already tearing silver with his bare hands. The difference is too big. At this time, the squad leader was also shocked. Ye'an's talent, the 4 universities are definitely rushing for it. Instead of having a little achievement like him, and then dragging relationships everywhere to get in. He suddenly regretted offending Ye'an. He made Ye'an wait. What are you waiting for? Are you going to send your own head? He suddenly had the urge to admit his mistakes in the past. No, I was right. What about his high talent? I have also checked, and he has not been admitted to 4 prestigious schools. Even if you are talented and don't accept higher education, you will be overtaken by me sooner or later. Yes, I will definitely surpass him. The squad leader muttered to himself. Whatever he thinks. Or what other students think. For Ye'an, it has nothing to do with him. The training dummies have all been scrapped. He's done training. There is no need to stay. So Ye'an just turned around and left. As for the wreckage of the dummy in one place, the staff immediately burst into tears when they saw it. Advanced training dummies can cost millions. If you rent it out, it will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars each time. Just because it is easily damaged during training. But it was the first time that it was scrapped so badly. It's just that Ye'an paid the money, even if it was scrapped. There is no problem in terms of strength. In the future, I will just show my great talent in martial arts in front of others. Lest my symbiote ability be exposed too conspicuously. On the way home, Ye'an analyzed slowly. He wants to hide himself completely, and it is unrealistic to grow secretly. In a place like the academy, if you don't show your talent, you are doomed to not get better resources. So it's better to expose the irrelevant side. For example, martial arts. The world's view of martial arts is that it is easy to use in the early stage, but tasteless in the later stage. Because after the ability grows, it can be much more powerful than martial arts. So he showed his talent in martial arts. Not only is it justifiable and well-founded to win better rankings in various assessments, it will also make people feel that he is talented. But that's about it. Only relying on martial skills, destined to have an upper limit for future achievements. By the way, can you deduce martial arts in the system? For example, this Bajiquan, deduced to Jijiquan, or more. Ye'an asked on a whim. Ding, this system can be deduced. However, each exercise has an upper limit of potential, and this system cannot achieve infinite deduction. It can only be deduced to the limit value of the current technique. The system also responded immediately. That's not bad. Ye'an nodded in satisfaction. Then let the system start playing. Ding, the deduction begins. This game is expected to take 1 hour, please wait patiently. Followed by system prompts. The game has officially started. Ye'an felt a little surprised. He remembered that when the system deduced its own symbiote, the system did not spend so much time. An hour doesn't seem slow. But for the performance of the system in the past, the time is still a bit long. Ding, the exercises are quite special, and the system will deduce the most suitable version based on the host's physique. And your symbiote is already the most suitable for you, so the efficiency of this system is improved countless times. At the same time, the deduction capability of this system is linked to the strength of the host. The more powerful the host, the faster this system will deduce. He sensed Yan's thoughts. The system also gives an explanation. So that's the case, then you can deduce it slowly. Yan suddenly realized. An hour is not too long anyway. He wanders outside a lot. This time passed in a blink of an eye. But think so. Yan didn't choose to wander outside. Instead, go home and sit on the bed, turn on the smart bracelet and surf the internet for recreation. After an hour, the system sounds again. Ding, the exercise badgequin is finished. The most suitable version has been selected for the host. This version can stack up to 18 punches in total, and the host's current physical strength can hit up to 10 punches. Attention, if you force the 11th punch, the host's arm will burst on the spot. Here the system prompts. Yan subconsciously thought of a famous palm technique. Then he immediately decided to name his new boxing technique the 18 Fist of Subduing the Dragon. As for training, Yan doesn't have much thought now. The 8th punch was just enough for him. Even with a lot of use, the body can't bear it. Therefore, there is no need to rush to practice. Noon the next day, Yan hurried to the school gate. Yesterday, he thought to himself that he was not in a hurry to continue practicing. But in the end, he couldn't hold back and practiced the 9th and 10th layers. Then his arm was scrapped unexpectedly. Can't even lift it up. So Yan spent the rest of the time repairing his arm. Plus the fatigue from training. It even made him sleep until noon. Fortunately, when he woke up, he found that there were still 10 minutes left before the agreed time with Lu Ruhua. So it came late. I thought you regretted it, but I didn't expect you to come here just in time. Lu Ruhua had been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing Yan, he jokingly relieved. I was so fascinated by cultivation that I almost forgot about serious things. Yan smiled embarrassedly and explained. Lu Ruhua didn't say anything about it. Instead, he looked up at the sky. Seems to be waiting for something. Yan also raised his head suspiciously. Then I saw a very sci-fi aircraft descending quickly. Finally, it landed smoothly on the ground. Come on, let's go. Lu Ruhua opened the aircraft and said. Yan nodded and followed suit. Sit tight. With Lu Ruhua's voice falling, the aircraft instantly burst into a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, Yan realized that he had already entered outer space. There is absolutely no feeling to this process. Before Yan could enjoy the view of outer space, the aircraft then emitted a special light, which directly opened a void crack and drilled in. Is this the illusory realm? After entering the void rift, Yan's eyes were immediately replaced by an illusory scene. At the same time, the symbiote also felt a sense of joy as if returning home. This made him think that he had come to the illusory realm. It is the dream spirit world, which belongs to the spiritual plane. The words of the illusory spirit world are on another plane, and it is more mysterious than the dream spirit world. Lu Ruhua explained. Then why do we come to the dream spirit realm? Hear Lu Ruhua's explanation. Yan also understood why he was here, and his own symbiote also reflected. The own symbiote has spiritual properties. The dream world belongs to the spiritual plane. Because humans can dream, it is easy to change the laws of the dream world. We actually followed the route, and this route was opened up by an Almighty with his own dream. If it weren't for her, with this aircraft, it would take at least 30 years to reach Tiangong Academy. But the Almighty changed some of the rules of this route so that we can cover the 30-year journey in just 3 hours. Lu Ruhua explained. At the same time, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Rewrite the laws of planes with dreams. Realize this. A look of surprise and shock appeared on Yan's face. He knows that the powerhouse of the human race is very powerful. For example, those god-level existences can crush a planet the size of an ancestor star with one hand. But I didn't expect to be powerful enough to rewrite the laws of the plane at will. It can even be said that this ability is far beyond his imagination. Asterisk. Chapter 28. 3 hours passed quickly. Yen was still reluctant to leave until he left the dream spirit realm. Let's not talk about the reason for the symbiosis. Just the sight of the dream world made Yen linger. Because it is so beautiful. And there are countless strange creatures in the dream world. Some creatures are even powerful enough to feel suffocated at the first glance. Yen was also very puzzled about this. Why don't so many powerful creatures attack them? Lu Ruhua also gave him a brief explanation. Countless years ago, there was a senior in the human race who killed half of the dream spirit realm. Therefore, the creatures in the dream world have not dared to take the initiative to provoke human beings. The scope we are in now is Tiangong Academy. Just when Yen recalled the scenery of the dream world, Lu Ruhua pointed to a small galaxy in front of her and said, "This largest planet is where the main body of Tiangong Academy is located. As for the other planets, too many, I won't say. In short, each has its own role." Hear Lu Ruhua's words. Yen also nodded, and there was a look of anticipation in his heart. An academy directly occupies a galaxy. This shows how powerful Tiangong Academy is. If you choose to join, it's definitely worth it. After a minute, the aircraft slowly landed on the main planet of Tiangong Academy. Yen was also pulled by Lu Ruhua to an old man. "Lu girl, you are here today, it seems that this year is really lively." The old man looked at Lu Ruhua and said with a smile. Then his eyes turned to Yen again, and he continued. "This is the student you chose? Silver level, really talented. But the breath is a little vain, don't just think about upgrading." The old man looked at Yen and warned. Yen didn't expect his cultivation to be seen through so easily. So he nodded stiffly. However, he did not take this sentence to heart, but thought about how he could better hide his cultivation in the future. His breath is vain, because repairing his arm has caused too much spiritual power consumption in the body. It has never been supplemented, so this is the case. Although there are still some crystal cores in his hand, he is prepared to keep them in case of emergency. The spiritual power in the body should be restored slowly first. No more swallowing the nucleus. "Well, the name is Yen, right? I have all the information, such as identity and background, here. The only thing missing is the information about the symbiote." The old man glanced at Lu Ruhua, who shook his head slightly. So the old man's eyes were on Yen again. Can you not say it?" Yen immediately understood what the other party meant. Then he was given a faint look at him. "With a symbiote of your level, what secrets can there be? Don't be afraid even if it's too special, we are a serious school." The old man said dissatisfiedly. "Cough, I'll just say it casually. It's just that my symbiote is a little sloppy." Yen said with an embarrassed expression on purpose. He knew that his symbiote could not be kept completely secret either. As a result, a white mycelium was born directly. "This is my symbiote, and it's tough enough. The main reason is that after I awakened the symbiote, I always wanted to tie something up. Especially people. The point is, tactile." Yen said embarrassedly. When Lu Ruhua on the side heard it, she spit it out. On the contrary, the serious-looking old man showed a look that I understand. "Cough, your symbiote is actually quite good. It can be played after it is developed. It can be used to explore unknown areas." "That's not right, it should be said that it is used to detect the terrain." "Forget it, the more you talk about it, the more chaotic it is. I have recorded your symbiote characteristics, do you have a name?" The old man said with a smile. "No, it may be that I don't fit enough with the symbiote." Yen shook his head and said. "Hey, then I'll give you a name." It turned out to be white, like silk threads. "Plant symbiote, white silk." The old man wrote the name directly on the file. Finally, with a satisfied smile, he patted Yin on the shoulder. "Come on young people, don't die in the assessment next time," the old man said as if he was a confidant in previous years. Yin also smiled awkwardly. This day, Tiangong Academy, he suddenly felt a little less serious. "Cough, Elder Wang, we will go first," Lu Ruhua said with a cough. Yin also immediately understood why this man was disrespectful to the old man. Emotion is the king. Go go. Girl Mo is also inside, just don't fight. Old Wang Zhang waved his hand and said. Lu Ruhua nodded. Farewell to Elder Wang. Yin followed Lu Ruhua to a light blue corrugated door. Just take out your ID card and go in, Lu Ruhua reminded. Yin nodded and took out the ID card. Go straight to the blue corrugated door. When he passed through the door, he suddenly found that the card in his hand was gone. The card is recycled, and your identity is recorded, so you won't need an ID card in the future. Just like me, you can come in directly, Lu Ruhua said. Yin nodded again. Continue to follow Lu Ruhua. Yet it didn't take long. A terrifying coercion struck directly. Lu Ruhua waved her hands very calmly, dispelling the pressure. It seems to be already prepared. BCH, didn't you say there is no choice? I didn't expect you to lie to me. At this moment, an angry shout sounded. One was wearing a black dress with a heavy load in front of him. And the appearance is not inferior to the picturesque woman Lulu. He slashed directly with the spiritual power sword. It's not that someone is too deceitful, so he just told his apprentices information one by one. Lu Ruhua remained unhurried. It also uses spiritual power to create a huge shield that easily blocks the attack. Seeing this, the woman in black will continue to do it. Then a dissatisfied voice sounded. Enough, the two of you are going to fight, don't embarrass me here. Hear this voice. The woman in black immediately gave up the idea of hands-on. After glancing at Lu Ruhua, he turned to look at Yin again. Then continue to rage. Okay, you BCH, deliberately looking for such a handsome apprentice. Did you know that my apprentice is beautiful, so I deliberately found a handsome guy to kidnap her? The woman in black cursed angrily. Hearing this sentence, Yin was stunned for a moment. Good guy, this woman's way of thinking is really unusual. But according to the conversation between the two, Yin also guessed the identity of the other party. If nothing else, it must be the teacher of Avril Lavigne, who is second in the standings. After all, the information Lu Ruhua gave him was Avril's most detailed. As for letting him hook up with Avril, Lu Ruhua definitely didn't think so. But Yin did have this idea in his heart. There is no reason for him. This Avril is really beautiful. And the symbiote is still a mythical creature, an angel. Therefore, it adds a sacred, noble, and mysterious temperament. Of course it's just a thought. For Yin, cultivation is more important. When he is strong, how can he use Avril to hook up? Just run to the angel clan and grab a group of angels to be maids. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Continue to make noise for a while. Yin also completely knew the identity of the other party. She and her teacher are the apprentices of a certain boss, and they are the same disciples and sisters. The name is Mo Liulai. More than 10 years ago, because of a fight with my teacher, there was a lot of movement. So he was fined and sealed Zaihui to go to Zuxing to stay. If you want to come back, you have to choose a genius disciple. Of course, the selected disciples must pass the assessment of Tiangong Academy. The reason for such punishment is because the two of them back then were too noisy. Their master was afraid that the two would suddenly die that day, and that people in this line would have no heirs at all. By the way, let them go to Zuxing to stay honestly, and they can be quiet for a few years. So Lu Ruhua chose to become a teacher. Wait patiently for a genius who can pass the examination of Tiangong Academy to appear. Until he met himself. As for Mo Liulai, Chuan Zuxing was running around everywhere. I finally got a student this year. And this student did not expect, and successfully completed the original symbiosis with the mythical creature, the angel. And when the newcomer is experienced, the performance is also very good. Passing the examination is basically no problem. After the two finally settled down, Yen was also taken to a room for tea. Then the two of them left suddenly for no apparent reason. Not long after, a girl the same age as Yen walked in. "Hello, you are senior brother Yen, Lu Shivo's student, right? I think you should have known me from Uncle Lu." Avril came to Yen and took the initiative to say hello. The noble temperament revealed in the gestures. At first glance, she is the eldest lady of the aristocratic family of the Western Federation. "Junior sister Avril, nice to meet you." Yen also stood up and replied politely. See Yen's reaction. Avril first showed a bright and happy smile. Then he showed a pitiful gesture. "Senior brother Yen, I think you understand what happened to Master and the others. Master and Uncle are just joking around, don't take it seriously and bully me on purpose," Avril said with a pitiful look. "No malicious selling of cuteness." Yen groaned inwardly. "Then I suddenly smelled the smell of green tea. And it's pretty thick. My junior sister, shouldn't she just look serious?" Cough cough. "Don't worry, junior sister, senior brother is not a fool," Yen replied with a different tone. "Well, brother, I'm relieved to say that." Avril also kept a smile without embarrassment. Continuing at the same time. "Also, the master told me. This assessment has been decided. The content of this assessment is to survive in the assessment site for a month. There are many silver-level magical beasts in it, but the Academy has also placed treasure chest rewards everywhere. But the best time items are placed in the central area. When the assessment begins, how about we work together, brother?" After Yen heard it, he nodded directly in agreement. Although this junior sister smelled like tea, her strength was not fake. There are hundreds of millions of newcomers, and she ranks second in points. This power does not need to be explained at all. Being with her makes it easy for me to hide myself. Then I'm looking forward to joining hands with you, senior brother. We will get 5 points for the baby we will get, and I will definitely not take advantage of junior sister. Senior brother, you definitely won't take advantage of my junior sister, right? Avril asked with a serious look. Yen nodded slightly. At the same time, I regretted my decision just now. This sister is strong and powerful. But the green tea flavor is a bit strong. I'm afraid it wasn't cultivated in the big family that has been intriguing. It's always better to stay away. Since that's the case, senior brother should talk about his symbiote and ability. My senior brother must have all the information. If we both know each other's situation, we will cooperate better. Avril asked again. Yen smiled slightly when he heard it, and directly hooked one of the hyphae that quickly grew beside Avril. This is my symbiote. I don't have a specific name, but an elder named Wang just now named me Bazi. The ability is nothing special, just good at bundling. Junior sister, would you like to test the strength of my symbiote ability? By the way, my symbiote, everyone has a touch. Touching something is the same as my hand touches it. Is it great? Yen said with a deliberate smile. At the same time, these white hyphae kept moving towards Avril. It seemed like she was going to be tied up in the next moment. Seeing this, Avril's face suddenly changed. If only simply tied. She had the confidence to break free. But this thing, everyone has a feel. It was like Yen tied her up with his own hands. It's not a question of whether you can break free. Senior brother is joking. Junior sister, I have other things, so I won't accompany me for the time being. Avril hurriedly left. Yen showed a victorious smile. Just doing this, I still want to fight with myself. How could it be possible to get out of your own secrets without making some sacrifices? Not long after Avril left, Lu Ruhua returned to the room again. It's just that Yan's eyes became a little weird. There is plenty of spiritual power here, you should take the time to adjust your state. The assessment will begin in an hour. You hold this ring. If there is an accident in the assessment, you can activate it and exit. Lu Ruhua said. And he threw a ring to Yan. So fast. We've only just been here for 2 hours. Yan showed a surprised expression. Because I also came here at the right time. Lu Ruhua smiled and explained. All right. Yan shrugged helplessly. He thought it would only start tomorrow. At the same time, I also admire myself as a teacher. Such important things come in a hurry. I'm not afraid of any unexpected delays on the way. By the way, although your junior sister may have some problems with her personality. But it's your junior sister after all. During the assessment, if she encounters a problem, please help if she can. Actually, your master Mo was like that back then, but it was fine later. Well, it's not much better now. Lu Ruhua wanted to give an example. But halfway through, I gave up. She really can't talk nonsense with her eyes open. Of course you keep the good things yourself, there is no need to give them to her. As long as you help her within the scope of your ability, so that she will not fail the assessment. Although in her situation, there is a high probability that nothing will happen. Lu Ruhua continued. Yan nodded. He can still tell the difference between right and wrong. After all, she is the same junior sister, although she is ABCH. But you can bully yourself. There's no need to overdo it, or to die. Then Lu Ruhua continued to explain a few words, then got up and left, letting Yan concentrate on adjusting her state. At the same time, in another room, Mo Liulai is also explaining something to Avril. Although your senior brother behaved badly, it's actually quite good compared to your uncle. And I'm joking with you. You don't need to hold grudges too much. Although your senior brother's level is silver, it is estimated that your senior uncle used spiritual power to induce it. The symbiote and ability are more inclined to the auxiliary type, so in actual combat, it may be like that. If he is really in trouble, you can help as much as you can, and try your best to ensure that he can pass the assessment. Although I want your uncle to stay in Zuxing, he is my nephew after all, and I can't bear to see him die. And he looks so handsome, cough, in short, you can control your own proportions. As for the good things, don't give them away, just keep them for yourself. Understand? Understood. Avril nodded obediently. Of course she got it. As long as Yan can pass the examination, it will be fine. So it doesn't matter how you pass. In this case, how should I bully the senior brother? Looking forward to it, asterisk. Chapter 30. After an hour, the examination is officially open. During this period, Yan also understood the specific rules. Self-organization is allowed during the assessment. But when entering the assessment map, everyone is scattered. So if you want to form a team, you have to find talent inside. But the academy elder who presided over the assessment deliberately hinted. That is, this assessment allows teams to be formed, and it is also allowed to fight with each other. Even, life and death. This made many people who wanted to go in and pull people to form a team suddenly tensed. I don't feel at ease with going out to meet strangers. Yan's face was as usual. For him, it can be used against other people who are assessing. Even under the killer behavior in his favor. Of course Yan wouldn't be foolish enough to believe that he could really kill someone. After all, the human race stands still in the battlefields of the heavens, and even ranks among the best. In addition to strong strength, it depends on enough unity. The academy encourages the students in the assessment to kill each other, and the high probability is also a test. If there are students who really want to do this, then the consequences. Needless to say. Of course, fighting with each other is certainly allowed. There is no doubt about that. The birth point is good, but I don't know if most environments are like this. The light of the teleportation array dissipated. Yan's figure appeared in a forest. Then he looked up at the sky through the gap in the treetops. Yan knew that there were countless teachers and students, as well as invited guests, who were watching this assessment. Let's be a little more subtle. Yan muttered inwardly. Then went to a grassy area. Then he looked around, as if looking for directions. In the audience, Lu Ruhua, who had been staring at Yan's actions, didn't notice it. After Yan left, white mycelium grew rapidly in the grass, and at the same time, it drilled into the soil and spread to the surroundings. Tisk tisk, what a pity. Your precious apprentice was actually sent to the most dangerous forest. My Avril, in the desert at this time, your apprentice is going to be in danger, don't blame her for not helping. Emoliuli looked at the big screen. Yan's exclusive column of small pictures said. Don't worry, my apprentice is a plant symbiont, which is more suitable for forests. It's the one from your family, don't die of thirst in the desert. Lu Ru retorted without changing the picture. Humph, wait, there are times when your apprentice is crying. Emoliuli knew that she couldn't speak to this world. So he snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to Lu Ruhua. Listen to your sister-in-law. Although Lu Ruhua's face was calm, her heart began to worry. She knew this place of experience. The most dangerous area, except for the volcano in the center of the map. It's the forest. However, just when she was guessing what Yan would do next, I saw Yan turned on the smart bracelet's weapon form and turned into an axe. Then there is the tree cut. Cut down trees. Cut down trees. Soon, Yan cut down a large number of trees. At this time, many people also paid attention to Yan's strange behavior. Because everyone else is cautiously exploring, Yan alone cut down trees. Very strange behavior, very noticeable. This young man is interesting. During the assessment, he cut down trees gracefully. In the audience, in a seat on a vantage point, an old man said with a smile. Can sit in a high position. Identity is not ordinary. And he is also the dean of this Tiangong Academy. Incumbent management of this college, has more than 1,000 years. In the entire extraordinary world, it is absolutely highly respected. At the same time, he is also extremely powerful. However, no one knows exactly what the realm is. Some people even suspect that the old dean has reached the realm of gods. Just can't verify. Xiao Yan, what do you think of this young man? The old dean turned to look at the strong man beside him and said. I don't know, but at least my Yin-Yang guild won't want such a stupid bird. The strong man who was turned into Xiao Yan by the old dean shook his head and said. Said not to know. But in fact, he was already looking down on Yan. I think it's better than cutting down trees. It might be quicker to set fire. Of course he probably didn't think that way. At this time, a woman near the strong man said. Her first reaction was that Yan wanted to clear the forest. But think about it, there are people who are so mentally retarded. During the assessment, trying to chop down the forest with an axe. Then continue to take a look. Young people nowadays are really getting more and more interesting. The old dean smiled and said. Yes. The two also respectfully looked at the old dean and nodded. Then continue to watch the game. At this time, another auditorium. Looking at Yan's strange behavior, Emoliuli laughed until the white rabbit jumped around. You stupid apprentice, don't you think the forest is too dangerous and want to chop down all the trees? Emoliuli said gloatingly. Lu Ruhua glared at her, but said nothing. Started to wonder why Yan did this. She didn't believe that Yan would be so brainless that he would chop down the forest. After all, she had brought students for a year, and she still knew very well whether Yen had any problems with her mind. Almost. In the examination area, Yen looked at the fallen trees and said. He then gave up cutting trees. Start cleaning up the cut branches. That's it. While others struggled to explore the map, there were even some lucky ones who found out. Yen unhurriedly cut out log after log. Finally, clear out a piece of ground, carry the wood and start building the house. No, for such an important assessment, he chose to build a house. Survival for a month is not for him to live for a month. This young man is here on vacation. And this house is really not small. Damn, it's also a 2-story building. I have studied the players on the standings, but I have never met this person. So, which monkey recommended this to be funny? Ha ha ha, don't care which one, let me laugh for a while. Haha, the thinking of young people today is really strange. Let's not talk about his behavior, at least the house is really beautiful, and it actually looks like Kyangluyuyu is built with wood. As long as this student doesn't die, even if he fails the assessment, my construction team will be specially recruited. The construction team of your school also came to watch the game. The project of Qingyang Star next door has been solved. Watching Yan's strange behavior. Some people in the audience were laughing, and some were silently holding their foreheads. As for the ink glass, at this time, his whole body twitched with laughter. She wanted to ridicule Lu Ruhua, but she couldn't speak because she laughed too happily. However, Lu Ruhua was thoughtful. Yan behaved strangely when he was a newcomer. The first 5 days are motionless. Occasionally traveled long distances in the back, but always avoided fighting. This results in a very poor score. But after Yan came out, his cultivation level was raised to the silver level. Other people. Even if Zhao Long's score is high, his cultivation level after coming out is only intermediate bronze. So Lu Ruhua was always curious about what Yan did. Now it seems that through this assessment, I can find the answer. It's just that she's curious. Yan is even meditating on the spot. No need to build a house. They are all silver level superhumans. Ordinary wind and rain will not affect him at all. Defend against monsters? Less likely. These are just ordinary wood, and there are many silver level monsters in the forest. The wood can be smashed into pieces with a slap. Chapter 31. The seed players on the original standings are the ones that most people pay attention to. But because of Yan's strange behavior, make him the one with the most attention. Everyone in the audience began to discuss whether Yan would continue to build a house next time. Yan did not move. He stayed in the house he built and refused to come out. Countless people were gradually disappointed. Yan didn't move, that's a lot of fun. And they couldn't see what was going on in the cabin at all. I don't know what Yan is doing. Gradually, most people began to watch other students. With the advancement of time. At this time, students who were assessed in other places. Gradually there were casualties. Some people faced silver-level monsters, although they fought bravely. But in the end, he lost, and after being seriously injured, he could only quickly teleport to quit the game. And some people are more unlucky. Directly attacked by monsters and lethal. There is no chance to teleport away. The audience on the stage watched. They all felt sorry. But the reality is crueler than that. Now that the assessment has been chosen, life and death will naturally have their destiny. No one to blame. I can only say that I am not careful enough, or that my strength is too poor. Of course there were casualties, and of course there were others who performed well. At this time, many people began to show their magical powers. Zhao Long, the highly anticipated leader in the standings, also lived up to expectations and directly performed the hand-tier monster. At the high level of bronze, tear a huge silver crocodile in half. That dragon-like wild fighting posture ushered in countless applause. Some powerful guilds are also planning to extend an olive branch to Zhaolong. Even if Zhaolong has not yet entered the Tiangong Academy to study. Not to mention when to graduate and join the guild. Except for hard power, of course. And some lucky ones. Not only did not encounter any monsters, but unexpectedly encountered a lot of good things. There are even treasure chests placed in advance by the academy. No one looked down on this situation. On the contrary, they are sighing that this person is really lucky. Because a strong human race once proved that good luck is also a manifestation of combat effectiveness. Which senior, the first to fight with people, can drop meteors to kill the enemy. Later, the strength increased, and after the meteorite was useless, the planet exploded directly on the spot, killing people. Until later. Few people say that XXX is just unconvincing words like luck. That's it. The time came 3 days later. Yean's junior sister, Avril, encountered a small group of silver-level monsters. She used her ability to summon an angel longsword and killed it without fear. Although there is a level gap, as well as a quantitative gap. But in the face of these silver-level monsters, Avril was a direct slaughter. In the end, it was dismantled into a pile of flesh and blood parts by Avril's elegant swordsmanship. As expected of my disciple, I can easily deal with more than a dozen. And so elegant and beautiful. It's much more pleasing than that barbarian Zhaolong. Mo Liuli said happily. As for the others, they also lamented Avril's powerful fighting power and elegant fighting posture. This made Mo Liuli even more proud as a teacher. Then he looked directly at Lu Ruhua, who was beside him. How about that handsome guy in your family? Shouldn't he still be hiding in the house like a tortoise? Mo Liuli started taunting again. Lu Ruhua resisted the urge to hit someone. His eyes were fixed on the area of influence that belonged to Yan. It was at this time. Yan's figure appeared again. Finally out. Lu Ruhua murmured subconsciously. Out. After Mo Liuli heard this, she quickly raised her head to look at Yan's screen area. Gradually, some people also discovered Yan's figure. Then the news of Yan's appearance spread instantly. More than 90% of the people in the audience quickly focused their attention on Yan. It can be seen that Yan's popularity is really high now. Immediately after, under the eyes of the crowd, Yan also began to cut down trees as expected. But this time, it didn't cut much. Then he covered a toilet very skillfully and came out. Ptaha! No, I can't help it. I may not laugh when he continues to build a house. I didn't expect that he would not really come to enjoy life when he built a toilet. Someone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Talent, really talent. If it wasn't for the assessment, I would have wanted to live with him for a while. Ha ha ha. But his luck is really good, he has never been disturbed by monsters. Build a toilet. No one expected this. Under the leadership of a certain person, many people also burst into laughter. Is this the student you're looking for? Suddenly, an angry shout sounded in Lu Ruhua's ear. When Lu Ruhua heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched, but in the end she didn't say anything. Because now whatever she says is in vain. After all, Yan's behavior is like this. And his teacher was originally a violent temper. So it is better not to say. Yan, what the hell are you trying to do? Lu Ruhua sighed helplessly, and couldn't help asking in her heart. As for the ink glass, I couldn't stop laughing. If it weren't for the fact that most of the people in the audience are now VIPs. Lu Ruhua, who had just been reprimanded by her teacher, may have been unable to help herself. It's been 3 days, and the mycelium can no longer extend. Looks like it's reaching its limit. In the examination area, Yan returned to his wooden house and murmured. As for where there is no extension, they are the desert Gobi, the flaming mountains, and the ocean outside the map. As for ordinary swamps, grasslands, mountains, and the forest in which you live, has been covered with his mycelium. Covers so much terrain. Yan naturally also has a lot of information. Some hidden treasure chests, he has long explored. But he was disappointed. Nothing seems to be good enough inside. Taken out alone, it's pretty good. But not that top-notch good stuff. In terms of terrain, the ocean is the outermost layer and wraps the entire site, while the desert forests belong to the middle layer. In the middle are the mountains of flames. The real good things should be here. My spores can't grow there, and it's still surrounded by a sea of magma, so there's no way to get past it. So before you can pass, you have to be well prepared. For example, upgrade first. Yan thought for a while and said. He has now also found out the situation of the monster level here. Especially in the forest, there are many silver level monsters, even silver level high level ones. Without large-scale poisoning, it is basically difficult to kill these monsters easily. And Yan couldn't choose a large-scale poisoning in front of everyone. So want to upgrade. Yan's goal this time is not the flesh and blood essence of monsters. It's what's in those treasure chests. I just don't know what their expressions will be when they finally find the treasure chest after all the hard work, but find that there is nothing left. Yan showed a bad smile. Then the order was given. Moment. Those dormant near the treasure chest. The mycelium quickly opened the treasure chest, swept its contents away, and dragged it into the soil. And below the ground, about 3 meters deep, a huge and complex channel has long been formed. These channels are formed by the condensing and winding of hyphae with each other. Various items were pushed by the mycelium along the passage to Yan's location. Waited patiently for a while. After the first item is delivered, the rest of the items were transported in a state of constant acceleration. Slowly. Inside Yan's house, a hill was built up. But Yan's house was big enough and didn't have windows. So you're not afraid of too much stuff to put down, or rolling out of the window. And that's exactly what Yan built the house for. Mainly used to cover people's eyes and ears. It's cleaned up now, so many things are enough for me to strengthen the ability sequence. Look at the countless items in the room. Yan said happily. With these items, not only can his level be improved, the sequence ability of the phantom spores can also be greatly improved. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Examination Place. Swamp Area. Zhao Long stretched out his scales-covered right hand, and smashed a giant silver snake at the beginning. A mere beast, dare to provoke me. Zhao Long snorted disdainfully. His eyes suddenly turned to not far away. There, 2 students with the same experience looked at him with admiration. You are the big boss, Zhao Long. Can you take us with you? We can help you out. We don't want any spoils of war. One of the students said actively. He was fortunate enough to participate in the examination. I thought that if I worked hard, it would not be difficult to pass the test. But I didn't expect that there were silver-level monsters everywhere. Every time I meet him, I have to choose to run away. It's impossible to pass the test like this. Now I am fortunate to meet a fierce man like Zhao Long. Their first thought was to hug their thighs quickly. You're not worthy of. Zhao Long glanced at the 2 of them and said lightly. This kind of person looks weak. How could he be in the company of such a weakling? Do you want to think about it, boss? We roll. Give you a minute to leave. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Zhao Long snorted coldly. His eyes were full of hostility. The faces of the 2 were completely stiff. One of them, Zhao Long, gave a vague look. Then he gritted his teeth and left. He took it to heart. It is true that he is weak, but he also poses as weak. But Zhao Long's attitude was too inhumane. If one day I can surpass him, sooner or later I'm going to raise my eyebrows. Although he knew that he had little hope. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have a temper and doesn't hold grudges. Too trash. How dare you seek me for asylum? If it wasn't for someone watching, hee. Zhao Long couldn't help but let out a sneer when he looked at the two people who were leaving. Then his eyes were placed behind the corpse of the giant snake. According to the examination rules, generally, silver-level monsters will guard a treasure chest. If the reward is okay this time, I can break through the silver level. Zhao Long showed a look of anticipation. At this stage, other rewards are basically virtual. Only increasing the cultivation base and stabilizing the source of symbiosis is the most important. Therefore, the treasures in the treasure chest are nothing more than these two. However, when Zhao Long found the treasure chest and opened it, suddenly dumbfounded. The treasure chest is empty. If he hadn't opened something before, he would have thought the treasure chest was just a decoration. What's going on? Could it be that the academy forgot to place a reward in this treasure chest? Zhao Long couldn't even think about it. The contents of the treasure chest will be stolen from under the eyes of the silver-level monster. At this time, there was also an uproar in the audience. Even many people turned their attention to the academy. Seems to want to know why there is nothing in the chest for the reward. Although it is a small thing. But it seems a little unfair to the students who are being assessed. Or is it deliberately left out? This is to hone the mind of the students? What happened? The old principal looked at the middle-aged man standing beside him and asked. Teacher, I have checked all the treasure chests, and the placement of the rewards is all right. And the newcomer assessment, except for the first place blank god, other things are of little value. The person who sets up the assessment venue cannot risk it for this. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. Really? The annual newcomer assessments are at least arranged by mentors or elders above the platinum level. They won't be greedy for the rewards of a group of newcomers' assessments. Not worth it at all. That's because a student stole it. This year's newcomers are really interesting. To be able to steal something under the nose of a silver-level monster. And the surveillance footage doesn't seem to be seen. The old principal said with a smile. His voice was not loud. But it clearly appeared in the ears of everyone present. Everyone understood immediately. This was the old principal's answer to their doubts. Exams are fine. Someone stole something. For this explanation, no one would doubt the authority of the old principal. Therefore, they began to speculate on who has such great ability. He was able to open the treasure chest secretly. Empty. Empty. It's all empty. Another time passed. Zhao Long's eyes were bloodshot. In anger, he shattered a boulder with one punch. There is a problem with a treasure chest. That might be an accident. But 2, 3, 4 all have problems. That's no surprise. He suspected that someone was deliberately targeting him. But there is no evidence. Therefore can only be here incompetent fury. At this time, the audience outside the field also realized that something was wrong. Because of this time, not only Zhao Long opened the treasure chest and opened a lonely one. But most people open the treasure chest and they are lonely. Apart from that, most of the natural treasures that grow naturally have also disappeared. Under the original circumstances, many people would encounter some spiritual herbs and medicines planted by the college every once in a while. But now, so long ago, just 1 or 2 lucky people picked the elixir. I don't know if you found it. Except for the mountains of flames that haven't been opened yet. It seems only deserts are okay. All the treasure chests in other places have been opened, and the spiritual herbs and medicines have been reduced by 90%. Someone analyzed. Can sit in this auditorium. But not ordinary people. With a little thought, you can see where things go wrong. The others were suddenly thoughtful. Why not steal something from the desert? Definitely not wanting to go to the desert. But there is no way to steal in the desert. So students who steal things must have some restrictions. Just when everyone continued to think, things took a sudden turn. On a huge screen, Avril, holding a sharp blade, shuttled through a group of desert black scorpions. She is absolutely deft. Elegantly avoided all the attacks of the desert black scorpion. At the same time, don't forget to swing the long sword in your hand. Kill all these desert black scorpions. Finally, when the desert black scorpion leader, after a silver middle level, larger desert black scorpion died, Avril also put away the long sword and found the treasure chest with anticipation. There are so many monsters this time, there must be better things in the treasure chest. Avril showed expectant eyes and opened the treasure chest guarded by the desert black scorpion. And then, she was dumbfounded. Again. All the audience immediately widened their eyes. I was just thinking about why things in the desert are okay. As a result, the next second directly hit the face. What is no problem? That's called stealing yet. Talent. I just don't know which student it is. After checking his identity, if he passes the examination, he will be admitted to the school. I will definitely transfer all the elixir that I planted as soon as possible. No, it's all valuable things, all stored up. An elder of Tiangong Academy said with a smile. Many people from the academy nodded. That's the speed of stealing. Don't hurry to protect your property. I am afraid that if I am not careful, I will go bankrupt in an instant. The key is still to find who. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Is there a problem with the layout of the school? No. Someone definitely took the things away in advance. Who is it, who can take everything away without disturbing so many monsters? Avril looked at the empty treasure chest, showing a solemn expression. This is a formidable opponent. Although I don't know how to fight. But in this way, it was enough for her to keep this opponent whom she had never met in her heart. Better not let me know who it is. Otherwise. Avril gritted her teeth angrily. It can be described as a waste of busy work. Although the desert black scorpion lost a few crystal nuclei. But compare the contents of the treasure chest. This crystal nucleus can't be seen at all. But get angry. Avril thought carefully. Decided to leave the desert area. Since the thief is also here. The means of concealment are so powerful. Even if she wanted to find each other, it was impossible. Instead of staying in the desert, move to another area. The province continues to open empty treasure chests. Ah! Who is talking about me? In the room. Yen, who had just finished practicing, rubbed his nose. He thought it should be the pair of best friends who raised the big white rabbit. But he pretended to be mysterious at the time and did not leave any contact information. Thinking about it now, I suddenly feel a little regretful. Forget it, when I'm strong, what kind of white rabbit can't be found? Yen shook his head, firmed up his beliefs, and stopped himself from thinking wildly. Then he turned his attention to the good things in the room. After his hard practice, consumed 1/5 of the looted materials. The cultivation base also came to the late silver stage smoothly. It's just that the need for spiritual power is huge. Far more than he imagined. So it took some more thought. I scoured the treasure chests in the desert. Although his spores cannot survive and multiply in the desert. But his mycelium can lurk all the way from the underground of the forest to the underground of the desert. And the desert underground also has water and nutrients. So Yen repeated his old tricks. Let the mycelium spread all over the ground of the desert. Just looking for treasure chests. Yen is no longer a blanket search. Instead, first detect the silver level monsters, and then search for treasure chests near the monsters. After all, I have searched so much before. He also learned a rule. Almost all treasure chests are guarded by silver level monsters. Thus, although his hyphae are more restricted in desert action, But the search for treasure chests did not slow down. Next, it's time to improve the sequenceability of the symbiote. Look at the rest of the supplies. Yen murmured. But he didn't know how much he could improve. After all, his sequence abilities want to get a boost. No less than the current cultivation base wants to improve the cost. And there are a lot of these materials. In fact, many of them are used to stabilize the source, strengthen the qualifications, and temporarily increase the speed of their own cultivation. For Yen, except for items that can provide a lot of spiritual power, nothing else works. I really want to let go of my hands and feet and reap the harvest. This place of experience is mostly silver-level monsters. The essence of flesh and blood is much more fragrant than the contents of these treasure chests. Yen sighed. But compared to these flesh and blood essences, he understands the truth of not revealing wealth better. Talent is like an asset. Although exposed, it can be focused on training. But it will also attract thousands of people's attention. He didn't want to try the attack package from Wanzhou. The exclamation ends. Yen waved his hand. Countless mycelium instantly stretched out from the ground, entwining around those items that contained a lot of spiritual power. Start to absorb the power in it frantically. Let's strengthen the growth sequence first. After all, skills such as cell repair are the most useful to me now. The second is the Drain series. This way I can absorb more spiritual power from the air and soil. As for the other few, there is no need to improve for the time being. Yen muttered. I have a plan in mind. Immediately, he picked a large amount of spiritual fruit and began to swallow it into his belly. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the success of strengthening the growth sequence. Your symbiotic origin ability cell repair has been successfully strengthened, the repair efficiency has been accelerated, and the name has not changed. Your symbiotic origin ability mental repair has been successfully strengthened, the repair efficiency has been accelerated, and the name has not changed. Your symbiotic origin ability mycelium enhancement has evolved into tough mycelium. Your symbiotic origin ability energy pipeline has evolved into efficiency transport. Your symbiotic origin ability low-level neural tentacles evolved into intermediate neural tentacles. With the end of the system prompt, the first wave of reinforcement is also completed. Looking at the large material hills that are missing, Yen showed a pained expression. Directly strengthening the entire sequence ability is equivalent to improving each ability once. In short, the more sequence capabilities, the more resources are consumed. It is just the resources consumed by the strengthening this time. Enough for other people to successfully grow from the newly contracted symbiote to the level of silver elementary. And he only strengthened one sequence at a time. Next, there are several other sequence abilities to be fed. Wait for him to ascend. But fortunately, his growth sequence is one of the most resource-intensive sequences with many abilities. The rest of the sequence is much better without the toxin. Of course, it's just to compare the sequence of growth. If compared to others, the resources consumed are still terrifying. Apart from that, the strengthening effect this time is also very good. Compared with before, the efficiency of cell repair has more than doubled. And the consumption is also reduced. As for spiritual restoration, Yen had not experienced it. But there should be no problem with the efficiency of target cell repair. Mycelial strength. Now it has also changed from a rope to a chain level. The silver level Dark Moon Wild Wing Beast encountered in the last newbie experience, his hyphae were cut off when he touched it. But now Yen is confident that he can easily tie up the silver level Dark Moon Wildkin. As for efficient delivery, it's even more powerful. Yen's previous tricks, such as making the mycelium intertwined into pipes, required him to deliberately weave the pipes. But no need now. With a single thought, these channels can be formed immediately. And the transportation efficiency will be greatly increased. It's not just the efficiency of transporting items, of course. for devoured spiritual power, absorbed nutrients, etc. The efficiency of conveying is also greatly accelerated. At the same time, the loss on the way is almost negligible. Of course, the most powerful is the intermediate nerve tentacles. The low-level nerve tentacles gave him a clearer vision and perception ability. The intermediate nerve tentacles not only improved all the previous abilities and characteristics. It gave him a vision as clear as a black and white TV, and a sharper perception. One more hearing. Now where his mycelium reaches. Not only can you see what's going on, you can also hear nearby sounds. Plus that keen sense. Any place within the range of the mycelium is immersive for him. Therefore, in a sense, this is definitely the best combination of abilities. None of them. After all, nothing compares to the feeling of being there while peeping. And the sense of security that the main body is far away from the sky is even better. Asterisk. Chapter 34. No, this should be called perfect detection. Instead of voyeurism. I feel like I'm using the wrong word. Yen immediately corrected. After all, the ability to detect the surrounding situation, how can it be called voyeurism? It's time to continue strengthening. I just don't know how many surprises the enhanced drain sequence can bring me. After some self-healing, Yen gradually calmed down. With some anticipation, the second reinforcement has begun. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the success of strengthening the drain sequence. Your symbiotic origin ability corrosion absorption has evolved into absolute absorption. Your symbiotic origin ability compression storage has evolved into extreme storage. Your symbiote's original ability spiritual absorption has been successfully strengthened, the absorption efficiency has been strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Reinforce smooth success. This time, the enhanced skills are much less. But it still consumes a lot of resources. But there must be a reward for the effort. Reinforcement this time. Drain 2 of the 3 abilities of the sequence have been evolved. Regarding the ability to absorb, it has also been enhanced as desired. As for the ultimate storage after evolution, the effect becomes more powerful. Previously, the storage limit of a spiritual fruit of Yen was silver. Now it goes straight to gold. And there are no restrictions. That is to say, his spiritual power fruit can be infinitely large and store an infinite amount of spiritual power. But if it's too big, it's inconvenient to eat. And keep the original table tennis size. He can only store spiritual power of the highest gold level. Not bad. After the assessment is over, I can give the spores of the gold level spiritual fruit to that MS Moon. In this way, that MSU shouldn't doubt me at all. And looking at the efficiency of my research, it should also increase investment in me. Take a little more effort and help me find things about divinity. Yen said happily. The second reinforcement also ended successfully. Next. Yen was not in a hurry to continue strengthening. Instead, all the materials used to stabilize the source are found and stored. Seeing that there are not many things left, it contains the spiritual power of the Middle East. Yen shook his head slightly. These things, it is estimated that anyone who is given this assessment will benefit a lot from the other party. But for Yen, the rest is not even enough to continue to strengthen a wave. Of course not too much. Then wait for a while. Let the mycelium extract more air and store the spiritual power in the soil. At that time, you can continue to strengthen the new sequence ability. But the waiting time is a bit boring. Would you like to continue to empty the audience outside the court? The first time I built a 2-story hut, the second time I changed a toilet, and then I built a pigsty. Yes, it's the pigsty. But you don't have to raise pigs, you can build some fences and raise anything. In this case, do you want to reclaim the land to grow vegetables? Yen thought for a while. All of a sudden these ideas are great. This exposure does something unexpected to them under surveillance. In this way, no one will doubt him when it comes to the treasure chest. After all, they couldn't have imagined. How could a person who has never been freed from surveillance steal the treasure chest in the range close to the entire map? Have you cut down trees again? This time, is it possible to build a toilet? Yen just left the room and appeared on the screen. In an instant, countless eyes were placed on him. Watching Yen's more skilled tree-cutting movements, everyone became curious. They discussed what Yen was going to do next. Under the gaze of most people, after Yen cut down the tree, he leisurely made a lot of railings. Eventually these railings come together. A pig pen is formed. Of course, raising cattle and sheep is no problem. After doing this, Yen didn't rest either. Instead, he made a simple hoe out of stone and wood. Start reclaiming the land. This person really thinks that he is here to live. The next step is to dig a well. The next step is to catch some animals and find some seeds to raise and plant. Everyone was speechless. Of course, there are not a few people who laughed out loud because of this. My guild, I don't want such a person to be killed. The big man, who was previously called Xiao Yan by the head of the academy and whose specific identity was the president of Yanjian Guild, said with disgust. Now it is planned to find another living planet that is naturally habitable, so that the living planet of human beings can break through the hundreds of digits. This kid. I think it's quite suitable to be sent to reclaim a new living planet. The woman beside the big man spoke at this time. She speaks softly. But the meaning is basically the same as the president of Yanjian Guild. Yen's behavior is funny, but it's also despised. About the examination. If the ability is not enough, what you see is to survive hard under the attack of monsters. If the ability is sufficient, so what you see is how to fight against monsters, or directly kill the quartet. Like Yen, who hasn't killed a single monster since the start, and hasn't even left the 300 meters from the starting point. It's really easy to look down on. After all, the current concept for the extraordinary is to fight against the sky and the earth. After the baptism of life and death, continuous evolution becomes stronger. The ultimate transcendence. Of course, this idea is not to be thoughtless. If you can't beat it, it's normal for you to run away. But Yen didn't fight, and just lived there. What is this? Not a word at all. Although Yen lives in a place that has never been attacked by monsters, it makes people puzzled. But that didn't stop most people from looking down on Yen. What do you think about this matter? On the high platform, the old principal asked the middle-aged man beside him again. Go back to the teacher. The recommender of this Yen student is Teacher Lu. Judging from her previous bad deeds with Mo Liulamo's mentor, Yen's performance is actually quite normal. I mean, she can't recommend an ordinary person. Therefore, it can be inferred that the place where this Yen student lives has always been fine. It should be because of some means he used, not luck. Of course, it may also be pure luck, but if he has confidence in his luck, he should go everywhere to experience it. Now, rather than watching him continue to live comfortably, I want to see how his strength is. The middle-aged man thought about it and said. If that's the case, then put an additional reward chest. Exactly at this time, except for the Flame Mountains, there are almost no resources in other places. There are still more than 20 days before the end of the assessment. In the last 10 days, the Flame Mountains will allow the assessment personnel to enter. If there is no reward at all in the past 10 days, the enthusiasm of this group of children for assessment will probably fade. The old principal said with a smile. Students are going to put in the rewards. Hearing the old principal's words, the middle-aged man suddenly realized. There are almost no good things in the venue now. After the examinees understand this, most people have lost their enthusiasm for exploring and treasure hunting. And he just needs to put new treasure chests in various locations and make some noise. It's best to attract those silver-level monsters too. In this way, the assessment venue will definitely be lively again. Of course, the most important of them is he was going to drop a reward chest where Yen lived. And this treasure chest could not be opened for the first time. When it can be opened, it will definitely attract a lot of monsters and even other students. In this way, unless Yen chooses not to use this treasure chest, he just turns around and leaves. Otherwise, he will definitely take action and show his strength. If you do, turn around and run. Then he didn't need to look at Yen's strength. Don't even hit your face with the treasure chest. Such students are not eligible to enter Tiangong Academy. Asterisk. Chapter 35. It's been almost 10 days since the assessment. My senior brother didn't even have any news. Could it be that he hung up long ago? Although people can't do it, it's a pity to die like this. Inside the forest, Avril holds a long sword. While clearing the branches and weeds, he muttered. When leaving the desert, in fact, did not come to the forest for the first time. Instead, go to the swamp area. It turned out that the treasure chest in the swamp area was also stolen. Later, I met people from the Gunsan area. After a simple exchange, information was exchanged. She just understood. Except for the area of the Flame Mountains that cannot be entered yet. All the good things from other places have been searched again. And all the treasure chests were looted without alerting the monsters guarding the treasure chests. This is exactly the same method. Absolutely by one person. Although she was curious about who did it, she also wanted to find this thief that everyone hated. But she also knows that the opponent's means are so powerful that she can't find it. There is nothing in the treasure chest now. And she was too lazy to bully those monsters. After all, aside from the crystal nucleus, those monsters are of little value. Suddenly she has nothing to do. I remembered what my teacher Mo Liulai had told me. I want to help my senior brother who has a high cultivation base and a bad personality. Let him pass the test. So she started looking for Yen. But along the way, although she met a lot of people, but no one has ever seen Yen. Not even anyone who has risen like Yen. Just as she was slowly clearing the road, suddenly I remembered a mysterious voice in the sky. Attention students! A new treasure chest has been released. At the same time, in each area, a special treasure box will be placed. The special treasure chest is rich in rewards, but it will also attract the covetousness of monsters. And every special treasure chest can only be opened after 10 hours. With the fall of the sound, the streamer of many treasure chests in the sky flashed by. Most people didn't see where the treasure chests were placed, and the traces of the treasure chests disappeared. But to them, it doesn't matter. Because everyone can see it. Several golden treasure chests slowly fell from the sky. Each golden treasure chest exudes a sky-high light. Claim your position. See this scene. Although everyone understands the meaning of the academy, it is to deliberately throw out special treasure chests and let them compete. So everyone took action and dared to go to the location of the treasure chest. Hurry up and grab the treasure chest. Someone saw this scene and said anxiously. Don't worry, there are still 10 hours before the special treasure chest can be opened. So it's useless to grab it now. And we can't hide the movement of this treasure box. Let's not say that the students in the assessment will come to snatch us. We may not be able to handle it just by sucking monsters. 10 hours later, or when the treasure chest is about to be opened, it is the most correct choice for us to grab the treasure chest. At this time, another person analyzed. Hear the analysis of your own peers. He immediately felt reasonable. This thing is currently a hot potato, whoever takes it will be unlucky. Acting at the last minute is the right choice. This time the other side. A woman with a very pure and natural appearance is also analyzing it with the team members. Then Captain Wei Na, what should we do now? Wait in place. A female player with 2 ponytails asked. That special treasure chest is not far from here, and the movement is so big, I'm not afraid to find it. So it's better to search around now for other treasure chests that have just been placed. Finally, it's not too late for us to rush over. Wei Na said with a slight smile. This smile instantly made everyone feel like spring. At this moment, both men and women in the team, they all fell into a natural and beautiful mood. At the same time, I can't help but recall the most pure and beautiful past. Captain, you usually keep your dignity, but don't laugh. Although it feels good, it's easy to get distracted. In case there are monsters and monsters lurking nearby. Wait until the players come to their senses. Immediately someone commented. At this time, everyone is no longer a beautiful face, but a moment of fear. Although Wei Na's smile made them feel comfortable. But they care more about their own lives. Because if there is a sneak attack by a monster at this time, it will be difficult for them to react. And they're so worried because it really happened. Fortunately, the person who was attacked reacted, and in the end he was only slightly injured. It's just that he no longer dares to follow Wei Na's team. Okay, I'll try my best to hold on. At this time, Wei Na lowered her head and said a little aggrieved. She didn't mean it either. It's just that it has been like this since she contracted the source of symbiosis. A smile that comes out casually or when happy will have a special effect. At first, she also felt that this effect was quite good, after all, it gave people a very comfortable feeling. But it doesn't feel that way now. With this ability, she has no problem staying in a safe place. But once it's not a safe place, there are teammates beside him. Teammates are likely to be gone by accident. And the point is, she has a very gentle personality and likes to smile often. After symbiosis with a special source, smiling is almost energy. Once you let go of your vigilance, you have no negative emotions. Will subconsciously smile. Or, Captain, you put on a mask. Looking at Wei Na's slightly aggrieved expression, the female player with double ponytails suggested unbearably. It's useless, I tried. Wei Na shook her head. Then, Captain, you should explore by yourself first, anyway, it's not a problem for your strength to hang us all. A few of us went elsewhere to search for ordinary treasure chests. When the special treasure box is about to open, we will meet directly near the special treasure box. The female player with two ponytails thought for a while and said. Are you trying to kick my captain out of the team? After Wei Na heard it, she showed a more aggrieved expression. No. Don't worry, Captain, this is absolutely nothing. At that time we will continue to form a team, and now it is better to just separate. The female player said with a smile. Don't know how. She felt Wei Na's aggrieved expression, and an unbearable feeling would arise in her heart. So are others. It's just that the female player is the closest to Wei Na, so she feels deeper. Okay, let's go. I don't want to hurt you either. Wei Na sighed and said. What else could she do? Is it possible that they have to be forced to leave this group of people behind? This is obviously impossible. Thank you, Captain. When the time comes to grab a special treasure box, we absolutely don't want the contents in it. A group of players said with joy. Next, you don't have to be afraid, and you don't have to feel the captain's grievances, making them uncomfortable. As for the special treasure chest, they all know that Wei Na can easily grab it by herself. Are they all the same? Asterisk. Chapter 36. Is this the legendary airdrop smashing the face? In front of the hut, Yan stared blankly at the sky. He suspects that this special treasure chest landed on his roof on purpose. How can this thing be put on the face? Not all are found in a remote place, and then attract a group of people to compete. This is in line with reality. So, the people at the academy are jealous of my leisurely life. Deliberately make me uneasy. Yan thought about it for a while, and it's really possible. But that also means his scavenging of those treasure chests went unnoticed. Those viewers must think he is a fool himself. If you don't test your experience well, you will live a leisurely life instead. In the end, I was angry and deliberately took this measure. If you don't dare to grab the treasure chest, if you don't dare to grab it, it definitely doesn't conform to the concept of the extraordinary. It's impossible for me to turn a blind eye. If I choose to slip away directly, it is estimated that Tiangong Academy will not want me. So I have to do it. As for whether or not I can grab it, it's not a problem. The point is that I have to show myself. The person who came up with this method is really scheming. As a professional Voldemort, Old Silver. Yan analyzed for a while. I saw the intention of the academy. Haha. It's still 10 hours before it opens. It's obvious that I don't want me to pick it up, so I can open the treasure chest directly. But that doesn't mean I can't do anything. Yan sneered. Dare to count him? Then not only was he above board, he asked for this treasure box in front of the audience of the academy. Not to show his strength. Although he practiced martial arts, he was prepared for this. But the feeling of being calculated made him very uncomfortable, so in order to prevent the academy's plan from succeeding, he deliberately did the opposite. Come down for me. It's still landing slowly. Yan directly held a log. It smashed directly at this special treasure chest. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of the treasure chest falling to the ground. Yan threw the log, jumped off the ground and returned to the house with the treasure chest. Oh, I knew it would be like this. So. At this time in the audience outside the stadium, the middle-aged man smiled mysteriously when he saw this scene. Next second, Yan's room suddenly burst into a strong golden light. This light is not harmful, but it is extremely penetrating. It penetrated Yan's two-story building in an instant, and the golden beam of light went straight into the sky. Oh, I knew it would be like this. So. Yan also showed a confident smile. Then he snapped his fingers. Countless mycelium broke out in an instant. Roll up this special treasure box firmly. Leave no gaps. But even so, the light is still straight into the sky. I'm here to see how powerful your penetrating ability is. Yan sneered. At the same time, the mind moved slightly. This wrapped treasure chest began to be dragged into the ground by more mycelium. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. Although the golden light still exists. But it's getting dimmer. Wait until the ground is 50 meters deep. The golden light was finally completely covered up. Thank you very much for the airdrop express. Then just wait until the countdown is over, the treasure chest is mine. Ha ha ha. Yan showed a smug smile. Still want to count him? How is this possible? By the way, in addition to special treasure chests, there are also ordinary treasure chests. What is missing? The other special treasure chests are definitely attracting attention, and it is difficult for me to steal them. But ordinary treasure chests? Yan showed a happy expression again. A few minutes ago. In the audience. After the special treasure chest is dropped, everyone realizes that the fun is about to begin. Especially when they found out that a special treasure chest was placed above Yan's building. Everyone looked expectantly. They all want to see if this student who has been living a leisurely life has any real skills. Haha, it looks like your handsome apprentice has been targeted. This is what Mo Liuli said with a smile. At the same time, his eyes gestured to their side and rear. Where is the position of the elders and others of Tiangong College, as well as the old principal? It doesn't matter, there are so many people in this assessment, but he is the only one who has reached the silver level. This matter is completely manageable. Lu Ruhua said confidently. Are you too embarrassed to talk about this? In order to let him pass this assessment more safely, you even forcibly improved his cultivation. Aren't you afraid that your student's foundation is unstable, and your future will be completely ruined in the future? Mo Liuli was very serious once and accused. Lu Ruhua immediately returned a look at the fool. Do you really think I would do this? His cultivation is all based on his own cultivation. And it's still in the place where the newcomers are trained, and they are promoted to the silver level. The reason why you doubt is because you saw him before and felt that his breath was vain. I can tell you that it was because he stayed up late to learn martial arts in order to make up for his own shortcomings. It's not a question of cultivation at all. Lu Ruhua said with a look of contempt. Rookie experience, silver. 15 days, tell me how to cultivate to silver. Mo Liuli heard Lu Ruhua's explanation. Suddenly dumbfounded. This speed of cultivation, I am afraid that it is not cultivated in a daydream. Don't be surprised, it's true. Otherwise, I wouldn't choose to recommend him without even knowing what his symbiote is. Although he behaves strangely, keep watching, he will never let me down. Lu Ruhua said proudly. After all, this is her student. Of course she also has the capital to be proud of. By the way, don't talk nonsense. My student likes to keep a low profile. In the end, Lu Ruhua suddenly reminded again. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a layer of invisible power dissipated. Only then did Mo Liuli realize that their conversation just now was secretly blocked by Lu Ruhua. Hee, don't worry. But your little tricks are getting more and more powerful. After the assessment is over, let's discuss it again. Mo Liuli finally smiled and said. She and Lu Ruhua didn't deal with each other, but they could tell the difference. She shouldn't talk too much. If you want to stay in Zuxing, I can fight with you again. Lu Ruhua said indifferently. Mo Liuli pouted and stopped talking. Continue to suppress the cultivation base to stay in Zuxing, and be restricted everywhere? She doesn't want to. I'm here to see how your apprentice is going to solve this time, poof. Haha, I'm dying of laughter, this is the first time I've seen someone smashing a treasure chest with a log. Ha, your apprentice is definitely more bizarre than us. Look at Yan's behavior on the screen. Suddenly, Mo Liuli laughed nervously again. The people around him have long been surprised by this. They covered their ears tacitly. Some people even gestured to Lu Ruhua in their eyes, asking her to block Mo Liuli's voice. For them, this woman's body, appearance, and cultivation base are all good. It's just a long mouth and endless laughs, which makes people feel particularly harsh. But Lu Ruhua ignored it. Just now you guys were still laughing at my students, and now there will be bad rewards. How could I possibly care? It's a big deal to feel the pain together. Asterisk. Chapter 37. Talent. The first time I saw this kind of operation, I thought he would stand on the roof and wait slowly. So, does he plan to ask for this treasure chest? Haha, this beam of light soaring into the sky, did he really think he would be fine if he hugged it inside the house? I'm here to see how he plans to guard this treasure chest next. In the audience, countless people were talking about it. Compared with Yan's show, they are all more curious about Yan's strength now. Especially after seeing Yan carrying the treasure box into the room, the light was so bright. He laughed while looking forward to Yan's performance. But soon they stopped laughing. Because they found that the light was rapidly fading. In just a few minutes, the light completely dissipated. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What happened? Is this quiet? Could it be that the treasure chest has been opened? Impossible, they watched the treasure box dropped by the vice president of Tiangong Academy with their own eyes. And the seal of the special treasure box was also imposed by the vice president himself. How could it be possible for a student who had just awakened to break open? It wasn't opened, it was the movement that was covered up. But how to do it, I don't know. After all, the privacy of students is very important, and I have no right to spy on them. looking at some people's curious eyes. The middle-aged man said lightly. What he said is the vice president. Others are naturally convinced. Now everyone's eyes on Yan changed. Stop looking at a funny clown the way you used to. Instead, I am looking at a genius with a clear brain circuit and special means. I just checked his profile. I heard that his grade is silver, the only one among all the participating students. Bien? It's only about 20 days from the awakening ceremony to the beginning of the assessment, and he actually reached Bien. I heard that the breath is vain, it should be forced out. I know this, that notoriety, ahem, the famous Lu Ruhua and Mo Liulai belong to him. Someone told the inside story they knew. This time everyone suddenly realized. I see. It turned out that Lu Ruhua forcibly improved the cultivation of his students in order to fulfill the previous punishment agreement. Coupled with the resounding reputation of their teachers and sisters. Everyone thought that was the way it should be. And Yan just built a house on the spot to live. It may be because the cultivation base is artificially high, and the body cannot bear it and is not suitable for fighting. It is even possible that the symbiotic origin is unstable. That's why they stay where they are, and sometimes they don't show up for days at a time. It is because he wants to stabilize his cultivation and strengthen the stability of the source of symbiosis. As for why Yan had to build a toilet and pigsty, and even reclaimed land. They also make up their brains automatically, Yan needs to adapt to his own cultivation power. But the breath is vain, and it is not suitable for fighting. So use the means of labor to hone yourself. Then. That's it. In less than 10 minutes, Yan's reputation instantly reversed. Lu Ruhua was also labeled as being unkind to his teacher. Of course, Mo Liulai is no exception. Because no matter who they mention, they will think of the other person. Lu Ruhua is unkind to his teacher, so is your Mo Liulai. Why am I being unkind to my teacher? Mo Liulai was instantly furious. A second ago, she was going to ridicule Lu Ruhua for being unkind to her teacher. Although she knows the truth, it doesn't prevent her from mocking. In the end, the words hadn't been said, and the next second, he was also lying on the gun. Looks like you're in a hurry. At this time, in the examination place, Yan, who was just about to receive ordinary treasure chest supplies, muttered. Through a vast mycelial network, he could sense that many people were rushing towards his residence. Although it only took a few minutes for that special treasure chest to make noise. But it still attracts people from the whole forest area. Especially after the movement of the treasure chest suddenly disappeared again. This made many people anxious. After all, the special treasure chest is set to be opened after 10 hours. They can still rush past leisurely. But now, don't rush over here. I'm afraid that the shadow of the treasure chest can't be seen. This group of people is quite accurate, and the destination of the journey is me. There is no way to stop them in a circle of poison around them. Yan touched his chin, lost in thought. The reason why he lives here peacefully. Just put some poison around. Although it is only a faint layer, the naked eye can't see the difference at all. But for monsters that are extremely sensitive to smells, can clearly experience the scope of the poison circle. Even this layer of poisonous circle has no real impact on them. But these monsters will not take the initiative to enter the poison circle. Basically they choose to avoid it. But for other students, this poison circle is useless. We can only let go of the restrictions and create a thick layer of poisonous fog. Not to mention that his abilities must be exposed. And poison smog is not necessarily useful. After all, hundreds of millions of people awaken every year, but only 200 or 300 attend Tiangong Academy. The gold content in it can be imagined. Many of these proud people should have a way to deal with the poisonous fog. They memorized where special treasure chests landed. When they come over, they will definitely ask themselves where the special treasure chest has gone. Although Yan is not afraid of them either. But there is no need to conflict with them now. After all, there is no conflict of interest. For Yen, it is just idle and painful behavior. So Yen acted decisively and made up his mind, go. Just the way he left. It's not a fair run. Instead, run directly to the ground. The transportation channel formed by his hypha can carry more than just goods. He can carry himself too. Even a little exaggerated. He can carve out huge rooms underground for himself to live in. And there are pipes to transport air, so you are not afraid of suffocation. Of course, when Yen left, he didn't forget to remove the surrounding poison circle. In this way, others will not notice the difference when they come. After a few minutes, a golden afterimage appeared. It was not until near the wooden house that the golden afterimage stopped to show its original appearance. It was a woman holding a sharp sword and exuding a divine aura. But at this time, she looked puzzled. Someone actually built a house here. Avril said in surprise. This is the most powerful academy of human beings, Tiangong Academy's assessment site. There are people who will build a house while they are idle during the assessment. This is completely not taking the assessment to heart. But compared to this question, what made her even more concerned was where the special treasure chest went. Judging from the movements made at that time, it should be here without a doubt. Plus there are traces of people living here. Then it must have been hidden by the people here. It's just that she didn't sense anyone in the room. Running early. Avril thought it was really possible. Just when she was about to take a closer look at the situation, a trembling sound came out not far away. A student like a beast, punching a tree, abruptly opened up a path and walked out. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Hand over the treasure chest, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Zhao Long looked at Avril with an arrogant expression and said. I just arrived, and the treasure chest is not in my hands. And I know you Zhao Long, I'm not afraid of others who are afraid of you. Your arrogant attitude is best restrained in front of me. Avril's momentum suddenly rose, and she glared at Zhao Long and said. Now her focus is to find that special treasure chest. Otherwise, it depends on Zhao Long's attitude. She couldn't just let it go. You are strong. I can feel your symbiotic origin is very powerful. Very good, very good. Although I don't know who you are, your appearance and your strength are enough to be my Zhao Long's woman. Woman, surrender to me. Be my plaything. It's your honor. Feel the powerful breath of Avril. Zhao Long said suddenly excitedly. Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Avril's breath suddenly became violent. Although the expression did not change. But anyone can feel the breath of anger. Of course not. Zhao Long's voice just fell. Avril has already been killed with a sword. Zhao Long's response was also extremely fast. Block directly with the scales on his hands. Bah! The two meet. One after another sparks lit up. Avril was a little surprised. This long sword of hers is actually one of her abilities. Killing silver-level monsters for a long time has always been unfavorable. Even defensive monsters can still be easily cut off. But now facing the scales on Zhao Long's hands, she can only leave a trace that is neither deep nor shallow. It is worthy of being the first, and it is worthy of the symbiotic origin of the dragon. But that's all. One hit down. Avril can feel the strength of the other party. That unparalleled strength and defense. But in terms of speed, she has the absolute advantage. With this advantage, she can slowly deal with each other. Can't break the defense once or twice. But 10, 100 times. The winner will be her after all. Then, the second sword, the third sword. Avril launched an attack frantically. It even gradually formed a golden afterimage. However, Zhao Long could only activate his own abilities, and he wrapped his body with scales for defense. Both hands can only block the attack of the vital parts as much as possible. As for his counterattack, no chance at all. because the speed of his punches is too slow compared to Avril. Avril can slash him several times while he throws a punch. Therefore, once he counterattacks, he will be attacked by Avril to the vital part with all his strength. Enough! Suddenly Zhao Long let out a roar. The deafening sound made the surrounding land tremble. Avril's movements froze for a moment. Zhao Long seized the opportunity and immediately stretched out his hand to grab Avril's wrist. But at the moment he touched it, he realized that Avril in front of him was just an afterimage. I said, I'm not afraid of you. Let's talk about attributes aside, what abilities can your dragon origin bring to you? There's no need to guess too much. Avril's voice sounded behind Zhao Long. And the sword in his hand stabbed mercilessly. Although it broke Zhao Long's defense. But in the end it only left a wound on his back. So what? You who dare not fight head-on are destined not to be my opponent. Since you don't agree to be my woman, then I will destroy you. This wound not only did not bring any trouble to Zhao Long. Instead, it inspired the fierceness of the dragon origin in him. And that wound, under the influence of his powerful vitality, stopped the bleeding. Anyone can talk big, but in fact, even if you get into a runaway state, don't even think about touching me. Avril said disdainfully. Ouch! Just when the two were about to move on, a wolf howl suddenly sounded in the distance. Recall the description of the special treasure chest. Avril and Zhao Long immediately understood that the monsters were also attracted. But next moment, Avril still launched the attack. What about monsters? If you dare to come, you will be killed. But for Zhao Long, how dare he be so disrespectful to himself? This tone must be obtained. And Zhao Long didn't care about the monster's performance. Concentrate on Avril's attack. It didn't take long. A whole pack of monsters and wolves came to the vicinity. The silver-level Wolf King headed by him, after seeing the battle between Avril and Zhao Long, immediately stopped the pace. Its beast instinct told it that it couldn't afford to offend these two. And the purpose of its coming here is not because of these two humans. So the Wolf King directly bypassed the two who were fighting. Sniffing the smell, he directly knocked down Ye'an's wooden house. But after sniffing again, I found nothing. Well, someone's fighting. Why are there monsters on the side? At this time, other students arrived. And it's a team. It was Zhao Long who was fighting over there, with a strange woman. Although I don't know her, she's really amazing, and she even beat that Zhao Long. Someone exclaimed. Those two are obviously not something we can afford to provoke. This group of monsters was also attracted by the special treasure chest. So, I suggest staying with it. The treasure chest takes 10 hours to open, and now we can't get much benefit from it. On the contrary, the power was wasted in vain. It's better to recharge your batteries and watch a big battle, isn't it beautiful? Someone suggested. The rest of the team nodded. Really? It's no good, why do it? It would be better to hide and watch Zhao Long, who was in first place, fight with the mysterious woman. Only. It's not just them who think so. But everyone thinks so. Next. Not long. There were a lot of people around. Although they both sensed each other's existence. But all of them were in tacit agreement. Watch this three-way melee between man and monster. There's a good show here. The first and second places are gathered together. Although Ye'an hid the treasure chest, his previous movements are still remembered. I don't know what Ye'an will choose to do. A few minutes ago, in the audience, everyone watched what was happening around Ye'an's wooden house. Start looking forward again. Only, what they didn't expect was that Ye'an hasn't appeared yet. The first and second places in the standings were in a fight. What's the situation? How did they fight? Could it be that the two of them feel that even if they are rivals, that Ye'an is not worth caring about at all? Hey? The monsters are here too. This time it's even more chaotic. No, Yeans. This house has been demolished, why are people missing? After seeing the house being demolished, the audience was dumbfounded. They never thought that Yein would disappear for no reason. To know that although Yein entered the room, he could not see his trace. But Yein's wooden house was constantly being watched by live broadcasts. Coupled with Yein's high popularity, once Yein leaves the wooden house, it will definitely be found. Could it be the stealth ability? But after Yein returned to the house, the door was never opened. And Yein's room has no windows. It can basically be ruled out that Yein sneaked away in stealth. Asterisk. Chapter 39. I really can't understand today's young people more and more. It's okay to fight if you don't agree. Why are everyone else so stubborn? The monsters are also there, can't we clean up the monsters first, and then continue to watch the show? Being a human race, don't you understand this? If this is on the endless battlefield of the heavens, at least it must be a crime of treason. Someone in the audience criticized. The crime of treason is the crime of treason if you know that your compatriots will die, but you still have the ability to save them. And it must be on the frontal battlefield. In a situation like this, the two who fought didn't bother to pay attention to this monster. Do you think other people will think that these two people can't deal with these monsters? Someone retorted. Although the behavior is not worth promoting. But other people's choices are not wrong. It's a pity that Yein is gone. Otherwise, under this circumstance, I'm still curious about what actions he would make based on his thinking. Someone exclaimed curiously. I think he may have sensed someone was coming and ran away ahead of time. And it's very likely. Because he has never done it before. It may be that the problem on the body has not been resolved, so try to avoid fighting as much as possible. Someone said with a serious look. By the way, I sympathized with Yein. Met such a pit teacher. Hear his analysis. Many people gave Lu Ruhua a subconscious glance. Lu Ru's picture did not change. If you want to add guilt, there is no excuse. She also remembered those who dared to lie about herself. When the assessment is over, she has to visit one by one. At this time, near the ruins of Yein's cabin, the battle has reached a fever pitch. Zhao Long has many scars on his body. Avril's speed also slowed down. It is impossible for her to continue the attack of rigid strength. But even so, he still pressed Zhao Long steadily at speed. It made Zhao Long unable to attack her at all. And the other side. The silver-level Wolf King was also staring at the two of them. Although it knows that these two can't afford to offend. But its greed makes it unwilling to leave. If the two human beings are divided, or if they fight to a certain extent. If it makes another move, it can kill these two people. It believes that these two powerful humans. Its flesh and blood must be exceptionally delicious and full of spiritual power. Absolutely great to eat. With this idea, and more wounds on Zhao Long's body. The smell of blood is getting stronger and stronger. The Wolf King finally couldn't take it anymore. Howling to the sky. In an instant, the surrounding wolves appeared one after another and began to pounce towards Avril and the two of them. A group of beasts, dare to disturb me. Avril bluntly launched an attack upon seeing this. The long sword in his hand instantly chopped off the head of a demon wolf. Then the second, the third. For a time, blood rained. Avril was not stained in the slightest. Zhao Long on the side also smashed a few to death with his fists. Being suppressed by Avril for so long, he had already held back his anger. It happened that these monsters came to the door, and he used it directly to vent his anger. But he was angry, but he didn't forget the most important thing. That is to subdue Avril. Let her understand that she is strong. So after cleaning up the monsters around him, looking at Avril who was fighting with the Wolf King, he rushed up immediately. BD. In the audience, Someone saw this scene. Immediately stood up and cursed. It is clear. Zhao Long ran towards Avril. Even if Avril can easily kill the Wolf King, this Zhao Long shouldn't make such a sneak attack. At this moment, people who were originally optimistic about Zhao Long, basically, they all turned pale. How a person behaves, they don't care too much. But at least the foreign enemy is now. The means of being a human race should not be so despicable. He even sneaked up on the same clan who were fighting monsters. If this kind of person is in the endless battlefield, how can other people let go of their hands and feet to fight foreign enemies at ease? If you have to be wary of being stabbed in the back by your fellow clan, you won't even want to win any war. There will even be heavy casualties. Oh, you dare to shoot at me! At this time, Avril saw Zhao Long rushing towards you. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. She wasn't so stupid that she didn't take precautions against a conceited person like Zhao Long. He even wanted Zhao Long to sneak attack on himself. Because once Zhao Long makes a sneak attack, his nature will change completely. Not to mention whether or not you can be admitted to the college. At least the reputation is completely stinky. No one dares to train him no matter how talented he is. And this Zhao Long really chose to attack. You're useless too, Avril said to the Wolf King with a faint smile. For a moment, a sword shadow swept across, and the Wolf King's head was chopped off. At this time, Zhao Long also approached. Avril immediately put the sword in front of her, ready to resist Zhao Long's attack. But right now, Zhao Long's body suddenly lost its balance. He staggered a few steps to stabilize his body. His legs suddenly sank to the ground again. Good chance. Avril saw this scene. Immediately counterattack. Slide your head up. A sword pierced Zhao Long's jaw. The only reason to attack like this is also because of the weakness of Zhao Long that she found in the previous test. Although it can't kill Zhao Long, but it directly cut Zhao Long's tongue in half. Putting away the sword, Avril glanced at the white threads on Zhao Long's legs. Suddenly thought of something. Then he looked at Zhao Long with contempt. You are indeed strong. But that's all. And from now on, you are no longer worthy of being my opponent. Also, just be happy. If this is not an assessment, you have already lost your life just now. Avril snorted coldly. Then turned to leave. Zhao Long was even more furious when he heard Avril's words. He doesn't allow anyone to look down on him. He opened his mouth to say something, but he spat out a stream of blood. He angrily wanted to break free, catching up with Avril and continuing to attack. But just as he was about to break free, the restraint on his ankle became heavier. Wait until he finally breaks free. Avril has disappeared. In the end, he can only be incompetent and furious in place. Why is my junior sister acting like a BCH in front of me? In front of others, just so rigid. Underground. Yen, who was lying on the corpse, murmured suspiciously. He's been watching this fight from start to finish. He knows that his junior sister is very powerful. But the combat power was still beyond his estimation. Not surprisingly, killing Zhao Long alone is not a problem. But it's so great. The junior sister who started a fight without saying a word. While chatting with him. You have to be a BCH. Do you think he is handsome and easy to tease? And this Zhao Long? It's a pity. I created such a good opportunity, she didn't kill her. Yen said with a sigh. From Avril's point of view, even if she kills Zhao Long, it will be fine. It's just that Avril is obviously not cruel enough. Just a simple piercing of the jaw. If he was Avril, absolutely hit the killer just now. It's his character that is sure to be retributed. But he didn't allow himself to be missed by someone like Zhao Long. Therefore, as long as the consequences can be tolerated, it is impossible for him to stay alive. Even from his own perspective. Dare to think about his junior sister, and even shamelessly attack. He also planned to bury Zhao Long in place. But unfortunately, this is the place of assessment, and someone is monitoring it. He is not Avril, he has enough reasons to kill people, and a tough enough backstage. Therefore, it is not convenient to kill by hand. Asterisk. Chapter 40. You apprentice, you have to train your mind. In the audience. Watching Avril pierce Zhao Long's jaw, and then leave with harsh words. Lu Ruhua couldn't help but turn her head and took the initiative to speak to Mo Liulai. It really needs to be taught. If you don't take off your 2 arms and legs in this situation, I'm sorry for the grievances I have suffered. Mo Liulai agreed. On this matter, it was difficult for her to keep up with Lu Ruhua. The people around were ashamed when they heard it. Do you call this being wronged? Although I don't know why the two suddenly fought. But it was obvious that Avril was pressing Zhao Long to fight. And Zhao Long can only sneak attack. It can be understood with a little analysis. Avril was clearly fishing. And that Zhao Long really took the bait. Moreover, Avril also pierced the opponent's chin, and it is estimated that her tongue is about to fall off. Is this called being wronged? I don't know where your apprentice went. My junior sister was bullied, and I don't want to help. Immediately. Mo Liulai snorted again. Then guess, why did Zhao Long suddenly fall into the ground just now? At that time, Avril was acting defensively. After seeing Zhao Long sinking into the ground, he immediately switched from defense to attack. The point is that she doesn't have that kind of control. Lu Ruhua glanced at Mo Liulai and explained. You mean, your handsome apprentice secretly helped? Speaking of which, where did he go? It's amazing to be able to avoid live broadcast surveillance. Mo Liulai said with a look of sudden realization. I don't know, maybe I dug a tunnel and slipped away in advance. Lu Ruhua shook her head and said casually. She is a student with clear ideas and strange behavior. Until now, she still didn't understand what Yen was going to do. But for sure. Although Yen didn't show his fighting ability. But the ability is not ordinary. Now people just disappear. No big deal. Of course Lu Ruhua didn't expect it either. As soon as he said it casually, he really guessed how Yen disappeared. At this time, the place of examination. Avril is crouching under a tree. Look carefully at a few lines of twisted small print. So that's why the movement of that special treasure box disappeared. It's because of you, brother. Cooperation. It feels good too. Then it's settled. Avril murmured softly. These lines of distorted text were left by Yen. Yen briefly explained his ability to suppress the movement of the treasure chest. Then invite Avril to grab other special treasure chests. The basic process is. Avril robbed other special treasure chests with her powerful combat power. And Yen suppressed the movement. When the treasure chest can be opened, the treasure chest you grab will get 55 points. Aside from the special treasure chest in the forest area that Yen had taken away in advance. There are still 4 special treasure chests left in the entire assessment site. 55 points is 2 per person. And no matter how powerful Avril is, if she is alone, she can force up to 1 box at most. That's why he gladly accepted Yen's invitation. Her only dissatisfaction. It's that Yen didn't show up to communicate with her face to face. Rather, it had to be this way to talk to her. Are you ugly? Or does this senior think that he is too scary to be with him? But there is still a problem. The remaining 4 special treasure chests are in 4 areas. Even if it is full of 10 hours, I can't do it in every area. After all, the distance is too far. Avril was just ready to act. He frowned again. And right now, a piece of land in front of Avril suddenly wriggled. The original few lines of small characters disappeared. Instead, there are only 6 words. Go forward, don't resist. What's the meaning? Avril said with a puzzled look. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response. So try to move forward. Until she came to a bush under a big tree. Suddenly, the solace of the feet slipped, and the body instantly lost balance. Avril just wanted to stabilize her body. She felt something wrap around her ankle. She subconsciously wanted to summon a long sword to attack. But the next moment, the whole person was dragged into the ground. The whole body was quickly wrapped tightly by something unknown. Now, even if she wanted to resist, she couldn't do it at all. Shouldn't this be? Avril suddenly thought of something. Her senior brother's symbiotic body by SI. The best thing is to bind. The point is to have a touch. He is now tied up all over his body and treated like a mummy. Doesn't it mean that his senior brother can sense every inch of him? Just when Avril was about to become angry. Suddenly I felt my body slide. No, compared to sliding. It should be said that it was dragged by something in a special pipe. And the speed is still accelerating. It's just a narrow, dark underground space. He was wrapped tightly again. She couldn't figure out what was going on at all. After about half an hour, Avril suddenly felt her body loosen. Then I felt like I was thrown out. Open your eyes. Avril saw herself falling towards the ground. So immediately adjust the body, and finally a perfect landing. This is the area of mountains farthest from the forest. Avril looked at the surrounding mountains in surprise. Normally, she wants to be here. At the very least, you have to use your abilities to run at full speed for more than 5 hours. But this is not possible. Because she doesn't have that much spiritual power in her body, if she uses her abilities, running at full speed for an hour is the limit. But now it only took more than half an hour to get here. And the whole process did not consume any physical strength. Gudong. Look at the light from the treasure chest in the distance. Avril suddenly realized something incredible. Guess correctly. It should be Brother Yen, who wrapped her into a mummy with his ability. Then dragged it underground, transporting her all the way here. Such a long distance. How awesome is your brother? Could it be that her perceptions are all wrong? Is a silver-level superhuman so outrageous? Or is it outrageous as my brother? Speaking of which, senior brother is so powerful, why don't you do it yourself? Is it not enough to fight? Avril murmured. Then he subconsciously shook his head. As far as Yan tied her up for a second. Others don't even want to break free from Yan's bondage. In other words, her senior brother has the ability to grab all the special treasure chests by himself. But also to find their own cooperation. Is it because he still remembers the previous cooperation agreement? And taking this opportunity, I want to give myself a special treasure chest. Thinking of Yan taking such care of him. Thinking about how I planned to bully this senior brother before. Avril suddenly showed an unbearable look of shame. That's weird. Just feeling Yan's care for her, her mood has indeed improved a lot. The touch from this mycelium is really good. It's not even worse than the feel. And at this time, underground, Yan's face showed an aftertaste. Said happily. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Oh, everyone doesn't play with me. It's so boring. Wina is sitting on a rock. He sighed, resting his chin in his hands. She looked at the beam of light in the distance, looking forward to the time to open the treasure chest. So her team is back. Hey? How are you? Wei Na suddenly turned around and greeted kindly. But there was no one behind him. What's the matter? I have been feeling that there are people around. Looking at the empty hillside behind him. Wei Na frowned slightly. It's just that she doesn't know. The moment she turned back, a white mycelium instantly shrank to the ground. This woman is amazing. Every time the hyphae get close to her, she can detect it. As a result, I haven't seen what color it is. Bah, no matter what color she is, what I want to see is what kind of symbiote she is. Yes. I am observing intelligence. Serious intentions. Under the ground, Yen said solemnly. At this time, he built a mycelium room. Lying on a bed of mycelium board, observing everything in the outside world through the power of mycelium. Forget it, let's not observe her for now, this woman is so weird. It's also worthy of relying on the auxiliary ability, and the existence of third in the standings. This special treasure chest, Avril, should be about to be taken. Go and collect it first. Yen muttered. Then the field of view switches. I saw that Avril had monopolized many monsters by herself. Of course Yen also felt it. There are many other students nearby. It's just that they are all lurking and have no plans to shoot. It really is an old silver coin per capita. Knowing that the treasure chest can be opened is not worth it at all. So one by one, they are hiding nearby, just watching but not doing anything. This situation. For Yen, it was a good thing. Because their eyes were all attracted by Avril's battle with the monster. As for the special treasure chest, although there are monsters who want to take it for themselves. But there was no way to open the treasure chest. As for those monsters who want to swallow the treasure chest directly, or transfer the treasure chest away. Basically, at the beginning, they will be killed by other students. Or the monsters compete with each other, and in the end, no one can take advantage. Good chance. Suddenly Yen saw a monster jumping over the treasure chest and wanted to forcibly take it for himself. The other monsters naturally disagreed, so they killed them one after another. And Yen took this opportunity. Directly used the mycelium to pull the treasure chest to the ground. Because the strong light emitted by the special treasure chest is difficult to hide. Therefore, no matter whether it is a human or a monster, the special treasure chest is basically not found disappearing for the first time. Knowing that the light from the treasure chest quickly dissipated. Everyone was dumbfounded. The treasure chest they waited patiently for is gone. Not just them. Those monsters who were still fighting with each other were also stunned. Because the feeling of incomparably attracting them dissipated instantly. Lost the goal of the fight. Naturally, these monsters were unwilling to continue fighting. With the first monster choose to retreat. All the monsters were scattered as birds and beasts. Good trick, how did he do it? After beheading a monster that was fighting with him. Avril watched the other monsters fleeing one after another and did not choose to pursue them. Forget it, I should leave too. After thinking about it, Avril got up and left. The students hiding in the dark thought about it and did not choose to follow. Not to mention Avril's powerful strength, it's useless for them to keep up. And Avril had been fighting monsters just now. Although she tried to snatch the special treasure chest, she failed to touch it. Therefore, it can be inferred that the special treasure chest is not on Avril's body. So it's useless even if you follow the past. The treasure chest is gone, what should we do? Cold. Either find out where the treasure chest is hidden, or change the area. Each area has a special treasure chest. When our area is gone, we will go to other areas to find it. You said the same thing last time, but... Last time, what last time? Even ordinary treasure chests are. Damn, it must be a person's handwriting. Suddenly someone came to a realization. When the others heard it, they immediately understood something. If it is the handwriting of the same person, then it's useless for them to switch regions. The opponent can cover up the movement and steal the special treasure chest in this area. Then no other area will be spared. By the way, how about the newly issued ordinary treasure chest? None of you know the specifics. At this time someone asked. You don't need to ask, it's definitely gone. I just realized that since that person is so talented, how could he miss the newly released treasure chest? FK, he should not reveal his identity. He swallowed all the students' treasure chest rewards alone. I will definitely be killed by everyone. Someone said angrily. Although their purpose is actually to pass the assessment to enter the Tiangong Academy. But the treasure chest rewards were all stolen. No one else can bear this breath. Don't be angry, let's think about how to deal with the next thing. At this time someone spoke. What's the matter? Others looked puzzled. You don't know? Then let me tell you. The assessment of Tiangong Academy is to persist for 30 days. But you think these 30 days have been so easy? The treasure chest system was thrown out in the first 15 days, attracting us to find treasure chests, and it can be regarded as allowing us to adapt to this place. 15 to 20 days is the stage of the beast's rampage. 20 days later, the state of the beast's rampage will be upgraded to a beast tide. Unless dozens of people form a team and work together to fight the beast tide, there will be a way to survive. Of course, it's not really that there is no way to go, because the last 10 days are also the days when the flame mountains in the central area open. When the time comes, the molten slurry will retreat for 10 minutes and make way for it. Take this opportunity to enter the flame mountain area, and the beast tide will be resisted by the lava. And entering the flame mountains basically means passing the assessment. Unless you want to obtain the treasure chest in the mountains of flames, if you wait patiently for 10 days, you will pass the test. Someone patiently explained. Thank you very much. If it weren't for your news, I'm afraid I can only be forced to teleport away and be eliminated. After hearing this, many people showed gratitude. The information they know is really not so detailed. After all, most people only knew that there was such a powerful academy when Tiangong Academy invited them. So know the news. Naturally, it is no better than those who have a better background and have already figured out Tiangong Academy within the family. No thanks, it's normal for people from the same race to help each other. You will know that when you go to the endless battlefield in the future, the help I have given you is not worth verbal thanks. And next, the beast tide will start first. If you want to enter the flame mountains, you have to wait for the beast tide to rage for a while. At that time, when we gather together, we will have more people and more strength, and it will be easier to survive. Better than us being scattered around. The man smiled and explained. The others nodded when they heard it. At this moment, Yen, who was hiding underneath, also showed a sudden realization. That's how the test works. No wonder he always felt in the current situation. The mortality rate can never reach 50%. At most, the death rate is 20 or 30. Unexpectedly, there is a beast tide. There are a lot of hidden monsters. Once the beast tide breaks out, even Avril will not be able to survive for long. So the test of time is unity. It looks like a serious academy, and there should be no large-scale intrigue. Yen said with satisfaction. Because he had read a lot of novels in his previous life, he had been worried about whether this academy would be similar to the sect of the novel. There are various factions, and they fight each other all day long. The disciples inside are bullying the soft and fearing the hard, bullying the top and hiding the bottom, bullying men and women. In short, it's the kind of look that will kill you if you look unhappy. But now that I think about it, I think too much. That kind of sect, if it is placed in the real world, will definitely not survive for a few years and then completely disperse due to civil strife. How could it possibly go on forever? Asterisk. Chapter 42. Brother Stinky, you really took my tool, man. In swampy areas. Avril scolded angrily. Seeing that the special treasure chest disappeared before, she left to find a place to chat with Yen. As a result, a foot slipped suddenly. No accident was tied up by Yen and sent away. Recovering her vision again, she has come here. This attitude is very obvious that her senior brother just made her a tool. However, when she was unhappy, Avril still held her sword and ran towards the beam of light to continue her work. It didn't take long for the special treasure chest to arrive. With her powerful fighting power, and the mentality of most people eating melons. The special treasure chest was swept away by Yen without anyone seeing it. Overall, no stress. That's it. With the perfect cooperation of Yen and Avril. The next hour or so, all the treasure chests are all in the bag. Then, Avril couldn't contact Yen anymore. How dare you play me? Thank you for believing in you so much. Don't fall into my hands in the future, or I will have to avenge this revenge. Avril knew that she was deceived by Yen. Immediately, he stomped his feet. She wanted to find Yen theory. But all along, she didn't even know where Yen was. Coupled with Yen's bizarre means of transporting people, there was no way she could find it. Of course, there is another important point. That's because she knows that she can't beat Yen at all. The strange binding speed and firmness. She couldn't break free at all. So Avril decided that it would not be too late to take revenge in the future. This small incense burner seems to speed up the training. If the efficiency is improved 150% for the current me, it seems to be pretty good too. Although I can't use it, it should be sold for a good price. This Lingzi-like thing contains a lot of spiritual power. Yes, I like it. And this, stable source. That's rubbish. After about 8 hours, the movement of the special treasure chest completely disappeared, and the lock of the treasure chest also automatically fell off, and it became possible to open it. Yen also fetched special treasure chests for the first time and opened them one by one to check. Well, overall it's not bad. In addition to the materials from the ordinary boxes released in the second round, I can strengthen the ability sequence 2 more times. Of course, awakening a few new skills, or improving your cultivation base seems to be good. Yen showed a satisfied expression. Then he thought of Avril. After all, she is her junior sister, and she also agreed to work with him. Is it really okay to just kick her away like that? Yen was lost in thought. His non-existent conscience seemed to be aching. Finally, he remembered Lu Ruhua's advice. So Yen suddenly felt at ease. My dearest teachers let me not have to share good things. Then there is no need to share. No, it's about being trustworthy. Even if the teacher said it, it doesn't matter. But I made an agreement after all, and what if she doesn't let me tie it up next time? Yen suddenly fell into deep thought. This is a big problem. So Yen walked to the box that was just opened. He shoved the things he didn't use into the treasure chest. These are items that increase the speed of cultivation and stabilize the source. For Yen, the only value is to sell it for money. But he is not short of money now. So Yen felt that it was good to give him this junior sister. And the storage space is almost full. In doing so, it just freed up space. After our things are ready, Yen sent it directly to Avril. At this time, Avril was sulking with anger. Yen kept cursing in his mouth. Suddenly I saw a treasure box smashed over. Avril slashed subconsciously. Then countless materials fell. Original cordyceps. Meditation furnace. Qiling Hua. Is this a spirit gathering stone? There are so many good things. Avril looked at the supplies that fell on the ground. Suddenly dumbfounded. She has a good family. Although it is not a superhero family. But also the nobles of the Western Federation belong to the upper echelons. But so many materials are in front of the scene. It was also the first time she saw it. So many supplies. Inventory of her entire family. Probably less than half. These resources are more than enough for dozens of people. How can there be so many resources in a special treasure chest? Avril said in surprise. Although no one told her who gave these things. But don't think too much about it. No matter how beautiful she is, no one will give her so many supplies in order to pursue her. And when it was delivered, I saw the goods but no one was there. So it can only be her mysterious senior brother Yen. No matter how much Senior Uncle Lu Ruhua loves me as a senior brother, he won't put so many training materials for him. So these are the things that senior brother got himself. Treasure box. Suddenly Avril thought of something. The examination is open now. The biggest thing that ever happened. It's not a battle for a special treasure chest. Instead, all the treasure chests were stolen by some mysterious person. So much so that the Academy had to put in a new treasure chest. Who the mysterious man was, no one knew from beginning to end. Look now. The mysterious man who stole all the treasure chests. Definitely his senior brother Yen. It looks like my senior brother. The strength is far more terrifying than I imagined. Avril sighed. Originally thought that Yen's means of transporting people was very powerful. But compared to stealing all the treasure chests in a short period of time, it can really be described as magical. She didn't even understand the origin of the symbiote that everyone integrates at the same time. The source of mythical creatures that the world envy is what I fuse. It can be said that it is a special existence selected from tens of millions of people. Why is there such a big difference in front of this senior brother? Fortunately, he is my senior brother. Otherwise, I don't even want to get any supplies. Avril suddenly rejoiced. Only when she began to happily collect the cultivation resources scattered all over the place, suddenly realized a very strange problem. The materials Yen gave her seemed to be to aid her cultivation efficiency and stabilize her origin. It's like the kind of material that contains a lot of spiritual power, can absorb a short period of time to enhance the strength, and even use it to impact the realm level. Not even one. Could it be that senior brother wants to tell me that cultivation should take it slow? He sees that my angelic origin is not so stable. Or are you just worried about me? Avril was a little puzzled. Although a little moved. But she always felt that her senior brother was not purely good-hearted. Instead, it was more like he threw the things he didn't need directly to himself. Otherwise, why have to wait until the special treasure chest is opened? Just give yourself something? Why can't it be earlier? Wrong. Avril shook her head suddenly. He pinched his face hard. What are you thinking about? Even if you don't need it, no one would have a bad mind and give so many cultivation materials to others. This must be a piece of kindness from my brother. Taking care of her junior sister. And she is also in great need of cultivation items that stabilize the origin of symbiosis. The instability of the source has made her afraid to use items containing a lot of spiritual power to quickly improve her cultivation. You can only increase your cultivation by relying on your own spiritual power. Therefore, the supplies Yen gave her were the things she needed the most. I'm used to intrigue within the family. Always think things are bad. This kind of ideological problem, it seems that it needs to be corrected. Senior brother didn't contact me before, maybe there is any trouble. After all, it shouldn't be easy to suppress the movement of the special treasure chest. Avril was picking up supplies. On the other hand, he muttered a little remorsefully. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of silver. Ding, congratulations to the host's success in strengthening the perception sequence. Your ability low-level neural network evolved into intermediate neural network. Your ability neural unit has evolved into a nerve center. Your ability spiritual communication has been successfully strengthened, and the ability has been strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding, your spiritual communication has additionally extended a new ability spiritual perception. Spiritual perception, you can vaguely see the existence of spiritual power. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening the toxin sequence. Your ability strong paralysis has evolved into absolute paralysis. Your ability strong blindness has evolved into absolute blindness. Your ability powerful slumber has evolved into absolute slumber. Your ability strong corrosion has evolved into absolute corrosion. Your ability mental toxin has evolved into mental weakness. Your ability terror toxin has evolved into absolute horror. In the dark, Yen slowly opened his eyes. Feel the changes in the sequence ability after strengthening. The corner of his mouth smiled again. It worked really well. It's not in vain that I have accumulated 5 more days of spiritual power. Yen said with satisfaction. Because the ability of the toxin sequence is the most, the spiritual power required to strengthen it once is also a terrifying amount. So Yen didn't rush to strengthen it immediately after opening the special treasure chest. Rather, it is to ensure the success rate of reinforcement. The scheme after system speculation is adopted. That is to continue to accumulate spiritual power for almost 5 days. Although the reinforcement was delayed by 5 days. But the effect is really good. Especially under the accident, the newly acquired ability. It also allowed him to see the existence of spiritual power. In short, no matter where the target is hiding, or whether it is invisible, within a certain field of vision, he can see a floating mass of spiritual power. Unless the other party can disguise his mental power. Otherwise no one can escape his eyes. Today should be the day when the monsters run wild, right? No movement at all. Yen felt the information from the outside world. Strange muttered. It was at this time. Yen suddenly felt a surge of energy. This fluctuation is a bit like the feeling of ocean waves. But hitting him was like a breeze. Extremely comfortable. This is the spiritual tide of this planet. Today also happens to be the 16th day. It turns out that after 15 days, the monsters will run wild, and the reason is because of the arrival of the tide of spiritual power. Yen suddenly realized. For people, the tide of spiritual power is as comfortable as the spring breeze. At the same time, the training speed will be accelerated. But for monsters, it's more like being drunk. Because the cultivation of monsters is basically a matter of swallowing spiritual power. It is not like humans, who will slowly absorb and cultivate according to their own needs. Therefore, as soon as the tide of spiritual power arrives, the monster will instinctively absorb a large amount of spiritual power quickly. Most of the monsters were unable to digest these spiritual powers for a short time, thus entering a state of excitement. That is the so-called runaway. Only a very small number of monsters can control themselves and work hard to digest their spiritual power. After these monsters are successfully digested, their strength is often greatly improved. Unconsciously, the assessment time is over half. Except for the inaccessible mountains of flames. I got all the benefits from the outside world. It's useless to keep hiding it. And just as the monsters are running wild, I can also show my martial arts talent as planned in advance. Yen rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Then, Yen tied himself directly. Through the transport channel, he sent himself back to a monster's lair. Three-eyed demon tiger. Mycelium's field of vision is still somewhat limited. I thought it was an ordinary monster. I didn't expect it to be a mutant variety. Look at the monsters in the cave. Yen analyzed it carefully. The three-eyed demon tiger gave Yen a surprised look. I was also curious as to where this human came from. Then he roared again. With a big mouth open, he rushed towards Yen. But it just jumped into the air. Countless mycelium wounded into a huge zongzi in an instant. Forehead. See this scene? Yen gently touched his forehead. It's a bit subconscious, it's not okay. Yen muttered. From now on, what he wants to show is his own martial arts. Rather than symbiote abilities. Just now, he had planned to use martial arts to deal with this three-eyed demon tiger. As a result, the hyphae were used instinctively to attack. So Yen waved his hand. Mycelium was removed. Staring at the three-eyed demon tiger. Actively clenched his fists and rushed up. Roar! Although the three-eyed demon tiger strangely restrained itself, the strange plants suddenly disappeared. But seeing Yen, a slender human, dared to rush to him. So he rushed towards Yan again. However, the results are predictable. Yan's 18th fist of the dragon subduing only used the power of the 5th fist. The three-eyed demon tiger was blasted out of its lair. Before the three-eyed tiger demon stood up, Yan quickly rushed out of the nest. One more punch ended the life of the three-eyed tiger demon. Under the tide of spiritual power, you can still maintain a clear mind. This tiger demon is quite talented. If you hadn't met me, you might not be able to advance to the peak of silver in 2 days. Yan sighed. After the craniotomy took the opponent's crystal nucleus, his eyes stared at the sky. Then leave. Are you sure your student's information is correct? Isn't he a plant symbiote? He can kill the silver high-level three-eyed tiger demon with his fist. In the audience, Mo Liuli saw this scene. Immediately, he asked Lu Ruhua questioningly. Yan's performance has always been described as funny. That is, it suppressed the movement of the special treasure chest, which made people's eyes shine. Unexpectedly, after disappearing for a few days, it suddenly appeared again. All of a sudden, he showed such a powerful melee ability. This made many people, including Mo Liuli, somewhat unacceptable. It's martial arts. Before the assessment, he asked me for martial arts, and I gave him all the more than 30 sets of martial arts that I had collected. At that time, I thought he was too late to cultivate, and it would be useless to ask for it. I didn't expect him to succeed in cultivation. And looking at the action, it should be Bajiquan. Lu Ruhua said thoughtfully. No wonder Yan initially built a house and stayed out of the house. Then disappeared for 5 days without appearing. It turned out to be secretly practicing Bajiquan. About half a month. In the absence of guidance, one can learn a difficult martial art such as Bajiquan. Yan is also quite talented in martial arts. It turned out to be martial arts. Mo Liuli suddenly realized. Originally thought to be a funny character with a problem with his brain, he suddenly showed such a powerful fighting force. She was really uncomfortable. Since it's a martial art, it makes sense. However, Bajiquan puts a huge load on the body, and even if he learns it in a day, he won't be able to punch much in 1 day. And now the tide of spiritual power has appeared, and the monsters are running wild. If he only relies on Bajiquan, it is difficult for him to protect himself. Mo Liuli then analyzed. There was also a solemn expression on Lu Ruhua's face. But immediately relieved. By relying on Bajiquan alone, it is indeed impossible to cope with the situation of the beast running rampant. But Yan didn't choose to keep hiding himself. Instead, it appeared during the rampage of the monster. That is to have the means to deal with the current situation. Otherwise, based on what she knew about Yan, this student of my own will definitely continue to hide. Instead of showing up swaggeringly. Asterisk. Chapter 44. Looks like I'm here just in time. On the grassland. A gust of wind blew by. Yan looked at Avril's figure that flickered and disappeared. Hurry up and rush over. Who? Avril Lavigne, who was originally closing her practice. Feel the movement behind you. Instantly opened his eyes, holding a long sword, turned and pointed at Yan. Why, I haven't seen you for half a month, you don't know your senior brother and me. Yan looked at the long sword that was close to his neck. He smiled unhurriedly. No nervousness at all. Brother. The person who found out was Yan. Avril also immediately showed a happy expression. You are willing to show up, I can't even chat with you if I want to. Avril looked at Yan and complained like a little girl. You want to find me to protect you. The tide of spiritual power did not come before, so it is not suitable for your promotion. The spiritual power of heaven and earth is extremely abundant now, so I came out. Yan said nonsense. He didn't really think much of it at all. I just feel like I should come out. But as the saying goes, people talk to people, and ghosts talk to ghosts. He has also been monitoring Avril's movements. In my heart, I probably understood what Avril thought of myself. So say it again on purpose. In Avril's heart, the image of his senior brother is even more reliable. As predicted. After Avril heard what Yen said, the small resentment in my heart suddenly disappeared. So, senior brother, that's what you think. But with your ability, you can obviously. Avril asked curiously. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yen reaching out his hand. Ability? What ability? Junior sister, you have to understand. For some things, just take the benefits, and don't talk nonsense about other things. Yen hinted. Avril was not stupid, and immediately understood what Yen meant. That is, everything about the treasure chest and Yen's abilities should be kept secret. I see. Then please, senior brother, help me protect the law. I can feel like I can advance to silver anytime. But it's too dangerous to be promoted alone, so I haven't been able to really try it. Avril nodded. Then he looked at Yen and said. You can rest assured. Yen replied with a smile that he believed to be reliable. Avril nodded and began to close her eyes to prepare to advance to the silver realm. At the same time, there was a slight smile on his lips. Having a reliable senior brother makes her feel very at ease. This is a feeling that has never been seen before. People in the Western Federation, do they all stand when they practice? Watching Avril standing motionless, Yen wondered inwardly. If you let him practice standing up, it's not impossible. But I always feel that it is not as fast as meditating. Of course, it may also be because of different cultures, which leads to the subconscious feeling that meditation is fast. Speaking of which, my junior sister can really do it. The rabbits raised have the potential to continue to grow, and other aspects are moving closer to the standard of the angel family. If the relationship is maintained well, maybe when I grow up to the point where I can go to the angel clan to grab a few angels. You can learn about angels in advance through this junior sister. Cough. Cultivation is the most important, cultivation is the most important. My desire to seek the way becomes stronger, I can't be delayed just because of mere angels. Yen turned his eyes away and looked up at the sky. At this time, a cyclone gradually began to form around Avril. The surrounding spiritual power began to quickly move towards Avril. It turns out that the normal promotion to silver is like this. Looking at the change in breath, it is estimated that it will take half an hour to be promoted successfully. Although compared to my spiritual needs, it is the feeling of drizzle. But compared to others, the spiritual power required by this angel symbiote is at least 10 times that of the natural disaster grade monster symbiote. Yen glanced at Avril again and analyzed. At this time, outside the audience, Emily was stunned when she saw this scene. Why is that stupid apprentice of mine getting promoted? As far as your handsome student's fighting power is concerned, if you have 2 more silver monsters, you probably won't be able to keep it. How dare she be promoted like this? I'm afraid it's not because he looks handsome, I'll be fooled directly. Emily looked at Lu Ruhua and complained. I think how dare she be promoted to silver? You also said that there are actually some small problems with the stability of her origin. Lu Ruhua said curiously. It was definitely fooled by your apprentice. Emily accused. You saw it too, they just chatted a few words when they met. I think it's more like your apprentice's realm is out of control. After meeting Yen, I couldn't wait to start promotion. Lu Ruhua retorted. How is it possible? I have calculated it, she will be suppressed until the end of the assessment is no problem. And there is a problem with the origin, she does not dare to continue to promote, and even slows down the speed of cultivation. Unless, her origin has stabilized. But in order to prevent her from being promoted to silver in the assessment, I deliberately didn't give her an item to stabilize her origin. Emily wondered. Because before Yan gave Avril supplies. It's in a cave, so you can't see the situation outside at all. Therefore, Emoliuli didn't know that Avril's origin had become more stable. So much so that it is now enough to safely advance to the silver level. What's the hurry? That apprentice of yours doesn't look like a fool, he knows what to do. Lu Ruhua said calmly. Oh, you're not worried, after all, it's not your student, right? Lu Ruhua nodded and admitted it generously. Emoliuli's teeth itched with anger, but couldn't find fault to refute. Because when Yan has a problem, she is the happiest laugh. 10 minutes later. Standing in the same place, Yan suddenly turned his eyes in a certain direction. I thought I could be promoted safely. I didn't expect this to come. Is it attracted by the movement in the promotion process? Following the induction of the hyphae, Yan noticed that there were several runaway monsters rushing towards him. After about half a minute, in Yan's own field of vision, he also saw a total of 4 silver-level monsters rushing over. Sun deer, rhino horn pig, rock turtle, wind feather swallow. It is quite outrageous that these 4 kinds of monsters can be mixed together in a rampant state. But this monster's team configuration is good. There are fire-type magic attacks, powerful frontal attacks, powerful defensive tanks, and fast-paced assistants that are good at containment. I saw 4 silver-level monsters and monsters rushing over. The audience outside, including Lu Ruhua and Emoliuli, began to worry. But Yan's face didn't show the slightest worry. Instead, he calmly watched the 4 silver-level monsters approaching quickly. There are even leisurely. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Unfortunately, the team configuration is useless. Merely silver level, still in a rampant state, I don't understand cooperation at all. Looking at Feng Yuan, who was flying quickly, with a light body. Yan directly threw out the mycelium from his hand, entangling Feng Yuan tightly. Under normal circumstances, Feng Yuan's reaction and speed would not allow him to be bound by a mycelium. But unfortunately, in a runaway state. No intelligence at all. I don't know how to dodge at all. And the ability of mycelium was also deliberately exposed by Yan. After all, the confidence of the symbiote has been written into the archives. One of them is entanglement. What he showed was exactly in line with the description of the archives. That is to say, it gives the impression that the mycelium is a little stronger. When others see it, there is absolutely no doubt about it. After controlling Feng Yuan, who rushed up first, Yan then raised his fist and charged forward. With one punch, the Zuri deer was directly forced to stop. After successfully attracting the sun deer's attention, he turned around and punched the rhino horn pig. Finally, the third punch was given to the rock turtle. But it doesn't seem to work. At this time, the sun deer and rhino horn pig, who were provoked, also attacked Yan immediately. After walking to avoid the ramming attack of the horned pig. Look at the flames spewing from the deer's mouth. Yan directly chose to hide on the other side of the rock turtle. One more punch at the same time. Bang! The power of the fourth punch was several times stronger than the first punch. This time it worked too. Accompanied by a dull crashing sound. The rock turtle shook violently and let out a low roar. Fifth punch. See the effect. Yan punched again without hesitation. This time the shell of the rock turtle had cracks. The rock turtle was in pain again, and couldn't help but stretched out his head and turned his body to give Yan a bite. At the same time, Sun Deer also adjusted the target and launched an attack again. Shut up for me. Yan snorted coldly. The sixth punch hits. The body of the rock turtle was directly knocked out. Smashed towards the deer. At the same time, Yan gathered his strength again, turning around instantly and punching the seventh punch. Behind him, the rhino-horned pig that rammed over again was directly interrupted by Yan's rhino horn on the bridge of his nose. Yan stretched out his hand to hold the rhino horn pig firmly, and then aimed an eighth punch at its forehead. This punch directly pierced the head of the rhino horn pig. Yan withdrew his fist, took the crystal core and threw it into his mouth. The crystal nucleus with the bloody smell not only did not make Yan feel uncomfortable. Instead, it made him even more excited. Have to say, this kind of punching to the flesh should not be too cool. Sure enough, real men speak with their fists. Since I practiced the last few floors, this eighth punch has no burden on me. Yan shook his right hand. Except for the blood boiling, there is no other feeling at all. It's not like when I just started training, I punched the eighth punch, and my arm was sore. After confirming that the arm is okay, Yan looked at the other two monsters again. Under normal circumstances, seeing Yan so brutal. After these two monsters stood up, they absolutely fled immediately. But at this time, he still attacked Yan without fear of death. As for the result, it is natural to imagine. Yan once again used the power of the eighth punch to kill the two monsters with two punches. After removing the nucleus, Yan didn't stop there, but abruptly peeled off the shell of the rock turtle. Then, the body of the deer was cut open, and a hot organ was taken out. This is the attacking organ of the deer. As long as it is injected with spiritual power, it can produce flames. The deer is dead though. But the organ can still be used for a few hours. Throwing the organ into the turtle shell, Yan crushed the nucleus and threw it in. Instantly the turtle shell was filled with flames. Yan found Feng Yuan, broke his neck, took out the barbecue supplies, and started to grill on the turtle shell. The organs of the deer, the shells of the rock turtles, the meat of the phoenix feathers. These are also rare delicacies in the assessment site. Yan exclaimed. As for the rhino horn, wild boar is very flavorful and cumbersome to handle. So it was ignored by Yan directly. Wait until Avril's promotion is successful, the meat will almost depend on it. Just enough to give her a leg. Yan thought happily. By the way, pick up the brush and start brushing the oil. This scene made the people in the audience even more speechless. Now, they acknowledged Yan's greatness. Symbiosis aside, his talent is no less than that of top geniuses like Zhao Long and Avril. But what about this laid-back atmosphere? Even if you just started building a house, everyone thinks that you need to stabilize your source and take care of your body. But now it turned out to be a grand barbecue. The point is that it also has the seasoning of barbecue. Compared with other people, it is serious and pays careful attention everywhere, for fear of accidental assessment atmosphere. Yan's performance is really indescribable. Haha, today's young people are really interesting. The last time a student like him took a leisurely assessment seems to have happened decades ago, right? The old dean laughed. Looks like I've hit the jackpot this time. Although his thinking is different from ordinary people, his talent is really good. Although the symbiote ability was only used once, being able to directly trap monsters of the same level to death also proves that his symbiote is not weak. And even if it's weak, it's fine. Judging from his talent, a powerful symbiote will always evolve in the future. At this time, the mysterious woman in front of the old dean said. The physical strength is really good, but this kind of condescending character is not suitable for my Yanjian guild. Of course you can train your character well, it should be a talent. The president of the Yang Yan guild said. Nevertheless. But he is Lu Ruhua's student. I'm afraid you won't be able to teach him if you want him. At this time, the vice president said with a smile. Hear him say that. The president of Yanjian Guild suddenly stopped talking. The mysterious woman on the side also sighed slightly. Such a good talent, turned out to be Lu Ruhua's student? That is obsolete. I have to say that my apprentice really has vision. I chose such a reliable bodyguard. See Yan's performance. Mo Liulai suddenly changed her attitude and praised. What do you mean your apprentice has vision, it's because my students are talented. Silver level can easily fight 4, and the side effects of Bajiquan can also be tolerated. It's not like someone who was chased by 2 silver monsters during the Silver Age. Lu Ruhua raised her chin and sarcastically said with a proud look on her face. That's not because I just got promoted, and as a result, I encountered 2 mutated varieties of peak silver monsters. And you were? Mo Liulai was about to refute. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked up at the sky in disbelief. Her gaze peered out of the galaxy through the clouds. Where, the originally silent universe suddenly turned grey. A primal, chaotic feeling came oncoming. Oops! Mo Liulai and Lu Ruhua looked at each other tacitly. My heart suddenly shouted badly. It is different from the spiritual tide that is fixed once a year on the planet. Galactic spiritual power tides that are sometimes rare for hundreds of years. It broke out today. Asterisk. Chapter 46. This feels like the tide of galaxy spiritual power. What? During the assessment, there was a galaxy spiritual power tide. It's over. There are many silver-level monsters in the assessment site. I'm afraid the tragedy from 100 years ago has reappeared. Headmaster, let's stop this assessment. We are willing to pay 10 times the cost and rearrange the assessment venue. Lord Headmaster. In the audience, a group of people looked up to outer space. Without exception, his face changed dramatically. It's not that the psychic tides of the galaxy are destructive. But the impact on the assessment site is huge. During an examination 100 years ago, just because of the emergence of the spiritual power tide between the galaxies, the 3 high-level silver monsters were directly promoted to gold. The examination was nearing its end. No one wants to give up on this. So they united and prepared to deal with these 3 gold-level monsters. The result is just a momentary effort. Of the more than 100 students who are still continuing the assessment, the remaining 10% are still alive in an instant. And this 10% of the people were also seriously injured and chose to withdraw from the assessment. At last, only one lucky person hid until the end of the assessment. Be the only newcomer in that class. There is a foreshadowing of that time. In addition, this time there are more high-level silver monsters. The number of monsters that can be promoted to gold has doubled. No one can pass the test at all. Even with the unyielding and arrogant character of these young people, there is a high probability that they will be killed in vain like 100 years ago. So much talent this year. There are several mythical level symbiotes alone. No one wants to see the whole army of students who are assessed to be wiped out. Especially among the students in the assessment, there are also geniuses recommended by them. Everyone, be quiet. Since the establishment of Tiangong College, I have made a lot of changes. But there are always a few rules that don't change. For example, the rookie assessment. According to the rules, once it starts, it must not be stopped unless the strong of the 10,000 clans attack it. No matter what accident happens in the meantime, how many students will die. This rule was also set by the first-generation dean, and it has not changed for thousands of years. What happened 100 years ago is indeed a pity, but it is not without it in history. Our teaching philosophy is to be infinitely close to reality. So everyone, don't mention it. If there is dissatisfaction, I am willing to bear all the cause and effect," said the old school principal. His voice was gentle, but unmistakable. Therefore, even if he withdraws his power, everyone can continue to speak freely. But still no one said a word. A time. The atmosphere is terrifyingly depressing. Everyone, the journey of cultivation has never been smooth sailing, but full of surprises everywhere. I think many people have been to the endless battlefield. No matter what accident happens, it is normal. 10 years ago, our new army of 1 million people succeeded in the sneak attack of the lurking strong men of all races, and they were all annihilated in one breath. In contrast, these assessment students have the ability to withdraw at any time. What's more, the invitation letter sent by my Tiangong Academy also stated the situation. Since you have chosen the assessment, you should have no complaints and no regrets. It's better to watch patiently, maybe these newcomers can pass the assessment. At this time, the middle-aged man behind the old dean, the current vice dean, persuaded him. After everyone heard it, they all looked helpless. The vice president of Tiangong College said so. It's no use if they want to protest. This rule of others can last for thousands of years, and even if they unite, they will not be able to make them break this rule. I only hope that the students who I recommend to enter the assessment will understand the seriousness of the matter and withdraw from the assessment by themselves. Don't give your life in vain. After all, even if they don't enter Tiangong Academy, they themselves have countless ways to cultivate talents. Tiangong College is only the best choice, but not the only choice. It always feels a little dangerous. Otherwise, you and I will join forces. When the time comes, I will slap the gold-level monster in the assessment site to death. How about you help me cover up the movement so that I have time to take action? Mo Liulai said to Lu Ruhua through voice transmission. It was because of you last time that I stayed in Zuxing for more than 10 years. Do you want to trick me this time? My students are cautious, and they will quit as soon as they find out that something is wrong. Why should I accompany you? Lu Ruhua glared at Mo Liulai, and the sound transmission replied. But my apprentice is not careful enough. I know Avril's character, she is not willing to give up the assessment easily. Even if it's a gold-level monster, she has to fight. But silver to gold is a big threshold in the early stage. Even angels and dragons can't bridge this gap at all. In case she is slapped to death by a gold-level monster. Mo Liulai hasn't finished speaking yet. The tide of spiritual power between the galaxies came suddenly. A strong surge of spiritual power instantly erupted in the entire audience. Mo Liulai's face changed greatly. Even Lu Ruhua clenched his fists. Because at the moment when the tide of spiritual power arrives, they can see it. Avril in the picture has not yet been promoted successfully. Just as the people in the audience discovered that the tide of galaxy spiritual power was coming. In a meadow. The roasted meat in Yean's hands has already exuded a charming taste. According to his experience, he had to catch birds and roast them because he couldn't afford to eat and was hungry all the year round. It should be fully mature in a little while. And Avril at this time. It's also a critical moment. The speed at which the surrounding spiritual energy gathers has become wind pressure. With her at the center, the surrounding grass formed a vortex visible to the naked eye. As expected of a mythical symbiote, the spiritual power absorbed by this promotion is comparable to my previous strengthening sequence. Yean not only sighed. After sensing the surrounding situation, I found that there were no traces of monsters for a few miles. Continue to start roasting with a serious face. Should be familiar. After 2 minutes, Yean stretched out his hand and broke off an ostrich-like bird's leg. Just about to taste it in your mouth. Suddenly a powerful force erupted. Unprepared, Yean was directly blown 10 meters away. Even floating in the air. Fortunately, a mycelium broke out from the ground and grabbed Yean firmly. What's the situation? Successful promotion. Yean said in surprise. Not knowing the specifics, his first reaction was that Avril had been promoted successfully. But immediately reacted wrong. The power just now was a pure torrent of spiritual power. Just like the tide of spiritual power, but the power is not a breeze. But the 8th level gust of wind. The current Avril can't have such a huge spiritual power. Could it really be the tide of spiritual power? If it is so powerful, it is definitely a spiritual tide between galaxies. That means... Yean suddenly thought of something. His eyes showed a dignified color. Then he looked at where Avril was. It was found that the Avril people were also gone. Close your eyes and follow the induction of the hyphae. It was found that Avril was thrown into the grass 100 meters away. It's over. Not to mention that the tide of the galaxy's spiritual power will make the monster be promoted to gold in a few days. The current Avril was suddenly shocked. If the promotion fails, then there will be a big problem. He has no friends or relatives since he was a child. Now I finally have a good relationship and a beautiful junior sister. He naturally didn't want to see Avril's accident. Just when Yen was about to go over to check on Avril's situation, Avril suddenly stood up. A pair of white wings grows from the back, as if wanting to fly. But the body was less than 3 meters off the ground, and the wings were torn and shattered instantly. Blood and flesh spilled all over the place. People also fell to the ground. It's over. See this scene. Yen frowned tightly. My sister-in-law has indeed been promoted successfully. But, the problem is even bigger. Because, she was bitten back by the symbiote and degenerated. Not to mention the change in her physical appearance. Just the violent spiritual power in her body. Yen was 100 meters away, and he could clearly feel it with his own body. This kind of violent spiritual power is not normal at all. This goddamn galaxy spiritual power tide. Yen not only cursed. Why did Avril fall? He would know if he thought about it. It must be the final promotion juncture, when the restrictions are completely released to absorb spiritual power, and it is about to succeed. The psychic tide of the galaxy suddenly appeared. The absorbed spiritual power instantly exceeded the safe upper limit of the symbiote's origin. Coupled with the rapid growth of self-cultivation, it caused the symbiote to be completely unstable, thus triggering a backlash and finally degenerating. In addition to growing a pair of wings, other conveniences have not changed. And it has just fallen, and there is still the possibility of salvation. Although the assessment will fail, I have to send her out quickly. Yen said with a solemn expression. Just when he was ready to act. Suddenly, an afterimage appeared in front of him. Yen subconsciously stepped back. Several hyphae protruded from the ground, before it had time to wrap the afterimage in front of him. It was instantly cut off by a sword. So fast. Fortunately my reaction can keep up. Looking at Avril, who was holding a sword in front of her with a tyrannical expression and who did not recognize her 6 relatives, Yen said happily. Otherwise, the sword just now. It may break in your neck. Although not dead. But definitely not bad. Have a quick fight. Yen clenched his fists. Start to take the initiative to attack Avril. But it was easily avoided by Avril. Although Yen's reaction is not slow, his movement speed is not as fast as Avril's. This situation was also expected by Yen. So when Avril was dodging under her feet, numerous hyphae protruded again and wrapped around her feet. While Avril was about to cut off the mycelium, Yen also rushed over. Hold Avril with strength. Just when Yen was about to teleport away from the assessment site with Avril and give up the assessment, suddenly a golden light shone. Those hyphae of Yen were instantly incinerated by the golden light. The clothes on his body also turned to ashes in an instant. Even the body was burnt to a large extent. Avril was also in the light, and her strength increased instantly to get rid of Yen's suppression. Gan, you rascal! The burnt flesh exuded bursts of fragrance. I was still grilling the beast just now, but I didn't expect to be teriyaki now. But Yen didn't care about that. Instead, he found new clothes with embarrassment and quickly put them on. Avril on the side did not attack. Instead, he looked at Yen with vigilance. It seems to be jealous of Yen's powerful power. Yen also looked at him without showing weakness at this time. The burnt parts of the body are also peeling off layer by layer. Just 10 seconds. Yen's body was restored to its original state. Look at the shards of skin all over the place. Yen was aching and envious for a while. The flesh hurts because it's burnt. Envy is the envy of the power of the mythical symbiote. As soon as he was promoted to the silver level, his awakened ability instantly scorched himself. And she bathes in it herself, and her strength seems to be improved. If it weren't for his powerful recovery ability. Just with this scorched body, even if Avril stopped shooting, it would be good for him to save his life. Her ability should not be used repeatedly in a short period of time. Since that's the case, it's good to repeat the old trick. After the body has fully recovered. Yen thought for a moment, then gave up looking at each other. But rushed up again. But this time Avril was obviously much more vigilant. While quickly dodging Yen. Waving the long sword in his hand, he slashed directly to the ground. A golden sword chi was stimulated. The underground mycelium shattered instantly. Then there was another sword, swung towards Yen. Facing Avril's attack, Yen wanted to dodge subconsciously. But suddenly his heart sank, and he went up to him directly. Avril's long sword slashed Yen's left arm. In an instant, Yen's left arm was cut off neatly. But Yen also successfully took this opportunity to manipulate the mycelium to wrap around Avril again. He stretched out his right hand and firmly suppressed Avril. "I won't let go now." Yen gritted his teeth and said viciously. At the same time, the mycelium wrapped around his fallen left arm, then lifted it up and spliced with his body. After about 10 seconds, the hyphae wrapped around the left arm recede. Yen moved his left arm, and after confirming that there was no problem, he was about to activate the ring to exit the assessment. But right now, a roar sounded that made the earth tremble. Yen's brain went blank for a moment. Although he didn't realize it for a second, he immediately woke up. But Yen found out that he was already in a different place. "Get ready to do it. Now." In the audience, Lu Ruhua couldn't bear the sound transmission any longer. The spiritual power in the body began to gather continuously, ready to release the big move at any time. Mo Liuli nodded immediately. She had already wanted to do it. But Lu Ruhua kept making her endure, just to see if Yen could send Avril's uniform. Result. Lu Ruhua saw the most unforgettable scene in her years. My favorite student. For the junior sister he just met. The head directly fell to the ground, and the head was in a different place. Even if her arm was cut off before, she felt nothing. Because of being reborn from a severed limb, it is not a problem for a person of her level. But the head fell, and at Yen's level, the only way to end is death. Then within a few hours, the soul will completely dissipate. Start now, collect the soul, reshape the body and save it. Wait until the soul completely dissipates. Yen is really dead. But at the moment when the two immediately started, an unparalleled force directly suppressed Lu Ruhua and Mo Liuli. "Master, why?" I felt that the spiritual power that had just condensed in the body suddenly collapsed. Lu Ruhua asked unwillingly. "You really dare to break the rules of the assessment? If I don't take action, then the one who takes action will be the head of the academy. If he moves his hand, not only will people not be able to save him, but you don't want your cultivation base." A voice sounded. It was an answer to Lu Ruhua's question. Lu Ruhua was speechless. But he couldn't sit back and watch Yen die in front of his eyes. Even if it is suppressed by a stronger force. But the spiritual power in her body was still gathering little by little. Aside. Mo Liuli is the same. This pair of friends and sisters. At this moment, they made the same choice in a very tacit understanding. I said, "You are courting death. The whole academy, who doesn't know the temper of the two of you, everyone is waiting for you to do it. Let me negotiate. It should be able to keep the souls of these two children, although it is destined to be an ordinary person and spend this life ordinary." At this moment, Lu Ruhua's master sighed. Lu Ruhua and Mo Liuli looked at each other. And very tacitly gave up the idea of hands-on. As long as they can save their lives, it is enough for the two of them. Maybe. I don't need to negotiate. At this time, the two masters suddenly withdrew their power. Lu Ruhua and Mo Liulai looked at the screen in confusion, wondering what happened. I saw Yen in the screen at this time. Although the head is different, it does not seem to be dead. Instead, the body stood up and walked towards his head. See this scene. Whether it is Lu Ruhua or Mo Liulai, or other spectators on the field, all were amazed. Just reborn from a broken limb. The head has been cut off, but he can still move. If it is a high-level extraordinary person, or some heaven and earth, they can still accept it. But Yen is only at the silver level. The silver level uses such a powerful vitality, and it is not afraid of death at all. They even doubted whether Yen had also fallen into a demon and thus awakened the ability of immortality. If you're not careful, it's almost over. Fortunately the head wasn't damaged. Otherwise, you can only survive by parasitizing your consciousness on others. In the examination area, Yen held his head in both hands. Put your head firmly on your neck. The ability of cells to repair is activated immediately. After a few seconds, his head was reconnected to his body intact. In fact, in terms of Yen's current ability, it won't take long for a simple separation of the body and the head, and the brain will die without blood. But his mycelium is powerful enough. The transport ability brought by the growth sequence allows his hyphae to connect the blood vessels of the brain and the body. This is used to transport blood to ensure an adequate blood supply to the brain. Next is the nervous system brought about by the perception sequence. After the hyphae connect the brain and the body, he can transmit nerve signals through the hyphae to make his body move according to his own will. It's a little sluggish, but overall it's fine. Finally, let the body pick up the head and reinstall it. Of course, there is no problem in directly tying the body and head with mycelium and then installing them on each other. However, he felt that it was more ritualistic to perform it with his own body. That roar just now, it should be him. But what is this? Humans are not human, and monsters are not like monsters. Where did the strange species come from? Install the head. Yen twisted his neck, after confirming that there was no problem. His eyes began to look into the distance, where there is an ominous, tyrannical body that exudes from all over. A figure with a humanoid body, but covered in scales and sharp barbs. After observing for a few seconds, Yen finally saw the remaining half of the other's face. Zhao Long? This guy really degenerates, Yen said without any surprise. Judging from Zhao Long's previous character performance, he was definitely influenced by the origin of symbiosis. In other words, he has a tendency to degenerate. Now completely degenerate, completely expected things. And Avril's degeneration was purely accidental. Galactic spiritual power tides that appear only once in hundreds of years. She even met her on the way to silver. Just really unlucky. This Zhao Long, who is degenerate, wants to come and fight Avril. It's good, not only have to control Avril. I have to prevent Zhao Long from making trouble for me. It looks like I can only be more serious. Yen took a deep breath, looking at the two figures fighting not far away. His eyes sharpened instantly. System. Exist. According to my will, I should be able to deduce the next battle. Yen asked inwardly. As you wish. Ding, the real-time battle deduction is on. It is tentatively estimated that the host will be able to resolve the battle within 15 minutes while retaining his strength. It is now recommended that the host attack the degenerate Zhao Long with the martial art 18 Fist of Dragon subduing after 3 seconds. After getting the answer from the system, Yen immediately began to charge up. After 3 seconds, raise your fist. He launched an attack directly towards the fallen Zhao Long. Asterisk. Chapter 47. Although the strength of both sides has been promoted to silver, and all of them have fallen, But Zhao Long's defensive ability has improved more obviously. Avril swung the long sword, and it was difficult to leave obvious traces on Zhao Long's body. However, in the face of Avril's constant attacks, Zhao Long could only be forced to defend. After finally fighting back once, forcing Avril back. At this time, Yen rushed up instantly. Boom! Punch down. Although Zhao Long was in a rush to defend, but it perfectly resisted Yan's attack. After all, Yan's attack relies on sheer strength. Compared to Avril's sharp sword, Zhao Long is actually not defensive now. Yan couldn't deal any effective damage to him either. Take 3 steps back and hit the second punch. At this time, the system prompts. Yan also immediately took 3 steps back. At this time, Avril slayed with a sword, and happened to be dodged by Yan. And Zhao Long was thinking of attacking Yan. But Avril suddenly approached, so she changed the target to Avril. Good chance. Seeing that Zhao Long ignored him, Yan threw a second punch again. This punch hit Zhao Long firmly, but he remained motionless and hardly reacted. As expected of the origin of the dragon. 35. My symbiosis is now just special and has high potential. In terms of personality, compared to the giant dragon angel, it is still far inferior. 99. Yen sighed. At the same time, step back and start charging the third punch. The improved Bajiquan has a total of 18 punches. The first few punches had no effect, and Yen didn't care. After all, as long as it can work later on the line. Because 2 consecutive punches failed to cause damage to Zhao Long. Zhao Long immediately ignored Yen. Instead, she focused her attention on Avril. But the fallen Avril was not so conceited. Although she also put most of her attention on Zhao Long. But also often glance at Yen. After all, Yan's fist is ineffective against Zhao Long now. But hitting Avril still worked. Really vigilant. Yen sighed. Then the third punch hits. Avril knew that Yen attacked Zhao Long. Therefore, it was very interesting and did not block. This behavior made Yen frown. After the fall, the IQ is basically negative, and everything is based on instinct. But at this time, Avril's performance doesn't seem to be very good. The other side. Zhao Long, who received Yan's third punch, trembled. He roared angrily. Although the third punch still did not hurt him. But the ant in front of him dared to provoke him. This is humiliation to him. Under anger, Zhao Long rushed towards Yan like a wild beast. Yan stood still. But a hyphae pulled him straight into the distance. Dodged Zhao Long's attack. At the same time, under Zhao Long's feet, a large group of mycelium suddenly emerged. Surrounded Zhao Long. But the next moment, Zhao Long roared. Relying directly on brute force, he broke all the mycelium. Certainly not. Including those toxins, it will take at least a few hours to work on him. Yen muttered. I have to say that the dragon is really powerful. Pure power, pure defense, and pure vitality. This makes his symbiote ability want to play a role. Only grind slowly. But now is not the time to take it slow. He has to fight fast. Then, boom bang bang. Accompanied by increasingly louder sounds. Yen throws 3 punches again. Although it is close combat. But under the forecast of the system, Yen has never been able to avoid the opponent's movements perfectly. Then fight back. And Avril on the side has been watching. While observing the battle, he was also silently recovering his spiritual power. This IQ is too high. I actually know the truth of the snipe and the clam fighting for the fisherman's profit. Yen was naturally watching Avril as well. It would be better if it just fell. With the help of the strong in a short period of time, there is still hope for recovery. But after depravity a new consciousness arises. Then the original personality consciousness will quickly dissipate. Now it looks like it's coming soon. But if you want to take Avril out, you still have to solve the trouble of Zhao Long first. Sixth punch, although he is still fine. But it started to take the initiative to defend. The next few punches should beat him. Yan thought so. Started to throw the seventh punch. This time Zhao Long changed his expression. Seems to feel pain. But clearly not enough. Yan avoided Zhao Long's monster-like claws. Then hit the eighth punch. A silver-level monster. Even the defensive type couldn't withstand Yan's eighth punch. But Zhao Long faced this punch. Although knocked back some distance. There was also a crack in the bone layer like armor. But it's clearly not enough. The power of the dragon's body is not something that humans can easily break through with a single martial skill. Bajiquan. This is already the eighth punch. This Zhao Long was only forced to take a few steps back. Now you handsome apprentice really can't help it. Unless he can suddenly control Avril, and under the premise of not being affected by Zhao Long, he will take Avril to withdraw from the assessment in an instant. 5. But with Avril's current vigilance, it's impossible. Emily said in despair when she saw this picture. The spiritual power that dissipated in her body began to slowly gather again. If Yan really can't do it, she is ready to fight again. Of course, it's not bad that her master can bring the souls of the two back to life. Lu Ruhua on the side said nothing. But looking at her serious expression, she knew that she and Emily thought the same. But it's them. The audience, including the audience, thought Yan's Bajiquan was over. Yan raised his arms again. The ninth punch. Bajiquan shouldn't be 8 fists, where did the ninth fist come from? It looks like it has been improved. 35. I sensed something was wrong earlier, and thought it was because Yan didn't learn it because his movements were not standard. 5. But now I finally understand that this is an improved Bajiquan. Not only has the movement of the move changed, but the superposition here has also broken through 8 times. So, Yan still has a chance? 35. Not necessarily, even if it has been improved, the load of Bajiquan on oneself is still obvious to all, and the ninth punch will only make its own backlash deeper. He can be connected even if his head falls. What is the backlash of mere strength? I just hope he can succeed, or else I'll lose 2 top talents. Not to mention waiting until the monster is promoted to gold later. In the audience, a group of people talked about Yan's actions. These people are almost all high-level superhumans. As soon as Yan raised his hand, they could see that Yan's punch was the ninth punch. Still repeating the eighth punch. Sure enough, they were right. Yan punched. Directly beat Zhao Long out. The power far exceeds the eighth punch. If it goes on like this, the 11th punch should be able to solve it. See the effect of the ninth punch. Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Because he has now learned the 11th punch. Of course, it doesn't mean that the next one will not learn. It was the 11th punch. His arms are nearly dead. Therefore, there is no need for him to learn the 12th punch. Roar. Far away. Zhao Long, who was knocked into the air, slowly got up and roared at Yan. The bone layer trouser rack in front of him already has a trace of a spider web. But Yan keenly observed. This trace is slowly being repaired. It will be back to normal in no time. This recovery ability is not bad. Yan shook his arm and said. Ninth punch. It made his arm extremely sore. Fortunately, his recovery ability is strong. This sore feeling can be eliminated in 2 or 3 seconds. That's when Yan's voice fell. Zhao Long in the distance rushed over. Take a step back, bend sideways, and punch the 10th. At this time, the system gives a reminder. Yan immediately started to act. Perfectly followed the system's prompts and avoided Zhao Long's collision. And the 10th punch hit Zhao Long's side. This time, Zhao Long flew directly out of a distance of 100 meters, and spit out a mouthful of blood in the air. Yan also rushed over instantly. At the moment when Zhao Long just got up, the 11th punch hits. This punch, the enormous power made the earth tremble. The surrounding air made a violent explosion because of the vibration. The power of this punch penetrated Zhao Long's body. Let the air on his back fly away instantly, forming a momentary vacuum. Only this time, Zhao Long was not sent flying. It's just that the armor of all the bone layers on the body completely fell off. In front of Zhao Long, a huge pothole sank down. He looked pale and bleeding from the corners of his mouth. Zhao Long, who is no different from death. Yan just breathed a sigh of relief. Moment. A golden light fell from the sky. Yan instantly stepped back. Avoid this light. Only Zhao Long remained in place. Without the protection of bone layer armor, the body was instantly scorched and scorched. It's not bad to die like this. If I don't have to do it, I will cause some trouble. Seeing Zhao Long's miserable appearance, Yan muttered inwardly. Being killed by the fallen Avril seems to be the most correct choice. Although if he kills, there should be no big trouble, but there is absolutely no escape from small trouble. As for saving him, how is that possible? He is no saint. He only cares about himself. The second is the people around you. And then, not anymore. Strangers and enemies are not much different to him. It is nothing more than that the enemy must be killed, and the stranger himself does not need to pay attention to it. Just when Yan was thinking, behind him, an afterimage quickly emerged. Yan didn't turn his head, just bent down and lowered his head. Dodged the blow of Avril's sneak attack. Just like cutting my head off so much. 9. Yan looked at Avril speechless. At the same time, the expression on his face became more and more solemn. Because Avril's IQ performance after her degeneration is getting higher and higher. I know the fear, I know how to be on the sidelines, I know the snipe and muscle fight. Know when is the best time to start a sneak attack. And just that sword. Not for his neck, but his head. What Avril wanted was to cut his head in half. The reason why she chose so. Obviously, he learned the lesson of cutting off his neck and Yan is fine. Not a hit. Avril did not give up. Instead, he did his best work. Attacking Yan one after another. Normal people don't say they are avoiding. Just Avril's dazzling attack can make people dizzy. But so attacked. Yan avoided it just right every time. At the same time, he is also looking for opportunities to use various means to try to subdue Avril. That's it. Some fight down. Neither of the two can help each other. Avril also chose to temporarily separate from Yan. Staring at Yan, his hands suddenly changed to holding a sword. Immediately after, another sword struck. Just on the way, Avril's body froze a few times. The last moment was swallowed by a touch of golden light. The whole person disappeared completely. Stealth. Yan's expression became more solemn. But okay. He can sense through the mycelium. Know Avril's location. Avril had just chosen to attack. But the moment of invisibility, it stopped immediately. Then he slowly chose to go around Yan's side. If it weren't for her stepping on the mycelium, Yan didn't know that she would suddenly choose to slowly walk around to her side. Instead, he felt that he would definitely take advantage of stealth and slash himself for the first time. Wait until you are caught off guard and choose to dodge indiscriminately. If she takes advantage of this attack again, she will never be able to escape. So smart. But unfortunately, you met me. Yan turned his head instantly. Look at the position where Avril was hidden. The originally black eyes turned into an illusory color. In Yan's field of vision, he saw a mass of spiritual power. And the silhouette of a man covered in psychic power. The location of that group of spiritual power is Avril's brain. And see the outline. It is the weak spiritual power flowing through the nervous system in Avril's body. Avril realized that she had been discovered. Also launched an attack immediately. Although Yen couldn't see the sword in Avril's hand. But you can see where she is and where she is holding the sword. Coupled with the deduction of the system, Yen easily avoided Avril's attack. Then the mycelium was summoned and dragged Avril's feet. I always wanted to sneak attack on me, and when I was discovered, I hurriedly launched an attack. Although the IQ is not low, there is always a weakness. Yen said with a smile. The captured Avril also showed her true shape at the moment. She waved her long sword, trying to cut off the comfort on her feet. But at this time around her, countless mycelium wrapped her in all directions. Although cut off the mycelium on the feet, but her body was entangled again. Find a way to cut the mycelium on your body. But the rest of the body is entangled again. It's time for her success. Far away. Suddenly there was a palpitating feeling. Yen turned to look. That Zhao Long, who he thought was dead, stood up again. His body began to wriggle. Start to change. This process can only be said to be disgusting. It's like there are countless maggots twisting together. Then Zhao Long no longer had a human form. The whole body was covered with a flowing black substance. The body is also rapidly expanding. The surrounding spiritual energy poured into his body crazily. A huge illusory figure composed of spiritual power slowly emerged. It looked like a western dragon. Huge wings cover the sky. And Zhao Long's body continued to grow bigger following this figure. In the end, he turned into a giant dragon. All this changes. It all happened in an instant. Yen wanted to stop it, but found that his mycelium didn't work at all. It turns out that his symbiote is a black dragon. This situation should be that the soul has been completely corroded by the source of the symbiote. 5. I knew that I didn't die completely, and I just made up for it. In order to avoid trouble, it leads to more trouble. 39. Not worth it. Yen sighed. He would rather take Avril out of the assessment directly. But it takes 3 seconds to activate the ring. Who knows if Zhao Long will attack during this period and interrupt him to activate the ring. So Yen can only solve this Zhao Long first. But just when he was about to do it, Avril, who had just been trapped by him, summoned a golden light again. Burn off all the mycelium. Z. I knew it would be dragged to the ground. Yen sighed a little tiredly. But Avril just ran away not far. Suddenly a hand pressed on Avril's forehead. Avril suddenly calmed down. You are. Look at the person who suddenly appeared. Yen knew the identity of the other party immediately. But he still pretended not to know. Just call me Wei Na. This child is degenerate, do you want me to help you deal with it? Wei Na said with a pure smile. And I think there is a possibility of rescue. So it's not necessary anymore. Just help me suppress it for a while. Yen shook his head speechlessly and said. With a pure smile on his face, he said such terrible words. This woman is really weird. Especially. Yen didn't sense the arrival of the other party at all. That is, she avoided the perception of her own hyphae. With a slap on Avril's forehead, Avril can be subdued. Real women are absolutely outrageous. But I have other things. 35. That giant dragon was my target, he hurt several of my team members when he fell. I'm here to get revenge on him. Wei Na said with a small and serious face. Don't tell me, this expression is very cute. There is a feeling of natural stay. But, judging from Yan's period of time, long-term voyeurism, secretly collected information. This woman is definitely not natural. How about this, stop your junior sister first. 39. When I get my revenge, I will help you subdue her. How about it? Wei Na said thoughtfully. Forward. It's better than this, you continue to suppress, and I will help you get revenge. How? Yen thought for a while and replied. It was difficult to completely control Avril. He didn't want to let her get out of trouble again. What if you can't catch it? Well, you can. Then please. Wei Na smiled again. Yen was stunned for a moment, but immediately reacted again. His eyes regained clarity. Sorry, I didn't control my ability. Wei Na looked at Yen, smiled embarrassedly and apologized. Fine. Yen shook his head. He also knew about Wei Na's uncontrollable ability. After all, stealing and collecting her information is not a day or two. Now this Wei Na is only occasionally uncontrollable, and it has been calculated. I laughed once before, and my ability was activated once. And the reason why Yen collects data for so long? Definitely not because she's too pretty. It's because her intuition is very powerful. Every time she could sense that someone was spying on her. So Yen became more and more curious about her, so he increased his efforts to collect information. Just when Yen was talking to Wei Na. The other side. The degenerate Zhao Long has completely transformed into a huge black dragon. Just this black dragon. Not as domineering as Yen's previous film and television works. Although it is huge, it gives a great sense of oppression in the field of vision. But this black dragon can only be described as ugly. It has nothing to do with arrogance. It's like combining silt with filthy minced meat. Except no smell. Looks like I have to lose an arm today. Yen sighed helplessly. Then take the initiative to go to the black dragon. Black dragon also noticed Yen's behavior. Its eyes exuded anger and hatred. Staring at Yen stubbornly. Then opened his mouth. Accompanied by a roar. A black flame was also sprayed out. Face this dragon breath flame. Yen did not evade in the slightest. Just in front of him. A huge and heavy piece of land suddenly stood up. Count the black flames that the opponent spewed out. It's cool to have a system, I never thought I could play like this. Look at your own perfect operation. Yen said proudly. Naturally, this piece of land cannot be erected for no reason. Instead, it is supported by countless hyphae. Originally, he wanted to escape quickly. But under the reminder of the system, he gave up dodging. Take this action. Now, it's my turn. Yen started rushing towards the black dragon. After the other party realized that the dragon's breath was useless. He also took the initiative to pounce on Yen. Although the black dragon is huge, Yen's strength is difficult to compete with. But for Yen, it's even more cumbersome. After systematic deduction. In addition, the mycelium sticking out everywhere trapped Yen and dragged Yen everywhere. Heilong couldn't touch Yen at all. And Yen is also constantly looking for opportunities, punching punches and punches again superimposed on the opponent. At the same time, those hyphae could not control the black dragon. But it can also hinder its vision. Let Yen fight back more easily. Boom. 35. Boom. Boom. The 7th punch, the 8th punch, the 9th punch. The original 9th punch had a certain effect. But this time, the 9th punch hit the black dragon. It's just that it lost a piece of scale. And this scale armor, it grows out in an instant. Roar. The black dragon roared angrily. Start flapping your wings to get ready to take off. Want to find Yen hiding under it. But Yen didn't give this chance. Directly to the back of the black dragon. 10th punch. Aim at the black dragon's wings and smash it down. Although it failed to remove the wings of the black dragon. But this punch also caused the black dragon to fall to the ground. Then. 11th punch. Boom. Another incomparable bang. This punch completely smashed one of the black dragon's wings. But that's all. With the current recovery speed of the Black Dragon, the wings can be recovered soon. But Yan didn't stop there. After the 11th punch was out. Although his arm is temporarily as if it was abolished. But take a breather. Cellular repair, this powerful ability to restore the body. To get his arm moving again. Then. Another punch. The Black Dragon, who just stood up, staggered and almost fell to the ground. Another wing is also broken. Yan's arm, scrapped again. After a few seconds. Yan endured the pain and waved his arm again. This punch smashed the cervical vertebra of the Black Dragon's back. Although a punch hole was smashed. But killing the Black Dragon is still far from enough. Sure enough, one arm must be completely abolished. Yan sighed again. From the very beginning, he felt that with the power of the 11th punch. Hard to kill. Now the facts have proved that it is indeed difficult to kill. Although this Black Dragon is not gold. But its vitality, its defense, can be stronger than some gold-level monsters. Then. Yan raised his arms again. Just this time. Yan didn't smash down immediately. Because he's learning the 12th punch. Under the guidance of the system, his fist-swinging posture and spiritual powers running root. And the control of power is constantly adjusting. At the same time, a root mycelium tightly wrapped Yan's raised right hand. Even one layer is not enough. It is fully wrapped 10 layers. Any more will affect Yan's actions. So 10 layers is the best choice. And he did this, in fact, to better protect his arm. The 12th punch is too powerful. His arms can't handle it at all. I just hope that the arm doesn't explode without any slag left. During this process. Because Yan has no movement. The Black Dragon was able to get up temporarily. Just after it got up, it was about to throw off Yan on its back. Yan instantly threw the 12th punch. The punch was thrown. Black Dragon instantly fell to the ground. There is a hole in the back. This pothole directly penetrated the body of the Black Dragon. And the earth at the feet of the Black Dragon. It collapsed instantly. The soil on the ground was also shaken and flew high into the air. A ripple of power also follows the land, spreading to the distance like a wave. And at this moment, the 10-layered mycelium on Yan's right hand instantly turned into countless pieces. The flesh and blood of the entire arm also splattered everywhere in an instant. There are only bones that have been shaken out of countless cracks because of the powerful force. I didn't save my arm in the end. Fortunately, the bones are preserved. It saves a lot of effort to fix. Yan sighed. At the same time, the hyphae clinged to it again, and sent up the few finger bones that had been shaken and put them together. Then the entire right hand bone was wrapped. Injury of this magnitude. At least 10 minutes. Leaving a piece of bone outside during this time doesn't look good. And the bones fall off easily. So it's better to wrap it up. However, I didn't expect this Black Dragon to die. Yan frowned slightly and looked at the Black Dragon under his feet. Normally, this Black Dragon with a volume of 20 or 30 meters. In the Dragon Clan, it is only a little bigger than a baby. The body is penetrated, and it is absolutely to die. But this Black Dragon is much weirder. Isn't corruption not just being devoured by the symbiote? Is this feeling more and more like a legendary, evil thing? Yan murmured strangely. But right now this Black Dragon is not dead. But it's not that different from death. Its body was penetrated by Yan's powerful force. Yan directly manipulated the hyphae into its body. The abilities of the 3 sequences of parasitism, absorption, and toxin are released together. Start absorbing and trying to kill this Black Dragon completely. This Yan is so powerful. 39. The power of that punch just now is comparable to gold. Unfortunately, the load was too heavy, and the arm exploded. It's just that he has a strong recovery ability, and someone else wouldn't dare to use this trick at all. 99. In the audience. See this scene of Yan killing the black dragon with one punch. Many people expressed shock. If Yan was worth paying attention to before, it's because of his weird actions. So now everyone is paying attention to him. Absolutely his incredible abilities. An unrivaled power. What about the dragon? Killed with one punch. Although the price is not small. But think about Yan's heaven-defying recovery ability. It seems that the price is not too big. If I read it right, the punch just now was the 12th punch. I didn't expect someone to hit Bajiquan to the 12th punch one. The founder of Bajiquan also said that he can improve to the 11th punch at the highest. But because martial arts are foreign objects, I am afraid that people will be addicted to the power of martial arts, so they do not choose to improve. Now not only has someone improved and succeeded, but they have also broken through the 11th punch. I really want to know which martial arts master improved it. 35. At this time, the president of Yanjian Guild said, Yan is doing well now. But Yan's previous behavior made him not optimistic about Yan. So it's better than marveling at Yan's power. He is more concerned about the improvement of Bajiquan. Hehe, you have to ask Lu Ruhua, Instructor Lu. At this time, the vice president said with a smile. The president of the Yanjian Guild suddenly lost his voice. This means that I don't want to ask. After all, having a relationship with a person like Lu Ruhua has cost him a lot. Okay, this time I believe that this martial skill was not changed by you. Mo Liulai on the other side looked at Lu Ruhua and said. Just when Yan hit the 9th punch, she expressed her suspicion that it was Lu Ruhua's improved Bajiquan. But now after the 12th punch appeared, she rejected the idea. She still knew what Lu Ruhua was like. Bajiquan improvement Lu Ruhua can do. But to exceed the original author's estimate, it is definitely impossible. The focus now is not Bajiquan, but this Zhao Long. Don't you think he feels very special when he is completely degraded? 99. Lu Ruhua frowned slightly. It's true that the black dragon is not so ugly, nor so weak. Mo Liulai thought about it and said. I didn't say looks, of course it has something to do with it. Forget it, I'll take a look. Lu Ruhua was speechless to Mo Liulai's answer. Finally, he slightly raised his forehead, expressing that he did not want to say more. Shout, it's so mysterious. Mo Liulai groaned. Then suddenly, thinking of something, he said, but then we have to go back to Zuxing. 35. This time it seems that my apprentice is holding back, but in fact, gold-level monsters will appear in a few days, and they will be more dangerous if they don't leave. 35. So what are you going to do with that handsome student of yours? I can't stay in Zuxing with you. Mo Liulai looked curious. Go to the endless battlefield to join the Free Army, or I will find someone to write a letter of recommendation and let him enter the Great Guild. And you? Lu Ruhua asked back. Then just like you. At that time, I won't be able to leave Ziaxing, so I can only leave Avril to your student to take care of. Looking at his performance this time, I'm relieved to leave it to him. It's this time, we don't know how long we have to stay in Zuxing. After a few decades, our cultivation will go backwards. Mo Liulai said with a slight sigh. If the cultivation base goes backwards, then cultivate again. But you're not afraid that your apprentice will be kidnapped this time? Lu Ruhua said with a playful smile. Oh, now I can't wait for him to do it. Well, actually, I think I can too. After all, that student of yours is quite handsome and talented. Mo Liulai said half-jokingly. Go away, how old are you? You still think about old grass and tender cows. 35. Lu Ruhua looked disgusted. Then he ignored Mo Liulai. Watch the assessment screen attentively. In the examination area, Yan rested on the black dragon's body. I felt less and less spiritual power in my body. Take out a few crystal nuclei and swallow them whole. After the spiritual power in the body is replenished, the recovery speed of the arm has also become a lot faster. As for the black dragon under his feet, although the flesh and blood kept squirming and trying to recover, but the body dies faster. Soon only an empty shell remained. Is it still not dead? What's the situation? The last empty shell was deliberately maintained by Yen. He didn't want people to see what he did to the black dragon's corpse. But found. Even if it gives birth to an empty shell, this black dragon is still giving birth to flesh and blood. I can feel that its soul is not dead. At this time, Wei Na's voice came from afar. Yen opened spiritual perception. Sure enough, I saw a huge and dark spiritual body. Or rather, the soul. At the same time in this dark spiritual body, there is also a weak and illusory spiritual body that may be destroyed at any time. Since it's a spiritual body. Psychasthenia. Spiritual parasitism. Spiritual absorption. Yen activates a set of combined abilities. Impair mental state with toxins. Parasitic growth in the spirit, and then absorb the other party's spiritual power. In Yen's field of vision, when the parasitic spiritual body robe grows, it begins to absorb spiritual power quickly. That huge black spiritual body starts to weaken rapidly. Finally, the wrapped illusory spiritual body suddenly changed, ripping apart the black spiritual body like crazy. In the end, the black spirit body completely disappeared. And that illusory spiritual body, he stopped moving, and gradually transformed into a familiar Yen appearance. Zhao Long. I'm relieved too. Pay attention to the spirit master, pay attention to evil disasters. 99. Zhao Long glanced at Yen with a complicated expression. The spiritual body collapsed instantly. Then the disintegrated mental power was sucked away by Yen's spores. Spirit Lord? Evil disaster. A mortal enemy of the human race, a mortal enemy of the 10,000 races. Can these two be mixed together? But the performance of this black dragon just now seems to be an evil disaster. Yen was lost in thought. Although they all say that people are about to die, their words are also good. But Yen was not stupid enough to believe Zhao Long's words directly. But by comparison, you can see that Zhao Long doesn't seem to be lying. Just the spirit master. It is impossible for the spirit master himself to dare to come here to make trouble. The number one academy for the human race, it must be said that there are no god-level powerhouses guarding it. He doesn't believe it. And not long ago, the newcomer was just discovered by the human race, and he was definitely caught and beaten. At this time, he didn't dare to come out and swing. Really have the courage. He, who has been lurking in the sphere of influence of the human race for so many years, will not only do some small damage. After all, it is a matter of minutes for a god-level powerhouse to crush a survival star. And at most he just slaughtered the city. Although it is still a big deal in the eyes of mortals. But compare the vision and means of the god-level powerhouse. You can see his timidity and caution. Therefore, the spirit master himself can be excluded. If it's not the spirit master, but it has something to do with the spirit master. That is the bishop. That's a good thing. 35. Thought here. Yen suddenly smiled. Others hated the spirit bishop. If someone who knew the bishop of the spirit came here to make trouble, it would definitely be disgusting. Then I felt that I was unlucky, and I ran into Bishop Ling. But Yen is different, he is happy. Very happy. I can't even wish for a few more spiritual bishops. In this way he can absorb more divinity. As for evil, Yen doesn't know much. I only know that it is a very strange and hostile existence by all races. It can be said. On the endless battlefield of all races. If evil happens, basically, the wise tribes will stop fighting with each other. Let's work together to deal with evil. It is enough to see the degree of harm of evil disasters, and the hatred of all ethnic groups. Let's take a step by step. If the evil disaster really broke out, it wouldn't be my turn to worry. Yen muttered. Now the spirit of the black dragon has completely disappeared. Its body is no longer reborn. Look at the arm that has recovered. Yen just left the black dragon's back. Came to Wei Na's side. I didn't expect that you are not only so powerful in physical ability, but also good at soul attack. Watching Yan's arrival, Wei Na exclaimed. She could feel that Zhao Long's soul completely dissipated. Not even the remnants are left. What are you going to do with this kid? I can feel that there seem to be two consciousnesses in her body. Wei Na put her eyes on Avril again and said. Two consciousnesses. Sure enough, it's pretty much what I guessed. Yen muttered. At the same time, mental awareness is activated. Really? In spiritual vision, he saw a gold and a white spiritual body. It is different from Zhao Long's suppressed situation. The golden consciousness in Avril's body mainly controls the body, although the white consciousness has been pushed aside. But it seems to be constantly attacking the golden consciousness. Want to take back the authority of the body. And Avril's body has just started to grow wings. There is no variation elsewhere either. Now the wings have also turned into a pile of minced meat and disappeared. Maybe Avril would be saved if she made her own move. Thought here. Yen decided to try it first. If Avril can regain consciousness, even if it is only a few seconds, it will be enough. At that time, there is no need for him to leave with Avril. After all, this assessment is of great significance to him. He knew that his teacher, Lu Ruhua, needed to pass the examination very much. The method should work. After all, Avril's consciousness is not weak, but it was temporarily suppressed. Yen reached out and stroked the top of Avril's head. Countless spiritual spores that were invisible to the naked eye penetrated Avril's body. Keep falling on that golden consciousness. The golden consciousness radiated bursts of light. These spores are killed instantly. There is no chance of parasitism at all. Can you still resist? Yen gave up spiritual parasitism. Switch directly to psychotoxins. This time even the golden consciousness can fight back. But mental strength also began to weaken visibly. Until a certain stage. When the golden spiritual body weakens to a certain extent, the white spirit body instantly seized the opportunity. The golden spiritual body was severely suppressed. The spiritual light emitted by Avril's whole body's nervous system also turned into pure white. It should be fine. At this time, Yen looked at Wei Na and said. Although Wei Na didn't know what Yen did, but he still nodded and retracted his palm. Avril, who had released the suppression, did nothing. It was just that his eyes were dull for a moment, and then he regained his clarity. Div. Avril looked at Yen with tired eyes and called softly. Now that you have regained consciousness, let's get out. 35. In your situation, it's best to let Master Mo handle it, it should be fine. 5. Yen looked at Avril and persuaded. I was also relieved. Avril regained consciousness and took the initiative to withdraw from the assessment. This is the best ending. Sorry. Actually, I can be promoted to silver in advance. But in the process of promotion, I was too greedy and wanted to absorb more spiritual power to make my foundation more stable. Otherwise I won't make you worry so much about me. Avril suddenly bowed her head and apologized. Yen didn't expect that his junior sister would bow his head and apologize as meekly as a kitten. It's okay, after all, this is just an accident. No one thought that the spiritual tide of the galaxy would suddenly erupt. Hurry up and quit, I don't think your state is very stable. 95. Yen persuaded softly. But Avril shook her head. Senior brother, I don't want to quit. I'm not willing to quit either. 35. And the teacher, she is kind to me. The only way I can think of to repay her now is to pass this assessment. although it's not enough to repay her. So senior brother, you can just help me suppress that consciousness. My situation is rather special, and it can't be said to be degenerate, it's just that consciousness wants to replace me. 35. So as long as she temporarily suppresses her consciousness, there will be no problem with the symbiote. Avril looked at Yen with clear eyes and pleaded. Yet. Yen also suddenly thought of Lu Ruhua. She is also kind to herself. Although most of the kindness is in his previous life. But he will not forget, nor will he think about not paying it back. That's why he took the risk of being hacked to death at any time to save Avril. Otherwise, with his selfish character, how could you risk your life to save someone you just met? Just because he knows. Although his teacher Lu Ruhua had a bad relationship with his uncle Mo Liulai. In fact, love sisters. The point is that before the assessment started, Lu Ruhua gave him some advice. If something happens to Avril, you should help as much as possible. That's why he would take a risk, and it could be regarded as fulfilling Lu Ruhua's entrustment. It is also a kind of retribution in disguise. Okay, remember that you must not be arrogant. Otherwise, you won't be able to repay your gratitude. Yen said with a sigh. Then he stretched out his hand and printed it on Avril's forehead. Feel Yen's palm. Avril closed her eyes, and a relaxed smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Subsequently, Yen's ability, mental weakness, was activated again. At the same time, spiritual parasitism is also constantly trying. Finally, when that golden consciousness weakens to a certain extent, Yen's spiritual parasitism worked. Next is the time to absorb mental power. And Avril has been cooperating with Yen, fighting against that golden spiritual power. When that mental power was on the verge of collapse, Avril's mental body suddenly transformed into a big mouth. Directly swallow that golden spiritual power. Observe this scene. Yen put his hands away. At the same time, a golden illusory fruit was placed in the storage space. Because the action is very secret, I didn't even see Wei Na on the side. But when she saw Yen put away her hand, she still asked curiously, the problem is solved. It should be fine when she wakes up again. Thanks to you this time, I owe you a favor. Yen nodded and said. You are so powerful, even without me, you can still solve the problem. I just helped out a little bit. And you also helped me kill the black dragon and avenged my team members. 55. In that case, we don't really owe each other. Wei Na said with a gentle smile. In response, Yen nodded, what you said also makes sense. Since the other party feels they don't owe each other, then Yen doesn't need to be humble anymore. She turned her head and looked at Avril, who was still standing there, adjusting her state. Yen also sat silently beside her. Pretend to be practicing. In fact, began to look at the situation elsewhere through the hyphae. This galaxy's spiritual power tide is really terrifying. Now there are thousands of silver-level monsters alone. Only a few monsters are still at the bronze level, but it's not too late for promotion. There are a total of 9 monsters that hit the gold level, even if it's half successful. Then 4 or 5 gold level monsters must be born. Yen looked at the message from the mycelium. The heart could not help but let out a sigh. It's the size of the monster lineup of this level. Normally, this year's candidates don't expect anyone to pass. It seems to be a sure thing to repeat the tragedy of 100 years ago. Unless this year's student candidates, now voluntarily withdraw. Otherwise, there will be no one left to die. The beast tide will form tomorrow at the latest. Gold level monsters are estimated to appear tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. After checking the information, Yen opened his eyes and stood up again. At the same time, he glanced at Wei Na with some doubts. Do you have anything else? Facing Yen's question, Wei Na shook her head, but nodded quickly. That, can I form a team with you? Wei Na rubbed her fingers. Asked expectantly. Team with us. Don't you still have teammates? Yan asked back. This woman can come alone to seek revenge for a powerful fallen body like Zhao Long for her teammates. It can be seen that the relationship between her and her teammates is still good. Why don't you want to go back all of a sudden? Actually, they didn't want to stay with me. Because they felt they were holding me back, of course for a little reason of my own. So I left the team alone this time, and they agreed right away. Even if I want to find them now, it's probably hard to find them. Wei Na lowered her head and said with a gloomy expression. As for her own reasons, Yan also knew. And just experienced it not long ago. Although that smile makes people feel like a spring breeze, it is also easy to make people sluggish. In this dangerous place, it is easy to hurt teammates. Can't you be alone? Your strength should be very strong. 35. Yan is not very willing to accept Wei Na without writing. After all, although he is confident, he is prepared. Will not be affected by Wei Na. But Avril was different. It's boring to be alone. Every time I'm alone, I'm so bored that I'm hallucinating. It always feels like someone is spying on me, but when I turn my head I can't find anything. Wei Na said with a bit of frustration. Cough cough, then you are miserable too. If that's the case, then follow us. 95. Yan as the initiator. Forced to maintain his expression, he said. The guilt in his heart also made Yan nodded and agreed. Of course, this reason aside. In fact, it is not a bad thing to promise Wei Na to let her join the team. In addition to smiling, she is easy to cheat teammates. Basically no flaws. And the ability is mysterious, and the strength is absolutely powerful. The point is, people are beautiful. Look seductive. And it gives a very natural and comfortable feeling. And Wei Na just helped herself. He's not good at driving away either. So considering it all together, Yan couldn't find a reason to refuse at all. Real. That's great. Then let me introduce myself again. I'm Veena from Survival Planet 67, Natural Star. 35. It's a pleasure to team up with you. Wei Na smiled brightly and clapped her little hands. I'm Yan from Zuxing. Yan, that's my junior sister Avril, also from Zuxing 5. Yan also briefly introduced it. You are actually from Zuxing. As the birthplace of human civilization, the situation there should be very good. Although the scenery there is good, the natural environment is too primitive, and there are even monsters. Wei Na looked at Yan with great curiosity. The situation of Xiaxing. That's it. Yan thought for a while and said. In fact, he didn't know what to say. Say good things. He hadn't eaten enough food since he was a child. To put it bluntly, the Federation did not sit idly by as he had no relationship and no relationship. The allowances and subsidies given to him at least didn't make him starve to death. Then what are your plans next? Seeing that Yan doesn't seem to want to discuss Xiaxing's problem too much, Wei Na also changed the subject very wisely. Intend? No plans, just stay where you are. Yan replied directly. Stay where you are. Wei Na looked puzzled. What happened to your student? Why didn't you bring Avril out? In the audience. Look at Yan's behavior. Emily Yulai was a little excited. Although she was relieved to see that Yan had solved the problem of Avril's degeneration. But it was found that the two did not withdraw. The heart that was put down slowly hung up again. It's obviously your apprentice's problem. She was clearly awake, but she didn't choose to quit. So don't blame my students. Lu Ruhua retorted. At the same time, Yan's eyes were full of worry. She also wanted to watch Yan exit. But alas, obviously, neither Avril Lavigne nor Yan have such plans. Sometimes being too good is not a good thing. With the money, I didn't expect you to solve the problem of Avril's degeneration. But it's also easy to hurt myself. Lu Ruhua sighed inwardly. Silver superhumans, facing gold-level monsters, that's no joke. Hundreds of students joined forces back then, but none of them could withstand the blow of a gold-level monster. As a student, even if you are cautious enough, accidents can easily happen too. She was really afraid that Yen would face a gold-level monster, and it was too late when she wanted to quit. Even if his self-healing ability is so powerful at the silver level. But she also knew that Yen was not an undead existence. Your cultivation is the highest, you are cautious enough, and your vitality is strong. I hope nothing will happen. Finally, Lu Ruhua could only pray silently in her heart. Otherwise, you can only let your master take action. Save Yen's soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the toxin sequence was successfully awakened. You have awakened a new ability, spiritual corruption. Ding! Your toxin sequence ability mental weakness is merged into mental corrosion. Ding! Congratulations to the host, awakening the unknown sequence ability, mental whip. 2 days later. It ends with a system prompt. Yen slowly opened his eyes. Feel the new ability this time. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that only 2 abilities have been awakened this time. But it did not absorb a lot of spiritual awakening. Just ate 2 fruits that contain spiritual power. One of them is from Avril Lavigne and the other is from Zhao Long. I have never tried to swallow spiritual power before. Unexpectedly, the effect is really good. Senior brother, you finished your cultivation so soon? At this time, Avril came over and said. Now she has fully recovered. Even according to her. Because of this experience, her symbiote has become more stable. Yen nodded. Awakening ability is only a matter of a short while for him. Then senior brother, are we still staying here? There are more and more monsters nearby, although it is not difficult to kill. But with the 3 of us alone, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill all of them. Avril frowned slightly. With her current strength, killing monsters of the same level is like playing. But in the face of countless monsters. A long time. She also felt tired. It's enough to stay here. Yen replied. Avril nodded. Did not ask why. At this moment, she has unconditionally believed in Yen. What Yen says, what she does is right. At least Yen won't hurt him. Hey, there are people here too. You 3, hurry up. At this moment, a voice came. Avril looked up. It was found that there was a huge team not far away. There must be at least 50 or 60 people. In this team, a short girl took the initiative to say hello. Thank you for your kindness, we still have something to stay here. Avril gave Yen a look. After seeing Yen shaking her head at her, he immediately replied. Now the rampage of monsters is particularly serious, and the next wave of beasts is coming. 35. You stay here like this, you are basically courting death. The short girl reminded. Thank you, but no need. Avril continued to refuse. I'm doing this for your own good. And I'm the 5th strongest in the points rankings. Under my leadership, the mere beast tide is absolutely nothing to worry about. The short girl said angrily. 5th in the standings. Avril suddenly laughed. Wei Na on the side also pursed her lips. Both of them. 1 second, 1/3. A mere 5th, dare to show off? Forget it, we appreciate your kindness. Yen also stood up at this time and said. At the same time glanced at Wei Na. After finding out that she has no plans to leave. He continued, but it's just a mere beast tide, it's nothing to worry about. You still worry about yourself. After all, gold-level monsters will appear soon. Done. Yen turned around and left. Avril and Wei Na also followed. Gold level monster. So the tragedy 100 years ago is not a story? But what about gold? I have a god level symbiote. And there are so many people who support me. When the time comes to unite, the gold level monsters will also beat it to the ground. The short girl said confidently. But watching Yen leave so resolutely, she also gave up persuasion. Don't listen to my advice. When the time comes, you will regret it. 99. The short girl Tsundere snorted coldly. Then he left with a large team. Senior brother, the next beast tide. 99. And gold level monsters, can we deal with them? 99. After seeing the short girl leave, the three stopped. Avril couldn't help but start asking. Of course not. 35. Silver wants to deal with gold, basically in a dream. At that time, more than 100 people could not withstand the blow of a gold-level monster. But we don't have to deal with it, Yen said with a smile. With a snap of fingers, numerous hyphae were instantly deep on the ground. Build each other into a hut. All three were locked in the house. Don't resist, Yen reminded. The experienced Avril nodded. Immediately relax your body. Wei Na looked a little surprised at the mycelium wrapped around her body. Finally did not resist. Next moment, the three were dragged underground by Yen's mycelium. Brother, what is this place? Avril felt the mycelium wrapping around her body fade away. Look at the black hole around you, he asked curiously. It's underground. 35. About 10 meters or so. At this time, Wei Na took the initiative to speak. And in the dark, her eyes glowed with a pale green light. He seemed to see through the darkness around him. That's right. That way we don't have to worry about the beast tide. 35. Even if a gold level monster appears, there should be no problem. Even if there is a problem, I can still take you to go deep underground, Yen replied. Underground isn't necessarily really safe. At this time, Wei Na said again. Of course it can't be 100% safe, but it's the only way to pass the audit right now. Yen nodded. Hear Yen's answer. Wei Na glanced at Yen. In the dark, a faint smile appeared on her lips. I don't believe it. Wei Na murmured it in her heart. Although not clear willing, but she always felt that Yen was capable of passing this test head-on. No. He will definitely pass this test head-on. Chapter 48. 10 hours later. Examination place. The beast tide has completely formed. The mighty army of monsters gathered together. Thousands of silver-level monsters make people feel their scalps go numb when they see them. Captain, with so many monsters, how can I do it? Hundreds of people have assembled. Although I was very confident at first. Many people are full of arrogance relying on the excellence of their symbiotes. But this moment in the face of the beast tide, this arrogance and confidence dissipated almost instantly. No way, it's not that they are timid. There are just too many enemies. So many monsters, standing and letting them kill, they can exhaust themselves to death. Don't worry, just stick to it for more than a day. The barrier has been set up. As long as we take turns sticking to it, it's fine. 35. The short girl said confidently. Although she was also a little scared. But she also knew. As the captain, you must not be cowardly. Otherwise, the team will really collapse. The chance to join Tiangong Academy is only once in a lifetime. Hopefully we can make it through. The short girl sighed inwardly. In fact, the beast tide is not the main reason. The saying that gold-level monsters will appear. Many people in the team agree. She was also afraid of the appearance of gold-level monsters. The beast tide is so powerful. If there is another gold-level monster, there is basically no chance. I don't know what happened to those three. Although it's annoying not to listen to my persuasion. But don't die, you can safely withdraw from the assessment. The short girl continued to think. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the beast tied in the distance. Combat, at the touch of a button. In the audience. Although everyone knows what the ending will be, there is no hope for the outcome. It can even be described as despair. But they still can't help but start to worry, whether these students can survive this beast tide. Although all the students who had been assessed were promoted to silver. But there were only 100 of them in all. Facing the beast tide composed of thousands of silver monsters. Really not enough. Although there are many students of the same level who can do more than a dozen. But if they are gathered together, the quantitative change of the beast tide will cause the qualitative change. In particular, many monsters can attack from a distance. They can only eat all the attacks and carry out desperate resistance. Ah, I'm going crazy. Where did your student kidnap my apprentice? There's no one in that mycelium hut at all. Emoliuli said a little frantically. Hide away, that's fine. 55. You don't have to face the beast tide, and maybe you don't have to face the gold level monsters. 99. Just hide to the end and pass the assessment. Lu Ruhua said with a sigh of relief. Seeing Yan taking people to hide, she was relieved. It seems that this student still knows how powerful the gold level monsters are. Hence this method was adopted. Try to pass the test. By the way, I told him about the tragedy of the assessment 100 years ago. I also told him that the only person who passed the audit that year passed the audit after hiding in a safe place 5. It seems that he wants to replicate the operation at that time. Lu Ruhua muttered. His expression gradually became relieved. From this point of view, Yan has memorized everything he said. The beast tide has begun. Examination place. In the underground mycelium room. Yan said. Avril nodded. Actually, there is no need for Yan to remind. Now they are 10 meters underground, and they can feel the slight vibration from the ground. It can be seen that the scale of the beast tide is huge. I don't know if those people can resist. According to the situation in previous years, there are so many talents this year, it is absolutely no problem. But it just so happened this year that an accident happened. Avril said. It's okay, they cooperated quite well. 35. For more than a day, it's basically no problem to carry the beast tide. Yan glanced at it and replied. After all, these people are the top geniuses of the human race. The potential is still very large. By the way, brother, can you observe the situation on the ground? Avril asked curiously. In fact, she had already wanted to ask. How did Yan communicate with him by writing on the ground? Well, in addition to having a sense of touch, there is actually a vision. Yan nodded and replied. Vision. Does this mean that I have? Avril said in surprise. Wei Na on the side also shifted her gaze. The sense of touch and vision you're talking about, shouldn't it be your symbiote ability? That's the white mycelium. 35. Wei Na said with a wink. Cough cough. I am a righteous gentleman, and I disdain. Yan realized this. You shouldn't talk too much. If it's you, brother, I don't mind. Avril looked at Yan's embarrassed look. Said with a smile. Cough cough, I am an open-minded person, and I won't be secretive. Then, come tomorrow. Avril looked at Yan's appearance. Continue to tease. Cough, don't talk about this. No, you know it's mycelium. Yan suddenly looked at Wei Na again. A look of surprise. Even in the data, the records are all unknown plants. Then took a white silk as a name. How did Wina know it was mycelium? I knew it from the beginning, what's wrong? Wei Na replied with a blink of an eye. Nothing, I didn't expect you to see it. Looking at Wei Na with a puzzled look on her face. Yen suddenly didn't know what to say. This woman is really weird. By the way, you should explain what touch and vision are all about. Don't you, when I don't know, have done something terribly wrong to me? Wei Na said with a puffy face. Cough, it's nothing. Don't listen to Avril's nonsense. Yen hesitantly faltered. Wei Na saw Yen's performance. You know there's a big trick in it. Ouch. When she was about to continue asking, suddenly a long howling sound came. The sound is not deafening, but very far. And it's full of overwhelming coercion. Either Yen or Avril Lavigne. And Wina. All three frowned. Subconsciously, they all make offensive or defensive postures. This is gold. 35. With a long whistle, one can't help trembling. Take a deep breath. Yen sighed. At the same time, he sensed the information transmitted by the hyphae. I also know the information about this monster. This is a huge gold-level monster with a length of more than 30 meters, the wind monster wolf. This sense of oppression is really powerful. Just looking at it makes people lose the idea of fighting. Yen sighed slightly. But right now. Another roar. In swampy areas. A 50-meter-long giant crocodile climbed out of the swamp. This is the wasteland giant crocodile. I just saw the second gold-level monster. Then a cry rang out. Then more and more roars continued to sound. Liao Yuan goshawk. Bloodthirsty elk. Ghost tree. Thorn dragon turtle. There are actually 6 gold-level monsters. 35. More than I predicted. That group of students is not hopeless, but completely desperate. Look at the size of each larger than the other. The breath is also stronger than a gold-level monster. Yen's face was filled with emotion. This is gold. This is powerful. Just standing there makes me shudder. Fortunately I'm on the ground. Yen muttered happily. But it's not over yet. Yen's face changed instantly. In an instant, countless mycelium wrapped himself and the two women. Next moment, a round stone pillar about 10 meters wide instantly burst out of the ground. Blink time. Take Yen 3 people from the ground. Crash into the air. An attack from underground. And such a huge stone pillar can only be achieved by a gold-level monster. The monster that can manipulate rocks, it's a digger. Yen's brain thought quickly. At the same time, he manipulated the mycelium and pulled the other 2 people to his side. Finally, it landed firmly on top of the huge stone pillar. The moment he landed, another huge stone pillar slanted towards him. Yen hurriedly manipulated the hyphae to choose to avoid. Then 2 huge stone pillars collided. Make a boom sound. There was dust all around. Spiritual perception. In this case, Yen immediately turned on his spiritual perception and checked the existence of his spiritual body. As expected. In a cloud of dust. A body is about 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. A monster with a body like a pangolin is quietly lurking in this 280 piece of dust. This size, it really is a digger. The probability of digging beasts being promoted to gold is very low. I didn't expect to meet me here. Yen frowned tightly. At the same time, the mycelium in the distance is linked. Involve him and the 2 daughters into the distance. However, considering that after the Kyojodi beasts were promoted to gold, the ability they felt was the manipulation of the earth. Yen also didn't dare to land on the ground at all. Only the mycelium can quickly build an aerial platform. Finally landed on this. Brother, what's going on? Finally stabilized temporarily. Avril couldn't help but start asking. Gold-level monsters, diggers. 35. With it, it's useless for us to hide in the ground. The only thing that is fortunate is that the Kyojodi beasts are a race that eats soil, and they are also at the bottom of the gold-level monsters. Otherwise I can't save you. Yen said happily. The burrows of diggers are generally underground, even dozens or hundreds of meters deep. His hyphae simply don't go so deep into the ground. So it is not clear that there is actually a digger under the ground that has been promoted to gold. Then senior brother, no solution anymore. Although it eats soil, it is not something we can deal with. Get out of here before it launches an attack. Otherwise, there may not be a chance next time. Yen looked at Avril and said. At the same time glanced at Wei Na. Wei Na just smiled and didn't plan to leave. Quit now. But what about you, brother? Avril frowned. I'll try again, with my resilience, it's okay to be caught. But you can't. This is not the time to be brave. There are several gold-level monsters in the distance. 39. Behind the scenes, the beast tide has just passed. Staying where you are, there is a digger looking at it. You have no hope of passing the exam at all. Yen said sharply. Avril bit her lip, and in the end she had no choice but to compromise. She began to inject spiritual power into the ring. But 3 seconds later. But nothing happened. Feeling the gaze from Yen, Avril also had a bitter expression on her face. Senior brother, the ring is invalid. FK, goddamn spiritualist. Yen couldn't help scolding when he heard it. Needless to say, this familiar method was definitely the work of the bishop. So come on. It's not just Avril who is trapped here. But everyone, including him, is trapped here. Yen's original intention was to test the digger, and then leave. After all, this is also the first time he has come into contact with a gold-level existence. And it is still the weakest kind, so be careful, you should be able to save your life. So he planned to experience the power of the gold level carefully. But now the retreat is blocked. And with the rules of Tiangong Academy, it is impossible for anyone to help. So, either he kills the digger and hides back on the ground, or be besieged by other gold level monsters and be buried here. Or, it's a complete showdown. At the cost of exposing strength, he was promoted to gold. When the time comes, Yen is confident that all these monsters will be cleaned up by himself. Just when Yen was thinking about what to do, the attack from the diggers strikes again. But this time it wasn't a stone pillar, but a giant stone spike. Looks like it's no fun to hide and tuck. The spiritual bishops have already started, and there may be evil disasters coming. Dodge this blow and land on a new platform at the same time. Yen waved his hand lightly. Above the earth, one after another mycelium protruded out of the ground. It's an innumerable amount. It made Avril and Wei Na look surprised. Immediately after these hyphae, a sudden change of direction. Break down towards the ground. But the next moment, another huge stone pillar blocked all the mycelium. Yen saw this. Manipulating the mycelium to bypass the stone pillar and continue to attack the diggers. Also underground, more mycelium also attacked the diggers. Only, it seems to work. A huge ground vortex suddenly appeared in the earth. Inside the whirlpool, countless sharp rebels strangled all the mycelium into pieces. And diggers. In the center of the vortex, a head protruded. His eyes were fixed on Yen. Walk. It's after me. 35. It's not safe to follow me now, you should go to a crowded place first. Yen immediately realized something was wrong. Just send the two girls away. Immediately afterwards, countless hyphae stood in front of him. At the same time, the ground vortex not far away. One after another, rebel flew towards Yen's location at an astonishing speed. Yen's mycelial defense. It only lasted for less than a second. It was broken through by countless rebel. But Yen didn't hide behind foolishly. Instead, he quickly moved his position while the mycelium blocked his view. Absolutely paralyzed, absolutely blinded, absolutely lethargic, absolutely corrupted, absolutely debilitated, absolutely terrifying. Since physical attacks don't work, Yen is also rude. Began to release a large amount of poison gas. While dealing with diggers. While waiting for the poison gas to work. But, the diggers escaped directly into the ground. These toxins have no effect at all. And the mycelium couldn't touch the diggers either. So if you want to directly poison its body, you can't do it at all. The difference is really huge. Yen reluctantly withdrew the poison gas. And the digger immediately stuck its head out at this time. Its eyes were fixed on Yen, and it made an unidentified cry. And this voice, it sounds so ironic. Taunt me? No. It's playing with me. It's like a cat and mouse mentality. Realize this. Yen suddenly understood. This digger. No effort was used from beginning to end. The attack at the beginning was also deliberately making myself predictable. So that you can resist and make it feel interesting. Sure enough, gold is gold. Even the most rubbish escaping beast can make fun of me, the Silver Peak. Yen sighed. He waved. One after another mycelium rose from the ground and continued to grow towards the sky. This scene makes people feel like they are under the sea. And this scene is not just around Yen, but the whole map. No matter the desert, no matter the swamp. Except for the mountains of flames. All the places are covered by his mycelium. Other gold-level monsters saw the mycelium that suddenly appeared. They all started. It is easy to destroy the surrounding mycelium easily. But gold-level monsters can do this. Silver level is not enough. Even if they can break free, only more hyphae will be entangled again. If burnt with fire. These hyphae can also roll up dirt, or suck up moisture from the ground to put out fires. In short, there is no absolute power gap. These silver-level monsters are destined to be unable to escape the attack of the mycelium. Finally, the hyphae go down their nasal cavity and inject a large amount of toxins into their bodies. Kill them easily. Examination place. Meeting point for students. A huge barrier resisted the invasion of the monsters. But outside the barrier, there are still dozens of people working together to slaughter the monsters. Because they don't stand outside, these monsters will break through the barrier in minutes. However, the current situation is not optimistic. It's only been a while since the battle. Many people have exhausted their spiritual power. Physical strength is also seriously declining, and it is difficult to persist in fighting. Although within the barrier of the enchantment, someone will come on the bench at any time. But these people, who have just fought, haven't recovered much physical strength at all. Everyone hold on. It was a rare test for us. Among the fighters outside, the short girl stood in the front. The battle has started until now. Personnel changed 3 times. But she never quit. This is her team, and everyone else believes in her. As captain, she has no reason to back down. Captain, it's not good. Ring, the ring is invalid. At this moment, someone came behind the short girl and said in a panic. What ring? The short girl didn't react. The ring that quit the assessment has already expired. Someone is seriously injured and ready to leave. But I found that it doesn't work at all. That is to say, now all of us are trapped in the assessment ground. 5. The other party hurriedly explained. There is no way to withdraw from the assessment. The short girl heard the news. Immediately realized something was wrong. Although I was very confident at first. But now, she also knew. It is impossible to persist until the end of the examination. Because of the roars from the gold-level monsters. Completely ruined everyone's thoughts. But just to continue to persevere, it is more to hone yourself. As an extraordinary person, you can't keep backing down. But that was only when there was a way out. There is no way out now. Get this message. Everyone was heartbroken. Because they know the rules of Tiangong Academy. Before the end of the examination date, there is no way someone will come to their rescue. Since you can't leave, let's fight to the end. All cheer up, otherwise no one will want to live. The short girl gritted her teeth and said loudly. It was at this time. Mutation. Countless white silk threads rose from the ground. This shocking scene made those who were preparing to fight to the death instantly stunned. They didn't know the situation, they thought it was some gold-level monster who shot. Next moment, these hyphae suddenly began to move. In their eyes, there are countless silver-level monsters. One after another. In an instant, he was overwhelmed and unable to move. Occasionally one or two broke free, but the next second was immediately tied. And the entangled mycelium becomes more. Apart from that, the corpses of those monsters. It was not spared by the hyphae either. One counts as one. It was all wrapped up like a white cocoon. Captain, what's going on here? Could it be that it is a gold-level monster that wants to prey on these silver-level monsters? Someone said in shock. The short girl shook her head slightly. I don't know, at least we can rest now. And these hyphae didn't attack us, it doesn't look like a monster's method. Otherwise they won't avoid us. Said here. The short girl frowned. If it's not a monster, then it's another assessment student. But who can do that? At least none of the people present could do it. Thought here. Several figures suddenly appeared in the mind of the short girl. Before the complete set before. She had met 2 women and 1 man. Not only did these 3 people reject her invitation, but the man in particular was very arrogant. So impressed her. It can't be them, in this case, it would be good for them to survive. This level of means is more like a gold-level superhuman. That is to say, someone has been promoted to gold. The short girl muttered. But a pity. Except for this endless white thread. She can't see anything. No matter how much you guess, you can't get an exact answer at all. This is Senior Brother's method. The other side. On the sky. Avril and Wei Na were originally sent to the assembly point by Yean's mycelium. But the process is only halfway through. Just stopped. Next, Avril also saw the most shocking scene in her life. The endless white mycelium. Avril can't imagine at all, with Yean's silver level. How did it do this? No wonder this senior brother can easily transport himself from one place to another. You can also quickly steal all the contents of the treasure chest. Turn out to be the entire test site has been occupied by his brother's symbiote. These mycelium can easily subdue all silver-level monsters. And it also has the ability to detect. Brother, why didn't you do it before? You have to wait until the monster is promoted to gold? Avril was a little puzzled. But the next moment, it suddenly dawned on me. Perhaps, this senior brother of mine did not want to easily expose his strength. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't withdraw from the assessment now, his senior brother might not be exposed. Senior brother of yours, let's be cautious. If this level of talent is exposed, it will definitely receive the olive branch of all major forces. It's even possible for a god-level powerhouse to be a disciple, why do you have to hide it? Avril didn't understand Yean's thinking. As for Vera, it was with great interest, and even looked at this scene with relief and admiration. Damn, is this your apprentice's handwriting? This is too scary. 35. At this time, in the audience. Look at the situation of the examination place. Mo Liuli couldn't help but let out a foul language. Watch your image. Lu Ruhua twitched the corners of his mouth and said. But his expression was also unbearably excited. She didn't expect it. This student is so amazing. Now on the big screen in the sky. Even gave Yean's abilities a full picture close-up. Can be seen. The entire assessment site, except for the flame mountains and the vicinity of the gold level monsters. Other places are occupied by white mycelium. Wonderful, wonderful. This kid actually deceived me, thanks to me pretending to remind me, but I ended up walking away. These means must have been laid out in advance. So, his aura is vain and his origin is unstable, all of which are false. Hiding in a wooden house just to be unknown. If you say that, the sudden disappearance of those treasure chests is probably also his creation. In some corner. Seeing this scene, Elder Wang said with admiration. You are truly a confidant of your own interests. This Yen, at least has the appearance of a king. Unfortunately, I entered an unreliable teacher's door 5. Thought here. Elder Wang sighed. Then his eyes turned to the big screen again. It's just that these white silk can only deal with monsters below gold. He should know that too. So what exactly do you want to expose yourself now? After all, even if the silver level monsters are dead, the assessment site is not safe at all. 39. Not just Elder Wang. Everyone else, after being amazed with emotion. They also expressed doubts. Also at this time, the situation of the examination site changed again. To be exact, it was Yen himself who changed. A black vortex began to spread and expand with Yen as the center. Spiritual power whirlpool, is he going to be promoted to gold? 35. If it succeeds, those gold level monsters are definitely not his opponents. The crisis of this assessment may be lifted by him. See this scene. Someone exclaimed. Tiangong Academy's newcomer assessment. No one has been promoted to gold for thousands of years. No matter how fast it is. Also after the examination. After entering Tiangong Academy, he was promoted after enjoying a lot of resources. It's only been a month and a half since I woke up. It's going to be promoted to gold. This talent of your student is terrifying. 95. Mo Liulai also had a look of emotion. Just this upgrade speed, you can't accept it. And Yen made such a big battle with nothing at all. It can be seen how stable the symbiote is. Lu Ruhua saw this scene. He couldn't help but stand up from his seat. Not that she was too excited. Rather worried. What's wrong? It seemed that something was wrong with Lu Ruhua. Mo Liulai looked at Lu Ruhua suspiciously. Gold, gold, I didn't teach him how to advance to gold. 99. Let's not talk about the familiarity with the symbiote. It's just Tiandao asking the heart, and other processes, he doesn't know at all. Lu Ruhua trembled with regret. It was her mistake. She always thought that Yen still had a long way to go before reaching gold. No matter how fast. At least after the examination. That time. I have time to teach Yen how to advance slowly. Unexpectedly. Yen is about to be promoted. Although it can be seen that the reason why he wants to be promoted is completely forced. If not for the second spiritual tide. Those gold level monsters will not be born either. But this is not an excuse for her negligence as a teacher. You didn't tell him. Isn't it? Then you are a handsome student, aren't you going to fail? In the process of asking the heart, if you make a mistake, you will almost lose your soul. Speaking of which, Mo Liulai couldn't help but sighed, even if you show him the information, that's fine. Who would have thought that within 2 months of his awakening, he would be promoted to gold? Lu Ruhua sighed. His expression gradually showed a hint of despair. Ding! After analysis, the current accumulated spiritual power is enough for the host to advance to gold. In the examination area, Yen heard the system's reply. Nod silently. The body let go of the last trace of restraint. A large amount of spiritual power began to be injected into the body. Impact the next realm. As Yen devoured more and more spiritual power, the demand is also increasing. The vortex of spiritual power around the body is also getting bigger and bigger. Then, Wait until the devoured spiritual power reaches a certain level. A very dull voice suddenly occurred to Yan's mind. You, who is it? Yan. Yan replied subconsciously. But immediately realized something was wrong. What is this? Even asking himself a question in his mind. He even subconsciously responded. You, what do you want? Just when Yan was puzzled. The voice sounded again, and even the tone was much more severe. I'm asking, who are you? What does my request have to do with you? Yan was about to subconsciously answer. Immediately he frowned again. Start asking questions. You, the person you are asking for is not my identity, the answer is wrong. Ask the heart, failure. Fall with the last sound. In Yan's mind, a sound like thunder suddenly sounded. Consciousness began to fade in an instant. There are even faint signs of collapse. But okay. Yan's ability, spiritual repair activates. Soon Yan's consciousness returned to normal again. Is the promotion over? Why am I still at the peak of silver? After regaining consciousness, Yan was a little confused. Ding, after testing, the host's promotion failed. Preliminary speculation is that the steps required to advance to gold are different than before. 99. Ding, start deducing the promotion plan. Ding, due to the unknown conditions, it is difficult to speculate at present, and the host needs to be re-promoted to collect more information. The system replied. Gold level is a watershed for extraordinary people, and it really isn't that easy to be promoted. Maybe the method and process, teachers, and they know. But unfortunately, now I can only rely on myself. Yan sighed. Close your eyes. Start preparing for promotion again. But this time, the Qjods hiding underneath were no longer watching. Instead, he suddenly attacked Yan. I'll take care of you later. Yan glanced at the digger. Snorted coldly. Countless mycelium wraps themselves up. Wait until the digger's attack destroys the mycelium. But I can't find Yan at all. Ding, the preliminary speculation is over. The host seems to have gone through the questioning stage, and the person who asks is the will of this universe. The host needs to answer its questions in order to pass the preliminary assessment. After another promotion failed, the system also gave the answer. Hear this answer. Yan suddenly realized. It was the will of the world. I want to step into the real transcendence in this big thousand-universe world. It seems that it must be passed first, and the will of the world must be affirmed. Then, promoted again. The questioning begins again. You, who is it? Yan. You, what are you asking for? 35. Strength. Yan replied neatly. You, what do you want? But the voice of Tiandao sounded again and again. It seems that Yan's answer is not standard enough. Is it not standard enough? Yan was lost in thought. Then his eyes instantly brightened. What I want is to keep climbing to a higher existence. It's a never-ending evolution. It's immortal and immortal. Moreover, it treats all things as nutrients, plundering and obtaining endless greed. 35. So, what I'm asking for is an arrogant challenge to all things in the universe. Including all living beings of all races, including the great way of the heavens. Yan answered in one breath. Here, there are his innermost thoughts. Also seems to contain the symbiote's will, will. When he finished speaking, there is a feeling of refreshment in an instant. But I don't know exactly. It seems that a certain barrier in the body has completely broken through. And he also felt the joy from the symbiote. Ding, congratulations to the host, your symbiote is 100% compatible with you. 35. At this time, the system prompt sounds. It's 100%. Doesn't this mean that now I have the qualification to be promoted to God? Yan said in surprise. It's no secret. Basically all superhumans know it. One of the conditions for promotion to God. That is, the compatibility of the symbiote reaches 100%. In other words, you must be completely integrated with the symbiote. There has been no symbiosis since then. The symbiote is him, and he is also the symbiote. Greedy, arrogant. What you ask for, the way of heaven will not allow you. But you can take it yourself. Just as Yen sensed his own change. The dull voice sounded again. Next moment, another dull thunder-like feeling appeared. Yen's consciousness suffered an unprecedented blow again. But this time, his consciousness did not fade away, but abruptly withstood this blow. Even if damaged, still maintain a clear consciousness. What I ask, I take it myself. Then I'll take it myself. Yen seemed to understand something. Promotion to gold requires the approval of heaven. But he did not recognize it, but he was not completely abandoned by heaven. But don't care, don't ask, don't care. I don't know how to advance to the gold level with the help of Tiandao. I only know that the existence of gold level is a kind of transcendence, a kind of intrinsic power. And all I can do is keep evolving. Keep evolving towards my goal. 35. Yen muttered. At the same time, around him, a terrifying spiritual vortex appeared. The huge vortex stretched for kilometers in an instant. And it's still expanding. As for his mycelium, it is also a steady stream of spiritual energy that is transported towards the center of the vortex. This situation is to be promoted. 9. In the audience. See this scene. Mo Liuli was surprised. Lu Ruhua's hanging heart finally let go. Unexpectedly, Yen turned out to be successful. Maybe no one told him how to get promoted. It will cause him to become inferior to others after he is promoted to gold. But it's better than failure. Only, the two girls have not been happy for too long. Looking at the expanding spiritual vortex above Yen's head, they all showed surprised expressions. How is it possible that he needs so much spiritual power? Even a god-level symbiote doesn't need so much spiritual power. What exactly is going on? Not only Mo Liuli. The audience present showed surprised faces. Yen's promotion was too big. Far more than other people's promotion to the gold level. And this vortex of spiritual power is still expanding. It doesn't mean to stop at all. 4,000, 5,000, 10,000 meters. 100 meters is considered big for an ordinary person, but he has reached 10,000 meters. If it weren't for the arrival of the galaxy's spiritual power tide, I am afraid that the spiritual power of the entire assessment site would not be enough for him. 5. Countless people were shocked. Countless people sighed. Unexpectedly, the original clown turned into a genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. And whenever they thought Yen was talented enough, Yen always brings them new surprises. In addition to the problem of the symbiote, there is actually a problem. Then the number of abilities awakened by the symbiote. For most people, it is enough to awaken 3 or 2 abilities before gold. After being promoted to gold, slowly develop and awaken other abilities. In addition to the reason that it is easy to be mixed and not refined, there is another reason that the more ability you have when you are promoted to gold, the more spiritual power you need. 99. In that case, it's not that the symbiote is too powerful, but that he has too much awakening ability. Someone analyzed. Everyone else nodded, agreeing with this statement. After all, Yen has too many strange abilities. Therefore, there is definitely a lot of ability to awaken. How much ability has your student awakened? After hearing this, Mo Liuli also asked curiously. How do I know? If you ask me, I'm definitely more familiar than anyone else about what happened before he merged with the symbiote. But after that, I know as much information as you. Lu Ruhua shrugged and said. I really don't know how you are a teacher. Mo Liuli couldn't help complaining. Lu Ruhua could not deny this. Once she really cared about Yen, and she was definitely qualified as a teacher. But then, she really didn't know anything about Yan's situation. In fact, she also wanted to know more about it. But Yan was too cautious, and he didn't want to tell others how his own situation was. She also didn't want to force Yan Bai to tell her own situation in detail. So the current situation is created. Ding, it is detected that the host's state is changing, and the host's life hierarchy is evolving towards a higher existence. Start real-time situation alerts. Hint, this evolution failed. Starting a new round of evolution. Hint, this evolution failed. 35. Start. 66, 39. The system keeps prompting failure. Yen also patiently started to evolve again. At that time, it devoured the Spirit Lord Godhead and failed to rebirth and die 4.6 billion times. Now that he has failed several times, Yen doesn't care about it at all. Just when Yen was trying to evolve, those gold-level monsters roared again, and killed all the way towards his location. Obviously because of him, there was too much movement when he was promoted. It completely attracted the attention of all the gold-level monsters. Yan's thoughts moved slightly. Ordered. Let all the mycelium do their best to hold them. But it simply doesn't work. Hint, this evolution is successful. Congratulations to the host, you have broken through the shackles of life, and your life stratum has evolved. You have acquired the power of origin, immortality. 35. From now on, as long as the body remains, as long as the cells or will remain in the world, you will be immortal. Ding, according to the existing conditions, congratulations to the host for being promoted to the golden primary level. Just when many gold-level monsters came to Yan's location. Finally. See the system prompt. Feel the power now. Yan finally showed a happy face. Gold level. Finally got promoted to gold level. Now, you can be considered a true superhero. And a new skill has been awakened. No, it should be called the source ability. Yan felt the effect of this source ability. Then look at the many monsters attacking. He didn't resist. Just a slight contemptuous smile. Next moment, a huge claw slapped it. Yan was instantly slapped with meat. At the same time, a flame struck. This time, it can be said that not even the ashes are left. Roar. Many gold-level monsters. Watching Yan die so easily, he let out a sarcastic low growl. I thought this human would be a threat. I didn't expect it to be so weak. Subsequently, many gold-level monsters. They looked at each other for a while. At first, there was hostility in his eyes. But soon they all dispersed, and some rushed towards the place where the students were. Has been promoted to gold level. As monsters, they all possess great wisdom. Although the instinct wants them to be divided up and down. But they are all clear. Although everyone has different strengths, they all belong to the same grade. If you are injured in a fight, you will only be cheap to outsiders. Especially the object that all monsters hate, human beings. Your apprentice is gone. At this time, in the audience, Mo Liuli opened her mouth slightly and said incredulously. It's all changing so fast. A second before, she also felt that Yan's promotion to gold might be able to clean up these monsters. But next second, Yan is gone. At this time, Lu Ruhua was already fascinated by it. Her hands trembled slightly. It's hard to accept reality. But just when everyone thought Yan was dead, all the hyphae began to writhe wildly. The last one died quickly one after another. But the new mycelium quickly grew out. These new hyphae exude a silvery light. Just by looking at the color, you know that it is not worth the comparison of the mycelium of the past. Ding, because the host's life level has been sublimated, all your abilities have been improved. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your symbiote phantom spore has evolved into indestructible phantom fungus. 0. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your sequence ability has evolved and changed. Your growth sequence has evolved into a life sequence. Your perception sequence has evolved into a mental sequence. Your toxin sequence has evolved into a curse sequence. Your parasitic sequence has evolved into a control sequence. Your drain sequence has evolved into the devouring series. Your evolution sequence is cancelled, and its ability is merged into the life sequence. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a new sequence has been awakened, Phantom Spirit. 35. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your Phantom Spirit sequence has awakened the new abilities Phantom Spirit Communication and Phantom Spirit Contract. Ding! Your Cell Repair and Spirit Repair are merged into the original ability Indestructible. Ding! Your Tough Mycelium and Ability Promotion have merged and evolved into Essential Enhancement. 35. Ding! Your Efficiency Delivery has evolved into Bioengineering. Ding! Your Intermediate Neural Tentacles Intermediate Neural Network merged and evolved into Absolutely Shared. Ding! Your Nerve Center has evolved into a low-level intellectual brain. Ding! Your Look at the dense prompts in the system. Yen was dazzled for a while. In the end, stop reading these tips altogether. Instead, let the system display its current information bar. Check your own situation. Name, Yen, male. Age, 18. Level, Gold Elementary. Symbiote, Indestructible Phantasm. Original ability, Indestructible. Characteristics of the symbiote, Indestructible, Spirit, Illusory, Curse. Ability sequence, God, Life, Spirit, Curse, Control, Devour, Phantom. God, to be unlocked 15300/100, 00, million. Life, Essence Enhancement, Essence Change, Bioengineering, Will Evolution. Spirit, Absolute Sharing, Low-Level Intellectual Brain, Spiritual Communication, Spiritual Exploration, Dream Interference. Curse, Curse of Paralysis, Curse of Blinding, Curse of Sleepiness, Curse of Corruption, Curse of Spirit, Curse of Horror. Control, Sleeping Spores, Dormant Parasitism, Spiritual Parasitism, Spiritual Control. Swallow, All Things Melt, Illusory Stomach Bag. Phantom, Phantom Communication, Phantom Contract. Nice, all abilities have been consolidated. 35. Then it's time to try, my combat effectiveness is now. Thought here. Yen's thoughts moved slightly. On the surface, all the newly grown mycelium surging frantically curled up. In the end, a huge spherical shape was formed. The monsters that have left can't find anything wrong in an instant. Immediately attacked the ball. But the next moment, one stood up with the mycelium, forming a thin wall. But that's the thin wall. It stopped all attacks. Immediately after, mycelial spheres spread out. Yen's figure emerged. And this scene was naturally broadcast. In the audience, seeing Yen come back to life, countless people exclaimed. At the same time, most of them also saw through Yen's original ability. Although I don't know exactly how. But they all know that Yen's original ability has something to do with immortality. After all, Yen had such a terrifying self-healing ability when he was at the silver level. Now that he was shot to death by a monster, he can still appear completely after being cremated. Then Yen's ability should be the type of immortality. The source ability was successfully awakened. And it's still the type of immortality. It will be difficult for him to die in the future. Liuli said in surprise. Also showing envy. The ability to not die. Anyone wants it. What to say on the endless battlefield is the most important. It was his own life, of course. No matter how powerful the ability is, it will never be as important as a life-saving skill. Because no matter how powerful you are, you will be beaten to death by all races. Or be killed by a more powerful existence. But not dead. You can continue to grow until you surpass everyone, promoted to God. I just said why he didn't run away. 99. It turned out to be a test of the original ability. At this time, Lu Ruhua also breathed a sigh of relief. She suddenly felt that she was watching Ye-An's assessment process. It's more exciting than fighting in the endless battlefield. Surprises and surprises abound. A strong person like her was also made a little distracted. It turned out to be the original ability of the undead type. With this ability, he is not afraid of life safety issues at all, so he can rest assured to let him fight and grow on the endless battlefield. With his talent, in the future, my human race may give birth to a god who came out of the battlefield. 35. This son has the appearance of a god. My Yang Yan Guild will not miss such a talent. At this moment, the president of the Yang Yan Guild opened his mouth with light in his eyes. Originally, he had always disliked Ye-An's thinking style. But now I don't mind it at all. He even wanted to draw Ye-An into his guild immediately. Because Ye-An's future is bright. The human race has never lacked talent, and every year, countless talented newcomers are born. But these geniuses are often short-lived. But Ye-An is different. Not only a genius, but also a long life. As the president of a top extraordinary guild. He actually knew it. The god of the human race was not necessarily a genius when he was weak. It's just that they lived to the end, had the last laugh, and got the chance, so they were promoted to gods. So, he will say, Ye-An has the appearance of a god. As for other geniuses, even the former Zhao Long. In his eyes, he was just a genius worthy of cultivating. Totally but not at all with God. This sovereign existence is connected. It was you who disliked the most at the time, but now, he. 35. At this time, the woman next to her sneered. It's all the time, and. Old Dean, I remember that if you want to graduate from Tiangong Academy, the minimum cultivation base is to reach the gold level. The president of Yanjian Guild looked at the old dean with a smile and said, Little Yanzi, do you want my students to fail to graduate as soon as they enter school? The old principal said with a smile. It's not the same. Anyway, after graduation, I will go to the endless battlefield. It's better to go earlier. And he's totally up to the mark. The president of Yanjian Guild said with a smile. Brother Yan, this can't be done. This Ye-An's talent is so high, our Tiangong Academy naturally has to cultivate it properly. At the very least, I have to get the Grand Master King to talk about it. At this time, the vice president replied with a smile. If you don't want to let people go, just say it directly, what are you talking about the master and the king? The president of the Yanjian Guild murmured. To that level. With Ye-An's talent, I'm afraid he can't beat him. At that time, how could Ye-An come to his Yang Yan Guild? Actually, it's not that I don't want to let it go, it's that Ye-An and the others are unwilling to let it go. The middle-aged man, the vice president, replied with a smile. You said so. It's really a bit tricky. At the thought of Ye-An's teacher. Especially his teacher Lu Ruhua and sisters. The president of Yanjian Guild looked troubled. So don't worry about it. It's not easy for them to have such a genius, so naturally it's impossible to hand it over to an outsider like you. Said the vice president. The president of Yanjian Guild looked helpless. That being said, I really don't have a chance. Seeing such a genius in front of me, I couldn't want it. He was also really distressed and helpless. The old dean looked at all this with a smile. Then he looked at Ye-An on the screen. There was a flash of thought in his eyes. At this time, in the examination area, it's yours to come the fastest. Then let's get the knife on you first. Yen glanced around. He put his eyes on the hurricane demon wolf and said. That is, this hurricane demon wolf just slapped his previous body to pieces with a slap. Although he deliberately did not resist, to test the ability of immortality. But that doesn't mean there is no hatred. The voice fell. The wind demon wolf also seemed to feel the killing intent from Yen. So he let out a loud whistle immediately. Pounced towards Yen. It can kill Yen once, and naturally I believe it can be done a second time. You still want to kill me? Yen smiled disdainfully at this. Behind him, countless mycelium entwined each other. In the end, a huge figure was formed. Facing the hurricane demon wolf that rushed over. This huge doll made of mycelium was directly punched out. The wind demon wolf did not retreat. If you choose to fight head-on. At last, the two collided. Countless wind blades were lifted from the body of the hurricane demon wolf and slashed on the doll's body. And the puppet also punched the wind demon wolf. Finally, the puppet was repelled a few steps by many powerful wind blades, and some cracks appeared on the body. But these cracks were quickly repaired. The wind demon wolf was also knocked back several steps by a punch. Yes, this method really works. See the effect. Yen nodded in satisfaction. This puppet was an idea he came up with temporarily. Of course, the point is not to make the mycelium puppet a huge individual. Rather, it refers to its own skeletal veins when composing. That is, the doll is a stripped-down version of himself. It's just made up of mycelium. So, this doll can use martial arts. The punch just now. In fact, it is also the first punch of the 18 Fist of Dragon subduing. Yes, but not as efficient as this. 35. Yen waved. Countless mycelium on the ground rushed towards the wind demon wolf. The wind demon wolf saw this. Immediately launch a wind blade counterattack. Although after increasing the force, some mycelia were cut off. But more mycelia hit. Make it unavoidable at all. Ouch! See yourself unable to escape. The wind demon wolf roared in the sky. Around the body, a wind pressure vortex like a tornado quickly appeared. In the vortex, Yen's mycelium shattered one after another. The wind demon wolf also took this opportunity to attack Yen immediately. Sure enough, gold-level monsters will have their own cards. 35. But that's all. Yen snorted coldly. Use your new abilities. Essential enhancement. This skill is not just passive. More active use. Strengthen yourself somewhere at a time. Or in some way. Of course, it is not impossible to strengthen in all aspects, but it requires more spiritual power. Get down on my knees. After strengthening the strength of the mycelium, Yen stretched out his hand and made a grasping gesture. Next moment, countless mycelium broke through the wind pressure vortex around the wind demon wolf. He directly dragged the hurricane demon wolf that rushed over to the ground. Try again, curse. Then the curse of terror. Ability changes a bit. Yen also thought for a while before deciding what abilities to use. And this time, tied to the ground, the hurricane demon wolf, who was struggling, suddenly froze. Then fell into a state of shrinking. His body trembled constantly, and his mouth kept screaming in prayer. There was a terrible emotion in his eyes. At last, it suddenly stopped howling and shivered. But utter madness. It seemed to be a strong fear that completely overwhelmed its spirit. Make it totally crazy. I thought I would be scared to death. 35. Yen waved his hand. Release the shackles of the wind demon wolf. The hurricane demon wolf with freedom of movement madly rushed towards the giant crocodile in the wasteland. This made the giant crocodile in the wasteland watching the play bewildered. Lao Zi didn't ask you to mess with you, why didn't he deal with this human and came to bite me? I'm afraid it's not rabies. The wasteland giant crocodile instinctively wanted to retreat. But the hurricane demon wolf still followed frantically. In the end, the wasteland giant crocodile directly looked at the opportunity. "Open your mouth wide. Bite the hurricane wolf." In the end, with a forceful sound, the wind demon wolf was completely bitten to death. Normally, the giant crocodile in the wasteland is difficult to deal with the hurricane wolf. Because there is a huge difference in speed and flexibility between the two, and the attack method of the wind demon wolf can also be long range. If it is played around, the wasteland giant crocodile may be slowly consumed by the wind demon wolf. But now the hurricane demon wolf hit him head on. The wasteland giant crocodile can only eat a big meal with tears. The meat of monsters of the same level. This is a great supplement. "I'm here, still want to eat?" Yen saw this. Snorted coldly. Actively launched an attack. The giant crocodile in the wasteland didn't expect Yen to kill himself suddenly. But under simple astonishment, immediately launched a counterattack. Its capabilities are relatively simple and crude. Just pure power. So, Yen's enhanced mycelium. Still getting rid of it. And it also rushed straight towards Yen. At the same time Yen also noticed. The size of the wasteland giant crocodile is in the process of approaching itself. Is also gradually getting larger. Finally, when the wasteland giant crocodile came to him, its size has exceeded 100 meters. Became a real behemoth. But Yen thought that the other party would attack. However, what he didn't expect was the wasteland giant crocodile passed him directly. Run towards the distance. Is this escape? Yen was a little dumbfounded. I never thought that the giant crocodile in the wasteland would escape. What about your dignity as a gold-level monster? Chapter 49. Although not dignified. But this wasteland giant crocodile is also quite self-aware. Seeing the tragic death of the wind demon wolf, he knew that he was not an opponent at all. And not stupid at all. Also known to feint and escape. You're still planning to run in front of me, it's not giving me face. Yen snorted coldly. Thoughts move. In front of the wasteland giant crocodile, a gigantic mycelium puppet appeared. This time the doll is much taller than the last time. Compared with the size of the giant crocodile in the wasteland, it is not inferior. Look at the wasteland giant crocodile running. The doll also immediately punched out. The giant crocodile in the wasteland also made an emergency stop immediately, turned around and twitched its tail towards the puppet. Next moment, the puppet was pumped out. Although the wasteland giant crocodile was punched, it did not suffer any damage. But when it was about to leave, the second doll has appeared. Seeing this, the wasteland giant crocodile turned around immediately. Followed by the third. Now, it either went back to face Yen, or faced the three dolls. Recall the strange state of the wind demon wolf before its death. The wasteland giant crocodile directly chose to fight against these three dolls. Unfortunately, it's okay to hit one, but three. The wasteland crocodile is no match at all. Swipe one with the tail, and the second puppet will jump up. When it bites the second one, the third one has come. And it found. The power of this doll is powerful punch by punch. It might not feel like it at first. But after a few times, it couldn't take it anymore. Roar. Played for a while. The wasteland crocodile found himself a little powerless. Seeing it is getting worse, the wasteland giant crocodile suddenly roared at several other monsters. It seems that he wants other gold-level monsters onlookers to help. Several gold-level monsters looked at each other. Suddenly, the earth began to rise. One after another, grey withered branches protruded from the ground. Trapped Yen's puppet. See this scene. The other monsters who were still hesitating before also attacked Yen one after another. Finally stop watching the show. Yen smiled contemptuously. Although for monsters, humans are the primary enemy. But they prefer to take advantage of the fishermen. Now, they also discovered that Yen was too powerful. In addition, the ghost tree took the lead. Therefore, they followed the choice to deal with Yen. Fire attack, it's still a little troublesome. So it's you next. Yen stretched out his hand and pointed. Roaming in the sky, the goshawk immediately became unstable and fell headlong. The huge body stirred up a cloud of dust. The flames of its feathers ignited the nearby grasses. Sleeping curse is not bad. Yen commented on it. Both are at the gold level, and the skills can take effect immediately. It's not easy and not bad. But very powerful. Especially in the ever-changing battlefield. The ability to immediately put the enemy to sleep immediately is an absolute killer. At the same time Yen solved the prairie flies. On the battlefield in the rear, a doll trapped by withered vines immediately turned into countless mycelium, freed from the bondage. Immediately after that, the doll was reformed. At the same time, countless mycelium entangled the dead vine and began to use the curse of corrosion. Next is engulfing and digestion. The ghost tree in the distance felt this corrosive attack, and immediately showed a painful grimace. But Yen didn't plan to let it go. Countless mycelia cling to its vines. Wrap the ghost tree tightly. The corrosive ability began to eat away at the opponent's body little by little. Also at this time, bloodthirsty elk and thorn dragon turtle also attacked. The bloodthirsty elk summoned a blood-red fog. In it, Yen found that his body was melting a little bit. Even those hyphae. The thorn dragon turtle is curled up together. The long spikes on the back of the body flew out. He stabbed towards Yen. Don't worry, both of you 9. It's your turn. 35. Yen said lightly. Waved. Numerous mycelium entangled the remaining 2 monsters. It's just, when entangled with the thorn dragon turtle, Yen could feel that wounds were constantly appearing in his body. The natural ability of the thorn dragon turtle is really a counter-injury. In addition, it is born with strong vitality, under the same level of circumstances 9. Even if you die just by counter-injury, the enemy is almost too fast. But unfortunately, met me. Yen analyzed. If the thorn dragon turtle is replaced by a gold-level extraordinary person, maybe he just took a look and chose to leave. Unless treated. Otherwise, it will not do anything to the thorn dragon turtle at all. But for Yen, this kind of opponent is pure sandbag. As for the bloodthirsty elk, it is indeed a hassle. The scope of this blood mist is very large, and the speed of dissolving the body is not slow. But unfortunately, Yen recovered faster. Including those hyphae that were dissolved, also recovered at a faster rate. Especially after dissolving the substance, his mycelium absorbs it. Basically, as much as it dissolves, he absorbs it back. No waste at all. Forget it, I won't play with you guys. Seeing that the surrounding gold-level monsters have been controlled by him, Yen was no longer interested in practicing his hands. Afterwards, the direct firepower was turned on. The bloodthirsty elk and the thorn dragon turtle were quickly wiped out by Yen's spiritual curse. The branches and vines of the ghost tree are also frantically scrambling at the same time. At this time, 1/3 of its body has been dissolved. Then Yen attacked at full speed. The remaining 2/3 also dissolved quickly. The other side. The Liao Yuan goshawk also died completely in its sleep. The flame on his body quickly went out. The giant crocodile in the wasteland was punched down by 3 puppets and killed alive. At last, countless mycelium, woven into a huge mouth. He swallowed all the corpses of the remaining monsters and began to digest them quickly inside. It's all settled, then. Yen turned his eyes to the ground. At the same time, spiritual exploration is activated. In an instant, the ground was originally uneventful. In Yen's eyes, it immediately turned into an illusory layer. In the layers, Yen sees Kujods lurking in the ground. Running pretty fast, but useless. 39. Yen stared at the spiritual body of the Quagoa. Countless mycelium began to surge. Penetrates underground. Finally, when the Kujods sense something is wrong, countless mycelium, already firmly, surrounded it. Kujao also wanted to control the rock to fight back, but haven't had time to react. It was directly caught by Yen, the digger that was pulled out. The moment he saw Yen, he immediately screamed. Suddenly there was an attack. On the ground, stone pillars appeared. But they haven't had time to fully emerge. It was mercilessly cut off by Yen's mycelium. Countless rubble rolled down. Seeing this, the digger immediately controlled the gravel and attacked Yen again. But this time, Yen just let the mycelium stand up to form a wall, and all the attacks were blocked. At the silver level, mycelium is not strong enough, so it will be broken by these ordinary stones. But now these ordinary soil and gravel, don't let his mycelium do anything at all. Desperate. Then I'll give you a chance. Looking at the burrowing beast struggling but unable to do anything, Yen's face showed a cat and mouse smile. The mycelium entangling the Quagoa immediately loosened. The diggers got their chance. It also immediately drilled towards the ground. Although it is not small in size, it is 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. But the talent of its race is to dig holes, and especially it has awakened the original ability to manipulate rocks. So in the blink of an eye, the digger ran to a depth of 20 or 30 meters underground. Then, just when it wants to continue down, the tail was entangled by Yen's hyphae. Then immediately pulled up. It's a pity, it still doesn't work. Why don't you try again? Yen snorted disdainfully. Let go of the Quagoa again. The next thing was no accident. The Kujao, which had just run away without a shadow, was picked up by Yen again. After several repetitions, the digger knew it couldn't get away. So when Yen released it, it didn't run. Instead, he grinned at Yen and yelled. Moment. The earth in a range of about 300 meters under Yen's feet. Into a giant whirlpool. And the speed at which the flow of this vortex rotates is unbelievably fast from the very beginning. It turns out that there is a real ability hidden. But alas, it didn't work for me. 5. Yen waved his hand. Countless mycelium actively stretched out into the vortex. Wrapped in every inch of soil and gravel, this vortex was stopped abruptly. See this scene? The digger made a sound like a mouse. Immediately after that, he went into the ground again. But Yen didn't give him a chance this time. Because he was tired of playing too. In fact, the digger is just like this, he mainly wants to take revenge on the other party's mentality. After all, the diggers at that time were playing tricks on him like a cat playing a mouse. Really want to play? Avril and Weena, aren't they more fragrant than any monsters? Then, next moment, the diggers were tightly bound by the mycelium. Then the ability of dissolving all things is activated. The cutty beasts that haven't died, directly began to be digested and absorbed by Yen's hyphae. When the diggers are completely dead, its body has already lost half of it. Invincible, is lonely. Destroyed all gold-level monsters. All the silver-level monsters became nourishment as early as when he was promoted to gold. Bronze level is not worth mentioning at all. At this time, Yen also stretched out happily. No, don't be careless. There are still enemies. The spiritual bishop, there are still possible evil disasters, I still have to pay attention. Yen pondered again. Just when Yen thought so, a deafening sound suddenly erupted in the distance. The entire assessment site trembled. Yen immediately set his sights on the core area of the assessment site. Even if he is still some distance away from the core area. But you can still clearly see that catastrophic scene. The mountains of flames erupted completely. Countless magma was sprayed from the sky and began to fall. It also contains numerous rubble. Next, from the fractured crater, more magma began to flow down rapidly. At the same time, Yan felt a strange energy wave sweep across. If you don't feel it carefully, you may think it is the aftermath of the vibration. But Yan was keenly aware of the difference. That is a more powerful existence, the aura that it exudes. At the same time, Yan also keenly noticed something that surprised him. He sensed the breath of Godhead. Just under that hot magma, there is a huge Godhead fragment. So what's the situation? If the process is normal, the students who will be assessed will enter the Flame Mountains tomorrow. Arriving there basically marks the passing of the assessment. All that's left is to compete for the top 10 prizes placed in the Flame Mountains. 35. So it can be said that the Flame Mountains are safe, but the environment is not good. But now that the volcano is erupting, there are more powerful monsters, which is not related to safety. Especially, after the eruption of the volcano, all the students are basically unable to enter. So, it was an accident. At this point, Yan suddenly wanted to understand something. Perhaps there is a powerful monster in the Flame Mountains, and it has been dormant all the time. Now the tidal explosion of the galaxy's spiritual power has allowed it to be promoted to a certain extent. Therefore, the process of promotion detonated the mountains of flames. It should be so. But, it doesn't have to be that way. Perhaps there is something else hidden. After all, the spiritualists are also lurking here, maybe it's their handwriting. This monster doesn't seem to want to leave the range of the Flame Mountains. It should be a special creature of the fire element. Since that's the case, let's take advantage of the fact that it doesn't run around, and it's not a good idea to solve other safety hazards first. Yan said righteously. With an overwhelming sense of justice, he naturally has to deal with the black sheep among human beings' spiritual bishops. Then you get paid some interest. For example, the Godhead fragments of the Spirit Master. Speaking of which, the guardian of the newcomer's training ground at that time was only in the realm of kings, so he dared to attack the Spirit Master. It seems that it should not be that the Spirit Master is too stretched, but the Godhead is too scattered, resulting in poor strength. But a God-level powerhouse, why would he be so self-mutilating to do things in human territory? And it doesn't work that well. Yan muttered. Of course, even so. The Spirit Master is not someone who can be bullied by an existence in the realm of kings. Although Yan didn't understand the situation behind. But with the hatred of the human race against the Spirit Master, the king who dared to take the initiative should also be the powerhouse of the contact family in advance. Otherwise, the Spirit Master's counterattack, his existence as a king, really can't bear it. After all, no matter how rubbish the god is, it is also a god. In short, I have to pay attention in the future. If I go the way of the Spirit Lord, I can't pull my hips like he does. Yan continued to murmur. Although he felt that there is a high probability that he would not follow the old path of the Spirit Master. Not to mention that the Spirit Master is a bit too stretched on his hips, in addition to his life-saving ability. It was Yan who felt that he had a system, and he had a lesson from the Spirit Master. You should walk out a better path than the Spirit Lord. Forget it, don't think about it anymore, the road ahead is long. Yan shook his head. Stop thinking about things that are currently useless. Then the mind moved slightly. A giant puppet forms. At the same time, he gently held him in the palm of his hand, and then began to rush towards the distance. Soon, Yan came to the meeting point of the academy. Many students saw the arrival of the puppets, and they were like enemies. Show them clearly when there is a person standing on the puppet. It was a relief. Brother. At this time, Avril's voice came. Yan asked the puppet to put himself down. After he landed on the ground, Avril also ran over immediately. He looked at Yen with admiration in his eyes. Senior brother, have you been promoted to the gold level? Avril stared at Yen and asked. Yen nodded indifferently. It just seemed like something not worth mentioning. The admiration on Avril's face was even more intense. She is arrogant by nature and disapproves of her peers. But she really admired her brother. Yen's fighting power and talent have far surpassed her. Especially this senior brother, who is so handsome, takes special care of her, and even almost gave his life for her. So she now not only admires Yen, but also has gratitude and admiration for Yen. In that case, those gold-level monsters. Although Avril had guessed the result, she couldn't help but ask. I killed them all, but it's not over yet. Yen said softly. Then he looked at the short girl who claimed to be fifth in the standings. Got you. Suddenly, Yen smiled lightly. Reaching out a hand to Hook, a student behind the short girl. His feet were tied directly by the mycelium, and he hung upside down in front of Yen. Who are you? Why are you shooting at me? Let me go. The student who was hanged by Yen. There was confusion in his eyes. But still pretending to be angry and puzzled, he started yelling. Hurry up and stop, or... At this time, the short girl also spoke up. Although she is now clear, the person in front of her has been promoted to gold, solved the problem of monsters, and saved everyone. But this is also not the case. Yen can act recklessly but fundamentally. At least she didn't allow Yen to hurt people for no reason. Otherwise what? Don't let me go, or is it bad for me? Yen replied with a smile. At the same time, his own breath dissipated. The huge pressure directly changed the face of the short girl, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. Ha ha ha, don't be afraid, I'm joking with you. Seeing the other party's fearful, yet very stubborn face, Yen burst into laughter. This short girl is not in a bad mood. Just a little stupid and a little arrogant. Yen couldn't help but want to play tricks. Then Yen's eyes turned to the man who was hanged upside down by him. Then the mycelium was handed over, something similar to his own smart bracelet. I'll give you a choice, or you'll tell me how to get what's inside. 99. Either I beat you to death and ask you again how to get things out. 5. Yen looked at the man who was hanged upside down by him and said. Why? Here are some of my private things, why should I let you take them out? The other party snorted coldly. Yen didn't continue talking nonsense, and directly manipulated the mycelium, penetrating the opponent's calf. At the same time, it began to release a little toxin, slowly corroding each other's legs. Although his poison ability evolved into a curse. But that doesn't mean he lost the ability to use poison. It's just that the ability can be used in a more advanced way. You stop. Watching the screams of his own team members, the short girl immediately stopped her. Even want to start. But before he moved, a long sword appeared on his neck. You can try to go one step further. 5. Avril said sharply. Although I don't know why Yen suddenly attacked this person. But there must be his reasons. And Avril naturally has to protect her senior brother. Especially when it comes to women, his senior brother's reputation is not very good. If you're a woman yourself, it doesn't matter. Of course, there are also some other careful thoughts, such as not letting other women get close to Yen and so on. The short girl bowed her head slightly, looking at Avril's long sword in surprise and didn't know what to say. At the speed just now, she almost only saw an afterimage for a moment. Immediately after her own life, she ran into Avril's hands. Who is this woman and why is she so powerful? The short girl had doubts in her heart. Yen is strong, after all, he was promoted to gold. But the woman in front of me is obviously on the same level as me. But you can take your own life at your fingertips. Are you wondering why I'm so good? I might as well tell you that the standings in your mouth is a joke in my eyes. Although I am the second place, the first place is not my opponent at all. So don't think that you are as good as fifth in the standings, you are no different from those mediocre people in my eyes. I didn't even notice your name. Avril looked at each other proudly and said. My name is Ye Wenqiu. And no matter what the ranking is, it's not the reason for you to attack your companions. 9. The short girl glared at Avril and said. Although the words are quite sharp. But the momentum was noticeably weaker. Looks like it was really hit. Then why don't you think about it, why did we suddenly shoot at a person? Is it okay to be idle and want to do bad things to relieve boredom? Avril said contemptuously. This kind of person is not strong enough and has honey juice confidence. IQ doesn't look like much either. Don't even ask why. Then why? When Ye Wenqiu heard Avril say this, he immediately asked. Just look at it. Avril also didn't know what Yen was going to do. So that's all I can say. At this time, Yen was still asking how to turn it on. But the other party just kept silent. After all, once what's inside is exposed, he will surely die, and although he is suffering now, at least he can live. Don't speak yet? Then don't blame me. Yen's tone was indifferent. Torturing the other side will not work. Then direct mind control. Although spiritualists are fanatical believers, very strong-willed and difficult to manipulate. But the gap between the two of them is too big. Try a few times and you will always succeed. This thing, it's actually very simple to open. Let me come. Just when Yen was ready to take control, Wei Na, who had been watching the play, suddenly spoke up. See Wei Na speak. Yen didn't even think about it, and immediately handed the thing to Wei Na. After Wei Na took the item, randomly fiddled a few times, finally injected a little spiritual power. Immediately, the storage thing exploded. Then many things scattered on the ground. It's so skillful. Yen sighed. Wei Na showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. He, practice makes perfect. 5. Practice makes perfect. Yen glanced at Wei Na. This kind of operation can make perfect. What was she doing before? Before awakening, isn't it possible to use spiritual power? Although very suspicious. But Yen also knew that now was not the time to pursue these matters. Instead, he looked at the items on the ground and began to rummage. These things are really familiar. Soon, Yen picked up a crystal and smiled. Commonly used by spiritualists. There are different formations depicted in it, which can be used as long as a little spiritual power is injected. The last time he was a newcomer, he got one. But this time, it's all over the place. Of course, Yen wasn't looking for these items. It's the Godhead fragment of the Spirit Master. After throwing away the array crystal, Yen followed the induction and finally found what he wanted in a small purse. This small purse actually has the function of concealing the breath, it seems to be cautious enough. Yen was playing with the Spirit Lord's divine shards. However, it is a pity that covering up cannot completely eliminate the breath. Based on Yen's familiarity with the divinity of the Spirit Lord, even if there is only a trace left, it is enough for him to notice. Is there anything else you want to say now? Like your plans and what you did? In this case, I can promise not to continue torturing you. Yen held the Godhead fragment, shook it in front of the student and said. I cannot understand what you say. When the assessment is over, I will definitely go to the federal government to sue you. The other party's eyes were obviously flustered. But still gritted his teeth and refused to admit it. Sue me? Tell me what? First of all, in this assessment, the Academy allows competition, which means I don't kill you as a precondition, other behaviors are basically okay. 5. Secondly, you, a spiritual bishop, dare to sue me? Yen sneered. As soon as this word comes out, Avril and the short Ye Wenqiu were stunned. Spiritualist. How could he be a spiritual bishop? He fought side by side before, and even nearly got seriously injured. 9. Ye Wenqiu said in disbelief. Do not believe. Yen came to Ye Wenqiu with a fragment of the Spirit Master's Godhead. Then, with his own power, he activated the fragments of the Spirit Master's Godhead. At this moment, Ye Wenqiu's vision changed instantly. She saw an unknown, terrifying behemoth. She experienced a huge gap between dust and the universe of stars. Spirit Lord. Ye Wenqiu murmured subconsciously. Although she didn't know why, she immediately recognized that the great existence in front of her was the Spirit Lord. At the same time, at this moment, her soul seemed to freeze. Reason also seems to start to collapse because of inability to understand and feel these. Just when she thought she was going to die, all the feeling vanished in an instant. Her collapsed sanity instantly recovered, and her vision immediately returned to the status quo. Spirit Lord! Spirit Lord! Really Spirit Lord? Ye Wenqiu kept muttering with some dementia. It's all right, it'll be fine later. Avril looked at Ye Wenqiu's state suspiciously. Yen explained with a smile. This woman is too conceited. Yen also deliberately made her suffer. It didn't do any harm to her. And the other side. The man who was hanged upside down by Yen also fell into madness in an instant. Who are you and why can you mobilize the power bestowed by the Great Spirit Lord? You are also a spiritualist? No. You're definitely an apostate, apostate. He roared and looked at Yen angrily. Yen's existence seems to make him feel more hateful than the revenge of killing his father and having multiple wives. You spiritual bishops and apostates? However, it doesn't matter what happened to me. As for you, just wait to be judged. Yen waved his hand. Numerous mycelium immediately bundled each other into a big zongzi. As for whether he will suffocate, that is not something he has to consider. Anyway, even if there is a corpse left, those strong people can identify this person as a spiritual bishop. At the same time, in the audience, see Yen's series of operations. Those who watched the assessment gradually turned from doubt to anger. The Godhead shard in Yen's hand. Most of them are all too familiar. At this level, I have dealt with spiritual bishops more or less. Or know a lot of information about spiritualists. One of them is the question about the fragments of the spiritual master Godhead. So naturally most people know this stuff. It turned out to be a spiritual bishop. You are a great student, you can find this group of scumbags. Liuli said with emotion. To be honest, the disguise of the spiritualists in general is very good. Unless your own strength reaches a very high level. Otherwise it is difficult to see through. And Yen was just promoted to gold, and he could see it. Surprising indeed. After all, even in her prime, she couldn't recognize her at a glance. It's not the first time he has dealt with a spiritualist. During his rookie training, he was attacked by the spiritualists. Perhaps with the first experience, he knew how to tell. 39. Lu Ruhua thought for a while and explained. Did you meet a newcomer when they were training? That's really bad luck. 99. Liuli complained. The other side. The vice president of Tiangong Academy also had a dark face at the moment. After knowing that there was a spiritual bishop in this assessment, he immediately sent people to check the situation of the assessment site. Only then did I discover that the teleportation formation in the assessment site was actually blocked. The students inside can't quit if they want to quit. No wonder the beast tide was aggressive at that time, and some people were seriously injured and unwilling to quit. Not only don't want to quit, but there is no way. At that time, everyone's attention was focused on Yen or the frontal battlefield. So this problem was not found. Hurry up and repair the teleportation function. Although the assessment site is conceded, it cannot be teleported away. That is our problem. The deputy dean had a dark face, and sent a voice transmission to the relevant person in charge of the college. The goddamn bishop! The vice president scolded again. It's okay, don't be affected by your xinxing. All kinds of accidents are fate. And this time, because of the existence of this Yin student, everyone is fine. 99. At this time, the old school principal suddenly spoke up. Students understand. The vice president immediately bowed his hands. His face softened a bit. But it's a pity. Suddenly, the old dean sighed again. What a pity. The vice president was a little puzzled. The spirit master has learned to behave. 2 days ago, I was beaten just now, and I was thinking of making another shot to make him quieter in the future. In the end, he cut off the connection of the Godhead fragments. The old school principal shook his head slightly and sighed. Teacher, you mean, you already knew? The vice president was a little surprised. At the same time with emotion. His own teacher is really ruthless. He even used other students as bait, and deliberately let the spiritual bishop in. Just to find the location of the spirit lord. It's a pity that the spirit master is too stubborn. Fortunately, the spiritual bishop has not made a big move yet. Just when he thought so, suddenly received a message. His face turned dark again. It's okay, wait and see. If it doesn't work, it's not too late to make a move. After all, it is necessary to give young people some opportunities to show. The old dean said with a smile. It seems to have seen through everything. But, this time it's a real evil. The vice president sighed inwardly. He knew that his teacher wanted Yin to deal with it. But no matter how powerful Yin is, he is still a rookie. The real evil is not necessarily something that can be dealt with. Examination place. After dealing with the unknown spiritualist, Yin began to look at the melon-eating crowd around him. At this time, many people's attitude towards Yin was both fearful and curious. Of course there is also worship. After all, everyone is a fellow student. Yin was promoted to gold alone to turn the tide. Saved them all. But Yin doesn't care what others think. All he was looking for was the spiritualist. But after scanning around, he didn't find the target. Spirituals are gregarious creatures, at least when the realm is low. After all, it is more convenient to join forces to do things. Since it's not here, it shouldn't be here. 35. So, they went to the Flame Mountains? Yin muttered. He didn't believe there were no accomplices. Or other spiritual bishops were killed by monsters. After all, the spiritual bishops have old silver coins per capita, and they are fully prepared to make trouble. It's impossible not to be completely dead, and to be almost dead. There was no one else at the scene, and 80% went to the Flame Mountains to make trouble. At this stage, the other students are unable to cross the molten lava and enter the Flame Mountains, but that does not mean that the spiritual bishops have no choice. Thought here. Yin raised his head and looked at the mountains of flames. At this time, the eruption of lava continued. Among the volcanic ash that filled the sky, there was even a flash of lightning from time to time. Yin could feel that the aura of that powerful being was still rising. Certainly the most notable for him. It's still the divine aura. This is what he wants to get no matter what. When I go, you will stay here, protected by the magic circle. These magma and falling volcanic rocks will affect you. Yin looked at the direction of the mountains of flames and said. Now go. Avril was a little puzzled. Volcanoes have erupted, what's the use of the past now? Even if there are good things in there, it's not. I can feel that there is a powerful life there. You chose to go for it. At this time, Wei Na asked. She looked at Yin with a rare trace of worry. Well, probably by the spiritualists. I don't know why, but I also have my purpose. Yin replied. He is no longer surprised that Wei Na can also perceive the existence of the other party. After all, when he was peeping Only Wei Na could notice it. Coupled with this woman's behavior, the symbiote ability is very strange. So it's no surprise. I don't know why, but I instinctively felt a tinge of unease. You, be careful. Wei Na looked at Yan and warned. Looking at Wei Na's eyes, Yan could sense that this was her sincerity. He didn't even think about it. This woman was really worried for herself. Looks like you really have to be careful. 35. Yan muttered in his heart. When she faced the gold-level monsters, Wei Na never said anything. Now I worry about myself. So there is definitely a problem. Don't worry, I'm immortal. Yan finally glanced at Wei Na and responded. At the same time, the mycelium under the feet lifted Yan up high and sent it to the hands of the mycelium puppet. Then the doll began to move towards the location of the Flame Mountains. Their location is not far from the Flame Mountains. Therefore, soon, Yan came to the lava sea. Want to go in now? It is necessary to cross this lava sea. Although Yan can make the mycelium bridge and send himself over. But he didn't choose that. Instead, let the mycelium lay flat on the magma sea. 1 second, 2 seconds. In the third second, these mycelia couldn't hold on anymore and started to burn. If this problem is not overcome, I will undoubtedly lose if I enter the mountains of flames. 9. Yan whispered. Then he waved. In all directions, countless mycelia began to actively probe into the magma sea. The white sky is like a moth to a flame. In the end it all burned. But Yan didn't take it seriously, and even stepped up his efforts. Subsequently, the people in the audience were keenly aware. Yan's mycelium, from the very first 3 seconds to the back, can hold on for 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Over time, more and more dead mycelium. The time that Yan's mycelium could last became more and more. He's making the symbiote evolve. Looking at Yan's mycelium, it can last for a minute now. Someone couldn't help but start to exclaim. Impossible, if it is true, then the evolution speed is too terrible. The so-called evolution does not mean that he has gone through countless trials to make himself more familiar with the symbiote, and at the same time his own strength has grown to a certain level. It is possible to evolve. Someone retorted. Because this view is so bizarre. If it's not evolution, it's adapting. His symbiote may have some special ability that allows his symbiote to adapt to the new environment for a short period of time. 35. But this kind of ability generally has great limitations in the early stage. For example, it can only adapt to a certain environment. The next time you change the environment, you have to get used to it again. 35. I've met a few holders of this ability, so that's probably the case now. Some scholars have carefully analyzed the road. Speaking of which, what did he do in the Flame Mountains? Someone else wondered. It was probably a volcanic eruption, and he knew that even if the assessment was over, the Flame Mountains would not be able to open. So I went in early and looked for the top 10 prizes in the Flame Mountains. Someone thought about it and said. His symbiote is obviously restrained by flames, and the top 10 rewards are not worth the risk. As far as his talent is concerned, the resources obtained after entering the academy are much better than the prizes of any assessment. Others exclaimed. In addition to the inside of the academy, people who know the news. Now no one understands what Yan is trying to do. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your symbiote has awakened the basic fire resistance. 99. In the examination area, Yan quietly watched his countless mycelium take the initiative to die. Until the system prompt appears. Yan then revealed a happy expression. The ability to evolve is really useful. Unfortunately, the demand for external stimulation is too great, so awakening resistance is more suitable. Yan said with satisfaction. When he first came to the magma sea, he was indeed a little troubled about how to get there. After systematic calculation, he also got a stable answer. That is, evolution. As long as your symbiote has flame resistance, it will be much easier for you to pass. However, the melt temperature is high. Basic resistance alone is not enough. At most, it can hold up for 10 minutes without being ignited. Thought here. Yen picked up the spiritual fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Start practicing cross-legged. At the same time, the fruit of spiritual power is not exposed. He deliberately wrapped it in mycelium. Therefore, what others saw was that Yen ate one mycelium ball after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability basic flame resistance has been enhanced to low-level flame resistance. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability low-level flame resistance has been enhanced to intermediate flame resistance. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability intermediate flame resistance has been enhanced to advanced flame resistance. 66, 99. A series of prompts. Ultimately, Yan's fire resistance ability fixed at the advanced level. It's just the 3 enhancements. He used up the flesh and blood essence of the gold level monster that Yan had absorbed. As for the nuclei, it is naturally included. Because now his mycelium can directly digest the crystal nucleus. So, even if Yan wants to continue to improve, his spiritual power is not enough. Advanced resistance, you can ignore this magma sea. It's definitely enough for now. I thought about it for a while. Yan stood up and decided to go. Next moment, countless mycelia protruded from the earth again, paving the way for the magma sea. Originally endless billowing lava. It ended up being a ground paved with pure white silk threads. Yan disbanded the mycelium puppet and set foot on the pure white ground alone. Start walking toward the outstretched flames of the mountains. At this time, the flames erupt and persist. There are even occasional intermittent massive eruptions. As a result, the volcanic rocks kept falling all over the place. On the ground of the mycelium, new magma flows. Along the way at the same time, whenever a volcanic rock is about to land near Yen, there are always hyphae that appear in advance, directly roll up the falling volcanic rock, and then throw it to other places. And those flowing magma are ditches and rivers composed of numerous mycelium, guiding them to flow to other places. It's getting close. Cross the lava sea. Come to the foot of the first volcano. Yen felt the increasingly strong message of Godhead. The inner desire is also growing stronger. This is his instinct urging him, wanting to quickly get the Godhead, and then swallow it up. But Yen raised his head and looked at the figure floating in the volcanic ash. Finally decided to ignore it. No matter what it is, all Yen wants is Godhead. As long as it doesn't hinder him, its existence doesn't matter to Yen at all. Thought here. Yen started to move on. But what Yen didn't expect was, when he passed by, 2 figures silently watched his every move. I didn't expect such a change in this assessment. In less than 2 months, he was promoted to the gold level. This is an absolute talent. Presumably as a tribute, the Great Spirit Master will be extremely satisfied. After watching Yen leave, one of them said, "Indeed, but our task is not him. We have to help the Great Spirit Lord obtain the Godhead buried here, and help him recover quickly. Of course, if you can kill him in the process of completing the mission, it's best. But at least for now, we can't delay our mission because of him," exclaimed another. "Okay, I know. But I believe it will be soon. This beast won't be able to resist for long, if it's under our control." 35. Even if he is gold, it doesn't take a minute to kill him. The other looked at the sky. His eyes were full of anticipation. It should be here. Yen came to a crater. Look at the billowing lava below. Waved. Numerous hyphae go deep into it. Yen closed his eyes. Perceiving the information from the mycelium, it manipulates the mycelium to move forward inside the magma. The field of vision was red. Therefore, Yen can only rely on his feelings and his sense of Godhead to keep moving forward. Just as Yen was searching, suddenly, he felt that a small piece of mycelium was cut off instantly. Yen immediately manipulated other hyphae, woven into a huge cage, and searched the area. Soon, Yen felt his mycelium cage, something was trapped in the net. In the magma, there are even monsters. Duo. The mycelium kept clinging to it, and Yen also relied on the blind man's way of touching the elephant, and gradually understood the size of this monster. This is a monster like a fish. Great in silver. However, its nose is shaped like a sharp prismatic bayonet. So it can easily cut its own hyphae. This monster is quite special. I don't know if there is only one, or if there are more. Yen muttered. After learning the specific information of the monster beast, it was easy to kill it. Think carefully. Yen suddenly thought of something. Open your mind directly. This ability is not only available to the body. Now the mycelium opens the spiritual vision and has effects that do not belong to the body. 0. After the field of view is opened, Yen instantly discovered that there were several such monsters around. It's just that they're all in deeper magma. Seeing how they wandered aimlessly, Yen knew that this kind of monster had no vision. It seems that everything is acting on instinct. Yen's thoughts moved slightly. Countless mycelium began to probe in the direction of those monsters. And Yen's body consciousness is manipulating other hyphae. Began to continue to move forward along the breath of Godhead. Continue to dive for a while. Yen could feel that the aura of the Godhead became stronger and stronger. Finally, at a certain moment, Yen noticed that the dense feeling of magma was no longer around. So he immediately stopped his mental vision. Immediately discovered. My hyphae came to an empty place. On the top of the head is the hot melt, but it did not fall in the slightest. As if something was keeping the magma out. It's here. Feel the strong divine aura. Yen could detect that, his heart kept beating faster. A desire and excitement from the soul made him unable to control the mycelium to absorb the divine power scattered in the air. No. I'm useless here. It took a few seconds. Yen suddenly realized again. You should find a godhead to absorb, the divine power emanating from these godheads. It's like the aroma wafting from the broth. Although it smells delicious, it is not comparable to eating meat at all. So Yen manipulated the hyphae to move forward. Eventually, at the bottom, something resembling an altar was seen. And on the altar, there is a 3-meter-high red crystal. This is an incomplete godhead made from artificially collected divinity. Putting it here seems to be nourishing and nurturing. It seems that this volcano is caused by this fire attribute godhead. 5. Observed. Yen has a certain judgment on this godhead. Then, the hyphae wrap around. Start devouring the godhead. For him, there is no need to care who put it here. Since it is the place of assessment, there is nothing wrong with him taking anything here. Maybe it's a hidden level. No one has ever cracked it. It was at the moment when Yen's mycelium wrapped around the godhead. Suddenly, there was a deep, deep roar in the sky. That large piece of volcanic ash was suddenly forcibly blown away by a powerful force. A huge fiery red figure flew directly towards Yen's body position. It turned out to be a red dragon. Yen opened his eyes and looked at the flying dragon, and couldn't help being a little surprised. It's just that the red giant dragon doesn't seem to be in a good state now. Many parts of his body were entangled by black things like silt. Its body is also constantly shining. It seems that the body temperature is instantly increased in an attempt to kill these silts. In fact, it does work. Every time it flickers, a large piece of silt falls. But these silt-like things will be replenished immediately. Even takes up more space. Evil disaster. Yen murmured uncertainly. At the same time look at the fast approaching red dragon. He stretched out his hand. Countless mycelium rose from the ground and stopped in front of the red dragon. But the next moment, the dragon forcibly broke through the mycelium. At the same time, he opened his mouth and took a breath of dragon breath towards Yan. The powerful energy shock and the scorching temperature made Yan's body begin to dissolve rapidly. But in the end, when the dragon breath stopped, Yan immediately became intact again. Seeing this scene, the dragon was a little surprised, but immediately let out an angry roar. Continue to attack. It was fine before, but now it suddenly attacks me. Probably it has something to do with the godhead. This fire attribute dragon has probably been guarding the fire attribute godhead. Look at the dragon attacking again. Yan muttered inwardly, at the same time waving. Behind him, a huge mycelium puppet quickly formed. When the giant dragon flew over and approached, the puppet immediately shot and threw a punch. But the next moment, it was torn apart alive by the dragon's sharp claws. Watching the scene of two behemoths fighting, Yan's psychology also has a certain judgment on the red dragon. This is a starting gold, with a high probability of being a platinum dragon. And because it is a mythical creature, the strength attributes are particularly excellent and powerful. It is not comparable to other monsters at all. With his current means, there is really not much that can be done to hold a giant dragon. Roar! Just when Yan was thinking about how to deal with it, the giant dragon suddenly spit out a dragon's breath at Yan again. Then, regardless of Yan's life or death, he plunged into the magma. The sound of the east and the west? Yan couldn't help but smile. Seeing the other party's behavior, he knew what the dragon was thinking. It has to go down quickly and protect the godhead. That's why he launched an attack on himself. It is estimated that it is where he is and the path it takes to go back. So I wanted to kill myself. As a result, it did not expect that it would be difficult to kill, and it did not want to continue to entangle. That's why I pretended to attack and left quickly. However, although I can't stop it, it's impossible to return things to you. Yan smiled. Then Wei Wei closed her eyes and issued an order. The next moment, the mycelium under the magma. The direct programming turned into an illusory mouth, swallowing the godhead in one bite. At this time, the red giant dragon also rushed back to his hometown very quickly. It turned out that the godhead was completely gone. It looked at the surrounding mycelium, and immediately thought of Yan outside, manipulating the mycelium to fight it. Can't help but let out an angry roar again. Directly spray the dragon's breath and burn all the surrounding mycelium. Although Yan's mycelium can withstand the temperature of magma, but the dragon breath of the red dragon is countless times more terrifying than the magma. And there's also a pure energy shock. Therefore, the mycelium at this stage cannot bear it at all. Only. Now it's useless to destroy all the mycelium. That godhead has been stored by Yan with the ability illusory stomach bag. It's like putting things in another dimension. But his mycelium can continuously absorb the godhead in this space. Roar! After the red dragon confirmed that the godhead could not be found. Roar again. Then quickly leave the lava. Arriving on the ground, the red vertical pupils stared at Yan. Next moment, the dragon breath struck instantly. This time Yan did not choose to fight hard. Instead, it was held by a mycelium and pulled towards the rear. Seeing this, the red giant dragon immediately adjusted the angle of the dragon's breath. And Yan was dodging elsewhere. Some chase down. Yan can always dodge the dragon's breath dexterously. Seeing this, the red dragon immediately flapped its wings and flew into the sky. At the same time, there was a roar full of coercion. The ground under Yan's feet also cracked instantly. Countless magma began to surging and boiling frantically. Above the sky, there are also meteors one after another, falling down continuously. Seen at this moment, it was very much like the so-called end of the world in the movies he watched in his previous life. Only, the next moment, the collapsed earth was entangled and spread by countless mycelium. Finally put it back together. And the collapsing magma was also firmly suppressed. Now, numerous hyphae were flying and woven, and a puppet rose from the ground. At the same time, some hyphae spiral around each other and condense into spears. Numerous puppets picked up spears, locked onto the red dragon and started throwing them out. The red dragon saw this. Breathe out again. Burn out most of the spears. The remaining part was also smashed down by the meteorite it manipulated. Seeing this, Yen was not discouraged. Instead, continue doing so. The red dragon chose to avoid it this time. Despite its size, it flies extremely fast. The spears thrown by the puppets were avoided by it one after another. Sure enough, it's still not perfect for a puppet to act with a low-level brain. Seeing this scene, Yen muttered. These puppets, he just had no control over them after he initially issued the order to attack. Their behavior is controlled by the low-level intellectual brain constructed from Yen's hyphae. And the low-level intellectual brain brings it to the puppet. There is only the most basic action logic, and the ability to accept orders and execute them. Can't even think about it. Even speculate. So the spears they throw will be easily dodged. After all, there is no such thing as prediction. After Yen noticed this problem, immediately let your own will replace these intellectual brains. At the same time, let the system start to deduce the action route of the red dragon. Let him control these puppets to throw spears and block all possible routes of action. This time, the red giant wanted to avoid it, but found that there was no way to avoid it. I wanted to use the dragon breath to clear the spear, but found that it was too late. One spear after another stabbed the red dragon. But it didn't do much damage. At most, it scraped off a piece of its scales. This situation was completely expected by Yen. After all, the strength of his mycelium is far inferior to that of the red dragon. Impossible to pierce each other at all. The reason why he did this was to waste time with the other party. By the way, show some of your own fighting ideas. His mycelium is ever-changing. There are many ways to fight. But the specific strength is not strong, you have to try it to know. And the spear thrown by the puppet is not just that. Although those mycelium spears failed to penetrate each other's body. But after contact, it will immediately change back to mycelium and begin to wrap around the body of the red dragon. That's it. Numerous spears did not cause damage to the red dragon though, but tightly wrapped around it. Although the red dragon is powerful, it can easily break free. But there are some parts of the body that it can't touch at all, and it can't break free. And these hyphae of Yen immediately activated the power of corrosion. Begin melting the dragon's scales. The red dragon saw this. The body's body began to shrink rapidly. Next moment, a fiery and dazzling white light erupted in an instant. Immediately, all the mycelium on the dragon turned to ashes. Those things that were full of silt also fell one after another. Ugh! After doing this, the red dragon immediately let out a whimpering sound. Looking tired. And at this moment, the black silt immediately occupied the whole body of the red dragon. The red dragon twisted its body in pain. In the end, it fell violently into the lava. After a while, he flew out panting again. Only at this time, it seems that there is not much strength to fight. It flew crookedly for a while. It finally landed on the ground. During this process, Yen just watched silently. The other side. The red dragon seemed to know that his time was short. It started to roar up to the sky. It seems that he is venting his last strength and dissatisfaction. Yen thought that its barking would stop soon. But I found that it was getting louder and louder. Until a certain moment, his body cracked suddenly. A fiery flame erupted from the chapped skin. These flames rushed into the sky in an instant and began to burn roaringly. And the magma under Yen's feet. Getting restless again. It can be seen that the other party uses his own life as firewood. Unleash your power completely. Get ready for the final attack on Yen. On. Chapter 50. Is this a desperate fight? Then try, who is more powerful? See this scene. Yen wasn't timid at all, and even felt a little excited. Immediately after, the dragon soared into the sky. On the flames of the sky, a huge formation pattern was also reflected. In that splendid picture, one after another huge meteorites fell. At the same time, these meteorites are also burning with extremely hot flames. The temperature of these flames, even if Yen had resistance, was unbearable. Not to mention the impact of the huge size. The anger is so big, then I'll put it out for you. Watching the ground of his mycelium was smashed. The endless magma surged up again. Yen snapped his fingers. The next moment, countless hyphae rapidly changed shape. After a while, countless seawater was transported by huge mycelium water pipes. Although the hot magma immediately evaporated the seawater. But the effect is also very obvious. The magma on the surface cools rapidly. Even if there is new lava surging up, it will soon turn into new volcanic rocks. And the flames burn in the sky. The effect is not so obvious. But it's not useless. Under the scouring of many seawater, these flames are also slowly weakening. How sad! In terms of power, you are countless times stronger than me. But it won't kill me at all. Even with the power of burning life, I still stand here 5. And you can only wait to die slowly. 35. Yen raised his head. Looking at the giant dragon standing in the sky, he said with emotion. The dragon seemed to understand Yen's words. Began to vent his own power frantically. After a roar, heaven and earth turned angry again. Endless meteorites fell. The flames in the sky condensed into fireballs that fell to the ground. Countless explosions sounded. Even though Yen was blown to pieces, he was able to quickly recover. Till the end. The flames in the sky go out. Said to submerge all the lava. The giant dragon fluttered its wings weakly and swayed in the sky. But it still did not intend to admit defeat. Just when the dragon was about to continue to attack, the black silt-like existence on the body spreads out instantly. The dragon roared in pain. The body is constantly struggling. But without power, it has become a lamb to be slaughtered. And Yen continued to watch quietly. Soon the dragon was completely devoured. Turned into a black rot. This is really a disaster. And it's exactly the same situation as Zhao Long. According to what Zhao Long said before his death, the evil disaster is related to the spiritual bishops. 35. Plus I myself speculate that they are here. Yen saw this scene and started to think. When thinking of this, he instantly sensed a hint of danger. Instinctively sideways to the body. But there was still a black needle stuck in his left shoulder. Hee, the response is very fast. But it's too late. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Yen. Looking at Yen with a fanatical and smug smile. At this time, Yen could also feel an unspeakable strange power. Not only does it erode your own body, even the spirit doesn't seem to be immune. Is this what it feels like to be infected with evil? There is no sense of absolute power gap, some are just deep in the quagmire, being swallowed up little by little. While reminiscing about this feeling, Yen also quietly shifted his consciousness. In the end, only an empty body was left. Remote manipulator with consciousness. And have to say, it's a strange feeling. It's like playing a game from a third perspective. Why, stop talking. Doubt about my identity, or concentrate on resisting erosion. 99. Then I will tell you mercifully. This is the evil disaster that all ethnic groups are afraid of. You can't get rid of erosion at all. When you become like it, you will be completely under my control. Ha ha ha. As the top genius of this human race, you can say that it is a rare encounter in 1,000 years. Manipulating you, the Great Spirit Master will definitely give me. The spiritualist babbled. But not quite finished yet. A mycelium was drawn directly. An illusory barrier immediately appeared on his body, blocking the blow. Broken with embarrassment. Tell you, it's impossible for you to cause me. The voice did not fall. Yen just stared at him indifferently. Lightly spit out a word, death. 99. Next moment. The spiritualist's eyes widened immediately. Then the body began to tremble. Finally fell down. On his neck, a clearly visible streak was very noticeable. Do you really think that the shield formed by illusory power is invincible? Yen said disdainfully. Then he looked at his entire corroded arm. Mycelium underfoot forcibly breaks through the cooling lava rock. Looking at the hot lava, Yen threw his body into it. And on the other side, a brand new Yen was born quickly. The reborn Yen looked at the corrupted dragon. Then he looked around. There was just a spiritualist who suddenly appeared. That means there should be other hidden spiritualists nearby. And the means to hide is either stealth or hiding somewhere. Or, cover the body with illusory power. This can also achieve the purpose of stealth. Thinking of this, Yen searched carefully. It turned out that there was another spiritualist hiding nearby. And just as he expected, the spiritualist was empowered by an illusory force. His life breath and spiritual power were all hidden. Change someone, even if it is a diamond-level superhuman, it is estimated that he will not be found. But for Yen, who is familiar with illusory power, feel the illusory power at this moment. Instead, he is as obvious as a fire in the dark. Are you going out on your own, or shall I invite you? Yen looked at the direction where the other party was hiding and took the initiative to speak. The other side. A spiritualist who has always been hidden. When he realized that he was discovered by Yen, he was shocked. He couldn't believe the protection given by the Great Spirit Lord. It was so seen through. Thinking back to the scene of the mysterious death of his companion just now, he suddenly felt a touch of fear. I can't die without 280. I have not yet completed the task conveyed by the Great Spirit Lord. I must find the Godhead hidden here and deliver it to the Spirit Master. Even if I die, I will definitely return to the arms of the Spirit Lord and live with him forever. The spiritualist murmured. Now, facing Yen, the source of his fear is not life and death, but whether the task has been completed. Thought here. He immediately gave orders to the corrupted dragon. The corrosive giant dragon, which was originally motionless, instantly launched an attack on Yen. Fight to the death. Yen snorted coldly. He also wanted to leave a living room to interrogate slowly. It doesn't seem necessary now. After all, the corrupted dragon is controlled by this spiritualist. So Yen hit the killer without hesitation. In this way, the dragon has no control, although it will still shoot at him. But no one controls it, and it's easier to deal with it. And he didn't know what little tricks this spiritualist had. So now this is the case. Take it all into consideration, kill it first. As for any conspiracy plan, it has nothing to do with him. After the assessment, Tiangong Academy will check it himself, even if he can't find the headache, it is not him. It is Tiangong College. As long as the person is dead, don't cause him any more trouble. But just when Yen thought so, the body of the dead spiritualist suddenly exuded a thick black mist. Then the black fog began to rise rapidly into the sky. The dragon corrupted by the evil calamity also roared into the sky. The black fog instantly turned into a flame that filled the sky. Look at the rotting dragon that has been corroded into black, and the view of the sky. Yen frowned slightly. I didn't expect that after killing that spiritual bishop, there would still be so many troubles. At this time, the rotten black dragon began to breathe out dragon breath at Yen. That dragon breath formed of black flames and filth. Yen didn't dare to resist, so he could only dodge. The other party sees the situation. He also swooped over immediately, trying to get close to Yen to attack. Seeing this, Yen gave a big order while dodging. One after another, the puppets rushed towards the giant dragon. But they were all instantly annihilated and corrupted by the dragon's breath. Yen was not discouraged when he saw this. Instead, continue to let the puppet attack. At the same time, there are some dolls punching in place in the rear, accumulating the power of martial arts. Until the 10th punch. The power accumulated in it is about to exceed the upper limit of the doll. Yen then let these dolls go up to fight the dragon. At this time, the dragon's breath has just ended. The dragon was just about to lift off. But he was held back by a puppet. Followed by the second, the third. Many dolls and mycelium worked together to drag the mycelium to the ground. The rest of the puppets also swarmed up, constantly using martial arts to launch attacks. Because it has accumulated enough power. So now every punch of the puppet can have a considerable effect on the dragon. Although the dragon can always counterattack immediately, and even destroy the puppet directly. But no matter how much is destroyed, there will always be new additions. Just like that, keep fighting. The number of dolls has not decreased. The dragon's body began to deform a little bit. Until the end. The dragon's body has completely lost the appearance of the dragon. Like a mass of black mud that has been softened together. And at this level, the black dragon has no movement. But Yen didn't believe that this corrupted black dragon would just die like this. What happened next? It was exactly as he expected. The twisted body of the black dragon suddenly started to wriggle. A pale green tentacle stretched out. These tentacles are floating in the air like water plants. After expanding to a certain extent, it suddenly disappeared. New tentacles appeared, wafting again. I can't understand. Yen observed the tentacles. Thinking about what kind of power this is. It looks like a fantasy. But you can't feel any illusory power at all. System. Exist. Help me analyze what the other party is. Yen ordered. When the system received the command, it immediately began to deduce it. Ding, the deduction begins, the target, the dragon polluted by the evil disaster. Ding, the deduction is in progress. Ding, the first stage of the game is over. Current conclusion, the target does not belong to the universal law, and the logic of the universal law begins to be abandoned and continues to be deduced. Ding, the deduction is in progress. Hint, since there is no underlying law to support, start working backwards from the state presented by the target. 5. Ding, the game is over. Goals are formed from fragments of complex logic laws. Its existence itself is a broken and filthy fragment of the universal law. Warning, the host's current state is too low to bear the specific results, nor can it bear the infection of the other party. Hosts are currently advised to stay away from the target. Look at the conclusions given by the system. Yen knew that this was a goal he couldn't handle. But Yen was still a little puzzled. That Zhao Long was swallowed up by his mycelium. Why can't it work this time? Ding, the last time the target was only infected by breath, and did not directly touch the evil. And more from its own degeneration, so the host can directly absorb its power. At this time, the system gave the answer. I see. Yen nodded and understood all this. Now the situation is almost understood. Looking at the monster in front of him, Yen also had a plan in his heart. If you can't solve it yourself, then don't solve it. Just drag it next. As long as the assessment is over, someone will naturally take care of this monster. All he has to do now is to devour the godhead and that's it. Thought here. Yen controlled the mycelium and scoured the two dead spiritualists. Then let his mycelium puppet entangle the corrupted dragon. He himself committed suicide directly, and then immediately resurrected somewhere outside the Flame Mountains. Before long, he came to the crowd gathering place. Found Vina. Yen asked her to help open the storage. It always feels like you don't respect life a little bit. Wei Na easily helped Yen to open the storage. But her eyes kept on Yen. Seems a little PD off. No respect for life. Yen didn't quite understand what Wei Na meant. Even if you can be resurrected, but use this ability to travel, you are a little bit indifferent to life now. Of course the enemy doesn't matter, you shouldn't do the same to yourself. Wei Na frowned and said. It's just a body, my will is my life. Hear Wei Na's answer. Yen said with a smile. If he can't transfer his will storage, he won't just kill himself. After all, there is only one life, he will not die. But for him now, his mental body, the so-called soul, is his life. The flesh has completely become something that can be discarded at any time. Forget it, I won't argue with you. 35. After all, our ideas are different, no one is right or wrong, and the way of thinking is different. Finally, Wei Na shook her head slightly. The rest are labor fees. I still have to go and see that thing myself, or if it comes, you'll all suffer. Yen didn't plan to continue arguing with Wei Na. After picking up the Godhead shards you want. Then he gave all the remaining items to Wei Na. It's just that this time Yen left and didn't commit suicide. Instead, let the mycelium bind itself and quickly transmit it. Wei Na saw this scene. His face also softened a lot. Along the way, Yen didn't know why he subconsciously estimated Wei Na's feelings. It is clear that the speed of rebirth is the fastest. Of course, if it is transported back, the speed is not too slow. Just haven't waited for him to go back. Yen saw that the black flames that filled the sky turned into a huge vortex. Below the vortex, the black corroded dragon began to rapidly swell up. Eventually, it gradually turned into a dragon. Only this time, it still has tentacles swimming on its body. Even Yen always felt that there were countless eyes wandering around in this tentacle. Just when Yen was thinking about how to deal with this giant dragon, a system prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! The fire-type godhead is absorbed. 35. Current level of unlocking of the sequence of gods, 26,000/100, 00, million. Ding! Congratulations to the host's symbiote awakening a new feature, Flame. 35. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening new abilities, Magma Mushroom, Life Burst, Fire Immunity. 99. Ding! You have awakened a new sequence Fire. Look at the system prompt. Feel the change in yourself. Yen's mouth couldn't help showing a satisfied smile. The newly acquired ability is really nice. Magma mushrooms allow his symbiote to live in magma, and can absorb the heat of magma for food. Life Burst finally gave him a direct means of attack. This ability, in simple terms, is like an explosion like a cannonball. It's just that it didn't throw a fireball, which caused an explosion. But his spores and mushrooms, small enough to be invisible to the naked eye, spores can easily destroy rocks when they explode. It's just a spore. And his spores, at least have to be calculated in units of billions. As for the mushroom explosion, the power is naturally stronger. A mushroom, destroying a mountain is no big deal. Of course high attack, high damage. It means that it consumes a lot of spiritual power. But for Yen, spiritual power is the last thing to worry about. As for fire immunity, this ability absolutely lives up to its name. Immune to all flames. After all, he absorbed a large piece of Godhead. Therefore, the immunity he acquired was naturally outrageously powerful. Unless it is a god level, or a demigod level existence, it is possible to break the defense with flames. Although I want to try the new ability, but forget it. 35. The talent I showed was high enough. Look at the giant dragon not far away. Yen held back his thoughts. The initial exposure of strength was not intentional, it was just a last resort. After being promoted to gold, because of the original ability of immortality. Therefore, he can confidently show more talents and abilities. But everything has a degree. What he's doing now is surprising enough. There is no need to continue to expose. Especially the abilities related to Godhead. And the point is, he couldn't kill the dragon either. Although the damage of the explosion is high, the black dragon's body is much harder than a rock. And it can continue to regenerate. It is inherently a fire attribute. The most important thing is, even if you try your best to kill each other, Yen is not good either. All he wanted was Godhead from beginning to end. It was just that little sense of responsibility that allowed him to face this polluted black dragon alone. Otherwise, other people can't resist at all. Of course, if it's not live, Yen may not even have this sense of responsibility. System, check the information bar. Yen called out to the system. The next moment, Yen's own information bar appeared in his mind. Name, Yen, male. Age, 18. Level, Gold Intermediate. Symbiote, Indestructible Phantasm. Original ability, Indestructible. Symbiote characteristics, Indestructible, Spirit, Illusion, Curse, Fire. Ability sequence, God, Life, Spirit, Curse, Control, Devour, Phantom. God, to be unlocked 15300/100, 00, million. Life, Essence Enhancement, Essence Change, Bioengineering, Will Evolution. Spirit, Absolute Sharing, Low-Level Intellectual Brain, Spiritual Communication, Spiritual Exploration. Curse, Curse of Paralysis, Curse of Blinding, Curse of Sleepiness, Curse of Corruption, Curse of Spirit, Curse of Horror. Fire, Magma Mushroom, Life Burst, Fire Immunity. Control, Sleeping Spores, Dormant Parasitism, Spiritual Parasitism, Spiritual Control. Swallow, All Things Melt, Illusory Stomach Bag. Phantom, Phantom Communication, Phantom Contract. It turned out to be in the middle of the golden period, I didn't expect it. Looking at his level information, Yen muttered. After devouring the Godhead, he was eager to understand the ability of awakening. He didn't notice that his cultivation had also grown. Also look at other information. Yen showed a satisfied smile. This assessment is really not in vain, and I can be said to have benefited a lot. Enough is enough. Next, just wait for the assessment to end. Yen said lightly. As the cultivation base increased, his symbiotic body also increased to a certain extent. Now facing the black dragon, it is easier to deal with it. Therefore, the next days, he has been haunting the corrupted dragon. Although the scope of the black flames in the sky continues to expand. But according to this efficiency, even when the assessment is over, it will not cause much impact. But, what Yen didn't expect was, only on the second day, a ray of light suddenly shone on the sky. The black flame was instantly purified and dissolved. The corrupt dragon was also instantly wiped out. It looks like the assessment has ended ahead of schedule. Seeing this scene, Yen muttered. The assessment ends early, and there are only two possibilities. One is the invasion of all races, but the emergence of evil disasters. Now the situation is the second. Yen also thought that Tiangong Academy didn't teach martial arts, but was unwilling to take action. Now that I think about it, I seem to be testing myself. See how you deal with evil. As a result, he found that he had been fishing for time. Finally decided to go. Good, really good. Young man, are you interested? Come to your uncle to study? Also at this time, a strange voice came over. Yen turned around and immediately saw a middle-aged man in a white robe standing behind him. Hello Vice President. Facing this middle-aged uncle, the strange uncle spoke. Yan was speechless for a while. But he still greeted him politely. Although he had never met this vice president before. But the invitation letter sent by Tiangong Academy had introduced his identity. At the same time, he also lamented the strength of this man. Just stand on your own hyphae. He didn't even notice the other party's existence. Sure enough, even if he has a certain amount of power. But compared to the top powerhouses, it is still nothing. You old dog, how dare you come over and rob our teacher? Just when Yan sighed that the other party was strong. A familiar roar came. Yan turned his head to look. Sure enough, I saw the pair of big, my uncle Emoliuli. After all, she likes to scold people, and she is very arrogant. In Yan's impression, there is no one but her. He didn't officially apprentice, so it doesn't count. The vice president said with a smile, not minding Emoliuli's offense at all. So, do you really want to take my student away? At this time, Lu Ruhua also came. Although he didn't curse, his eyes were obviously bad. It's not a robbery, it's a fair competition. Hey, we've talked about fair competition later, why are you ready to do it? This moment. Not only the vice president, but even Yan vaguely sensed a terrifying pressure. Even if he didn't point at him, it still made Yan feel shocked. At the same time, Yan also understood a little. Although my teacher is different from Emoliuli, he swears arrogantly when he opens his mouth and closes his mouth. But she is more ruthless, and she will act if she disagrees. Is it the problem of the academy, or is it a problem of the teachers section? I always feel that there are not many normal people. Yan muttered inwardly. The other side. Seeing Lu Ruhua, she really wanted to do it. The vice principal also immediately persuaded. It's not that they can't beat Lu Ruhua, it's just the consensus of Tiangong Academy, and even some high-level circles of extraordinary people. Don't mess with Lu Ruhua's two sisters. One catches you and scolds hard, and the other does not know when. And once one starts, the other will follow suit. Not to say never die, but it can definitely drive people crazy. Forget it, just kidding, after all, his kind of genius is really rare. And no matter which division you enter, it's all from my Tiangong Academy, right? Haha, so I'll leave first. 35. The vice president said with an embarrassed smile. Then the soles of the feet were smeared with oil, and they disappeared in place in an instant, and disappeared completely. Humph! Lu Ruhua snorted coldly. Put away his own coercion and power. I'm going to pick up my apprentice, see you then. Emoliuli glanced at Yan, then said to Lu Ruhua. Lu Ruhua nodded. Then he started to face Yan. Yan also looked at himself, the teacher. For a while, eyes widened and no one said a word. The atmosphere became increasingly awkward. Ahem, you're doing great. I didn't expect you to be promoted to gold, I thought you were going to fail the assessment. 35. Lu Ruhua finally took the initiative to speak. Actually, if it wasn't for a spiritual bishop, I might have really failed the assessment. Yan replied. How to say? Lu Ruhua asked curiously. Spiritual bishops cut off the transmission path for exiting the assessment. Junior sister, she was about to withdraw at that time, but it turned out that it didn't work at all. I had no choice but to expose my strength and choose to be promoted to gold. Yan explained. Exposing your own strength. You are so cautious. And if you say that, you're still hiding your strength? Lu Ruhua stared at Yan and asked. He seemed to want to see through Yan. But she found out that she can't see through Yan's cultivation now. A little bit, a little bit. Yan smiled and didn't say anything specifically. A little bit? You think I believe it, even your stupid uncle wouldn't believe it. Lu Ruhua gave Yan a blank look and complained. But she did not continue to ask. However, it's really thanks to you this time, otherwise, I and your uncle would have to stay in Zuxing. Speaking of, you are already golden, it is not so easy to go back to Zuxing and other survival stars. And once it's gone, one's own cultivation will also pass by moment. 35. Lu Ruhua looked at Yan earnestly and said, I know. And teacher, you also know that I have no relatives or friends at all, and it is the same for me whether I go back or not. So it doesn't matter at all. Yan shrugged and said nothing. Speaking of which, how did you cultivate your martial skills? Did you modify it yourself? Lu Ruhua looked at Yan. I wanted to console myself, but after thinking about it, I gave up. She knew that Yan was a strong person, and there was no point in forcing sensationalism now. So immediately changed the subject. I modified it myself. Yan did not deny this. For the talent he showed. The talent in martial arts is not worth talking about at all. After all, the higher the level of transcendent, the less attention paid to martial skills. I didn't expect your talent in martial arts to be so terrifying. 9. Lu Ruhua said with a surprised expression. The surprise that Yan brought her is really getting to know more and more. Next. The two teachers and students talked about many things. After Mo Liulai brought Avril over, Yan was taken away by Lu Ruhua. He is like this, he has already started to become a teacher. So after entering the academy, the process is completely different from other students. Most of them are arranged by the college to the newcomers' dormitory. As for Yan and Avril, Lu Ruhua and Mo Liulai were directly in charge. To put it simply, he is now like an inner disciple with his own master. The others are outside sect disciples, and they need to take classes everywhere to study, and only when certain conditions are met can they choose a mentor. Of course, if the talent is good, other mentors will take a fancy to it in advance. This is where you live from now on. Next, I will teach you and your uncle Mo. Although you need to rely more on yourself in terms of cultivation, some lessons from experience can also be used. 99. And besides cultivation, there are many things to learn. 35. For example, the unpopular martial arts, the cultivation of spirit grass, in addition to the formation method, the mechanical theory, the linguistics of all ethnic groups. In short, in addition to cultivation, there are a total of more than 100 professional disciplines that can be learned. Although the main thing is to cultivate in the end, the skills are not overwhelming, and learning other knowledge is sometimes beneficial to cultivation. 35. Lu Ruhua took Yan to a loft and said, when talking about martial arts, he also took a special look at Yan. She felt that with Yan's talent in martial arts, she had a high probability of learning for a while. It can overwhelm everyone. Uncle Lu, what are you and Master good at? At this time, Avril on the side asked. She's good at fighting, I'm good at cursing. What, do you want to learn? Mo Liulai spoke at this time. This provoked Lu Ruhua to give her a blank look. You have to remember that what you are good at should be cultivation. Other majors don't have a saying that I'm good at here. It's just how much you study. For example, your master, she has studied more than 30 majors, and each one has reached the master level evaluation. As for me, there are more than 50 kinds, but only those who have reached the master level are in their early 30s. Lu Ruhua explained patiently. Heard both would be so professional. Avril, who was quite curious at first, suddenly felt a lot of pressure. To learn so many majors, you have to practice hard. The future is not afraid of being exhausted. As for Yan, is more interested. For him, there is no way to cultivate, only resources. And so many majors seem to be too many to learn. But he has a system. Something that others take a year to learn. I guess he can learn it all in less than an hour. Of course there is no rush to choose anything. Let's live here first and get used to it. And one of you was promoted to gold rashly, and the other was degraded. I'm afraid there are other problems. Lu Ruhua warned. Looking at Yen at the same time. Yen nodded obediently. Okay, you brothers and sisters go to choose a room first. The 2 rooms on the 3rd floor are pretty good. Hurry down and I'll take you to see the master. Lu Ruhua said again. When Avril on the side heard the news, her eyes suddenly lit up. 3rd floor, 2 rooms? Didn't you say that you live next door to your senior brother? Brother, let's go take a look. Avril took Yen's hand excitedly. He dragged Yen upstairs. Hey, my newly accepted apprentice was kidnapped by your student. And you said you didn't mean something ulterior. Mo Liuli sighed when she saw this scene. By the way, he stared at Lu Ruhua. You also said that you were looking at him yourself. Why, are you jealous? Lu Ruhua retorted disdainfully. Bah, I don't think your expression is right, it's you who is jealous. Mo Liuli said with a cold snort. Lu Ruhua clenched her fist, and finally resisted the thought of doing it. In front of students, I still have to restrain myself. Inside the attic, Avril took Yen to the room on the 3rd floor. And thoughtfully cleaned up for Yen. Although the room was spotless and fully equipped. There's not much to clean either. But Avril was exceptionally diligent. Senior brother, look at how big this room is, we have a space for each of us. Why don't we move in together, how about? After Avril tidied up, the room did not need to be tidy up. Looking at Yen suggested. Don't make trouble. Yen immediately shook his head and refused. Joke. You are a decent person. And the existence of women will only disturb his cultivation. The point is, the 2 have known each other for a long time, and they live in the same room. This makes his beloved Lu as picturesque. How does Mr. Lu view him? Avril pouted and left Yen's room in dissatisfaction. Because there really isn't much to clean here. And she also needs to see how her room is now. Wait until Avril is gone. Yen then looked at the room carefully. Layout and things like that, he wasn't interested. But the protection formation in the room. He was quite interested. He doesn't know how strong this protection formation is. However, his spiritual vision could not see through. Even if Avril is in the opposite room now. Yen can't even see her at all. Overall it's pretty good with enough privacy. The protective circle, with my current strength, it is difficult to leave a trace if I attack with all my strength. Yen sighed and commented. Wait until after checking the situation in the room. Avril also came out of her room. The 2 left together like this and came to Lu Ruhua and Mo Liuli downstairs. Come with me. Saw the 2 come out. Lu Ruhua said. Immediately, they wrapped the 2 with spiritual power and flew to a cave. See this cave house hidden in a waterfall. If you don't know that this is a world of spiritual recovery. Yen thought he had joined a cultivator sect. After entering the cave, the 4 walked all the way. The various room decorations inside made Yen feel more and more immortal. Finally, the 4 passed through a long tunnel. Came to a beautiful world that can be described as blessed land. Lu Ruhua and Mo Liuli stopped in front of a bamboo house. Master. Lu Ruhua called out respectfully. A calm female voice came from inside. Only. Yen always sounds a little strange. The voice seems to have been faked. Even the voice has to be disguised. What kind of weirdness is this, master of teacher Lu? Yen couldn't help but think so. It's not his fault either. After all, the people from Tiangong Academy he has come into contact with are basically not normal. Even his most beloved Lu Ruhua, he did not blindly think that he was a normal person. I don't like so many cumbersome etiquette processes. So this thing, you 2 kids take it. 35. In this way, even if you have completely entered my teacher's door. 35. Just when Yen was cranky. The calm female voice sounded again. Immediately afterwards, a ring appeared in front of Yen and Avril. Yen took the ring, and the introduction information of the ring flashed in his mind immediately. After a little understanding, Yen knew what it was. Simply put, just like your own smart bracelet. It can be connected to the network, and there is a storage space inside. In addition, it also depicts some emergency functional arrays. The difference is that your own smart bracelet can only connect to the Zhuxiangxingdu network. This ring can not only connect to the Zhou network, but also to the Zhuhong Tiangong network within Tiangong Academy. Apart from that, the style of this ring is also a status representative. It means that he is a student disciple of Lu Ruhua's lineage. Thank you, Master. After getting the ring, Avril said happily after checking it. And also made a standard Western-style aristocratic etiquette. Yen did not express his position immediately, but glanced at Lu Ruhua. Then he said, "Thank you, Master. Next, the two of you should calm down and study, don't pay too much attention to your own cultivation level." 99. Especially after reaching the Golden Age, the life expectancy starts at least 500 years, and can even reach 1,000 years at the highest. So in the next 10 to 50 years, you can slowly lay the foundation. The steady voice sounded again. You too, teach well, but don't let your disciples have any other accidents. 35. Don't worry, Master. Lu Ruhua said with a firm look. Mo Liulai on the other side nodded and was done. Although she has a loose and dissolute character, she has restrained a lot in front of her master. But it can be seen that it is still a bit difficult by nature. Then leave, I'm going to rest. At this time, the other party issued an expulsion order. Lu Ruhua nodded. Together with Mo Liulai, they left with Brother Yen. Only when Yen left, still couldn't help but look at it curiously. And it is open mental vision. But only for a moment. Yen immediately felt his mental turmoil. Taj. Looking back, Yen repaired his spirit. While muttering. Just that moment, he saw a small spirit body. That is to say, my master is probably a lowly. No wonder the steady female voice sounded weird. It is estimated that the voice was deliberately changed to maintain the majesty. But anyway, he's a master in name, so he's too stingy. Just looking at it, it almost shook my spiritual body away. Yen was dissatisfied. This kid, dare to spy on me. 35. Fortunately, the power was suppressed in time, otherwise he would really be lost on the spot. Even so, I guess he's not feeling well. I have to remind Xiao Hua to help him repair his mental power. By the way, a good warning, not all secrets can be spied on casually. Wait until a few people leave. Inside the bamboo house, a childish voice muttered. You go to apply for resources, and I will take these two children for a test. After leaving the cave, Lu Ruhua looked at Mo Liulai and said, remember, apply for more resources. Lu Ruhua warned again. Don't worry, at least start 100 times faster than everyone else. 39. Mo Liulai smiled and said confidently. Not to mention the talents of Yen and Avril, the resources that can be applied are much more than others. Wherever she goes, she directly asks for 100 times more resources. Look at the elders who manage resources, who dare not give it. Wait until Mo Liulai leaves. Lu Ruhua raised her left hand and stroked the ring. The next moment, a space tunnel opened instantly. Your rings have a similar function. But not all places can be teleported, and some places require you to unlock higher level permissions to teleport there. Look at the two slightly surprised. Lu Ruhua explained. Avril looked curiously at the portal and nodded. Yen is a communication system, let's see if it can be deduced. Come with me. At this time, Lu Ruhua continued. Then step into the teleportation tunnel. Yan and Avril immediately followed. This is the pale star of the Tiangong galaxy. The origin of the name is related to the characteristics of this planet. This planet will emit a special white energy that will speed up the repairability of living things, even high-level superhumans will still be effective. 39. So the main purpose here is to build a medical system and a martial arts field for students to compete against each other. 39. This room is the exclusive testing and training ground for our lineage. Although it has not been opened for many years, the facilities are all right. Lu Ruhua opened a door full of sci-fi mechanics and introduced it. This is a spiritual power test crystal, which can accurately measure the cultivation of extraordinary people below diamonds. That's the symbiote potential tester. Although it can't be said to be accurate, it can test the potential of your current symbiote. And also, Lu Ruhua introduced them one by one. Yan also stared at these instruments intently. After all, the fun of men is these strange things, especially machines. Wait until after the introduction. Lu Ruhua arranged for 2 people to conduct the test. Golden Intermediate. Your growth rate is a bit exaggerated. See the data given by the psychic test crystal. Lu Ruhua showed a surprised expression. Since she was promoted to gold, she couldn't see through Yan's specific rank power. She felt that there was a high probability that Yan had the ability to hide his cultivation. It also fits his character very well. However, unexpectedly, Yan's cultivation has reached the mid-golden stage. As for Avril, the silver peak cultivation base. Don't test. Lu Ruhua could see through it at a glance. You try this again. Lu Ruhua pointed to the symbiont potential tester and said. Yan nodded and put his hand on it. Next moment, countless messy pictures flashed across the tester in an instant. Been waiting for more than 10 minutes, still not over. At this time, Lu Ruhua frowned. Avril, try it. Lu Ruhua said to Avril again. Avril nodded and stretched out her hand. After the symbiote potential tester flashed a few times, the conclusion was drawn immediately. Symbiote, Angel, Mythic Grade. Current Potential, SS+, Demigod Potential. Number of current abilities, 7. Evolvable Direction, Virtue is a Holy Angel, Original Sin is a Fallen Angel, an Element is a Concept Angel. The Angel family, although the potential is very high, sometimes even higher than other so-called God-level potentials. But the Angel family can't become a god after all. Even if you grow to the peak, you can have the power to kill gods, but if you are not a god, you will not be a god. So the demigod level potential is the highest potential of the angelic symbiote. 99. See this result. Lu Ruhua explained. At the same time, his eyes showed a look of approval. Although she can't become a god, Avril's potential is also the highest among the angelic symbiotes. The angel family can't become a god. Yan was a little surprised. According to the knowledge in the mind, although the angel family is now inferior to humans, but still a very strong race. Can't make the top 3, but the top 5 is absolutely fine. I just didn't expect that such a powerful race would not give birth to a god. But the other way around. A race without the protection of the gods can actually rank among the top among the 10,000 races. It also shows that they are really outrageous. Don't be surprised, among the 10,000 races, this is nothing. The existence of some races themselves is beyond your imagination. Lu Ruhua explained. Then he fell into deep thought. From Avril's conclusion, this tester is fine. Then the problem is. Lu Ruhua looked at Yan. She suddenly felt that this was not a problem. After all, Yan has problems everywhere. Of course, these problems all reflect his strong talent. Forget it, let's test other items. In the end, Lu Ruhua chose to give up. After all, in terms of Yan's character, he didn't want to reveal the information about his own symbiote. She doesn't have to force it. Next. Wait until the test is over. Lu Ruhua invited another beautiful doctor in a white coat. Do some other tests for Yen and Avril. Final conclusion. Cultivation-based data, physical condition, both of them have no problem. It was Avril who had a similar experience of depravity. Best to pay more attention. But mentally, Yen was a little restless when he saw the result. The self-healing ability of mental power is strong. Is it a bit of persecution paranoia? Also recommend hospitalization. 5. Yen looked at the report. He was speechless. What is persecution paranoia? I just need to be careful. I think, Yen, you may really be a little bit. Of course you don't need to be hospitalized. 99. After all, this world is not safe. There's nothing wrong with you being so careful. Lu Ruhua said. Avril on the side nodded, agreeing with Lu Ruhua's statement. I think you have misunderstood me. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Yen rolled his eyes and said. The world is so dangerous, is it wrong to be careful? No. Is it sick? Even now he has the ability to be immortal. I also don't want to fully show my strength and talent. Just for fear of being watched by others. After all, immortality does not mean invincibility. He believed. Those strong people definitely have a way to deal with themselves. Now that the test is over, you basically don't have any major problems. Just now the assessment is over, you must be tired too, go back to rest now. 5. 3 days later, I will ask you to take the official class again. Lu Ruhua said. Then he opened the portal and sent Yen and Avril back. Senior brother, do you want to be together? Forget it, I'm not sleepy. Avril pouted and left in disappointment. As for Yen, he really didn't feel sleepy. Therefore, after returning to the room, I did not choose to rest. Instead, start contacting Ms. Moon. Although Tiangong Academy uses the Zhuozhong Tiangong network here. But this network is still connected with Zhou Tiangxingdu. But some things are not so convenient. For example, if you want to buy something, cannot be sent directly. Instead, you need to wait for a while, and the person in charge of material transportation will send it to you. To put it bluntly, it is the same as express delivery. After opening the network function of the ring, after linking his Zhou Tianxingdu's network account, Yen immediately saw 999 plus popping up from the contacts in the upper right corner. There's so much news, it's only been less than a month. Open the message. Yen took a look. It is found that although there are many messages, most of them are useless information. All the ladies of this month are lamenting the benefits of spiritual fruit. Yen rummaged for a long time. Finally got some useful news. Why don't you answer? Today I found a Godhead shard, but the price is a bit high, I'll see if I can get it. 5. Sorry, I really can't help you get it. That piece of Godhead actually needs 10,000 platinum coins. This is obviously not within my reach. But fortunately, I got a small piece of Godhead, and I will send it to you. 99. See this message? Yen thought for a moment. Then he stretched out his fingers and counted, his expression a little stunned. 1 platinum coin is equal to 100 million federal coins. If you have 10,000 platinum coins, that is 1 trillion federal coins. It's not that the price shocked Yen. But what level of Godhead is obtained to be worthy of this price? Well, there is no reference price, and it is not easy to measure. But it's definitely not worse than the flame Godhead swallowed in the assessment land. 5. It will even be much, much better. Thought here. Yen couldn't help showing a regretful expression. What a pity, such a good Godhead. Lost yourself with it. Although this price, it is not what he can buy. Sorry for a while. Yen continued to rummage down for news. Finally, he saw another thing that made him care. That is income dividend. Ms. Yu directly sent Yen a form, which detailed 3.7 records the company's sales revenue records. Finally divided according to yen received nearly 200 million net profit share. That's barely 2 platinum coins, although it's a lot. But comparing the price of that godhead, it's really nothing. Yen exclaimed. Originally, he earned 200 million a month, so he should be very happy. But now the mood is very subtle. After exclamation, Yen continued to check the message. In the end, it turned out that there was nothing special about it. So I chose to receive Godhead and share the income. Yen immediately spawned a certain number of spores. After setting goals for growth, Yen chose to send it to Ms. Yu. This is a gold level fruit seed. During this time, I have been in retreat and research, and it was not easy to break through. 35. Because of the geographical issue where I am, you may have to wait 2 days to receive the seeds. And next, I have other things to do, so the platinum level fruit seeds will have to wait for a while. However, I believe that gold level spiritual fruit is enough for now. After all, there is a huge gap between silver and gold, and the value of silver is vastly different after crossing this gap. Yen said a lot in various ways. In short, there are enough reasons to make the other party feel that they have been concentrating on research. By the way, he created an illusion that he was busy. And next, he really has to study hard. May not be able to get a substantial promotion in the next few years. In this way, even if in the next few years, I have no new research results, the other party won't say anything. And cultivate and research more advanced spiritual fruit, let alone a few years. Even if there is no progress for decades, it is actually normal. Ms. Yu's matter is settled. Yen started to open the Tiangong Academy's network to check carefully. Have money. The next step is naturally to buy cultivation resources. Gold level evolution potion, a bottle of 1000 contribution points. 39. And a contribution point, if purchased with federal coins, requires 100,000. 39. That is to say, a gold level evolution potion is worth 100 million? That's a bit outrageous. Yen looked at the product information and frowned. Finally made 200 million. It turned out that only 2 bottles of evolution potions could be purchased. In particular, it is still unclear how this evolutionary medicine will work on him. Although the introduction said that it has a significant effect on the ordinary gold level. But he is not an ordinary gold level superhuman. So Yen gave up buying at Tiangong Academy. Instead, take a look at joutianxingdo.com. Turnout. A bottle of gold level evolution potion actually sells for as high as 500 million. The point is that there is no market at all. There is no stock in the product list at all. They are all scheduled to be sold in the void. At the same time, see the effect introduction. Works well for normal gold level. One remarkable, one not bad. The difference between the two characters represents the pros and cons of quality. Therefore, the price of evolution potions in Tiangong Academy is not only cheap. The effect is also better. This is also the benefit he enjoys as a student of Tiangong College. In that case, can I resell it? Yen muttered. Then he rejected the idea. He can think of it, and so can other students in the college. If it could be resold, it wouldn't be his turn. And it is certain that the academy will never allow anyone to do this. This is something you don't even have to think about. Students of Tiangong College enjoy very generous resources. 99. The supplies that a top genius like me enjoys are definitely much better than these 2 bottles of evolution potion. So I won't buy it for now. Continue browsing for a while. Yen gave up the idea of buying cultivation supplies. And there are only 2 billion. He didn't want to waste it like that. Close the online store. A sense of drowsiness slowly emerged. Although now he does not need sleep. But the old habits, coupled with the mental aspect, have just been traumatized. So relax now. Still can't help but want to sleep. Therefore, Yan did not continue to force himself. Lie directly on the bed and slowly fall asleep. Great God, just received the news that mankind has given birth to a peerless genius. Endless deep space. Some chaotic dark place. A creature knelt down reverently and said to this dark and silent misty existence. Treat as usual, contact people of other ethnic groups, and they must be eliminated within 50 years. In the faint blue fog, a human face appeared. The ethereal dull voice also came from it. But, he has awakened his original ability, and he is still of the type of immortality and rebirth. In addition, it must be protected by a strong ethnic group, it is difficult to kill. The existence kneeling on the ground reverently stated the problem. 66-99. God contract is here, I can't make a move, then contact the abyss demons, they are very good at dealing with undead existences. The god in the fog thought for a while and said. But looking for them, the price is a little. Don't worry, there is no cost. All races will not allow a new god to appear in human beings. Especially for the celestial god race and the abyss demon race, humans have long been unable to sit still from being ants to standing on 3 feet with them. Not to mention let the race surpass them. Just do it with confidence, and they will give you their full support. Understood, great God. Conversation is over. The kneeling figure slowly stood up. There were traces of black air in his eyes, and he started to walk out. Teacher, news about Yan 55. I've let people reveal it on purpose. Wanzu will get the news, and they should immediately start preparing to deal with him. Inside Tiangong College. The middle-aged man, the vice president, respectfully said to the person in front of him. Very good. The old dean nodded and said. Then there was another look of melancholy. The world knows that there has been no king in the human race for 100 years, but they don't know that there has been no new god for 1,000 years. 99. There seems to be a shackle that hinders my human race. So far, there are only 99 gods of my human race. From now on, I will break the shackles with my own hands and create the 100th god. I'm here to see what will happen to the heavens and myriad races at that time. 35. The old dean said firmly. Although the body is old, but the look of the eyes is unmatched by anyone. Chapter 51. Ding, please reduce the transmission of magic power by 10%. Ding, please subtract 0.5 grams of tiger blood grass from the host. 35. Ding. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully produced a blood-burning potion of perfect quality. A month later. Tiangong College, in a laboratory. Yan stared at a crystal bottle. Accompanied by constant prompts from the system. In the end, I used spiritual power and 4 materials. A bottle of potion was successfully produced. I thought I would make money by selling the fruit of spiritual power 5. I didn't expect this thing to be more profitable. And it's easy to make. Yan stared at the potion in his hand and said. This bottle of blood-burning potion can make gold and platinum level superhumans explode their potential within a short period of time. And the perfect quality of the medicine, the effect is twice as good as the ordinary, and the side effects are weak. It will only make people weak for a period of time, and will not cause a situation of unstable foundation. Therefore, an ordinary blood-burning potion costs about 5 million per bottle. And the perfect quality blood-burning potion, even if it is 20 million, there will be people rushing for it. As for cost, although the price of various materials has been fluctuating, it will not exceed 1 million. So it can be said to be an absolute profit. Senior brother, have you succeeded? At this time, Avril on the side came over and said in surprise. In the morning, Lu Ruhua had just finished explaining the basic theory of pharmacy. By the way, 3 medicinal formulas are provided. Seeing that Yan chose the most difficult blood-burning potion, She followed suit. Result: an hour has passed. She's still scrambling, distributing billy of every raw material. Yen has already made it. She thought that Yen was just more talented than her in cultivation. Therefore, I want to challenge this senior brother in other aspects to prove my formidableness. Result: Avril can only sigh now. Senior brother is indeed a man he recognizes. Really great. Actually, it's not difficult, but it's easy to cause problems when the spiritual power is injected. Just be patient. Yen said lightly. Although this is the capability of the system. But you might as well think of the system as your own talent. After all, who told him to have a system? Then senior, can you teach me? Avril looked expectantly. The first time, do it yourself. Yen glanced at Avril and said. Then fell into thought again. Avril puffed up her face in dissatisfaction. But seeing that Yen ignored her, he had to continue to bury his head in the experiment. Except for the steps of integrating spiritual power, the production process seems to be trouble-free. 99. In this case, seeing that Avril no longer bothers herself, Yen also thought about it carefully. Finally reached out. Numerous hyphae grow from the palm. Then start building into a small pipeline. Then there are dozens of mycelium, extending into the storage place of raw materials. There is also a probe into the medicine bottle. System: under deduction, is this pipeline feasible? After everything is ready, Yen communication system began to deduce. Ding! The deduction begins. Ding! The deduction is over. The assembly line built by the host is feasible. 99. But not perfect quality. The system replied. Cannot achieve perfect quality. How to improve? Yen continued to ask. Ding! Please make the settings of the host more delicate when integrating spiritual power. The specific change method is with the command of the system. Yen is also constantly fine-tuning the various settings of the mycelium. Until half an hour later, the system prompts you to. The idea is good, but I didn't expect it to be so troublesome to implement. A little bit of error, you can't achieve perfect quality. No wonder Mr. Liu said that most pharmacists want to refine a perfect potion of the same level, but it depends on luck. Yen sighed inwardly. But for the blood-burning potion, he only needs to work for half an hour in his life. Because his symbiote has completely memorized the various data of this assembly line. Build next time. With a single thought, he can create an identical small assembly line. Senior brother, I succeeded. Just when Yen wanted to try this assembly line, Avril's excited voice suddenly came. Yen turned his head. I saw myself, my junior sister, excitedly looking at me with a bottle of ordinary quality potion. Hey? Senior brother, what are you doing? Because I was too invested in it before. Avril didn't notice that Yen built an assembly line. You just look at it. Years. Yen didn't explain much. At the same time, his voice fell. The assembly line made by this mycelium has also begun to operate. Raw materials are absorbed little by little. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air was also absorbed crazily. Seeing this, Yen directly supplemented it with his own spiritual power. Continue to wait quietly for a minute. A mycelium quickly injected the manufactured medicine into the medicine bottle. Blood-burning potion. Avril was stunned when she saw the extra potion in the potion bottle. Then look forward. Follow the description of the blood-burning potion. This bottle of medicine machine seems to be much better than the one I just made. If nothing else, it should be of perfect quality. Senior brother, are you using the symbiote to create a machine that automatically makes blood-burning potions? Avril was surprised. I finally made the blood-burning potion with great difficulty. I didn't expect my senior brother to directly realize automatic production. The point is that the quality is better than yourself. The gap was too big for her to accept. But not one set, but countless sets. Yan showed a confident smile. Then waved. Numerous hyphae quickly grew out of his palm. Then it programmed itself into a new set of automated machines for making blood-burning potions. Theoretically, give me enough raw materials and spiritual support. There are enough potion bottles, and I can keep producing. You can even build a production line. Yan seemed to see countless contribution points beckoning to him. A month at the academy. He also thoroughly understands how the academy operates. The first is that although the goods are cheaper than outside, there is a certain limit for each person. For example, the evolution potion that Yan wanted to buy at that time. In theory, ordinary students can only buy once a week. That is, the discount is only one time. And such a top genius, he also joined the division of the academy. So enjoy 30 discounts per week. In theory, this kind of discount is no different from an unlimited number of times. But that's just for other people. For Yan, 30 times a week of purchase discounts will not be enough sooner or later. So he needs to make money. And mass production of drugs is undoubtedly a good choice. In Tiangong Academy, both teachers and students make potions. As long as the quality is qualified, the college can make acquisitions. And the price, but also 10% more expensive outside. In addition to Yan himself, he was given the attention of the academy. Therefore, a bottle of blood-burning potion of perfect quality. The price sold in schools can reach 25 million. That is equivalent to 250 contribution points. After deducting the material cost of 1 million, that is 10 points of contribution. The final purchase price of a bottle of perfect blood-burning potion is 240. Assembly line. Hear what Yan thinks. Avril was also stunned. Think carefully. Judging from the efficiency of this symbiote machine made by his senior brother. Even if 27 is a 2-minute bottle of medicine. 30 bottles in an hour. This is just one set of efficiency. To build an assembly line, there should be at least dozens or hundreds of symbiotic machines. If it is 100 words. 100 bottles in 2 minutes and 3,000 bottles in 1 hour. Then deduct costs and the like. Avril made a rough calculation. Add up all the family's property by yourself, and then count some hidden inheritances left by the ancestors. It can't compare to the money that my senior brother can make in 1 hour on the assembly line. The idea is good, but the raw materials for the blood-burning potion are not so many. 55. At this time, Lu Ruhua walked into the laboratory and said. Although she appears calm. But the heart has been shocked. Pipeline for making potions, or something. Not to mention commonplace. But there are a lot of people doing this. It's just that Yan's efficiency is really amazing. And he is gold. Those who can build a mature assembly line are often high-level extraordinary people. Familiar with mastery of formation, machinery, herbal medicine, and other attainments. To try to build a set. And it has to be repaired frequently. But with what she knew about the Yan symbiote. It is also known that the machinery made by Yan symbiote. No need for repairs at all. Even if there is a problem one day, it is estimated that a new set will be born directly in situ. Restrictions on raw materials. Hear the news. Yan was stunned for a moment. Precisely speaking, there is a limit to the raw materials that everyone can get. Most of the materials for the blood-burning potion are actually not precious, mainly because there are several rare ones. And these kinds of materials, the Federation has been controlling the distribution. According to the statistics of the college half a month ago, the entire Tiangong College only had 1,000 copies of this material, and now 100 copies are in this laboratory. So you want to assembly line production, there is no problem in itself. But the raw materials are not enough, your assembly line, you have to announce the closure on the same day 9. Lu Ruhua explained. Of course, you can also plant and cultivate it yourself, no one will care about this. But the cultivation of elixir also involves cultivation, and some materials have strict requirements for growth. For example, tiger blood grass requires at least gold-level tiger demon blood to irrigate. 99. One tiger demon can only produce 10 tiger blood grasses in a month. So, there is no need to do any assembly line. Hearing Lu Ruhua say that, Yan sighed. Sure enough, the fuller the ideal, the more skinny the reality. Didn't expect raw material to be a big issue. The Commonwealth does this. Except for even distribution. It is also to avoid the situation of monopoly of raw materials. If the raw materials are monopolized by some big companies or other big forces at high prices, at that time, the price of the blood-burning potion will definitely increase significantly. It will definitely lead to a series of problems later. And it's not only blood-burning medicine, but I'm afraid that more things will be monopolized. Don't think too much, and you don't need to make money here. Cultivation resources have been approved long ago, but I think your promotion is too fast, so I didn't give it to you on purpose this month. After observing this month, I found that you are indeed fine. So, this is your cultivation resource. Lu Ruhua held down her ring. Swipe your finger. A strange power fluctuation appeared. Yan suddenly felt something in his ring. Wei Wei investigates and immediately discovers a lot of resources. And they're all gold-level resources. Aside from that flame godhead. These resources are many times more than the sum of the various resources he obtained in the assessment site. And Yan also noticed. Most of these resources are used for cultivation. Only a few, very few parts are used to stabilize the symbiotic origin. Teacher, are you? Seeing that Lu Ruhua suddenly gave herself so many resources, Yan always felt that she still had something to say. You also know that I and Uncle Emo have been in Zuxing for a long time. Our cultivation base has lost a lot. Now go back to a place where spiritual power is abundant, and the body will involuntarily absorb these spiritual powers. We've been suppressing it for so long, and it's really hard to suppress it now. So we have to retreat to regain our strength. For the next 6 months or so, you can study by yourself. Lu Ruhua explained. Then looked at Avril again. Just a stroke. Another batch of cultivation resources was integrated into Avril's ring. The Academy's rank list, the top 100 list of the same rank, the martial arts standings list. Wait, you can try it out. If you are on the list, there will be a lot of rewards. Other than that, you only need to study pharmacy in the past 6 months. Hopefully, after half a year, you can get the status of a D-level pharmacist. As for cultivation, I don't need to worry about you anymore. And then Avril Lavigne, you can try to hit the gold level in the next 6 months. 99. The specific method, your master should tell you. Lu Ruhua warned in detail. After taking out a book of herbal medicine and putting it on the table. Choose to leave. Watching Lu Ruhua leave, Yan rummaged through his storage space for a while. All the resources used to stabilize the source were taken out and placed in front of Avril. I don't need any of these things, just use them. Yan said lightly. Avril nodded, not being polite. Just take things away. Senior brother, I want to ask how stable your symbiote is, does it really not need any help from external objects? Avril asked curiously. As a symbiote, she had problems. Naturally very concerned. Let's put it this way, after leaving the awakening space, I received the potion from the scarecrow. I only need the evolution potion, not the stabilization potion. Including the later cultivation, all things that can stabilize the source, I will either sell it or give it to you. Yan thought for a while and said. Although he didn't say exactly how stable it was. But after Avril heard Yan's words, immediately, he understood how stable his brother's symbiotic origin was. No wonder his senior brother has such a powerful talent. It seems that it is inseparable from the stability of the origin of the symbiote. Then senior brother, I'll go to practice first. I realized that my brother's situation was so outrageous. Avril couldn't help but want to practice. She decides. I must cultivate the symbiote as stable as my brother. At that time, you can upgrade yourself unscrupulously. Even if not as good as Yen. At the very least, don't let Yen lose his stride. Let's go back together. 35.